And you never worry about the how and you never worry about circumstances. The minute you worry about the how and the minute you worry about the circumstances, you're not in subjective control. You're letting the outside dictate you. You're letting the outside. Now let me ask you a question. And if I said on a scale of 1 to 10, and you graded yourself over the last 30 days, where would you put yourself on holding back? Am I holding back at a 5? Am I still holding back at a 10? Am I holding back at a 3? That will tell you how often you're letting the outside control you. So I want you to honestly answer that question, and I want you to make a definite decision and mix it with courage that I'm not letting the outside control me. This is how I'm living. This is what I'm doing. I'm going to practice deliberate practice on that belief and skill set, and I'm going to create a world-class life. And then you keep stacking wins, 7, 14 days at a time. And that's how your confidence is going to raise. Now, I watch people all the time walk away from ideas that will change their life, literally transform their business, because they hold back. We have to get really good at walking into the unknown. The unknown is where the freedom lies. But understand this, your mindset has to be stronger than your emotions. Stop letting your emotions take you over. I want you to look at your emotions like cars on a freeway. If it's a bad emotion, let it go. We want to get really good at being relaxed and letting it go. Letting it go. See, every time we're trying to change something, what happens is your paradigm fights you whenever you're working on aspiring to something far greater. So don't judge yourself. Say, as long as you catch it, that's the win. Now, over 30 days, over 6 months of doing this, you're going to be in a completely different place with your results. So I just want you to keep getting better at it. And it's going to be hard. Remember, everything is hard in the beginning. It's so foggy and messy in the middle, and it's amazing at the end. Okay? Everything is. I always use this analogy. When you were first learning to drive a car, you remember you would drive it, you'd be really holding the wheels, really holding the steering wheel perfectly, right? And then in the beginning, you're starting to get better, and now sometimes you're driving and you're like 2 fingers, at least I am, and it's like, then you're like, God, I don't even know how I got home. Like my mind was somewhere else, right? What we're talking about is conscious mastery. See, I want all of you to be a conscious competent. I want your conscious mind working for your subconscious. So whatever your goal is, I think from that place. And the repetition of being absolutely fabulous at accepting and rejecting ideas is how you create conscious mastery. And when you really put attention onto this and you become obsessed, and you have to challenge yourself. You have to say, from this point on, I'm not accepting anything. If I do, I catch it. And the more you put controlled attention on it, you're going to create conscious mastery. Now, when you gain mastery over your thoughts, you are in subjective control, but you're going to also develop world-class discipline. And I don't care if you go back and listen to hundreds of years ago. The one common denominator anybody will tell you of what success is, they all have different definitions. To me, success is not about me. It's about the value you create for others. It's about the value I create for others. But how do I create that value? With discipline. How do you practice controlled attention? Discipline. How do you practice subjective control? Discipline. I mean, imagine this. You know, Cedric, I want you to imagine that every thought you had was because you consciously chose that thought. Not because you got a thought from somewhere else. You consciously chose that thought. Now you're going to create a life that you want. That's why this is so important. But every single one of us, And this is a quote from Neville. He says, we're only limited by weakness of attention and poverty of imagination. Weakness of attention is so common where people keep negotiating with themselves. They can't do an activity or a belief for 7 days. And so that's weakness of attention. And the reason they have weakness of attention is in their imagination, they never accepted that idea radically that I've been teaching you. See, when we accept the idea radically, there is no mechanics in it. When we don't radically accept it, we're going to go back to our old self. Now, your mental faculties are your superpowers. It's your intuition, your perception, your will, your imagination, your reasoning, and your memory. Now, every one of you is great at one or two of these already. I wouldn't work on the ones you're great at. But if you are really going to master subjective control, because your results come from how well you're using these higher faculties. So if you look at every one of our results, if we look at it individually, they're a direct reflection of how we're implementing these faculties, okay? What I encourage you to do is pick one of these for the next 30 days. And I would work on it for the next 30 days, every day, every day. And let's say somebody is having a hard time with their want. They're having a hard time committing to their want. I would work on imagination. If somebody is starting and stopping, I would, like if somebody has a bad attitude right now, I'd work on your will and perception. I'd work on two. Those are the ones that I would work on. But these are your superpowers. Like this is your higher faculties are to the invisible world what your eyes and ears are to your body. Understand that. This is where your magic lies. But the magic only lies if you remember to practice these. You know how many clients, I have great clients. I mean, my elite clients that I work with, you don't know how many of them say, oh my God, I committed to doing this and I forgot all about it. It's very normal. Because remember what I told you, everything today is going to be a distraction to your goal. Everything you do today, unless you're hyper intentional. These are super powerful. These are so powerful to understand. See, we've got to always build a big picture of ourselves, because everything that we're seeing in our life is a direct relationship to how we see ourselves unconsciously, on a deep unconscious level. You have a failure mechanism and a success mechanism. Most people are really tuned into their failure mechanism. They'll remember something in their past that says, oh, I'm never going to do that again. But what I want you to do is look at a memory that you had where you really did something that you never knew how you were going to do it. You really let go and went out of your comfort zone, and what happened. And that's how you would do it. You got to get this idea. What I mean is you're willing to fail at your future self. You're willing to go after something that you've never done before. Most people are wanting change in their comfort zone. It never happens. Change never happens in our comfort zone. So they're willing to succeed at their present self. So they're willing to do the same things they've always done because it's comfortable. We have to, I want all of you to get this. Every one of us has to be willing to fail at our future self than succeed at our present self. When we're willing to fail at our future self, that means we're going after an action step that we've never done before. We're doing things that make us uncomfortable. That's what uncomfortable is. And what happens in the first few months, you don't see the same level of success, but you hold it, and then you're going to have a dramatic quantum leap in your success. And when we do it, everything changes. But these faculties are going to change your life once you practice mastering them. Like for me, every 30 days I pick a new faculty, even though I'm really strong in them now. But I pick a new one every 30 days because guess what? They can get stronger. And it's a great habit to create for yourself. See, if you're always on autopilot, you're not going to create much. Even if you've created success, I watch people who create success and then come back down. Nothing fails greater than success. That's where people start drinking their Kool-Aid. And they stop doing the things that made them successful. And so when we're getting into subjective control, this is about mental rehearsal with your eyes open. See, with your eyes open, it's mental rehearsal when you're using your higher faculties. It's not just with your eyes closed. You're practicing mental rehearsal by the ideas you're accepting by your imagination. That's why I want you to be so damn good at mentally rehearsing, both with your eyes closed and your eyes open. And when you are, you're going to start seeing the outside world reshaping itself to exactly what you want.
Welcome everyone to the Stream-A-Thon 2024, your best year yet. I'm Jeff Repich. I'm one of the coaches here at Voss Coaching Co. And it is a pleasure to welcome you here today. I'm going to be here answering any of your questions. So any comments, questions that you may have, please put them in the chat and I will be here to do my very best to help you along this journey. Enjoy this Stream-A-Thon. It's going to be fantastic and have a real impact on you.
I've got a great lesson for you today, and you want to pay close attention. I was reviewing my notes. Yesterday, I had my Peak Performers Elite Coaching Group, and I was really teaching them how to get in the spirit and act on ideas right away. And I was reviewing my notes from years ago, and you want to pay close attention to this. And this is exactly what I wrote in my notes from years ago that I was teaching all of my peak performers. And I said to them, it is much more important and effective to act into a new way of thinking than think into a new way of acting. I want you to pay close attention to what I'm saying here. If you've been around this philosophy for a long time, have you just been gathering information? Have you not been making it happen? And you could look at yourself honestly and you could say, I've read all these books, I've listened to all of what Voss is teaching me, but I'm not acting yet. See, where the change happens is when we do the action and the thinking follows. I want you to stay close with me. I've got a great example of this. I remember years ago, this was probably 5 years ago, I was in Las Vegas. And I woke up in the morning and I went to the gym and I wanted to work out. And I heard this phenomena called Peloton. And I downloaded the app that morning and I said, I'm gonna try one of their runs where the instructor is guiding you through a 30 to 60 minute run. So I got on it and I fell in love with it. I was never a runner, ever a runner. And all of a sudden, every day I became a runner. Well, what did I do? I acted my way into a certain thinking pattern. And that's what happens. I could look at all of my successes and I could go back to when I was failing miserably and I was studying this information, but nothing was happening because I wasn't acting on the ideas. Well, when you start doing a thing, the thing becomes a part of you. And that's how you're going to create significant jumps. And I mean significant quantum leaps. We want to understand this first. We're not going to act in a certain way if we don't have a goal. We have to decide exactly what we want. We have to be willing to pay that price. And we have to determine that price of what we're willing to pay. That's going to be discipline. That's going to be getting out of your comfort zone. That's going to be about becoming very intentional. Now, this is another part of acting in a certain way, is you have to behave the way you would behave had you already achieved the goal. I work with clients closely all over the world. And the first thing, I just listen to their self-talk. And I can hear them being separate from the goal. And I'll ask them, well, what kind of action steps did I take? Well, I'm not ready yet. Boom, I'm not ready yet. You're separate from it. When are you going to be ready? Are you going to play your whole life to plan to plan? This is why we get into action right away. Right now, I want you to think of what you really want. I want you to think of what you want more than anything else in the world, and I want you to start acting on it. Do at least one thing today to act on that idea. Now, there's a great word that I want you to burn in your mind. I want you to brain tattoo this, and it's about being intentional and purposeful with everything you do. That's how I created discipline. Really, discipline created me. Discipline is a way of being. It's not that I built discipline. Discipline built me. What I realized when I became intentional, I started practicing and really upping my training with the right disciplines. When I was not intentional, when I was wishing and hoping, when I was separate, when I made no commitment, my mind was disciplining me. But discipline was still a big part of my life. I was just using it against myself. Are you using it against yourself? You want to ask yourself this question. Are you mechanical, or are you in the spirit of acting on that idea? Practice this. Try this for yourself. Let me repeat that. Don't try this. Get that word out of your vocabulary. Go do it. Give yourself a command and go do that action step. Watch how much more fulfilled you feel. Watch how good you feel about yourself, and the next day what's going to happen. I always give my clients this test. For 30 days, take your actions 1% greater. One more action step each day than you would normally do, out of your comfort zone. And I tell them you're going to improve by 30%, but you're going to improve so much more than 30% because we have compounding interest working in our favor. See, we've got to get out of that I have to be perfect before I do something. You are perfect right now. You have greatness inside of you. It's dying to come out. That's why you're even watching me. You know there's something bigger in you. Your desire is meant to be fulfilled, but you're not going to do it just thinking. You've got to act. Your acting on the idea is going to bring your thinking to a significant level of awareness. I want you to lock in for the rest of the year. Whenever you watch this, and if you watch this as an old recording next year, I want you to do it forever. I literally want you to do it forever, because it's all about the actions you take. The actions are going to create the results. The results are going to upgrade what you think is possible, and it's going to keep getting better and better. My mentor used to tell me, better is such a great word. It is about getting better. And every successful person I've ever studied, they are not worried about the outcome. They are so focused about getting in the spirit of getting better. Are you in the spirit of getting better? And I want you to really ask yourself, while I'm watching this, did I wake up today and my main intention, my main purpose was beating my personal best from yesterday? I tell people that's the best goal you can ever have each day, is beating yesterday's personal best. And it sounds good, but when you act on it and really take it seriously, commit to doing it, you're going to transform your life. You're going to transform your world, and you're going to be in the top 1%. 1% is an interesting thing. A lot of people say, I want to live a life of freedom. I want to go do X. I want to do this, but they're not willing to pay the price that it's going to demand to get to that 1%. What is that price? Developing an amazing attitude. Not letting the outside disturb you. Believing in yourself, because no one's going to believe in you until you believe in you. And it's going to come into action. Act, act, act. I want you to burn that so significantly in your mind, and you're going to see your thinking just absolutely catapult. You're going to see your environment change. You're going to see your circumstances change significantly. And you're going to see how damn good you feel about yourself. And at the same time, you're building your standard. You're going to have a new standard and a new standard, and your standard's going to keep elevating over and over and over again. Don't cheat on yourself by settling. Don't play small. Take the actions and watch what happens. Thank you. I woke up this morning and I wanted to put out a very transformative lesson for all of you. I have been working closely with some of my one-on-one clients, and one word that has really helped them create a massive breakthrough, actually it's two words, it's letting go. And I want to show you how to create a life of freedom for yourself. Now, when you think of freedom, what comes on across your mind? See, we live in a world where there's thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of individuals creating massive freedom. And the only thing, if you go talk to any of those individuals, and I can tell you this, when I created a life of freedom, it came down to one truth. The only thing that moves the needle is going to be you. And I want you to understand that you have the power to create a life of freedom. I'm forever talking about wealth, but to me, wealth is not about money. It's about freedom of choice. And the biggest thing that people want is to be able to do what they want, when they want, with whomever they want, however they want, as often as they want. So today, my intention is to teach you and show you how to create a massive breakthrough. So the first question we have to ask ourselves is, are you ready to have a transformative, massive breakthrough? I want you to hear those words, transformative, massive. These are really emotional words that with the right intent will just imprint your subconscious mind. So everything I do, if you came and worked with me for a week and you were a fly on the wall, every hour I set an absolute, clear, definite intent of what I'm creating that hour. And I just let it go. Now I'm going to teach you how to let go today. My guess is if you're stuck and you're struggling, it's because you're holding on, you're attached. And I'm going to show you how to release that. Now, I always am talking about, and maybe this is the first time you're watching me, but there's two camps of people. There's the camp that wants information. They just want to keep gathering more and more information. And there's the camp that really create the freedom. Those are the people who want transformation. They want real direction, real coaching. Information is not power. It's the implementation that creates the power. And now, my company, Voss Coaching Co., our mission, and I hope this resonates with you because this is what I will help you do when you come work closely with me. But we help inspirationally dissatisfied achievers 10x their results, break free from limitations, simplify their lives, and elevate their mindset so they can stop grinding and start living a life of true freedom and fulfillment. Now, just because you may be sitting there and say, Arash, I'm inspirationally dissatisfied, that does not mean you're not making things happen. That does not mean you're less than. It means that inside of you, there's a future so much bigger than what your present is. And I want to unleash that for you. Now, everything always starts with our goal, but people are measuring their success or failure very inaccurately. The biggest mistake people make is they set a goal, and every day they're measuring it from the goal. You want to measure from where you started and see the progress continually up-leveling you. The goal is how you make decisions. The goal defines your actions, and the goal is our best accountability partner. So we want to really understand that when we're creating this breakthrough. And I want you to sit there for a moment and just let your mind go. I want you to imagine, take away your current circumstances, just wipe them away. And I want you to think, if I was living a life of freedom, what would that do for me? What would that allow me to experience? How would I be behaving? What would I have changed? Because we've got to really start attacking the vision properly. We've got to build a humongous vision for ourselves. Now, that freedom that I'm talking about, it's going to demand personal transformation. It is not going to be in your comfort zone. it is going to demand more courage. Freedom is not about creating a courage-free life. Freedom is the manifestation of up-leveling our courage every single day. And all you have to do is get out of your comfort zone. Now, I say that easily, but when you understand this lesson where everything just is, then you're not going to put a judgment on it. And I'll get into that deeper throughout this lesson. But we cannot create freedom if we do not know what we really want. Now, I want to ask you this. Right now, I just want you to follow my voice. If I said, what do you really want more than anything else in the world? Is something coming on your mind? Do you know that? Now, I've studied this 1,000 different ways. And when somebody does not have a clear picture of what they want, it comes down to one reason. They don't think they can achieve it. And I want you to dream, but I want your want to be authentic. When it's an authentic want, you don't have to justify it to anybody. Now, if I said, what do you really want? And you have no justification, that is your real want. Every time we justify our want, well, this will help me get out of debt. That's not a want, that's a need. I want it to be authentic, something that lights you on fire, something that gives you so much energy and juice, because that is your real want. So we have to know, first off, what do we really want? Now, if we don't know what we want, we have to work on that. You've got to get out a piece of paper, and you've got to write out exactly how you want to live by the end of December. I want you to write it out because I want you to create a significant quantum leap between now, when I'm recording this in August, to December 31st. Imagine if you created that quantum leap, what that would do for you. But imagine what you built yourself to. Like, one of my biggest philosophies is, I want to make my future so much greater than my present. That is such a motivator for me. Now, you can, if that resonates with you, it's done wonders for me, borrow it, take it as your own. And most people are not making it happen, not because they're not capable, not because they can't make it happen. It's because they don't have a clear, authentic want, so they don't surrender to building a future self because there's no reason to. When we have an authentic want where we want something more than anything else in the world, it just shoots us up. Now, I want you to understand, we've got to make your future your magnificent obsession. I want you from today on to imagine it was impossible for you not to achieve it. And when you start activating a magnificent obsession, here's what happens. You activate your cognitive map. You have an internal GPS that starts working for you. Our brain is here to work for us. And our brain always works on the ideas that we constantly put all our attention. Now, when we make this an obsession, think about when you've been obsessed about anything. You see it everywhere. I want your obsession to be on what you want, how you want to live, and really truly live a life of freedom. Now, how do you make it an obsession? You keep putting attention on it over and over and over again. Now, if you've been following me, and if you haven't, go watch my previous YouTube videos. But the best way to make your goal an obsession is you want to start auto-suggesting it. Even if you don't believe it, keep saying it to yourself over and over and over again. Auto-suggestion is a suggestion from yourself to yourself. And I want you all day long experiencing what you would experience had you already achieved that. Now, this is going to take discipline, but I want to tell you the truth about discipline. You're already disciplined. You may just be disciplined in the wrong things right now. Make a decision that today, as you're listening to my voice, that you're letting that other person out that's dying to come out. And you're going to turn your goal into a love story. Whenever you are in love with anything, it's always on your mind. It is always on your mind. You don't have to force yourself. It is naturally on your mind. And in order to achieve a life of freedom, we have to turn our goal into a love story. Now, None of this works without an irrevocable committed decision. When you make a commitment, that means this is what you're doing no matter what. This is the price you have to pay. Now, there's a price for freedom. Freedom isn't free. Everybody walking this planet has access to it. However, you have to be willing to pay the price. That price is commitment. And when I say commitment, that isn't 90% in, it's not 96% in, it's 100% in. Now, when you're 100% in, that doesn't mean you're not going to fail your way forward. You've got to be willing to lose in order to win. You know, I think back at my life and my journey over the last 17 years of teaching this and really changing my life from being in struggle, being in a ton of debt, to creating a life of freedom. It came down to commitment. When I committed at the highest level, everything changed. Everything changed. And I want you to get to the point that your emotions towards losing and winning are the exact same. It just is. Why? Because your losses are going to create your greatest wins. And if you're not willing to lose, there's no chance for you to create a life of freedom. Now, the great part of commitment, what it does is, what creates commitment? Courage. I don't have a guarantee that this is going to happen, but I have the guts to bet on myself, because until you bet on yourself, until I bet on myself, you cannot unleash the unlimited potential that's inside of you. Like, I want you to think of people you admire, whether it's Steve Jobs, whether it's an athlete, whether it's an entrepreneur, whoever it is you admire that's really making things happen. If you study any of them, the one common denominator is they all bet on themselves when they doubted themselves. Now, the only thing I want you to doubt are your doubts, because the world has shown us that if one person can do a thing, you can too. If one person can create a life of freedom, anybody can. But in order to do that, we have to set a significant intent. And what does intention mean? It's freedom of thought. It's frequency of thought. And an intention, a weak intention, weak result. No intention, you're living based on the law of averages. Strong intention, now you're creating your destiny. And every significant breakthrough that you are going to achieve is the result of a courageous deviation from your old way of thinking. Now, I'm very raw about this, that I cannot get, and you cannot get, to a higher level of living, a higher level of achievement, thinking the same way you've always thought. It's not going to happen. I want you right now to make a definite decision that you are going to create a massive breakthrough between now and the end of the year. And the key is believing in yourself before you're ready. I remember my mentor told me when I was first starting, and I was struggling. When I tell you I was struggling bad, I mean I was struggling bad. I was insecure. I doubted myself, but I didn't doubt my dream. But he said, you don't need to know how to do this. You don't even need to believe it. You just need to believe that I believe that I can show you how. And that's the same thing I do with all my clients. Now, if you're here just wanting information, you're going to get a ton of value out of this, and I hope you enjoy this and share it with other people that can enjoy it. But I want to create a massive breakthrough for you. And I will tell you, massive breakthroughs is when you see what you want before you're ready. Now, in order to do this, it's going to require you to adopt completely new habits. And it's going to require you to let go of 80% of the way you've always been doing things that no longer serve you. The best in the world are great quitters. You heard me right. They are great quitters. They quit at what does not serve them. And quantum leaps, creating massive breakthroughs, is going to require elimination. It's not about doing 10 action steps a day. If I could get you just to create 3 wins a day, you times that by 5 days a week, that's 15 wins a week, times that by 4.3 weeks in a month, time that by just 90 days, you're going to have over 160 wins. Imagine what will happen with your results. But I want you to make a list right now. I want you to pause this video and make a list of what you're going to eliminate that no longer serves you. That means getting rid of your bad habits. That means getting rid of conforming to your environment. That means really understanding that you're going to go within and create transformation. But I want you right now to pause this and write out what you're willing to eliminate. Now, if you have a ton of things written down, I want you to look at your top 3 that you're going to eliminate over the next 90 days. I do not need you to eliminate everything at once, but I want you to look at your top 3 most sabotaging behaviors that are stopping you from going from where you are to where you want to go. And if you do that, we are on the road to a massive breakthrough. Now, a lot of people are looking at themselves very inaccurately. And I want you to remember, just bet on yourself. There's no one else in the world you should bet on than you. And when you bet on you, that's when you're going to activate your courage. Now, this is going to take, I always say breakthroughs are about 90 days at a time, a 90-day breakthrough. Now, that's going to take 90 days of deep, real, raw internal work. That means going and asking yourself critical questions, because our questions drive our behaviors. What's a critical question? Why am I behaving in certain ways? Am I aware of the 3 behaviors that are holding me back? Ask yourself these questions, they're going to break you through. Now, in order to do this, you must begin to think. And when I say think, thinking is not looking at your circumstances. That's not thinking, that's reacting. Thinking is going back to your authentic want, and everything you do is think, feel, and act from that person. That's true thinking. Now, there are 3 parts of our mind. We have our conscious mind that creates 2 to 4% of our results. We have our subconscious mind, which is our power source that creates 96 to 98% of our results. And we have our body, which we experience the results. So you want to start understanding to let go means you are not attached to anything. I want you to start releasing judgment, good and bad. See, if we judge the good, it's still judgment. And what judgment creates is attachment. And what happens when we're attached to something? Our emotions are dictated by that attachment. So we want to become a master of letting go. Letting go is going to activate your automatic mind, which is your subconscious mind that's creating 96 to 98% of your results. Now, here's the trick. The ego goes to your conscious mind and is constantly in chaos. When you're in chaos, there's no way you're getting what you want into your subjective mind. We want to quiet that chaos. How do we do it? We do it by letting go. See, the biggest problem people have who studied the mind and are not getting results is there's no trust between the conscious and subconscious. Now, I want you to think of somebody that you trust more than anybody else in the world. Now I want you to think of your subconscious mind. Do you have the same trust in your subconscious mind? See, your subconscious mind is what's allowing your heart to beat, your blood to flow. Now, it is such a genius, but most people may have heard about it, but they're not understanding it. We've got to kill the ego off. The ego goes in and tries to get you to compete. The ego goes in and tries to get you to compare yourself. The ego goes in and wants you to be a perfectionist. Once you release judgment, now your mind is quiet. But in order to do that, everything just is. And you don't put an attachment on anything. If you're attached to something, you're only using 2 to 4% of your power and you're expecting amazing results. I want you to tap into your automatic mind. That is what is going to activate you. So we have to release any form of attachment. What's attachment? Letting your results control you. What's attachment? Fear. Then go deeper and say, why am I attached to that? So when we start activating and letting go, your life is going to become literally miracle after miracle after miracle, and you're going to activate the flow state. I want you to think about what I mean by quieting the mind. You know, if you've ever played a sport and let's say you hit a baseball. Now you wouldn't know exactly what angle that baseball was hit, but when you let go, you let your genius take over and hit it. When you're in that flow state, it's because your conscious mind is quiet. There's no judgment. You think, you feel, and you hit it. It's the same thing with success. We've got to get out of our head and into our heart. We've got to allow our heart to take over, and that's where the magic happens. Now, I want you to think about where you are. Like, you know where you are right now. It's very obvious. All of us do. And I want you to think about where you want to go. Now, if I said to you right now, what is your greatest obstacle from taking you from where you are to where you want to go? What would you tell me? Now, most people will tell me their sales results, their income. They will tell me all these circumstances. And here's the challenge with that. You're not clear of the obstacle. You are creating actions around the symptoms. We don't want to attack the symptoms. We want to attack the cause. The cause is never the sales. The cause is, do I have a sales goal? Am I practicing my sales presentation every day? Am I talking to enough people? What is income? Income is based on the value you create for others. So income is an effect. The sales are the effect. Now your goal is going to demand you to get to the cause of what you want. And the only way we're going to do that is by making a definite decision. This is how I'm going to live. This is why I want this goal. I'm not going to justify it to anybody. And I'm going to let go and create my 3 main wins every day. And when you do that, you're going to start activating your cognitive map, because now we have a magnificent obsession. We've made an irrevocable commitment, and now our brain is going to work for us on solutions on how to achieve it. But that is why commitment and turning your goal into a love story is so important. But now you're going to automatically start thinking, feeling, and acting without effort. But in order to do that, we have to let go. I want you waking up every day and say, today, I'm going to let go fully. I am not allowing the outside conditions or circumstances to control me. And I'm making definite decisions with deep intent every day. Deep intent every day. If you look at my results, if you look at your results, those are a manifestation of our deepest intents over the last 6 months. Either consciously or unconsciously. Now, I want you to start doing it consciously, because now you're creating your life by design. Now, let's look at this. What is the key to getting anything we want in our life? And I said anything. Your authentic want won't be something that you are not capable of achieving. But I want you to take an honest look at where you are in your life, and you'll see how you got there. It's so clear how you got there. I made this decision, then this decision, this action, this is how I got there. Now, to get to where you want to go, remember, I'm going to remind you again, it starts with a deep commitment. You're going to say, this is where I'm going no matter what. I'm going to keep upgrading my courage. How do I do that? I keep taking action every day, 1% greater. And the moment your belief, now, I want you to go beyond belief, which is knowing. The moment your knowing matches with any state, you fuse with it. The moment you start seeing yourself earning $100,000 or more every month, if that's your goal, going from $100,000 a year to $100 a month, it's very easy to do once you practice the right disciplines and raise your level of awareness through your mindset. This union is going to activate the exact circumstances, conditions, and growth in your environment that's where your cognitive map gets unleashed, and that's where everything is going to start coming to you once you let go. Now, this new state of conscious awareness is going to be how you see the world. Everything is going to, you're going to know that you're changing your paradigm and your programming, because you're going to take different actions. Your confidence is starting to get better and better and better. But I want you to make this part of your philosophy. I am willing to lose at my future self than win at my present self. What do I mean by that? That means I'm willing to get out of my comfort zone. I'm willing to feel that uncomfortableness that my goal demands and keep persisting forward, keep pivoting forward, and keep transforming your identity. And as you do this, you're going to start seeing your outside world start shaping itself on that goal in my example of 100,000 a month. That means my mindset is locked in like the person who's earning 100,000. Imagine right now if you were going from 100,000 a year to 100,000 a month, what would be different in your life? Imagine how many people's lives that you would have impacted by your example. Imagine what your vibration just walking into a room would do for people. This success is not about us, it's about the value we create for others. Now, in order to let go, we have to be neutral. I want you to imagine a straight line. Everything just is. It's not positive, it's not negative. We've released judgment, but this is where we have our greatest power to transform, because this is where we get to the truth. We say, oh, this action step I did with a little fear, I'm gonna redo it, but I'm gonna let go completely. When you're neutral, now you're thinking without effort. You're allowing your instinct to take over, and our instinct is 10 times more powerful than our intellect. When you're in that flow state where you've completely killed off the ego and you're just about win-win and you're constantly willing to pivot forward, that's when your life is going to become magical. Now, neutral is so valuable because we're controlling the flow of thought energy. We have a negative thought, we say, nope, I'm going to be in control of that, and I'm going to cancel that thought out and reaffirm the exact opposite of that. And when you let your thoughts flow freely, that's when everything is going to connect with your breakthrough, with a life of freedom. And I'm telling you, freedom is a great idea to get in love with. I mean, I want you to go back into what I started this with. Imagine if you're living a life of freedom. It's going to change the game. But when we let go, that's where we create emotional discipline. Emotional discipline, where I'm disciplining my emotions, I'm not allowing my emotions to control me. One of the greatest sabotagers for individuals who are stuck, who are not making it happen, is they're letting their outside results control their identity, control who they are. Your outside have nothing to do with who you are. You are infinite. Your spiritual DNA is absolutely perfect. There's not one thing you cannot do that is in your heart. But what happens is they let the outside control them, and they say, this is who I am. That's not who you are. That's who your behaviors are. You want to make that distinction. Now, in order to create a massive breakthrough, if you want to 10x your results, you have to 10x your confidence. Confidence comes from letting go. Once again, let's look at our results. That'll tell us our confidence. Now, if you start working on your confidence day in, day out by living your life by design with the right processes, you're going to create massive freedom. Now, I want you to seek intensity coupled with emotional discipline. What is intensity? It means I am so clear with the intention of what I want. It does not mean force. Forcing is attachment, letting go. I want you to let it go. When you think about a time you let go completely, everything happens so effortlessly in your life. Now, when you have the confidence, you have won before you started, that I know this is what I'm doing. I always use this analogy. If you and I were going on a 5-mile run, we wouldn't stop at 1 mile and turn around. If we committed to each other we were going to run 5 miles or walk 5 miles, we would go to our destination. Yet people have a goal, but they're not committed to it. That's why they start, stop, start, stop. But when you use it like if we were going on a 5-mile run or walk, we wouldn't stop until we got there. That's how I want you to be with your goal. And confidence is about definiteness. I know that I know that I know. There's that word knowing again. It's beyond belief. I know that I'm going to accomplish this. Even when you lack certainty, You keep taking the action, and every time you take an action, you're transforming your identity, and that's called letting go in action. Now, I want you to look at anybody who's free, watch how they live. They're not afraid. They may have doubts, but they keep going forward. Every action is going to wipe out the fear. But confidence is about detachment. It's about surrender. It's about letting go. Now, you're going to hear me say letting go. If you come work with me, I show you exact processes of exactly what to do and how to do it. But confidence is about the choices you make. Everybody has genius. Everybody has potential. That's not enough. It's the choices we make that defines us. Nothing is going to define you more than the choices you make. And the defining choices is what's called hard work. But in the beginning, it's hard, and at the end, it's absolutely magical. Now, behaving your way into a new identity is what unleashes massive quantum leaps. That means I'm going to take this action even if I fall on my face. But you just taking that extra action is going to change your life. It's going to change your life. What did I say? I want 3 significant wins every day. And I don't want you to believe me. I want you to test it for yourself. You do that for 90 days, you're going to see your life transform. It's literally going to be 160 plus wins. Now, when we talk about confidence, a confident person is a person who's willing to fail. They may not know how to do something, but they know they're going to figure it out. They're constantly willing to fail forward and forward. Now, what are the key characteristics of a confident person? They're definite in what they're doing. They are obsessed with deliberate practice. And deliberate practice is a skill and a belief that I do not have as a part of my identity that is crucial to have to achieve my goal. And they drill that weakness over and over and over and over again until it's automatized where it'd be harder not to do than to do. Deliberate practice is the difference between the masses, the 95% of the people who just conform, and the top few percent. Deliberate practice is not going back to what you're already excellent at. It's about building that one belief and that one behavior over the next 90 days. You do that over a year, that's 4 new beliefs that are significantly empowering beliefs and 4 new skill sets. You're going to live a life of freedom by design. And confidence is constantly stacking one win after the next, after the next. But no one is confident unless they're hyper intentional. Think about Kobe Bryant. Kobe Bryant was the greatest basketball player in the world, yet he was at the gym at 3 a.m. after he had a game that ended at 10 p.m. That's somebody who was already the best in the world and was constantly understanding deliberate practice and intention. Nothing is going to create a greater jump for you than intention. Now, let's get back to our mind. There's 3 parts of our mind. We have a conscious mind, we have a subconscious mind, and we have a body. Now, I want you to listen to this very carefully. I want you to see in your conscious mind right now how you would see yourself already living a life of freedom. You want to make that your magnificent obsession. You see it all day long. You want to feel in your subconscious mind, and you train your subconscious to feel like you're already your future self. And in your body, you are going to empower your central nervous system, and you're releasing and eliminating any toxicity that is infecting it. And then you practice repetition over and over and over again. And as you continually impress seeing, feeling, and acting, your body will be in a completely different vibration, and you're going to see the results come. But here's the trick. We don't let the results control us. There's going to be a period that must pass between all your deliberate practice work, all your mindset, all practicing your processes before you see it physically. Your 5 senses are going to be the last part of you that experience it. Now, I want to end this with a process that I call the freedom process. And I'm going to give you exactly what it is. The freedom process is number one, our starting point is abundant. We are abundant. Abundance demands us to be bold. So how do we be bold? We get out of our comfort zone. We're creating a bigger and bigger and better future in our mind. We have authentic wants because wants create abundance with no justification. We operate all day long with extreme ownership. We do not blame, we do not complain about anything. And we are not condemning anybody. That's how you transform yourself. You take your power back and you take action with swagger. What do I mean by that? You are acting like the person you want to be. You're acting already like that person with $100,000 a month income, $100,000 a month sales. And that's going to create your emotional freedom. And you think without effort. When you're doing your mindset work, when you're doing your processes, that's when you think. But when you're out in the world, now you're trusting your training and you're following your instinct. And everything you do with complete detachment. You are let go. Your conscious mind is so quiet and you are hyper intentional every hour. Now you may think, oh gosh, he's being obsessive every hour. I will tell you, that's what changed my life. When you get intentional, this is what I'm doing no matter what, and you release being obsessed with the outcome. I promise you, the outcome happens as soon as you let go. And that is about, now, I want you to think about this. When you completely let go, it's about great energy. 10xing our life is about having great energy. That's why it's easier to create quantum leaps than it is to create incremental results. And it's always practicing the power of 5. The power of 5 is every decision you make from your goal. Every discipline is from your goal. Every standard, everything you're saying yes to is your standard. Is that from your goal? But when you make it from your goal, I'm telling you, it's going to become breakthrough after breakthrough for you. And your identity-based behaviors, you think, feel, and act from the person who already achieved this goal. And you have the most amazing, positive mental attitude. You look for the good in everything. So what happens? You're going to create world-class freedom. I want you to watch this over and over and over again. I want you to send it to someone, add value to their life. Say, you've got to really watch this. I promise you, I'm really good at what I do, and I don't say that because of me. I had the greatest mentors. I still have the greatest mentors. But in order for me to be able to transfer this effectively, I implement this. I am a great student. And once you become a great student, your life is going to become better and better. Your life becomes more magical when you stop trying to conform to everybody and let go. There's only one of you. Go create an amazing rest of your year. Thank you so much.
All right, hello everyone. It is so nice to see all of your smiling faces, and I want to give you a nice warm welcome to Scottsdale, Arizona, and to our Elevate Mastermind. This is going to be a high-level mastermind like you've probably never experienced before, unless you were at our May one. So any experience that you've had in a mastermind before, I want you to put that to the side and kind of open your mind. And I want to also set aside some anxieties you might have. I know a lot of times when you're at an event like this, you want to take all the notes because you don't want to forget anything. We are going to send you detailed notes at the end of every day. So while there's going to be a couple of things that you're going to want to write down, if you have a big idea, if you have an aha moment, go ahead and jot those down. But detailed notes will be sent to you at the end of each day. Now I want to give you a little bit of a preview. In this event, there's going to be teaching. There's going to be small group masterminds where we break you into small groups. Those will not have detailed notes. So all of the main sessions will have detailed notes. Then there's going to be a time where each of you has the opportunity to come up to the front of the room with Arash and I for hot seat coaching, individual masterminding. And the value that you get out of this time, all of them, is going to be the equivalent that you're willing to be honest with yourself and be really certain about what it is that you want, what your goal is, what your struggles are, so that we can have a productive conversation. So look forward to this next 2 days with all of you. It's going to be amazing. We're gonna have breaks, we're gonna have lunch. If you need to get up at any time and use the restroom, just go out these doors right here and take a right, and you're free to do so. There's beverages at the back. Our entire Voss Coaching Co team is at the back and here to help you with anything you might need, any questions you might have. And we are so happy to be here with you. So now, please help me give a nice warm welcome to Arash Vossoughi.
Well, it's great to see all of you. I've met some of you I've never met. Some of you have been to our other events, so it's great to see you again. This is going to be a phenomenal 2 days. We did this event in May. I think it was May. And our clients who have done a lot of things with us said it was the very best thing they did. And I don't know if that's accurate or not. I think it's really powerful because it's 2 days of working on your businesses, working on your ideas, not in it. Most business owners are being busy. And I am going to encourage you to plan out your calendars by the time you leave every day to be working on your business, not just in it. It is very important to do. And we're going to have, like Mikey said, when we bring you up to strategize with you, all of it's recorded, so you're going to get the recording. But when we strategize, I'm going to be very honest. Like, if I think you're doing something that I don't think is effective, I'm going to tell you. So I always say in masterminds, one of the keys is not to take anything personally. And when you guys are mastermind to each other, your job is not to judge what each other's ideas are. You want to put all your attention on that person because they're the most important person. I watch a lot of masterminds where people think they know better than the other person, and that's not the purpose of the mastermind. The purpose is to leave them better off than you found them. And I am going to guarantee you that you guys are all probably doing too much. I'm going to guarantee you that. Less is more. Quantum leaps are always about elimination. And, you know, being an entrepreneur is an interesting journey. And entrepreneurship, to me, comes down to a few key things. Number one, and a great entrepreneur is always upgrading their beliefs and upgrading their skill sets. Now, I'll watch entrepreneurs, because I coach them all over the world. They get to a certain level, but they don't keep increasing their skill set. They think they're already there. So they start drinking their own Kool-Aid. And then it comes down to leverage and structure. Most entrepreneurs have the hardest time with structure. Now, I would be terrible at structure, but that's why when I went into business, the first call I made was to Mikey, because I leverage her structure. And I leverage my weaknesses that I don't want to make strengths. But leverage is such an easy concept to understand, but it takes so much trust to build it. And leverage is going to be the thing that is going to scale up your business more than anything. And there's so many things we can leverage. And when I do corporate coaching, one of the biggest gaps that I see, companies could be around for 30 years, but they don't leverage leadership at all. And they're letting their team drive them. They're being led by their team. They act like they're not, but they are. And it is a huge mistake. I was telling Mikey at dinner last night, I saw this post by Amy Porterfield, and she said, if somebody's complaining about a 9 to 5, then get rid of that person. They could ruin somebody else's business. And I thought it was so accurate. So I'm going to ask you guys to really go deep with yourself. Like, turn off everything. Turn off your phones. I don't care if you turn them actually off, but like, don't be in here on them because you're going to lose the value of it. And when you completely put all your attention on your business, it's going to change the game. Now, I'm going to tell you what I'd like you to do before I get started. How I'm going to do the morning is I'm going to do a lesson to wake you guys up, and then we're going to take a break, and then we're going to do a mastermind that we're going to break you guys up, and then I'm going to start bringing you guys up one at a time. Now, the best part of it is I could be working with Ann, with Mikey, and you're going to get so much out of how I implement ideas, why I'm thinking. And I'll ask Ann so many questions. Like, I already have a question for Ann right away, reading her bio. You know, one of the things is, ask yourself this. What you want right now, am I that identity? So you got to really ask yourself. You could say, I want X, but I'm more comfortable with Y. So I keep working on Y. And, you know, I was working with my Pinnacle Club last week. Jenna's in it. And I said, the saddest thing to me, and I could say it because I used to do it, so I know when I made mistakes, is people are satisfied with what they don't want. And they keep living that way for 30 years, 40 years. And our life here is so quick. It goes by so quick that if we're not doing what we love and loving what we do, we're wasting our time. Like, that's my big motto. Whenever I go golfing with my friends, I said, we get to do this because one of my biggest philosophies is love what I do and do what I love. And when you operate that way, you're going to grow. You're not going to let your results control you. Now, I'm going to tell you this right now, and I'm going to write it here for you, that this right here is one of your biggest enemies. Right here, present results. I can tell you that is controlling your thinking. That is controlling your decisions. That is controlling the type of actions you take. And so what I want you to leave here is to stop obsessing about that. It's easy. Like, Ed, if I told you your present results, do you know them?
Oh, yeah.
So we don't need to keep obsessing about them. We already know them, right? You know, Kayvon, if I asked you your present results, do you know them? But that's the block. Why is it a block? Because we shrink. We don't feel as good as. Because what are present results? See, there's past results, there's present results, and there's future results. So the past results are what most people regret. The present results are what they're frustrated by. And the future is what they're impatient about. So, like, think of you. But what I'd like you to do first is I want you to write out your main intent and your main goal. And why I want you to do this, every time I'm talking or I'm working with somebody, you're going to think from your goal. You're going to think from that. So whenever you study, always make sure you write out your goal before you do anything. Before you do your morning routine, write out your goal, because everything follows intention. And intention is frequency of thought. So if we don't have an intention, we're just on wherever we are emotionally. But when you have intention, you change the game. So why don't you start out by writing exactly what your goal is. You know, while you're doing that, I want to congratulate you. I was just thinking about that. I want to congratulate you for valuing yourself enough to invest the time and money to be here. It's a big deal. And you are transforming your identity just by walking into this room. So I want to congratulate you for that. Most people are not doing that. So you are, just in this moment, you transformed your identity. All right, you guys ready? Now, I want you to look at your goal. Is that what you really want, or is that what you think you can achieve? Now, if that's what you really want, great. Don't change it because I'm asking the question, but I want you, like I have this term that I use, I said, own your shit. Like, I want you to own it. I want you to understand that. That's your identity from this point forward. Like, that's how you want to start thinking. Now, I can guarantee you, if you implement what I teach here and what Mikey and I work with you on, you're going to earn more money. But money's an interesting thing. There's never been an easier time to earn money than there is right now. Why do I say that? Just look at all the resources. Look at how business is run and how much money is being made online. How much people are being rewarded for communication. I mean, if you go look at YouTube, people are being rewarded millions upon millions for how they communicate. And if you're not earning that, all it means is you haven't built your processes. You haven't built the right actions, and you're starting and stopping. That's all it means. But the great thing about it, you can always change that. You can always change it. You know, I have a client, the other day I was talking to him, and he was crying to me. He said, I let you down. And I said, you didn't let me down. And he said, I start, stop, start, stop. I said, you haven't let me down at all, but you haven't been consistent. You haven't conquered you. And there is no money until we conquer ourselves. And I said, you're not adding value to the marketplace. I said, but you could start today. I said, so stop crying. Let's pick yourself up and let's work from today on. Now, why did I tell him that? Because people are measuring the wrong thing. They're measuring from the goal. The goal isn't what we measure from. The goal is our accountability partner. We measure from where we got started. You measure from your processes. So a lot of you have been in my group coaching programs. Now, you'll know, if you have not been diligently doing the process, you'll know why you're getting the results. But if you're doing the processes every day, the results happen automatically. It works like a recipe. So the thing about money is nobody earns a lot of money until they decide they're going to earn a lot of money. And that's the rule. Like, they decide they're going to do it. Like, if you look at wealth, there's two simple rules of wealth, in my opinion. It's find the wealthy and study them and do what they do. And it's find the poor and study them and do what they do. Like, you're going to find a complete different mindset between the two. That's why wealth is so easy to create once you open your heart. You know, if you find somebody wealthy, do you notice they always have a can-do attitude? They always are focused on service. They're always focused on increasing value. And then if you watch somebody who's poor, what do they have? They're always complaining, always a victim, always thinking about their past. So that's all you have to understand. Now, to earn real psychic income, you want to enjoy more freedom. You want to do what you love. That's what is going to create real wealth for you, not just money. Real wealth is the fulfillment where you wake up every day loving what you're doing. But people are not looking for wealth. They're looking for freedom. They're looking to be able to do what they want, when they want, however they want, with whomever they want. You know, that's what they're looking for. But everybody is treating a symptom, not the cause. So they make machines. I see this with entrepreneurs all the time. I was telling Mikey this. People are looking at symptoms. When I work with somebody, I'll say, what's holding them back? My income. That's a symptom. That's not a cause. Sales. Symptom, not a cause. So we're not looking. We want to start getting good at looking at everything just is, and then finding our obstacle. The obstacle is the cause. You take care of the cause, the effect will take care of itself. So I bet you coming into this room that you guys are working on a lot of symptoms right now. You guys are working on a lot of symptoms. So you work your butt off working on those symptoms. You're really putting the effort in, but you're not getting that quantum leap. It's because we got to get to the cause. So what is the cause of sales? Somebody sales. Right away, how consistent is your messaging? Are you all in? Where are you going with marketing? The sales don't happen by accident. You can't do it once in a while. You get rewarded by what you do every single day. And you are destined to live the life you really want once you commit. Now think about this. I want you to imagine, right now we're at the end of August. So we have 4 months, September, October, 4 months left. Imagine for the next 4 months you had all-in commitment. And imagine you had all-in focus with your goals. Imagine where you'll be by December 31st. Now all we have to do is look at your focus this week. Did it wane? Did it go up and down? Were you all in? Because here's the deal. You're either all in or you're all out. There's no in between. Now, I didn't make the rules. Those are just the rules. You're either all in or all out. Now, somebody will tell me, well, I'm more all in than I used to be. And I say, good. But why don't we hold ourselves to a stronger standard? Because your goal is going to demand that. Your goal isn't going to demand just being halfway in. Think of the things you're just excellent at. It just comes like second nature. You know, some of you, second nature is serving, but you're all in with serving. Some of you are really good at building homes. For you, Ed, you're all in on that though, right? Why don't we go all in on your mindset now? Why don't we go all in on not obsessing about the present results? Why don't we stop going all in on thinking, this person's more successful than me, so I don't belong in this room? We are halfway through the Stream-A-Thon. Now, the next 12 hours are going to be better than the first 12 hours. What if I told you that? Don't miss out. The next 12 hours, one idea can change your life. At this very moment, I want you to make the decision with me that you have the power to change your life, and you're going to decide to change your life. I'm forever telling people they never truly decide. You know when you decide where you follow massive action afterwards. The next 12 hours are going to be huge for you. I'm constantly teaching about 10X. And 10X is about setting goals that will lead you to an extraordinary life. But the beauty of setting big goals, that's when you let go of your past self. But setting them is not going to let go. You have to commit to them. That's when you let go of your past self. So if we're letting the present results dictate what we're doing, guess what? We're not creating anything different than our programming. And what are results? Results are a manifestation of our actions, and our actions are a manifestation of our programming. Now, somebody will say to me, it's my attitude. Well, who's in control of that? Who's in control of your attitude? Yeah. So you're choosing to be all out on your attitude. You're choosing to be a victim. So we've got not to look at, I have a great attitude as a badge of honor. Look at it, that's how you influence people. That's how you impact people. So we want to set big goals. Now, this first part is probably the best definition I've ever heard of greatness. And it was from a book called Greatness. And I can't remember the author's name. Bob, do you remember the author's name? Can't remember either. But he says, greatness is defined by selfless exceptionalism. I couldn't agree more with him. But in order to have selfless exceptionalism, we have to ask ourselves, what do I really want to achieve? That's where it starts. What do I want to achieve? Now, the want, if I'm in the way of the slides, just tell me to. But the want has to be authentic. So Kevin, if I asked you what you wanted, or you asked me what I wanted, and then I started justifying it, then I'm coming from need. We don't justify our wants to anybody. This is what I want. Why? Because I just want it. See, when we're justifying and saying, you know, Kevin, I want this want because it'll be better for my family, and it's an unauthentic want, it has no power. So whatever you want is your want. It's nobody else's business, but our want creates abundance. Now, when it's authentic, you're never going to worry about what anybody else is thinking. That's the beautiful part of the want. You're never going to worry. When I went out on my own, when I left my old company, I had all this hate because people are like, how can you do that? You're next in line. And I was like, listen, that's your want. That wasn't my want. And I own my want. And when you own your want, you're going to change your life. But most people's want is not even their want. It's somebody else's want. Like, I'm constantly working with Jenna because Jenna talks to me about she wants to take the summer off with her kids. I said, why don't we create a system that you don't work in the summer? We can do that because that's what she wants. And so what Vicky wants is what Vicky wants, not what I want for Vicky. But when we're not operating from our authentic want, we're going to go on this treadmill. And that's where the old program comes in. So I want you to look at your goal, and that's why I asked you, is that what you think you could achieve, or is that what you want to achieve? Now, then you've got to ask yourself, how bad do I want to reach this goal? How bad? I don't care what you did yesterday. I don't care what you did last month. You could change your want and connect to it, where you say, this is what I want more than anything else in the world. I'm always using that story of Socrates, where a gentleman comes to his house and says, I want to be as great of a philosopher as you are. Now, I want you to think about your want. I want everyone just to listen to my voice, but think about your want. I want to be as great of a philosopher as you. And so Socrates takes him back to this lake, and he says, kneel down. So the gentleman kneels down. He grabs him by the neck, and he holds his head underwater. Holds his head. Then he brings his head up, and he says, what were you thinking? He says, I just wanted to breathe. And he says, if you want to be as great of a philosopher as me, you have to want it as badly as you want to breathe. So how badly do you want your want? See, business demands courage. Freedom demands courage. Now, if you think once you're financially free, that means living a courage-free life, you're going to lose it all. You're going to lose it all. It's not about living courage-free. It's about being more and more courageous. And what if I told all of you that you got to do hard much better? What if I said that? You got to do hard much better. When you do hard much better, you're growing your identity, because great things demand toughness. And if you don't want to build that toughness, your results will reflect it. That doesn't mean you have to be less vulnerable. You actually have to be more vulnerable so you could actually feel. Most people are not feeling. But that's what you want to look at when you're creating your results. Then you have to look at, currently, do I have the mental toughness to handle the adversity along the way? Because your goal, you're going to go through adversity. Your goal, I promise you guys are going to go through adversity. You're going to have to feel that adversity and eat it for breakfast. You're like, oh, good, I'm on the right path. That's what adversity is. I am on the right path. That's what it's telling you. Now, the masses, which I like to call the asses, we don't follow. Because guess what the masses do? They shrink. They constantly shrink and make an excuse. Now think about this. You guys all have a growth mindset, or else you wouldn't even be in this room. But there's two different mindsets. There's the growth mindset, and there's this fixed mindset. The fixed mindset are the masses who are always blaming everybody else. The growth mindset is asking, what is going to take me to the next level? I've invested this, but there's a better thing out there. And they say, it's not whether they can afford to do it. They say, can I afford not to do it? Can I afford not to do it? Like, Jenna, how many programs have we done together?
6 or 7.
Okay, 6 or 7. Krista, you?
2, 3, 4, 5, I think.
Yeah. These people get it. They get it because why do I have a coach? Because we all have blind spots. There's not an end to personal transformation. It's a beginning. It's always a beginning because you constantly become a new version of yourself. Now, a lot of people will write spiritual contracts to themselves. I'm not doing anything else. That's a fixed mindset. That's a fixed mindset. I encourage you, if you're going to really make things happen, to constantly be upgrading yourself and constantly stop measuring how much of it costs. Ask yourself, can I afford not to do it if it's a good opportunity? That's how you want to start thinking. Now, this is very important. Do your words and action reflect the heart that inspires peak performance in others? Because success is not about us. It's about the value we provide for others. That's what success is. It's not about me. If it was about me, I would be doing something different. It's about the value you provide for others. So you want to think about it. When you give, you live. But here's the beautiful part of giving. When you give is an act, but reciprocity happens at the exact same time. It may not happen from that person you give to, but it's going to happen when you let go and give unconditionally. And you want to remember that. And look at how, all I have to ask you is, how am I giving? You know, it'll tell you the story of what you're getting back. Now, is it possible that what you wrote down is going to demand unleashing your greatness? I would say yes. And that's evidence that we're meant to pursue it instead of saying that's too big. What is the number one mistake when somebody sets a goal? They assign a level of difficulty to it before they get started. That's going to be hard. That's going to be a lot of work. That's going to be a lot of work. You know, it's actually less work. Why? Because it's higher energy. That's why it's less work. You know what's harder work? Doing what you're stuck at. Keep doing the same thing, setting 1x, 2x goals. That's hard. You're just trading your time for money. Now, success is never a straight line. It's never linear. It's a roller coaster of up and downs, but a successful person doesn't look at it as up and downs. They look at it as, where do I get to get better? What do I get to fire myself at? You know, that's what they look at. You know, I'm always looking, where can I fire myself? I want to fire myself so I could work on my other ideas. You know, but most business owners are not looking at where to fire themselves, and it's a good place of what to do. Now, world-class performers are never done growing. They consistently keep reinventing themselves. Now, your goal is going to demand you to keep reinventing yourself every day. There's two forms of currency that most people never even think of. What are they? They are your daily personal transformation and how you direct your energy. Those are currencies, and how you're using them is a currency. It's just an invisible currency you don't see. Now, the world class do their greatest work in private. Practice is their work. They are so obsessed with deliberate practice. All right, Ann, I'm going to give it to you again because I asked you to define it for me. Let's see if you got it.
Right.
Deliberate practice.
It's what you see that you are, it's basically a bad habit, and you need to let go of it and replace it with something that will help you grow. It's letting go. Is that right?
No.
Okay.
You're getting better.
Okay.
It was a better answer than the last one. Deliberate practice, we want to know inside and out. And deliberate practice is, we have a weakness that we really wanted to make our strength. And you practice at that skill. Let's say selling was a weakness for you that you want to make a strength. So you would practice your sales presentation over and over and over again. And you don't stop practicing it until it's automatic, until you've automatized it. Another good one would be communication, leadership. Leadership would be a big one, right? That would be something to really work on deliberate practice. But here's the challenge with deliberate practice. It is super boring. It is monotonous. And you are going to want to go back to your comfort zone of what you're already good at. But it's about drilling your weakness until it becomes a strength. Now, I believe in leveraging everything. But there's certain things I can't leverage. There's certain things that I have to build up my skill set to. Those are things that you would operate in deliberate practice. So that's what deliberate practice is. But you can practice it over and over again and then go back to your comfort zone because it feels easier. That's why deliberate practice is a game changer for entrepreneurs. You know, and I didn't make up the term. Anders Ericsson really brought it into the world. And Anders Ericsson is a psychologist from Stanford. He's done a lot of great work. Do you know who he is? Oh, I thought you might. Yeah, so he's done a lot of great work. But world class show up always to grow. And they're constantly practicing until they become great. Now, I will give you the biggest cheat code that will transform your income, just income-wise. The elite of the elite practice until they can't get it wrong. The average practice until they get it right once and they stop doing it. They stop doing it. You know, so until we automatize something, we don't have it. We know about it, but we don't have it. And that's what we want to keep doing. You know, and then the best goal anybody can set is beating your personal best from yesterday. Not beating yourself up from yesterday, but making yesterday's self inferior to today. Now, real transformation requires real honesty. And I'm going to ask you guys a question. And I'd like you to write it down. You never have to share it with me or anybody. But where are you lying to yourself the most right now? Where are you lying to yourself? You know, one day I called Mikey and I said, where are we lying to ourselves? And she goes, we're not. I said, bullshit. I said, we are. So then she started thinking about it, and you know, she's like, oh, probably in this area. And she's like, where do you think? So I told her where I thought. It's a great question. It's not a question where you beat up yourself. It's a question like, where am I not looking at the truth? Where am I not being honest? Because where we're lying to ourselves becomes our greatest opportunity. And guess where we're lying to ourselves is? Where our greatest excuses lie. And where do our greatest excuses come from? Our greatest fear. And that's all excuses are. There's an underlying fear. So if we start asking ourselves as business owners, we're going to start unleashing the answer. Because the minute you ask the question, you get the answer literally right away. You'll get it right away. Why? Because when you ask a question, you're neutral. There's no judgment. Now, peak performance, these are the characteristics. They set big goals and they act on them. They execute them. Doesn't mean they execute them great, but they start. They're not afraid to find the negative. They're willing to look at, I'm not doing this right. I'm not doing this well. And they're winners because they find the issues and they fix them. That's what they do. God, why am I blanking on his name? Viktor Frankl. He says, before you find the problem, fix it. You know? And that's what you want to, as an entrepreneur, you have to be 4 steps ahead. You could feel it. You could feel right now, like if you look at your businesses right now, you could feel like what your threats are, what the biggest threats are to your businesses. Don't ignore them. Create the solution before it happens. That's where you're going to change the game in your business. Now, nobody can ever consider them a peak performer if they don't fall in love with repetition. That goes back to deliberate practice. I'll ask people, one of the questions I always ask people is, what are you earning? And the person who doesn't want to tell me, that's a huge red flag for me. Huge red flag. And they don't want to tell me because they're thinking I'm judging them. And they're disappointed by what they're earning, but what they're earning is just an effect. There's nothing to be disappointed about. All we can do is change it if we want to, but if we're not even owning it, then we're already coming from lack. So I always know where their mindset is. Now, let's look at this. What are peak performers? Execution is the key. So I want you guys to build in your identity that I am great at execution. I fail my way forward until I figure it out. It's your ability to perform consistently. That's what execution is. And then you look at your focus. Your ability to lock in on exactly what you want and surrender to the process and embrace the process. That is what is going to get you to where you want to go. And then you look at feedback. Your results are always giving you such great feedback. So if you look at it neutrally, it's going to change the game. So, Jeremy, look at your results this past month, okay? What have they told you?
That I'm going in the right direction.
That's good. They're always giving us feedback. So when they give you feedback, either you change or you adapt and get better at what you're doing. So let's say your results were really bad. Okay? That would give you feedback too, where I would question and say, where's the opportunity here? Where's the opportunity that I'm not seeing? So it'll always tell you. Now, optimal strategies. It's learning from your mistakes and pivoting forward. It's learning from your losses as much as you're learning from your wins. That's where it is. Like, how many people in here have a team? So we've got, most of you have a team, okay? So the optimal strategies is going to be critical for you to look at how the team is performing. And if they're not performing, why they're not performing, and your job as a leader is to course correct it. Your job is to course correct it and bring them up to who they can become. And if you ignore that, then you are the problem, not them. So that's the job of a leader, is to develop more leaders. Now, processes are what's going to rewire and build your confidences. Processes create your results by default. So you've got to stick to it and become obsessive about your processes, that this is what I'm doing 5 days a week. If you do that over 6 months, you're going to change your life. Now, I have clients who've done it for 6 months and they stop doing it. Why do they stop doing it? And I always say, they go, can you give me new process? I say, well, tell me what you're doing. I said, well, you're not doing any of them. And they're like, no, I need new ones. I said, well, are you going to do the new ones? Hello, this is Arash Vossoughi. I wanted to share with you one of the most impactful ideas that changed my life. And it is on attitude. I speak a lot about it. I get a lot of people who have told me how much my lessons on attitude have changed their lives. And I want to go a little deeper in it today. Years ago, I was working with my dear friend and greatest mentor, Bob Proctor. And I would tell him, I'd be always open with him, and I'd say, I'm really stuck right now. And he'd always say, well, it's your attitude. And he said, anybody can have a great attitude when things are going well. He said, the true professionals in life, the true pros, have an even better attitude when things were not going as well. And he said, Arash, don't feel bad about it. He said, but you have to learn this. I had to learn it. He said, my mentor taught me that. You know, my story is, before I met Bob, I was really wanting to change my life. For 3 years, I was studying literally until 2 in the morning. I couldn't stop watching his video, other people's videos. I would be going to seminars, but nothing was working. And I lost my job. Bob and I got connected through a mutual acquaintance, and I got mentored by him. But my results started changing significantly. But when things were going really well, I had a great attitude. But when things were going not so well, I was really letting the outside control my attitude. And when Bob taught me about the pros, and all the time he used to tell me, you want to be a pro. There's so many amateurs out there. You really got to turn into a pro. And anything he told me, I would implement right away. So I went on a 2-year dive of attitude. Now, I wanted to share this with you. So what I did is I really put a lot of attention on this. I got this book, this is my favorite book of all time. It's called The Science of Getting Rich with Wallace Wattles. And there's a few paragraphs in here that I rewrote every day. But I would read these 1, 2, 3, 4 paragraphs 5 times a day. And all of a sudden, my attitude started changing. I really started getting in control of my thinking, and I started creating discipline. If anything was out of harmony with what I want, I started saying no to. And I wouldn't just say no, it was a hard no. I want to read this to you. Waddle says, I have said that an individual gets rich by doing things in a certain way. In order to do so, you must be able to think in a certain way. Your ways of doing things is a direct result of the way you think about things. To do things in a way you want to do them, you will have to acquire the ability to think the way you want to think. This is the first step towards getting rich. To think what you want is to think truth regardless of appearances. I would stop myself just in those two paragraphs and I said, think truth. That means think what I wanted regardless of the outside. That's attitude right there. That is control. He says, you have the natural and inherent power to think what you want to think, but it requires far more effort to do so than it does to think thoughts which are suggested by appearances. To think according to appearances is easy. To think truth, that's what we want, regardless of the outside, is laborious and requires the expenditure of more power than any other work you have to perform. Now, I want you to pay attention to this. He says there is no labor from which most people shrink as they do from that of sustaining consecutive thought. It is the hardest work in the world. This is especially true when truth is contrary to appearances. Every appearance in the visible world tends to produce a corresponding form in the mind which observes it. This can only be prevented by holding the thought of the truth. Now, if you're sitting there right now saying, I can really relate to Arash. When things are going well, I feel really good. But when things are not going as well, I don't feel as good. I challenge you to read from the first chapter. It's called The First Principles of Science of Getting Rich, what I just read to you. And read it 5 times a day. Write it out by hand once a day. Why we want to write it, when we write, it burns the idea in our subconscious mind. Writing creates feelings, feelings create actions, actions create results. See, my whole life, until I got mentored properly, I was too physical. I was always letting whatever was going on the outside control the inside. When my life really changed is when I started being in control. I want you to think about what it is that you really want right now. Now, are you letting the outside reject it and say, no, I can't do that. My history shows I've never done it. Or are you willing to do what I did? Are you willing, if necessary, to take a 2-year dive on attitude? Now, listen, I didn't need to take 2 years. I did it because I was sick and tired of being high and low. And I realized the true pros, you would never know whether they had the best day or the worst day. You would never know about it. They were always in control. When you gain self-control, you create so much power inside of you. That power that we all have access to comes from the essence of who we are, that our Creator has given us, that we can develop. Now, I found a way that I've taught this to thousands and thousands of people to do it, and you could do it, but you want to really go deep with this. Now, I want you to think about, what do I really want? That is going to be where you want to get your attitude aligned with. When we say think truth regardless of appearances, we think what we want no matter what's on the outside. Now, in the beginning, it takes a great deal of discipline to start saying a hard no to anything that is in contradiction to what you want. But I will tell you, when you fall in love with your want, and how you fall in love with it is you think about it over and over and over and over again, and you get emotionally involved in that want, you're going to see how quickly your life starts transforming. And it always starts with attitude. What is attitude? Attitude is our thoughts, our feelings, and our actions. I really encourage you to take this test and do it for the next 90 days. You don't need to do it for 2 years. Do it for 90 days and comment below on how this has impacted you. Now, if you do it for 1 day but miss the next day, start at day 1. And make a rule that you're never going to miss 2 days in a row. Do it for 90 days. I promise you, this one idea that transformed my life will transform yours. Thank you. This philosophy was to learn how to let go. And I work on it every day. And you're not going to be, even if your income is at a certain point, that doesn't mean you're successful. It's how you're spending your time. Are you doing it how you want to do it? Are you emotionally free? Now, you could earn income just because you have great value, but you could be not happy if you haven't let go. So we have to really become a master at letting go. Really a master, and it takes trust and decision. Because you won't master letting go if you haven't made a decision that I'm going to be emotionally free. So you want to take a look at it. So Ricardo, do you got everything ready? I'm just kidding with you. Last night at dinner, I told him I was going to have him present. So, yeah. Yeah. Not quite yet. All right, I just want to go over a couple concepts that are super important before I put you in groups, okay? And I want to remind you of the 80-20 principle. This will change the game if you prioritize this. If we doubled our time on the top 20% of activities, that's what I want to get in your mind. What are the top 20? What are the top 20? What are the top 20? You could work a 2-day work week and achieve 60% more. So I want your obsession to be, what is my top 20 when you're putting your plan of attack together, okay? Now, remember, the goal has to be as big as a billboard. When it is so big in your mind, it's always in your face. It is always in your face. Now, you know what's interesting? I will never forget Kathy's goal now. I'll never forget it, ever. So I hold the image that Kathy's already achieved it. So when you're working with the goal, or you're working with your team, you already see them achieve their goal. That's why we have to know what they want. But I want you to embrace the goal. I hope it's impossible in your mind at first. And then we're going to make the impossible possible. But if you lower your standard and start setting goals that you really don't want, you're going to get busy being busy. 2xing, there's millions of ways you could 2x. I'm just going to work harder. I'm going to work harder. So when we're 10xing our emotional state, when we're 10xing our confidence, when we're 10xing our comfort, meaning I'm comfortable in any room I walk in, what's going to happen is you're going to create 10x results. And there's only a few strategies to really create 10x results. So I didn't say there's 1,000. That's why we got to lock in on elimination. I really want you guys, when I put you guys in the group, I want you to commit on the next 90 days. What are the 3 things you're going to eliminate? And then what are your top 20% of activities? And in those top 20% of activities, we do those top 20% in our 30, 45, 60, 90-minute sprints throughout the day. Now, what's going to happen is when you make the goal impossible, your past self dies off. Only if you've owned that identity. It is done. If you haven't owned it, it's going to keep creeping in, and you haven't disciplined your want, it's going to keep waning. It's going to keep waning. So, but when you've disciplined your want, you've disciplined your decision, you've disciplined your courage together, it's going to change the game. It'll change the game for you, okay? Now, in the beginning, I love when people teach effortless, like it's effortless from the beginning. It's never effortless from the beginning. Ever. There's no time that I created anything new that was effortless in the beginning. In the beginning, it's hard. In the middle, it's super cloudy. Is this really going to happen? And then at the end, it becomes effortless. So that's why we've got to keep the study of neuroplasticity in our mind, that it takes 66 days.
Quick testimonial to this is, you mentioned it earlier, leadership for me felt so hard before. Like, I don't know what I'm doing. I don't even know how to do it. How do you have a team? And now working with you so closely, like I still have to stay on top of it and get better, but it's enjoyable. It's not so hard. It's a complete shift in
Oh,
how I view it.
Well, you've changed completely towards it, but your attitude has changed, and you've put in the repetition, you put in the reps to get so much better. And you're going to be you're the worst leader you're ever going to be today. It's going to keep getting better. It's going to keep getting better. But we have to start embracing leverage. Leverage the 80%. So just because I said you have to let go of 80%, those still may be things that need to be done towards your goal, but you don't have to be the ones to do it. Now, what I've noticed is people have the hardest time understanding the importance of leverage. They love the idea, but they don't trust. So the only way you're going to work on your next 20% is if part of your 80% is essential, we have to give it to somebody else to do. We have to give it to somebody else to do. Like anybody who knows me, my whole life is leveraged. I literally don't do anything. I swear to you, I literally don't do much. I mean, if they're like, I don't even check email. Like I don't like email, and yeah. So like admin, I don't do. I made a rule for myself that if I don't want to do it, I don't do it. You know, if you came to my house, there's nothing I do around my house. Like we have pool people, we have people who do lawn. Like I really don't. That's just part, and that's been forever. You know, and I started it when I didn't have any money. The first thing we did was we hired somebody to clean around our house. You know, even when I didn't have it, I knew that was important because I didn't think that was a good use of my wife's time. You know, and she hated doing it, so why should I not do stuff I don't like doing and have her do stuff she doesn't like doing? So even when you're not ready, start it with one leverage at a time. And if you are a business owner and you do not have an assistant, you are making a big mistake. The first thing you have to do is get a great assistant. It will leverage, and once you train them properly and lead them properly, they're going to be your greatest asset. So we want to start understanding, leverage the areas of your business and life that no longer fuel your soul. That no longer fuel your soul. Like Fabian, for you, you know what I'm thinking? I'm thinking, is the dental practice yours or do you work for somebody?
I work for somebody.
You work for somebody. Okay. If it was your own, I would say find somebody else that can do what you do. So, but when we leverage the areas of our business that no longer fuel our soul, you're going to focus on what you love doing in your business. And that's where I want you to put this so ironclad. And you're able to creatively think about ways to grow your business. Most business owners are always working in their business. They don't spend time working on their business. So you want to make it in your calendar an hour a day that I'm working on growing my business. I'm working on ideas how to grow my business. And number 3, focus with, it's got to be locked in with working on it. Got to work on it. Now, you may be working for somebody, but I want you to start seeing yourself as the CEO of your business. Because your job, you're the CEO of that role. And when you start seeing it, you're going to grow into an entrepreneur if that's what you want. So we have to have a great attitude towards leverage. If you have a great attitude towards leverage, you're going to lean into leverage. You're going to lean into it. So, but what if I told you if you don't have leverage, you're never going to create wealth? It's impossible. You're going to be all things to your business. You're going to be all things all the time. And so we have to really accept this idea, but don't leverage everything at once. Until you get really good at it, start with one thing. And then once you get one thing, add another. Instead of adding everything at once, because it's going to overwhelm you and create anxiety overload. Now, whatever grows you, you say yes to. Whatever contracts you, you say no to. It's very simple. Like, make it so easy for yourself. Make it so simple and easy. Now, I'm going to show you a daily winning process. I'm going to show you 2 processes that changed the game for me.
And I want to teach it to you. This is for the day. So you start your day after you do your morning routine. You say, do I have an authentic want today? An authentic want is, this is what I'm going to achieve today for my daily goal. And the want is going to demand an irrevocable committed decision. So if you're in sales, like let's say Carlos says today, I'm going to sell 2 new clients. I'm going to get 2 new contracts today. So he says, that is my want. I'm making a decision. I am going to get 2 new contracts today. So he's made the committed decision. Now he knows this is going to demand courage. So when I have to do something I don't want to do it, I'm still going to do it. I'm going to get out of my comfort zone. I'm going to call my great clients and ask if they have referrals. That's going to be courage. The courage is then going to create confidence. Because when we get out of our comfort zone, what happens is we gain self-respect. The confidence then is going to create discipline. And once it's discipline, the discipline automatically gets you into action. It automatically gets you into action, and the action creates the results. But here's what the problem is. People are going through their days, and they don't know what they want. They're just going on autopilot. They're living a rat race. They're doing the same thing over and over again. So we have to get really good at following this daily process. If you just follow this daily process, you're going to win every day. Even when the results aren't there, you're going to have the courage to not be attached. So it starts with a want. Every day is day one with decision. The decision is going to demand courage, so you're going to walk in and say, I'm going to do hard really well today. It's going to be as hard or as easy as I make it, but I'm going to show up with a significant amount of courage. The courage is going to create the confidence. The confidence creates the discipline creates the action creates the results. Sure.
How much of this process, Arash, do you do first thing in the morning versus the night before?
I do this actually 3 times a day. So for me, like I said earlier this morning, my daily goal means so much to me. Like I put everything into the day. So I do it, I have an alarm. I use a lot of alarms. So I have it at 7 a.m. because I don't want it to interrupt my morning routine. But I have it at 7 a.m., I have it at 1 p.m., and then I do this with the power of 5 at the end of the day. So at the end of the day, I'll do my power of 5, and I'll observe myself neutrally. Then I come, did I have an authentic want? Did I make an irrevocable committed decision? And where did I lose my irrevocable committed decision? So I like rehearsing my day and finding, did I go into scarcity at any point? Did I get distracted at any point? Did I operate with courage? I don't have a challenge with courage. Like I built courage as a part of my identity. So every time I get uncomfortable, that means I have to do it right away. I have to do it right away. So this is something I work on. I sent this to Monica because I was doing this. And I'm like, can you create a slide for me with this? Because I could teach it to everybody because I deconstruct, like how I create all my processes, I deconstruct what I did to win. So I created this for my team, and then I've taught it to some of my clients. But if you do this every day, you're going to bulletproof yourself. Now, I have another process for you. If you want to create freedom, this is what's going to create freedom. Now, this is a long-term process. This is not a short-term process. This is a process with consistency. First of all, if we want abundance, abundance is everywhere. But I have to be bold, but I have to understand abundance is about creating a bigger and better future for myself. Now, my want, I have that authentic want that is driving me with discipline with no justification. No justification, okay? It's going to demand that I'm not a victim, I'm a leader. So I have extreme ownership that I am the only problem I'm going to ever have. Like, Ryan's never going to be my problem. Carlos is never going to be my problem. I'm the only problem I'm going to ever have. So once I do that, I'm giving myself power. And then I know I take action every day with swagger. You do it for 30 days, you're going to see action is going to be a part of your identity. And then I let go, so I think without effort. I'm always thinking without effort. The minute thinking becomes such strong effort, I'm coming from attachment. I know that. So I'm completely letting go is a part of my foundation. Everything I do, I let go. Everything I do. And I'm hyper intentional. I'm always hyper intentional. Joe, what if I challenged you right now for the next 30 days that you're going to be hyper intentional every hour? Imagine what that would do. Every hour, you set an intention. So when you're taking your breaks, you set an intention, I'm doing nothing. Like I've trained myself every hour because intention was it did so much for me. But we have to make it a habit to become hyper intentional. Most people are unconsciously intentional. They have an intention and their intention is, I want to play it safe, or let's avoid what's the worst that can happen. So, if we create hyper intention as part of it, you're going to create freedom. But remember, 10xing your life is always about amazing energy when you have a lot of juice, when you're on fire. It's not about heavy energy. It's not about overthinking. So all of that leads into the power of 5, that every decision I make from my future self. Every attitude is from my future self. Every discipline is from my future self. Every standard is from my future self. And I think, feel, and act from that. Now you stack this and you say, I'm going to follow this process for the next 12 months. You're not going to create freedom overnight. And you have to pay the price for freedom, and that price is discipline. That price is following this process, and the power of 5 is going to lead to world-class freedom. You would be amazed if you did this for 12 months, where it will take you. Where it will take you. So if you just have on your notes, if you go back and just write it exactly how I created it, and this is your accountability partner, that's going to be a great accountability partner for you, don't you think? Yeah. And all you do is, at the end of the day, just go ask yourself these questions. Did I do it? I have a lot of clients that are great clients of mine that have done wonderful things, but they forget about the power of 5. They forget about it. The power of 5 you can't forget about. It is your best antidote so you don't drift. But you don't judge it. Like, let's say Kim said to me, Arash, my attitude wasn't right today. So I'd say, Kim, bulletproof it tomorrow so we're even more intentional tomorrow that I'm going to have a better attitude. Okay? Let's say Kim's story was controlling her. Something in her past was controlling her. So what do? We say, I'm going to make part of my standard that I'm walking into my new story, not my old story. Right? So you use it for you, and in the beginning it's going to be hard because you're going to have to actually discipline yourself to make this a part of you. But then in 60, 30 days, 2 weeks, it gets easier and easier. I remember when I first started waking up at 5 in the morning. This was years ago. I hated it. I was like, oh gosh. And then I connected a reward to it. I said, I'm not going to get my coffee until I hit my morning routine. So I said, I have to earn my coffee. Like, I love getting a nitro with sweet cream in the morning. Like, that is like one of my things. So I was like, I have to earn it. Well, in 2 weeks, I loved it because it changed my self-esteem so much. And this was probably 5, 6 years ago. But I hated it. But everything good in my life, I hated it first. Like, it was hard. But I knew it was valuable. So when you do the hard things in a great way, you're going to be rewarded in a great way. Okay? And so those are just 2 processes that I encourage you to test for yourself. Don't believe me that they work. Test it. Try to prove me wrong. I guarantee they'll work. But no matter what I tell you, you have to test it for yourself. So I can show you it, but if you don't do it, it's not going to work. But if you test it, make it like a game. I'm going to follow what this dude is telling me until I don't believe him. Like, you can't not believe me until you do it yourself, right? So
those are some things to get you guys started. We're going to give you time. I'd like you to do the same thing, get in your groups, but this is what I want in the groups. Start with the elimination because you've already been working on it. And then commit in your notes, these are what I'm committed to eliminate, okay? And then I want you to sign it. I want you to sign, when we sign it, it creates a deeper commitment. Then I want you to write out what your top 20% are. What are those top 20% of the activities that I'm committing to? And then I want you to sign that. But then ask people for their feedback. Say, this is my goal. Do you think there's a better idea that you may see that I don't see? But if you really love it, then keep it. You know, but everybody comes in this neutral. Nobody judges anybody's things. You could say, let's say I told Jan, I said, Jan, I think you're already that based on what you've told me. I don't think that would be your top 20%. So then Jan could be like, you're right. So let's really take time to dig deep in this exercise. Because I want you leaving with exactly what you're going to do, going home. All right. Today I want to talk to you about how to achieve your desires. Desire is an interesting thing. I have clients all the time will come to me when I first start working with them. They tell me, I can't get emotionally involved with what I want. And I say, it's very simple. You don't know what you want. See, getting emotionally involved with what we want, it's not something you force yourself to do. It's something you become by connecting a big why behind what you want. Now, if you ask 100 people what they want, 95 out of 100 will tell you what they don't want, or I don't know, I'm not really sure. Well, they're not thinking because they've spent their life for months or years even not believing they can achieve more. Now, I'm going to tell you right now, you can have anything you want. I had a client one day, they're in my backyard where I am right now, and they said, do you really believe everybody can have it all? And I said, yes, but the big cherry on top is, do they want it all? See, there's three things we have to determine. We have to determine exactly what we want more than anything else. We have to determine what the price is that we're going to have to pay. Is that training? Is that traveling? Is that investing and going deep inside of myself? And if we're willing to pay the price is number three. Now, what is your why? Your why has to be authentic to you if you're going to build desire. Your why can't be my why for you. I remember I was at my World Class Wealth event about 6 weeks ago. And I was talking about why with everybody. I said, your why is so important because your why is what's going to get you into action. Your why is what's going to get you out of your comfort zone. But I said the why has to be authentic. It can't be a bullshit why. What I mean by that, a lot of people say, my why is to serve people, when in reality, it's because they want to put themselves in a better situation financially. Well, and I tell them, I said, your why is your why. It doesn't matter what it is, but it's got to be authentic to you. So don't bullshit yourself. Be real with yourself. This is my why. And as you are connected to your why, you're going to build desire so quickly. Now, when we think of desire, desire is a release of energy. It's the fuel that gets us to act. Once it's a desire, it's a done deal. And we have to understand our wants come from the essence of who we are. Who are we? I'm a spiritual being having a physical experience. My spiritual DNA is perfect. I can achieve anything. My subconscious mind is my co-pilot. It's my silent partner. And whatever I give it, it's here to serve me. So we have to understand the rules of the subconscious mind. But we have to know exactly what we want if we're going to build desire. I'm studying this book right now called Awareness. It's by Anthony DeMello. Let me read you this. This is on desire. He says, do not suppress desire. because then you would become lifeless. There's no energy. That's what he's talking about. There's no release of energy. You'd be without energy, and that would be terrible. Desire, in the healthy sense of the word, is energy, and the more energy we have, the better. But don't suppress desire, understand it. That's a key word. We've got to understand the importance of desire. Understand it. Don't seek to fulfill desire so much as to understand desire. And don't just renounce the object of your desire. Understand them. See them in their true light. See them for what they really are really worth. Because if you just suppress your desires, so many people are suppressing their desires because they're not being honest with themselves. They don't believe in themselves. And remember, you're going to have to believe in you before anybody is going to believe in you. He says, because if you just suppress your desire and you attempt to renounce the object of your desire, you're likely to be tied to it. You're attached to it. Whereas if you look at it and see it for what it is really worth, if you understand how you are preparing the grounds for misery and disappointment and depression, your desire will be transformed to what I call a preference. See, what he's talking about is if we keep suppressing because we don't know if we can do it, we're not understanding the laws of the mind. I can remember the first day I ever got mentored by my mentor, Bob Proctor. He said to me, there's two things you're going to have to know. You're going to have to understand the laws of your mind, and you're going to have to understand how to work in harmony with the laws of the universe. Well, I said, what do you mean by the laws of your mind? He said, you have to understand how your conscious mind works, how your subconscious works, and how that is directly related to your physical body in terms of physical results. Now, we've got to understand this. We have a conscious mind. Our conscious mind accepts and rejects ideas. It can originate any idea we want. What do you want? We have to define it. And we have to turn that want into a desire so we can release that energy. What else does a conscious mind do? It has these beautiful faculties. It has your will, your perception, your imagination, your reasoning, your intuition, and your memory. Those are what's creating our environment right now. But most people, you may be watching this and say, I have no idea how to use it. You have to learn how to use it. When you start working with me and our company, Voss Coaching Co., you're going to learn how to master it. But in order to create a desire, we're using our higher faculties on how to turn our want into a desire. And you do that by thinking about what you want all day long. You're doing it by experiencing in your mind what you would experience had you already achieved it. Remember, desire is energy, but it's not just energy. Everything is energy. It's a release of energy. It's a release of that authentic energy. Now, let's look at desire in another way. When somebody is obsessed with what they don't want, that's all they talk about. That's all they see in their life. They're using the laws of their mind against them, but that is a desire. It's desiring what they don't want, and they're giving their co-pilot, or silent partner, as I call the subconscious mind, of keep bringing me what I don't want. Don't do that anymore. Really start using and understanding that conscious part of your mind. Originate beautiful ideas and think only what you would want to think. Think how inspired you would be. Think about what you would experience had you achieved that goal and start behaving that way. That's how you impress your subconscious mind. And let's talk about the subconscious mind. It creates 96 to 98% of all of our results, perceptions, and behaviors. It can only accept, so whatever we give it, it goes to bring it into our reality right now. And here's the beautiful part. It does not know what's real or what's imagined. If you need money to get to your fulfilled goal, you start seeing yourself already with the money, and your brain will flip on a different frequency because your subconscious doesn't know what's real or what's imagined. Our job is to know exactly what we want, turn our want into a desire, and here's the beautiful part. Once it's a desire, the desire is not just in your subconscious mind, it's in the whole universal subconscious that will bring it into reality. The whole universe conspires on your behalf to make it a reality. I can remember when my mentor taught me this, and I said, the whole universe is conspiring for me. He said, I know, it's a crazy idea. He said, but don't question it, you have to trust it.
and I trust my subconscious explicitly. I will be patient. I don't love to be patient, but I know the more patient I am, the more effortless things happen in my life. So I want to start dumping into my subconscious what I really want. Now understand this, your subconscious mind, that's where your desire has to be rooted. And it's rooted there by what you think in your conscious mind. Your subconscious mind is a garden, and what you're planting is in that garden. Are you planting what you want or what you don't want? Are you planting exactly what you want, or are you settling? Plant exactly what you want. It will take no more effort to really create something of great significance as it does what you think you can achieve. But here's the beautiful part. When you're planting an idea, so we've got to be very disciplined in our mind only to plant ideas that are in harmony with what we want. And you're planting it inside of you, and it influences your conscious thinking, and it alters your vibration, and everything is on vibration, and your vibration dictates what you attract. Look at what you're attracting right now. You're gonna know if you're planting crap in your garden or you're planting abundance in your garden. We're in control of that. We dictate the desire. Do not suppress them because you've never done it before. If you would have met me 16 years ago, there is no way if I would have suppressed my desires and suppressed my wants, I would be where I am today. And I will tell you, if you will spend time in doing this deep, intrinsic, internal work to get rid of and eliminate any form of scarcity in your life, whether that's past failures, whether it's starting and stopping, whether it's forgiveness, whether it's resentment. You know, forgiveness is an interesting thing. It's not letting somebody off the hook. It's deciding that you're going to stop drinking the poison. Lack of forgiveness is like a gorilla on your back. And it's not just on your back, it's in your heart. So what type of energy do you think is planted inside your garden? A lot of toxicity. It's in your central nervous system. The minute you release it, doesn't mean you're going to talk to those people again. Doesn't mean it's somebody that betrayed you. But what you're doing is you're doing it for your own energy, and you're opening the space so you can put that same energy towards what you want. Towards what do I want? Now, how do I build that desire? I get really have a clear mental picture and originate the idea in my conscious mind exactly what I want. And now I start experiencing what I want. Let's say somebody wants to increase their income to $1 million. I'm using just a random number. What would you experience if you would be earning $1 million? What would your behaviors be if you were earning $1 million? Now remember, your behaviors are constantly showing you what your deepest beliefs are. So the behaviors are telling us a story. Are we paying attention? We can always create new behaviors. Your image is going to change as you're honoring your want. We have to have self-respect and honor ourselves. This is how you're going to build desire, and you're going to build one desire after the next. In your environment, people close to you, people in your family are going to say, oh my God, what have you been doing? Over the last 18 months, your life has changed inside and out. And that's exactly what it's done. It's changed from the inside out. That's how you build desire. Do not suppress it. Express it. Expand in it. Think something really big of yourself, and everything is going to unfold absolutely beautiful in your life. Don't coast to the new year. Sprint to the new year. Go after what you really want. Expand yourself. Do hard things. And you do hard things in a great way by embracing them. You're going to increase your self-esteem. When you increase your self-esteem, now you're going to walk taller. You're going to do things you've never done before, and you're going to expand your edges, and that's your competitive advantage. I truly believe that now more than any other time in the history of our world, it is so easy to win. Why is it easy to win? Because there's so much wise information out there. Why is it easy to win? Because so many people are distracted by their devices. They're not doing the daily disciplines. They're not creating mastery. They have not built the right processes that I teach at Voss Coaching Co. If you hear the word processes and you don't know what I'm talking about, you need to talk to one of my coaches. You need to get in and do that deep internal work with me, because you're going to create a massive quantum leap. And I want you to really take advantage of that. But build your want, create a desire, surround yourself with an environment of A+ performers, and you're gonna achieve one desire after the next. Master today. Today is your masterpiece. Take advantage of it. Watch this over and over and over again. Do you know what you want? Are you building the disciplines to become obsessed with what you want in a healthy way where it is dominating all your conscious thinking? And if it's dominating your conscious thinking, when you go to sleep, it's going to dominate your subconscious thinking while you're sleeping. Your subconscious, be kind to it. It is very wise. It is going to bring you everything that you give it. So be patient with it. Trust it. And I promise you, your life is unfolding magically. You're not listening to this by accident. You're ready for a big jump. I want to show you how to create a big jump. Repetition is your best friend. And every night before you go to sleep, I want you to review your day. Nobody knows I do this, only I know that I do this. I review my day and look at all the great things that I'm grateful for throughout the day, real things that happened today. I'm grateful that I was able to create this video for you. Watch it over and over and over again. Desire, release of energy, rocket fuel on your back, causes you to act, and the whole universe is going to conspire on your behalf. What do you really want? More than anything in the world, build the picture, get emotionally involved, step out and act, go create a wonderful life. Thank you.
My name is Rita Hamilton and I'm from Ireland. I'm self-employed solicitor. I work mainly in personal injuries. I discovered Voss coaching in January 2023 when Arash first started, and I contacted them, and as a result I joined the Millionaire Mindset, which was a 12-week course, and I found it was fantastic. During that time I set 3 goals. My first goal was to run a half marathon, having done no training, and I'd given myself 6 weeks to do it. I had a hip injury, and as the 6 weeks went by, I decided I'd extend my time to a year, that I wasn't going to do it within the 6 weeks. My deadline was the 27th of February, and that's my birthday. So on the evening of the 24th of February, I went home. I was looking through the goals I'd set on the 10th of January and discovered that I'd written it down as a non-negotiable goal. Now for me, non-negotiable is non-negotiable. So I knew I had to run the following day because I had no other day to run before my birthday. So I applied the technique of the quantum leap with a lot of other teachings that Arash had given, and I ran it, and I ran it in fairly decent time as well. I couldn't believe it. After I did that, then that changed everything for me. I knew then there was no stopping in me. I'd set 2 other goals. One was a weight goal, which I have achieved, a body weight, and the third one was it was a financial goal. I have till the end of the year, but I also wrote a book since then, and I've sent that to Arash at the moment, and hopefully I'll be able to get a publisher for that. So it's going very well. I find it fantastic. The course is absolutely superb. I couldn't recommend it enough. 20 years of listening to different mentors, and for the previous year I had followed Arash on YouTube. I'd say just do it. You know, stop talking nonsense. Just do it. Find the money. Do it. Come to it. I mean, it's super, and that is my honest opinion.
All right, welcome back to What Do You Want? I have my good friend here, MD Nazir. Thank you for joining me.
Thanks for having me.
You know, what I like to do is I like to work with high achievers and really pick apart their mindset, what got them from where they are to where they want to go, so we can help all of the people watching really create a massive jump. Mm-hmm. And now, MD has 2 businesses that are flourishing. He has Sunrise Multifamily Group and Stay Classy. They're very different businesses.
Yes.
And you know what I'd like you to do, MD, tell them a little bit about your story, where you started, and how you started your first business, how old you are, so they understand what got you from where you were to where you are now.
All right, so I think
it's more of it starts from like a character thing. I grew up in a lower class family, so humble beginnings. So it all started from like, how do I become relevant? Like I'm irrelevant in a sense in the broad world. My family's irrelevant. How do I go out there and become relevant? And usually that goes by going to work and making some money. So first thing was getting out of the house. I went to work with my dad starting from the age of 8. Every weekend I went to work. I knew how to stay busy. From there, I knew how to barter cash, be at the register, know how money works. I'm not uncomfortable around it. Also, I built all my negotiation skills from my mother. She was a tough woman. You couldn't go here, you couldn't go here, you couldn't go here. But I knew that if I did my chores, did my religious studies, did my homework, those are the things that she cares about. So put her in a position where she can't say no. So that's where I learned all my negotiation skills. But long story short, I started, when I left my dad, he couldn't pay me enough by the time I got to 13. So I said, Dad, can I get my own job? And I got my own job. I started working in the mall. We were on government assistance, so I couldn't make money on paycheck because the government would find out. So my dad would just like, make your money under the table and you can do whatever you need to. So I went to the mall, classic place to go if you want to work under the table. And I got this job at this, I went to go apply to this shoe company because this immigrant family owned it, and I thought that they would connect with me and give me an under the table job. They ended up saying, no, you're not even 16. I was 15 at the time. So then I came back to my cousin who worked in the mall, and he said, hey, I know the guy next to me. He's hiring. I could put a good word for you. And it was this cart where they sold like T-shirts and stickers and stuff. I didn't know anything about it. So my cousin went there and told him like, hey, you want another version of me? Well, my cousin's the closest thing you can find. So he gave me a job. I had a broken hand. I was 15. I didn't have a car. I took the trolley to work. But that was my first under the table job. I ended up working really hard for this guy, and he kept telling me that if I ever not need this business, I'll sell it to you. And 2 years later, I was still in high school, senior year. He ended up selling it to me. And so that ended up being my first business that I ever bought. It was a graphics cart in the mall. From there, after high school, I was studying engineering, but I quickly realized that I was more of an entrepreneur. I liked the freedom. I liked the ability to earn as much as I wanted to. Like how much effort I put in is a direct correlation of how much I earn. But if you work in corporate America, like you hit caps, right? And my personality doesn't do well with that. So anyway, so I started that company. From there, I got a taste of entrepreneurial mind. And that entrepreneurial mind is, sometimes you create something new. Sometimes you find something that someone else is doing and you just try to do it better. And that's how my entrepreneurial mind works. I'm not as creative as creating a fresh, brand new business. I just have the confidence seeing someone do something, I'm like, I can do it better than them. So that's how I started my second company, which is called Stay Classy, like you mentioned earlier. It's called Stay Classy Black Car Service. I started that because my dad was a taxi driver. I wanted to start something for him that was a little cleaner and more professional. So I ended up looking in the black car service industry. This is pre-Uber in 2011. From there, I had great success. I needed a place to park my money. All the clients that were driving around were, worth, 50 million, 100 million. I wanted to know how to get there. So I asked them. They were all investors, or they were specifically investing in real estate, commercial real estate. So you know how the universe works. If you ask questions, it gives you answers. 5 years after that, I started investing in real estate, and then I convinced one of the guys that worked at the firm to spin off and start a firm with me, and that's how I started Sunrise Multifamily Group.
Now, this is interesting, because you said something that really intrigues me. You started asking questions to people that have already performed the results you wanted to create. A lot of people don't do that. I don't understand it. That's what I did too.
Yeah.
A lot of people are too shy. They think, oh, they're too successful to talk to me. True. And I always say you want to find somebody who's performed the results or lived the type of life you want to live and pick their brain because they want to give you the answers. And now, was that your experience?
Yeah, exactly. Like, I've always been pretty good at asking people because I think that they could feel my energy and my aura that I was asking intentionally. I wasn't just asking to ask, but I did do it. But to your point, I even wish that I would have done it more, right? It's a shortcut. They've already have that path. Why guess your way to where you're trying to go when you can ask a mentor who's already specifically done it and then they just teach you that path, right? The example that someone once gave me that I use a lot now is like, when you get in a car, you don't say, okay, I have a destination to go. Let me just take a couple random turns and hopefully I get there, right? You have a location, you know how you're gonna go there, and then your GPS shows you. That's what a mentor does. It tells you, hey, over here make this turn, over here make that turn, and then you save a lot of time.
So did you go to college?
I did.
Did you finish?
I did.
You did? Where'd you go?
I went to San Diego State and I got my degree in mechanical engineering.
Okay, so you grew up in San Diego most of your life.
Yes.
Now you live in Scottsdale, Arizona.
Yes.
And give them a little understanding of the type of courage it took. You know, from when you got into really an entrepreneur, really a senior year of high school, to now having multiple seven-figure businesses and growing. What was, if you look back, because I always look back for me, and I had to bet on myself. I always say that. That was for me, and I think everybody does who goes out to the unknown. But what was that like for you, the type of courage?
You know, it's different when you don't have a safety net, right? So I always tell people, as I joke with some of my friends who come from like their parents are well off and they've worked hard. I'm like, you know, you can't lose that because you don't know what the other side of that feels like. I know what the other side of that feels like. So, and it's not that bad, but because I've been there, I can go all out and potentially lose it all, but I know what that feels like. So for me, it was a little easier because I didn't have the safety net. Easier in the sense where I had to go out and figure it out. There was no plan B, and when there's no plan B, you figure it out. But as far as like the businesses go, like, you know, when you start young, you have more time to fail. When you that's why I didn't really like spend too much time dating, or I didn't want to get married young. And I think those are all beautiful things. But for me, being successful was the only option. It wasn't just for me; it was for my entire family. And so I started young at 17, and I made a lot of mistakes. I still make mistakes, but I had more time to make mistakes. I didn't start my first business when I was 30, 35, 40, where I have maybe potentially a wife or a kid. So I think that starting young allowed me to make more mistakes and allowed me to, you know, kind of fail forward, as they say. But as far as the courage goes, you know, you have to, the desire to want to be great has to be stronger than the fear of failure. I think that if you have that, you don't even think of the fear of failure. As long as it's like 1% more than the fear of failure, you won't even think about the failure part. It'll be all about the desire of being successful.
Oh, I agree with you. I think you have to want success as badly as you want to breathe.
Yeah.
And, you know, what's interesting when you're talking about failure, now I know you, and I know you have a great relationship with it. I think every successful person does.
Yeah.
The people who are willing to fail are the ones that win.
Yes.
And I mean win in the biggest way.
Yeah.
Like you were talking about your failures. You made a lot of failures, I call them mistakes.
Yes, yes.
So when you were doing them, were you beating yourself up or were you using them as learning?
Yeah, so when I made my mistakes, one thing that's part of my identity, like the way, I don't linger on the problem for that long. So like you make a mistake, it's a free feedback loop. Like a mistake, like even when you play basketball, I play basketball. When you shoot that shot, if you make it, sometimes that gives you no feedback on what you did.
Right.
But if you miss that shot and it hits off the front rim, you're like, oh, shoot it higher. Or if it goes off the right, okay, my elbow is not correct.
Yeah.
So I treat like my mistakes in business the same exact way. It's a free feedback loop. That's why I love business. It's like, if people give you money, you're like, wait a minute, I'm doing something right. Like I have a product or a service that people want, and how do they tell me that? By paying me for it. So I love business, and I love mistakes in business because those are, if you don't have a mentor yet, those are the coaching that you'll get from the mistakes that you're doing. But you can't linger on the problem that much and be defeated when it happens. You have to be focused on, okay, what is this problem telling me? Spend most of your energy correcting it, and then you won't be that defeated by your mistakes.
Yeah, it's so interesting. I think if the masses learned what failure does for you, it's so much for you rather than to you.
Yeah.
It teaches you so many lessons. I can look at my mistakes, my quote unquote failures, all my losses. You don't learn from your wins, you learn from your losses.
Yeah.
Because you've learned from your losses, you create the biggest wins.
Yes.
And every successful person understands this. One of the fallacies is people want to create success, and a lot of people will correlate money to success.
Yeah.
And the biggest mistake is people who chase money instead of pursuing greatness.
Yes.
Like you said, how can I get better?
Yeah.
What would you say to that from your experience?
Well, at first I'd say that, you know, for a long time it was just trying to make money, and I think that's okay. I think that's okay if it's part of your why. But when it becomes your entire why, I think then that's when the problems come. You start making the wrong decisions. And I'll be honest, there was times even 4 or 5 years ago where I was too focused on the money and not the more important parts. And again, that thought process will always be rectified. If you're playing the game big enough and you can fail big enough and you can win big enough, chasing just money that course will always be corrected, because that's not a strong enough why or a path for you to get to where you want to get to. So for me, I just always kind of correct myself by, life kicking me in the face or business telling me, hey, that's not the way you're supposed to think. But I make those mistakes less and less. But yeah, I focus a lot more on just trying to. Making money is the byproduct of being great or having a great company. Like it'll happen regardless. It's like if you're going into a test, if you just sit there all day worrying about the test, when you get there, you're not going to do well on it. But if you just study for the test and not even think about that it's coming up, when the test comes, you'll naturally pass it. Money's the same way. It's like you'll make the money, focus on the product, focus on the service, focus on doing a good job, and people want to pay you.
There's so many ways I can go with this. Like I could talk about this all day long, what you just said. There's so much in it that I hope people are understanding. But first of all, let's go to the why.
Okay.
You said it earlier. You didn't say it why, but that's what you were saying. Your why to be great was greater than your why not to fail, right? Yes. You said that earlier.
Yes.
But here we go. I always tell people your why is the most important thing, because you're going to have adversity. You're going to have challenges. But when your why is stronger, you'll do whatever it takes.
Yes.
Now, I think it's fine. A lot of people will tell me what they want. I'll say, why do you want it? And they don't tell me their real why, and I can feel it. And I go, that's not your why. They'll say, I want to help people. Mm-hmm. But when they really want to earn money, I say, don't bullshit me. Yeah. Just say, I want to earn more money. There's nothing wrong with that. Yeah. But they're not creating a strong enough connection, because they're saying, oh, I don't want to say that. I got to hide that. You don't need to hide it. And then you were talking about money when you were said in the beginning. I was the same way.
Yeah.
I mean, when you're as bad of a situation I was in, always in debt, had a foreclosure sticker on my house, I wanted to earn more money. But you know what's interesting? And you didn't say it in these words, but you said it. You said, through my experience, you gain awareness that the money takes care of itself when you focus on getting better, you focus on service. To me, service is the forefront of everything. Yeah. Leave every person better off. Now, if you look at your why, how much has it elevated over the years?
Yeah, I mean, it started as simple as making enough money to have my own money in pocket change, right? Not ask for it from mom and dad. And then, wanting all the things that you thought make you look cool, or that, as I'm obviously a guy that girls would like, things like that. And then, you get all those things and you realize that they're not everything that you thought it would be. Mm-hmm. And I always tell people, like, I'm just grateful. The biggest gift that God gave me in life is that he gave me money at a young age, and not because it was money, but because he helped me realize at a young age that it's not all about money. Most people will get to 40, 50 and still be chasing it because they haven't had it, and they still think it's everything that we know it's not, right? And so that's the biggest gift that I've got. Got money early enough to realize, wait a minute, this isn't my why. This is not what I wanted. But it was in the early years. But as I evolved as an entrepreneur, so my character, one of my core values personally, and it's in all my companies, is I have a standard of excellence. And so one of the reasons when I start a company, one of the things I look at is like, can I do it better? Because the people deserve better. I started my black car service company because all the other competitors were just not doing a good enough job. And I'm a very particular guy. I know what I like. And so I know that people who I will service will appreciate that. My investment firm is no different. I want great communication. I want to know what's going on. I want to have a live pulse on my investment. That's what I offer my investors. So as I started evolving as a person, and my standard of excellence started going up, that same standard of excellence I took into my business, and that became more and more of my why. I want to give people great products because that's what I would want.
Well, you used my favorite word, which is standard.
Yeah.
I mean, I have a podcast, 7-Figure Standard. And standard is everything to me. It's the DNA to success. You just made me like you a lot more, because I will tell you, if people understood how to develop and build standard, I will coach people, and I'll coach them for months, and I'll go, well, tell me about standard. They still don't understand it. It's an emotional connection. Yeah. And you're right, it's your why. It's a line. You draw a line in the sand. I'm not accepting this. You're bringing everything up to your standard.
Yes.
And tell me if you were talking about your standard, give me the characteristics, your non-negotiables in your standard.
I like things that are clean. I like things that are organized. I believe in being classy, high character. Are you looking for like character attributes? Or are you thinking about
just whatever you want to say.
Yeah. So like for me, I'll give you an example. Like when I moved to Scottsdale, my mom was like, the city was the city was made for you,
Yeah.
right? It's good people, people with high character, they're ambitious, they're growth minded, they want to treat you well. The city is well manicured, the streets, like where our tax dollars go, right? So you might look at it just as a city, but that's what I look for in people. That's what I look for in my life. That's what I try to implement in my businesses. That's what, if you come into my home, that's what my family's like. So for, like you said, your standard is a standard or it's not. And if it is, it applies to everything that you do.
Everything. Like the reason I will tell you why you connect to standard so much, because it's your code of ethics.
Yes.
You said my biggest core value is excellence.
Yes.
So I can understand why you're so connected to standard. I'm so connected to standard. If it's not in harmony with my standard, I don't care if it's people, if it's toys, if it's things, if it's an idea, if it's not in harmony and it's not growing my standard, it's a hard no.
Absolutely.
You know, and I'm sure that's what you're talking about with service, with your business.
And people is the biggest one. I think that if you're going to take one thing away from this conversation, if you have a high standard in the people that you choose to surround yourself with, success is inevitable. Because, you know, everybody knows that saying, you know, show me your friends and I'll show you your future. You know, I grew up with good people, and I also did a good job of making sure I weeded dramatic, like people who have drama. Like even when I dated in the past, if the girl was drama, I was just like, I just don't speak that language. I can't have anything to do. I don't even know how to understand or comprehend it or exasperate. I can't do any of those things. So like so your friends that you spend time with, that you go out with, like what is you guys' small talk about? Like what do you guys gossip, or do you guys talk about, you know, helping people or investing and things like that? So I think if people had a standard, and people think this is bad, right? It goes back to the thing like, but I don't want to judge people, or that's not right, or everybody's a good person. I'm like, you could think like that, but then you don't have a standard. Like have a standard in the people that you choose yourself with. Like, yes, we're all born with family, but that doesn't mean you have to spend all of our time with them. And then friends, yes, you're born and you don't get to choose what high school you went to or college and things like that, but you could still go there and be more selective. In high school, I was actually disliked because I was known for trying out new friend groups.
Different friend groups.
And I didn't understand it then. I thought I was a bad person. When I got older, I was like, I was just going into new groups to see who was quality, and then I came out if I didn't find anything. That's what I was certain. And I didn't have a mentor to tell me. If I had you, then you'd be like, oh, you're just going out there to see if there's anybody good, and you're coming back out. And I met two people in high school, and they helped me build my first company for 10 years.
Yeah, you know what's interesting? It's because people don't understand. It's awareness. And you were aware of who you were on some level.
Yeah.
Even when you were young, you were aware, like, I want to see what fits me, right?
Yes, yes.
And if people really observed what they really wanted, they would make different choices.
Yeah.
You know, one of the biggest things, I always say, we're either all in or all out. If you're 99% in, you're 100% out. Mm-hmm. You have to be 100% in and keep working on the pursuit of greatness. The pursuit of building your character. So if you look at your pursuit, what do you think were the biggest success attributes you developed over the years? I mean, you're young, you're in your early 30s.
Yes. So I have two friends that made me, so I was always ambitious. I was always, you know, I knew how to make people laugh, or people respected me for my work ethic, things like that. But I didn't realize the value of character, right? Like, how do you leave people after you interact with them? How do they feel about you? And nothing intentional, like how do they naturally just feel after they've interacted with you? And I didn't mistreat people, but I didn't pay attention to, you know, going out of my way to make them feel great. And so I had two people that really impacted my life. And it's a funny story, and I'll go into it real quick. I have this friend, which you met, Kais, nicest guy I know. Not as successful as I'd like him to be, but like just the greatest guy. Everybody loves him. Mm-hmm. And when we used to go out, you know, all the girls would flock to him. And so I didn't understand it at, like, you know, early 20s. Like, I'm like, wait a minute, I have a company, I have money, my hair's done, I wear expensive clothes, you know, like I had the car, I had the apartment. I'm like, why don't they love, it all makes sense on paper. Yeah. Why don't they love me the way I think they should? Why do they love him? And when I got to my mid 20s, I had my first like biggest epiphany, like my quarter life crisis. And it's like, as you go older, you get, people don't care how much money you make. People don't care about any of those things. It's like, how do you make them feel? Yeah. You know, after they are done interacting with you, how do they feel that? How do they leave that? And I had him, Kais, and at the time my roommate, greatest guy I know, has a great company called Trust and Will. very successful. We went to college together. We were in the same fraternity. His name is Cody Barbo. Everybody loved him. Doesn't matter what religion, denomination, what ethnicity. Everybody loved him. And he had everything that I had on paper that I mentioned earlier. Plus, everybody loved him. And the only difference was he always was present when he spoke to them. He always made them feel good. He went out of his way. He knew when their birthdays were. And I realized, wait a minute. All these things that I'm doing are irrelevant without character. Character is the most important thing. How do you make people feel? If you can win at that, all these other things become easy.
You know, I got a funny story for you. So I went to this event. This is 2010. And you're there for a week. And, you know, you like certain people, other people you didn't talk to as much. So after the first few days, there was about 100 people at this event. And they put you around in a room in a circle. And you had to go to every person had to walk around. You're a giver or a taker. And so I go, oh shit. Because I knew and it was one of the best lessons I ever learned. It changed the game for me. Because I realized I was a conditional giver at that time.
Oh, okay.
And because for some people, I gave attention, I gave focus. Others I prejudged. You know, because I wouldn't like them. Or from that moment on, it changed the game for me. And I love what Maya Angelou says. She said, people don't care what you say to them. They remember how you made them feel. And that's what you're talking about.
Absolutely.
It is, you know, sometimes you have these emotional impacts. That was one for me. These were two for you that you're talking about, right?
Yes.
But they stay with us the rest of our life if we're paying attention. Instead of, what I mean paying attention, we're detached from our ego. We're actually saying, hold on a second. This is an area I get to improve. Because we want to constantly improve.
Absolutely.
You know, that's, I can relate with you so much in this. You know, you're still finding yourself.
I was just about to say that. I still look at myself in the mirror and I see myself as a little selfish person. But if you ask anybody who's interacted with me for the last 10 years, they think I'm the least selfish person. Like, they're like, oh, this MD is very selfless. Because it's something that I'm actively working on. Like, it's like I'm like, by every moment or every interaction that I get, I'm just present. I'm like, okay, I can go this fork on the road and be selfish, or I could be selfless where I want to be. You do that enough time, right? Your identity changes, your character changes. But you know, the work doesn't stop. I think I'm a natural taker myself. I am, because when you grow up with nothing, you're kind of like, okay, how do I fend for myself? And then you're like, wait a minute, but I'm not in that mode anymore. But it still requires a lot of rewiring for a long time. I don't know if I'll ever be truly a selfless person, but I'll always work on it.
See, I don't agree with that, because my experiences with you has been the exact opposite. I have never once seen you as a taker. I've seen you as opposite. So that's news to me. Like, I've had several encounters with you. That's not any of the encounters I've personally had, but it's interesting because you know you.
Correct.
And what's interesting about identity, because you said identity, I'll give you an idea that'll break you free right now. You don't need to fight for everything. Okay, that's going down to old conditioning since you were young. That's your motivator right now. I've got to fight for everything. I will tell you, you're going to work a lot more effortless trusting. And the more, because you trust yourself. But you got to trust the universe. Not conditionally trust it. Because when you're struggling, I used to do the same thing. That's why I could see it in you. So I did it. And you're like, oh, I got to grind, I got to fight for everything. But then when you let go of the fight, you allow and play with that for yourself.
No, I already see. I already have a few instances in my mind that are already kind of where that is happening.
Yeah, I'll tell you, it'll really flourish. I mean, you know what's so interesting? I can remember, how old are you, 35?
34, yeah.
34. Okay, 34. I'm 46. I'll be 47 in a couple weeks. Like, the difference in lessons from when I was 34 to 46, I mean, at 34, ignorant, overweight, I mean, just getting by, just wanting to, you know, at that time I was committed. I started changing in a good way. You know, but I'll tell you, the direction you're headed is going to be phenomenal. I mean, you're just getting started. Like, if you think where you are right now, you have no idea where you're about to go. You're on a rocket launch, because the reason I know that, when MD calls me, or when we're around in a social environment, he's always picking my brain, that's where I know where somebody's going, and that's what people are doing with you.
Well, I always say I never want to waste a relationship. Like, I know, first of all, you always offer your time and your thoughts, which I appreciate, but I have this person who has already gone through this path and had all this success, and they have offered many times to say, hey, I'm here for you. So then it's like, at that point, it's like if someone invites you somewhere multiple times and you keep saying no, eventually they're gonna stop inviting you. For me, I'm like, okay, yeah, I already have the friend part. We already have that part down. But it's like, okay, but you're also a resource for me, so I'm not gonna waste that resource. It's available, and I'm gonna make the most of it.
Yeah, well, you do an excellent job of building relationships, I'll tell you that. What's interesting, what are your core values towards building a relationship? Because your businesses are all relationship businesses.
Yes.
At the highest level. What do you think your core values are that I want this relationship, I want it to keep elevating and growing, or, it's done, the path is over with this, I got to move on?
It's a great question. I've bought out many partners. Even at my young age, I've bought out, and the lesson there is you didn't do a good enough job in the beginning making sure that your core values align. You were only focused on the money. And if I would have slowed that down, I would have had more success, and I would have had, just like in life, in a relationship, there's nothing like a great partner.
Yeah.
Like a great partner makes everything better and easier,
Yeah.
but a bad partner makes everything worse. So, and business is no different. And I recently have had the taste of good partners, but going up in my career, I didn't have them very much. And if I had my core values, it wasn't until 2 years ago when I sat down with you that I really started looking, that I actually, put it down. What are my core values? And then you think them out loud, and then you start applying them. And now everything that I do is core value. Like a friend that I meet, a new client. Do I want to do business with them? Okay, well, how do they do business? Okay, they don't. So my core values, again, like our standard of excellence. Do you give a shit? Do you care? Because I care. I care about everything. I care about, the cologne, the person, what time I showed up. Did I show up on time? Everything, every little detail matters to me. So if it doesn't matter to the other person, we're already not aligned.
Yeah.
Number two, I communicate, right? I told you I'm going to be here at what time today, and I told you you tell me, okay, well then text me on your way. I said, okay, I'm on my way and I'm going to arrive at this time. I arrived at that. That's important because I respect you.
Yeah.
I value you. I value your time, and you value your time. So if you were always late to stuff, I'm saying, okay, he doesn't value his time. Why would I value his?
Yeah.
So communication to me is such a big deal. If you cannot tell me when you're disappointed in me, or unhappy with me, or happy with me, or tell me that my outfit looks good, if you're not that person, I don't want to work with you.
Yeah.
Because life is too short.
So we're similar core values. I think everything starts with core values.
Yeah.
It always starts with our philosophy. Our philosophy changes our thinking right away. I have an event called World Class Wealth, and the first thing I do with everybody there is core values.
Yeah.
And a lot of them are business owners, and they've never thought about their core values. Most people haven't.
Yeah.
But that's where it becomes easy, because you say, oh, this is going to grow me, or it's going to contract me. Then you say no if it's going to contract you.
It's a filter system. It's great.
It is, and it's easy.
It
and
is.
it makes your life so effortless. I try to simplify everything. I think complexity is the enemy of greatness. I think it's the enemy of success, because success is just simple things. Like nature teaches that. If we go out in my backyard, we're in my office right now. If we went in my backyard and we planted a seed, we just water it, it'll grow.
Yeah.
It's the same thing with relationships, same thing with ideas.
Yeah.
What idea are you in love with right now?
The idea, I heard it. Thanks for the invite. You invited me to one of your World Class Wealth, weeks, and it's something that I've heard many times. But when I heard it at your event, it really stayed with me. It was, the thing that got you here is not the same thing that's going to get you to the next level.
Yeah.
And honestly, I have this little clicker. I walk around, and the clicker reminds me to chant. It's my mantra right now, because at everything that I do, it may need to change.
Yeah.
Every interaction, maybe the way I eat, maybe the people I talk to. I even changed the sport I play. I said, I keep doing the same things over and over again. I'm trying to figure out why things aren't changing. Like, I have a great company. You know my goal, $50 million exit, right? And you wanted to make it bigger. But working hard on my businesses is not going to give me a $50 million exit.
No.
You don't get there. You don't get there without people. You don't get there without the right support. You don't get there without. So the way I'm doing things needs to change, and that could be, just not personality, but like activities that I'm doing, environments that I'm in, the way I fly. It could be anything. Where I eat, So I keep saying what I heard from you and learned from you at the World Class Wealth week is the same thing that got me here is not what's going to get me to the next level. So that's what I'm really kind of actively working on. I picked up golf. Sometimes you want to hang out with a mentor.
Yeah.
He would love to hang out with you, but he's not going to have anything to tell you more than 30, 45 minutes or an hour. But he wouldn't mind playing golf with you for 4 hours.
That's right.
So now you get to very organically, naturally have a conversation, maybe ask questions that pop up in your head. You have 4 hours together, right? You have to put yourself in environments. You have to change your activities. And then, so for me, that's what I'm working on right now actively.
No, that's great. You said a big thing that I remember saying at World Class Wealth. What got you here is not going to take you there. Well, we have to release our past thinking. What happens for successful people, they're still living on their laurels of what got them here.
Yeah.
And they're expecting it to get there. It doesn't, and it creates frustration because they're comparing it to an outcome without growing their identity.
Yep.
And this is going to be great, I'm telling you. I want you to leave everybody with 2 or 3 of your greatest attributes that you learned that took you from where you were in high school, buying your first business as a senior, till now. What advice would you give them?
I'm a very positive person. If you're around me, you leave better than you when you walked in. I smile, I bring good energy. I don't ever bring you down, I only bring you up. So everybody wants to give you a chance. Every interaction I walk in, if someone says, if you go to the bank, they won't do that for you. I always think, let's go try. Because I know that I'm gonna walk in with a different energy. Forget the belief, it's just an energy thing. Everybody can control energy. Man, yeah, you may not have money. Yeah, you may not have this, you may not have that. But if you go in there and you smile, and you're in a good mood and you're positive, I've had so many things go my way that one day there will be a movie. Free private flights just by asking. So many things have gone my way because I just go to people and I have the belief that, hey, I'm a good person. I have good intentions. I smile. So if you're a positive person, if you're a happy person, the kind of people that will invite you places just to have you around, the circles that you'll get into, the business opportunities that it will create, and you can control that. It doesn't cost anything.
Attitude.
Yes,
the
attitude.
most powerful discipline anybody could create. It is so contagious, and I would agree with that. I always challenge people to be the most positive person in their environment. And it's not fake, it's authentic.
Yes.
Look for the good in everything.
Yes.
You've said a lot of things that I have a part of my core values. You said attitude, leave everybody better off than you found them, service, and constantly getting better.
Yes.
Well, I will tell you this, I've really enjoyed this, and I want to thank you for spending some time with us. I'm telling you, you have to pay attention to what this man is saying. He's giving you nuggets that are huge nuggets. I know it, and I want you to go back and listen to this again and again, because this is one last thing that I believe in. Somebody came to my house last week, and I was mentoring him, and he's a young kid, and he said, do you really believe everybody can have it all? And I said, yes. But not everybody wants to pay the price, and that price is whatever it takes.
Yes.
They have to want it badly enough. I'm going to leave you with that. Do you believe everybody can have it all?
I believe that everybody can have it all, but having it all is different for every person.
That's right.
It's not the same. Having it all for me may be completely different than having it all for you.
For sure.
For me, having it all is a balance, right? Like let's just say if I had to choose between being a billionaire and not being in shape or healthy or, in love with my wife or, a beautiful family, I wouldn't do it. But if I could have 50 million and get to be all the other things that are also important to me, that's me having it all, right? So you got to figure out, like in the beginning, what's your why? Why are you doing it? I think if people figure out what their why is, they won't get knocked off course that fast. They'll have a North Star. They'll know where they're going. So everybody can have it all. Figure out what your have it all is.
All right, one more thing. I know I said one more, but you just triggered something in me. Because family has always been my why.
Yeah.
I know it's your why.
Yes.
Tell them about what that why has done for you. Because I think this is very important. I should have asked this earlier because we're very aligned with this.
So I'll break it down this way, especially for those of you who have great parents. I have great parents. The biggest lottery that you can hit is being born and you have great parents. You have no say. You just come into the world and either they're great or they're awful.
Sure.
So for me, I had great parents. And I believe life is like a relay race. And my dad ran the first lap. My mom, they ran the first or second lap. And they did a great job. and now they've handed me the baton. And that's my joy, is like these immigrants, especially if you're like the oldest child like me, you know, their dreams are your dreams. They kind of overlap a little bit. And maybe their life felt incomplete. Like my dad maybe didn't get that successful business that he wanted. So now he's tagging me in. So I look at it that way, and my why gets strong, because it's not just for me, it's them. They did what they could. Now it's my turn to do what I can. They were selfless. And so for me, that's like, my why is, my fire will always be ignited. And I always tell people, if your why is not as strong as it be, good luck competing with me, because my why is very strong.
Yeah, well, that's great. Well, thanks. We're done now.
Yeah.
Thanks so much. I really appreciate your time.
Thanks for having me.
All right,
Appreciate it.
Great.
Hi, I'm Veronica Vossoughi. I am the Event and Media Coordinator here at Boss Coaching Co. And I'm so excited to be with you here at Stream-A-Thon 24 live, watching the best of Arash's teachings. Please let me know in the comments below if you have any questions. I'd love to hear any wins you have. And we're here to make 2025 your best year ever.
Hello, this is Arash Vossoughi. I have been in San Diego, California for the past week. I was playing golf the other day, and I had a great conversation with a good friend of mine, and it really sparked this video. I wanted to share it with you. I learned about this, oh goodness, probably about 16, 17 years ago, that I implemented this strategy in my life. He kept telling me, you know, all I keep seeing is rabbits everywhere. Why am I seeing rabbits? And you're probably watching this saying, what is this video about? He's talking about rabbits. Well, I'm talking about creation in general, especially to how to create a world-class life. And I said, oh, it's very simple why you're seeing rabbits everywhere. I said, in your brain, you have a system inside of your brain. It's called the reticular activating system. It's RAS. And you can research this for yourself. And the reticular activating system is for motivation, for arousal, and that's how our brain works. But what it is our personal Google system. Now I'm going to show you some strategies that I implemented on how to not just develop it, how to use it as a competitive advantage for me consciously. Now, if anyone has ever been pregnant, or they found out their wife was pregnant for the first time, they will notice pregnant women everywhere. I know I did when my wife first got pregnant. And then think about a car. You really like a car, then all of a sudden you see that car driving everywhere. That's your reticular activating system at work. Now, how does it apply to goals? This is where focus. Think about this. The reticular activating system is impersonal, it's neutral, it's your own personal Google system. Now, what I want you to do is I want you to get so good at developing your focus. And you're focusing on what you want more than anything all day long. I talk a lot about what you want. And it always goes back to my mentor. Anytime we would talk, he would say, what is it that you really want? Now, in the beginning, I was like, he keeps asking me the same question. It is the most important question to have on the forefront in our reticular activating system. Because remember, it's our personal Google, and once you're focusing on it, you're gonna start seeing solutions of how to achieve that over and over again. And how do we develop focus? We develop it with one of our higher faculties, our will. Our will holds one idea on the screen of our mind without the distraction of any other idea. I could have all these things going on and you won't even recognize it. I actually did another video that we're gonna release where you'll see there were so many distractions around me, but I was just focused on how I can develop value for all of you. And it was like nobody else was around. And that's because I've developed that faculty. Now, our higher faculties create our environment. So let's look at my result. Let's look at your result. Those are all have become your result because of how you have been using your higher faculties either consciously or unconsciously.
You know, that's your will, your perception, your memory, your intuition, your imagination, and your reasoning. Today we're talking about how to use your own personal Google system that you have 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year at your disposal. But most people, if you ask them what it is, they would have no idea. If you ask most people, can you talk to me a little bit about your higher faculties? They would have no idea. I'm talking even the more advanced achiever. They'll have no idea. See, at Voss Coaching Co., what I want to do and what my company stands for is helping people get results. Now, what is the biggest key of getting results? You're focusing all day long on what it is you really want. You're activating that reticular activating system. I want it activated for you within an instant. You just snap your fingers, you can go there. And our job is to put all our energy, all our attention, and if you've been following me for any amount of time, you know I talk about mental rehearsing a lot, where we're talking about thinking from the end, thinking from the goal. How would that person think? And you think that way all day long. Well, imagine how much that's activating that reticular activating system just by thinking. Then it's feeling. The feeling is the key. Your feeling is going to alter your vibration. How you're feeling good. Am I feeling good? Am I feeling great? Or am I feeling bad? And then you have to step out and act. That's a 3-step process, and there's a couple things that is. That's learning. Learning is getting intellectually involved with the idea. So I want to really activate the reticular activating system. That's my own personal Google, but I'm going to use it for me instead of stop focusing what I don't want. Then I get emotionally involved with that idea, and I say, listen, this is going to be a game changer. I'm absolutely going to do this. That's emotionally involved. Then I step out and act, and I start following those quote unquote, this came out of the blue. It didn't come out of the blue. It came out of your thinking. It came out of your feeling, and now you step out and act. See, the biggest misnomer, they used to say, I remember when I first started studying this information, this was before YouTube was so prominent, all social media was so prominent. They used to say, knowledge is power. Knowledge isn't power. What is power is implementation of that knowledge. That's called learning. You're implementing it, and you're activating your reticular activating system. If you don't believe me, try it. Start focusing like my good friend did on a rabbit. Watch that you're going to start seeing rabbits everywhere. Focus on a car you like. Focus on things that are smaller and watch how that'll keep showing up in your life. Now, how do you do this? Is you've got to put this at the forefront of your attention. And attention is key. We have to have intent. What is intent? Intent is really frequency of thought. That's what intention is. And we put a lot of attention. We get so monomaniacally focused on only accepting what we want and rejecting what we don't want. I put out a video, I don't know when it was, a couple weeks ago, and I said, I have a 30-day test. I want everyone for the next 30 days, just look for the good in everything. Well, that's an example of putting attention on an intention if you practiced it. And the practice is what creates mastery. Try this, commit to it, and do it for 30 days. Watch what will happen. Listen, anybody can do anything for 30 days. I can give you to do this for 30 days. You can focus on what you want for 30 days if your why is big enough. We want our why to be through the roof. And remember, your want has to be so strong. It has to be, you have to want it just as badly as you want to breathe. I love the story from Socrates. I say it over and over again because I love this story. There was this story that a gentleman came to his house and he said, Socrates, I want to become a great philosopher like you. And he said, well, come out to my backyard. So he takes him out to the back. He had a big lake. And he says, kneel down. He grabs him by the back of the head. And if you've heard this from me before, I won't be surprised. But he grabs him and he puts his head and holds it under. He's holding it. And the story goes, the gentleman's kicking, and Socrates brings him back up. And he said, if you want to be a great philosopher like me, you have to want it just as badly as you want to breathe. And, you know, that's what my mentor told me. He said, your want has to be just as badly as you want anything in your life. And that's how creation is, because you're going to have adversities. You're going to have down days. You're going to have high days. You're going to have mid days. But the consistency of thinking in a certain way, it's not what we think, it's how we think and feel, which creates extraordinary results. Work on the reticular activating system. Don't try to work on it, and it's going to take you places you've never been. And guess what's going to happen? As you're getting better results, your self-identity is going to change. Your image is going to change. Your confidence is going to change through the doing. Practice this and watch magic start showing up in your life. Personal Google, use it for you. It's your silent partner that most people don't know about. Get it to your subconscious mind. Remember, the dominating idea in your subconscious always is going to be reflected in your results. And this is for somebody right now. If you're not getting the results you want, forget about it. Forget about what didn't work. Stay in the present moment. And remember, who you're becoming is much more important than who you've been. Like, always look forward. Design a magnificent future. Practice your disciplines. Develop a positive mental attitude. Create a kick-ass self-image. Make great decisions. Do not delay your decisions. Act on a big decision today, and your identity is going to change. And one last thing that I brought identity in, because identity is everything. We can never outperform our identity, but we can change it. You change it by the doing. And remember, your identity has been formed based on past experience. Have an amazing day. Watch this video over and over again. Get your personal Google working for you. Discipline, attitude, decision, standard, image, magical life. And remember, the more you fall in love with you, the more your life is continuing to get more, and not just better, more and more magical is what's going to happen. Thank you so much. Hello, this is Arash Vossoughi. I have clients come to me from all over the world, and the one common denominator they ask me is, can you really teach me how to win? So this video today is, are you ready to win your life? I want you to think about the question. And I always tell my clients, I can show you exactly what to do. I could show you how to do it, but there's one prerequisite. Are you willing to pay the price to achieve your dream life, to achieve your goals? And to achieve that price is whatever it demands. That means you've got to be willing to take responsibility first off. It always starts there. You take responsibility and complete ownership and extreme ownership for everything that's happened in your life. See, we want to understand this. First of all, we control our life. We're the architect of our life. We dictate what happens going forward. Now, you may be sitting there, you don't know what's happened to me. Listen, I promise you that I could tell you what's happened to me, but it wasn't what's happened, it's how did you respond to it. See, when you understand that you're responsible for anything and everything in your life, when you come from that ownership, it's literally like you're taking off this grand piano off your back. Now you've surrendered the suffering. You've given up the excuses. And that's the first part of winning. You take extreme ownership. What's number two? You operate with a significant standard. That means you bring everything in your life up to your standard. You bring your confidence up to your standard. You accept nothing under your standard. Now, you've got to be strong. And one of the common traits that I teach my clients, and what we do at Voss Coaching, is we teach you how to do hard better. You're going to have adversity. Adversity comes with winning. And you want to think about it. What were the biggest things that you did the minute before you won, you achieved your goal? Think about all those things where you could have tilted in the other way. You could have weakened up, but you toughened up to get to that next level. And what we have to do is build mental toughness. The one truth is, if you're not tough, you're not going to win. Now, I don't mean don't be vulnerable. I mean, when you have adversity, you say, listen, I'm going to rise to the occasion. I'm going to act on the ideas. That's number two. Number three is we've got to operate with a significant attitude of ourselves. We've got to understand that life is going to throw us curveballs, but how we respond and look for the good in it. Start looking with the attitude that I get to do this, that I get to grow, that I get to solve problems. That's the whole process of entrepreneurship. The more problems you solve, the more successful you're going to be. When you get a problem, do you wilt or do you rise to the occasion? Do you really elevate your life? That's what we want to do. And you could win, but now we got to pay the price. That price so far has been responsibility, ownership, rising to the occasion, developing the attitude, and now discipline. Discipline is at the heart of the matter. When I got mentored, when I was really failing, my mentor told me there's only two things you have to understand. You have to understand the laws of the universe and work in harmony with the laws. He said every time you've succeeded greatly, you've worked in harmony with the laws. Every time you have failed, you violated the law. Understand the laws of the universe. Everything happens by law, not luck. And he said you have to mix it with great discipline. You have to be willing to accept and reject ideas. Be willing to only accept from this point on the ideas that are in harmony with that standard I was talking about. The ideas that are in harmony with winning. And you've got to be willing to fail to win. You've got to be willing to go try the things. And this is where risk-taking is so beautiful. See, I'm going to give you an idea that you probably never thought about it this way. The people who risk the most are actually risking the least. And the people who stay in their comfort zone are risking the most. See, because the true winners are the ones that go outside of what the masses are doing. They go the other way. Too many people are playing it safe. Playing it safe is a dumb idea. I want you to get this in your mind. If you're playing it safe right now, I'm talking to you. Do not play it safe. See, all you have to do is ask yourself, is this risk have the opportunity to take me where I want to go? Now, if you're sitting there saying, listen, I play it safe, I cross my arms, and you need to prove it to me, I don't have to prove anything to you. All you have to do is look at how you're living. The winners in life, like I said, it takes a price to win. Are you willing to pay that price? That price is getting out of your comfort zone. That price is risky. That price is stretching. That price is developing yourself. Always be developing yourself. Always be developing yourself. Constantly stretch yourself to get better. Today is our day in miniature. I love when Robin Sharma talks about this. He says your life is your day in miniature. It is so true. And what are you doing today? Now, if you're sitting there saying, I'm so bad at discipline, join the party. I was the worst at discipline. I used to start, stop. And guess what now? When I understood that I had to practice discipline and I had to master discipline because that was the prerequisite to creating a life of freedom, then I was willing to pay the price. If you're sitting there saying, Arash, I just can't do discipline, that's not true. You don't have a big enough why. Your why has to be bigger than your why not. Your reasons for doing things are what's going to be the motive. And keep focusing on goals. If you don't have goals, winning is not an option. When you have goals and you're willing to grow into them, you're willing to fail to win, you're going to win big. So let's go back to winning. Winning is your birthright. I believe that every single person on this planet can win. Why? Because there's abundance everywhere. See, when you take the limit off of your mind and start focusing on building abundance and going to that state of abundance, because abundance is a state. Everyone has access to it. And you say, well, I don't see any of it. Listen, I didn't see any of it. 15 years ago, I was failing miserably. I was $150,000 in debt. I was getting married 3 weeks later and just lost my job. And I went and I said, what do I need to change? I need to develop a winning philosophy. The minute I changed my philosophy, my thinking changed almost immediately when I said, I am sick and tired of being sick and tired. And you could do the same. I didn't see abundance anywhere in my life. When I got the right direction and started changing and took responsibility for my life, then all of a sudden I went from losing to winning. Well, how do you go from losing to winning? You make a definite decision that you're choosing into your life. You're saying, no more screwing around. This is what I'm doing. And here's the truth of it. You're going to spend the time anyway. You might as well spend it creating an amazing life. Creating what we at Voss Coaching Co. teach you is creating a world-class life. Don't screw around with yourself. Develop the discipline. Develop the attitude. Develop the standard. Take extreme ownership. Winning is your birthright. And I promise you this. Winning is a lot more fun than losing. And you deserve it. Start understanding that worthiness is the game. You have to feel worthy of the good you desire. If you do not feel subconsciously worthy, you're not going to attract it into your life. Look at your results right now. They tell you what you're in harmony with. If you're crushing it, you're in harmony with crushing it. If you're tiptoeing, if you're making excuses, if you don't go all in, you're not going to do it. See, we have to develop this muscle to win. And this muscle is our effort muscle. You go all in all the time. And you may say, that sounds exhausting. No, what's exhausting is pretending to be something you're not. That's exhausting. You have to release it. You can't play your life rigid. You've got to let go. Be open your heart. Open up to what's possible. Enter in the spirit of what you want. When you're in the spirit of what you want, you're in love with what you want. Your want comes from the essence. Winning comes from the essence. You're not here just to tiptoe through life. You're here to keep changing lives. You're here to make a mark for your family, for your children, for your environment. Think about it. What if now you're winning in all of a sense to get to that point? You were around people who were more aware. But you had the courage to bet on yourself, to say from this moment on, I'm investing in myself. Constantly read books, constantly go to seminars, constantly make sure you have a mentor. We all have blind spots. Mentorship is the number one idea that changed my life. Winning is your birthright. It's time to toughen up. You are a winner. Now go create your life. Because when you say those two words, and you may phrase it a little less raw than me, but if you say those two words, it activates your spirit. It activates the real you. The real you didn't come into this world saying, let me play it safe. Well, that's how we came into this world. All of a sudden, we get programmed from everybody else that having a want is bad. Having a want is excellent. Now, our job is to be in integrity with that want. Our job is to be dissatisfied. See, the moment we're satisfied is the moment we're not growing. And so I'd rather you guys fail forward than not at all. Like every event I do, I always pick at myself. I'm always like, oh, I could have done this better. I could have done that better. It's not because I'm beating myself up. It's because I want to that's how I get better. And that's what I want all of you to do in your different businesses. Like I always say, for me, my goal for Voss is to be the #1 personal development company in the world. Why would it not be? Why would I say I want to be the 42nd? Right? Like, why would any of us say that we're not the best in the world at what we do? Why are we spending the time then? Now, if I said that to 10,000 people right now, they'd be like, oh, I don't want this, I don't want... That's fine, you know? Like, I was at an event that you guys showed up to in London, and some lady came up to me, and she said, you know, I'm afraid to work with you because you'll hold me accountable. I said, let me give you the solution. Don't work with me then, because I will hold you accountable. Like, what I was really saying is you're not my type of people. There's nothing wrong with that. But as long as we know that, now we're coming from abundance, not scarcity. Now we're saying, hey, I value myself, you value yourself, that I'm going to go do these events. I may have 2 people that show up. I mean, I always have this fear. I don't like doing free events because you never know who's going to show up, personally. So I'm always like one of the first in the room. Like in London, we had like 100 people. And I was the first in the room. You know what I thought? What if nobody shows up? And that's why I don't like doing free events, because at least the paid events, you have a commitment and you have committed people. But you have to put yourself on the hook. My first event I ever did was at a public library. I either had 2 or 3 people. I think it was 3 people that showed up, and one of them was my wife. So really 2 people. And I remember I did that event. I had no experience. I did that event. I was so fired up afterwards, you know? But like, that's just what you have to do. I told these guys this morning, all of us have to be a legend on our own mind before we're going to be a legend out in the world.
We have to see ourselves already that. How you guys are going to make a significant difference in the marketplace and in your lives and have a windfall of money coming your way is when you're more committed to your personal development than you are your bank account, than you are what other people think, than what you are the accolades. Because at the end of the day, the accolades are nice, but they last like 2 minutes, you know, and then you forget about the accolades. I'm more interested in you living a certain way. That's what I'm interested. Like, you could live a great life for yourself, Jeppe. Let's say you said, for me to live the way I wanted to live was $5 million on my terms. I'm earning $5 million a year on my term. That is much better than you earning $20 million hating what you do. Would you agree?
Yes.
Yeah, but there's a lot of people who are earning $20 million, hate what they do because they put a higher value on money than they do on their life. It's very common. It's very common. So that's why we work on all the foundations and all the models so you live without settling. What if I told you journaling is the best way to connect with your other self?
Yeah, I believe it.
I've taken journaling very seriously for the last year. I think more serious than I've ever taken it. And it has transformed me. And what I've realized is my journaling is never coming from my fake self. And so I'll just put that into the journaling and, you know, why it's so effective. The law of 100. If you want to get great at anything, you practice something 100 times.
100 times.
So let me give you an example of this. Let's say you did gratitude for 100 days in a row. Like disciplined gratitude. Not like, oh, I'm grateful for my hair if you're not. Okay? But like deep things that you're grateful for 100 days. Watch how much in 100 days your results will change. Like, watch the synchronicities and not doing them consistently inconsistent and not doing them with the intention I have to do gratitude. You know, then let's say you auto-suggested for 100 days and we measured this. Let's say we actually did a measurement of every day you journal where your belief around your goal from day 18, day 62, day 90, you're going to see the law of 100 working, okay? And the more if I'm doing a new skill, I have to do it at least 100 times. And every time it gets better and better and better and better. Let's say in your marketing, you're writing new copy every day. Every day, every day, every day. It's going to get much better at day 100, right? So that's where the law of 100 is, but it's 100 consecutive days. And so that means it's 7 days a week, whatever you're doing. Because if you let's say you do a 5 days, you take the weekend off. You have to start at day 1. The law of 100 is based on every day doing something. And once you do it, you'll never stop practicing the law of 100. I always say it takes great courage to create great things in our life. Most people will never do that for themselves. Most people will not stay in nice hotels. Most people will not get themselves the purses, the shoes that they want, right? Mm-hmm. So you always know the self-esteem of somebody based on how they value themselves. But a lot of people will focus on the obstacles, which is going to create doubt. The doubt will be, can they do it? See, the top 0.1%, I'm not even talking about 1%. The top 0.1% has doubts too. But they don't let the doubts control them. They hear the doubt and they go, nope, I got to take action. So the more you let go and remind yourself why you started and not assign a level of difficulty to it, that's how you're going to propel forward. That's why we never make a decision one way or the other regarding money. It doesn't matter how much it costs. It matters what it will do. See, what if we all thought and understand that all we are is a garden? That's all we are. Whatever we plant, the more it grows.
So if you plant it with great emotion, whether you're planting seeds of poison or seeds of abundance, it's growing the more emotionally involved you get. All of us are just gardens. That's all we are. What we're planting, we're getting. So when we start embracing the results and start looking at it from that viewpoint is how we're going to propel. Make sense?
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Seven Figure Standard podcast. I'm Mikey Stiller, joined by my co-host, Arash Vossoughi, and we're so thrilled to be back with you for another episode. And today we're going to be getting into a powerful concept called subjective control. This is a term you may or may not have heard before, but our goal is that after today's episode, you know just how valuable this can be if understood and applied in your life. So, Arash, how are you doing?
I'm great, Mikey. How are you?
I am doing great as well. And I'm excited to get into today's episode because I know how much it can help all of our listeners. And what I would love if you would just give a pretty in-depth overview of what is subjective control if someone's hearing that term for the first time.
Sure. I'm going to give it very simple because I like to simplify everything. Subjective control is you're dictating what is going on inside of you. And now the biggest challenge that we all have is getting in control of our mindset and making it stronger than our emotions. And we want to get to the point that we don't let anything from the outside disturb us. That's subjective control. And so you're looking at the result, but you're not disturbed. You're not, even if you have great results, it doesn't impact you. It doesn't mean you don't feel good, but you don't let your ego go too high and drink your Kool-Aid too much, because that's dangerous too. And so subjective control is you're objectively in control of yourself, and you're controlling what you're putting in to the greatest power we have, which is our subconscious mind. And we're dictating the thoughts, the feelings, the actions, what our attitude is towards them.
So, Raj, how do you practice subjective control? Because it can be really easy to make up scenarios in your mind and maybe think like, okay, I won't react. I'm going to respond. I'm going to stay calm. But then once you're hit with adversity or once you're hit with something, how do you stay in control?
Well, we have to prioritize attitude first. We have to understand it. A lot of people say, oh, I know a brief definition of attitude. And we talked about attitude several episodes back, but we have to prioritize it and understand attitude is at the core of everything we create. Either a great attitude towards something, a mediocre or bad, but most people are not prioritizing their attitude. And when you're not prioritizing your attitude and letting the outside dictate your attitude, oh, I'm in adversity, so I give up. I'm stuck. I don't feel good, right? You have to get to the core of it. One thing that I like doing is, let's say I react to something and I'll say, is it real? And that neutralizes my mind right away by just saying, is it real? Should I be emotionally involved in that? Is the thing that I'm projecting really real? Is the thing that I'm getting emotionally involved with real? See, we understand there's no better way to understand how powerful your mind is when you start focusing on what you don't want, when you've internalized what you don't want, and when you let the adversity take over instead of getting to the cause of it. The cause is always us. The cause is always our belief around it. The cause is a trigger that we've suppressed that reminds us something from the past that we didn't like. And then it's almost like we're replaying that like it's right here, right now, when it's not. So I remember Earl Nightingale used to say, like, over 86% of the things we worry about are not even ever happen. And there's nothing more accurate to that.
You know what just popped in my mind is the passage by James Allen, and as a man thinketh, calmness of mind is one of the beautiful jewels of wisdom. And I've always thought previous to this conversation right here that he was talking about mental chaos, mental hurry. But now I'm wondering, was he really talking about this, which is subjective control? What are your thoughts on that?
I definitely think he was. Calmness of mind is the greatest jewel we have. Like, when we're calm is when we're neutral. See, when we're achieving and setting our goals, both of them, we got to set it first before we can achieve it. But when we're setting our goal, we do it in a calm manner and we accept that idea right away.
Now, I want everybody to ask yourself, over the last, maybe it's even today when you're listening to this, did something on the outside trigger you that got you really ramped up in the wrong way? Did somebody cut you off? A lot of people, it'll take something very little. I'm always telling my kids, you can learn a lot through your kids. And they'll tell me, oh, this person made me feel this way. And I'll tell my kids all the time, you've got to get to a point that nothing disturbs you from somebody else. Now, they roll their eyes at me. They think I'm crazy, but eventually they're going to get it because I keep that same message. That's what we have to do as business professionals. That's how you create your world. You create it for being in control. Think of a time, Mikey, I want you to think of this. And for everyone listening to you, I want you to think about it. Think of a time where you created the most amazing experience, whether that was a result you created, you just were so in the present moment, you were dictating what happened. See, the result is not what fulfills us. It's the pursuit of who we're becoming and getting subjective control, dictating that objective confidence that creates the subjective control.
So is it the higher faculty of the will that you must use to hold subjective control?
There's two of them. Subjective control comes from the will and the reasoning. Reasoning is our ability to think. So what does that mean? We could think whatever we want. So we can accept what we don't want, or we could accept what we do want. See, this is where faith comes in. You want to see what you want all day long, and you want to believe in the incredible. What's incredible? Your subconscious mind. Whatever you give it, it's going to express. And then you're going to receive what most people call miracles that us at Voss Coaching Co. call standard. I want it to be a standard. This is what it is. I want everybody's program from now on going to be, I am coming from the program of my goal. That's called subjective control. Even though I don't see it with my five senses, everything I do, every decision I make, I come from it. Every attitude I have, I come from it. Every discipline comes from the goal, not what my present disciplines are. My present disciplines are outdated to get me to where I want to go. But here's the thing, we have to be calm. We don't fight it. If we just relax and just ask ourselves these questions, every decision, if we start our day from this point on, that every decision today is going to come from the person who would achieve that goal. Now, but then you actually obey yourself, you obey the intent, and remember, intent's just frequency of a thought. You're giving yourself a command and doing it, and every decision comes from that. Every attitude comes from that. Every standard comes from that. Every discipline comes from that. And then you're going to operate with a new identity. And the identity is the foundation of your results.
Okay, this is so good. And it has me with all sorts of questions that I want to ask you to dig in a little bit deeper. And you were just talking about coming from the goal. Every decision is from the goal. Every discipline is from the goal. And we had a Q&A call, I want to say last week, where a client said, well, okay, if I had achieved my goal, then I'd be buying a private jet, but I obviously can't do that right now. So I just don't understand, it wasn't clicking in his mind what you meant by acting from the goal. And you explained it so beautifully on that Q&A. And I think it will resonate and help everybody listening. So would you explain that a little bit deeper on what it means to come from the goal?
Yeah. So a lot of people come from a materialistic, what they would have, which is fine. They could do that. I'm more interested in what are the three things. I told this client, what would be if you already had that goal right now, what were the three disciplines that you would have created? And then it started clicking with him. See, to me, the having is an effect. It's not the cause. I want everyone to get to the cause. The cause is us. The cause is our disciplines. So what type of experiences would you have in terms of disciplines? What type of disciplines would you have made as part of your identity to achieve that goal? Maybe it's subjective control. Well, I know it has to be. That's at the forefront. It has to be, because that's going to control your attitude. The second thing, it would be, what if you were much better at your craft? How often are you practicing your craft? That's a great discipline. I work with sales professionals all the time. You know what the thing they don't want to do at all? Practice their presentation. You know, the thing that's going to get them to their goal is becoming a master at what they do. And that could be with somebody who's singing, somebody who's a gymnast, somebody who is a aspiring golfer, whatever it is. It doesn't matter what it is, aspiring business owner. But the disciplines are going to create your freedom. I'm telling you this right now. Spend the time building the disciplines as part of your identity. Is it hard? In the beginning, it's hard. And then it gets a lot of fun. In the middle, it's going to be up and down. It's going to be constantly going up and down, up and down, up and down. You're thinking you're losing your mind because that's where the middle is so messy. But keep at it. That's what's going to take you to where you want to go. And get really good with questions. Ask yourself questions. Questions always neutralize you. It's not, when you're asking a question, it's objective. Ask other people questions. So many people are talking to just like they word vomit all the time. And instead of just asking other people questions, and then you're going to get the answers because you could learn from any single person.
Arash, you talked about the importance of being neutral. What does it actually mean to be neutral?
Neutral is when you're right in the middle, where you're very objective. It's not positive or negative. And you're coming almost out of body. And you're watching your behaviors and you're saying, did I operate as an A+ performer today? That would be a neutral thought. Did I, once again, a question. Could I have done what I did better today? I know I can always do better than what I did. I know that. That's not putting myself down. I can always get better. So tomorrow I'm thriving and aspiring to continue to get better. Now, what's happening is most people don't ask themselves the critical questions. They're never neutral. And I said never. I'm sure that's going to hit people in a certain way. The true pros in life are always the most objective people to themselves. They're looking at ways they can get better. They're not drinking their Kool-Aid. See, when you're drinking your Kool-Aid, this is why we have to be humble and hungry, because we can always get better. I'm not telling you not to appreciate your wins. I want you to appreciate them. And then I want those wins to be your floor now, not your ceiling. You know, I don't even believe in ceilings because our thinking is going to take us as far as we want to go. There's no such thing as a ceiling. As long as we have a healthy mental state, then we can go as far as our thinking goes.
Arash, whenever you talk about being neutral, you're not referring to not having a desire, but you're talking about the desire not owning your emotions, correct?
Yeah, we don't want anything to own our emotions. When we're neutral, it doesn't mean you don't have your foot on the gas. It means you're objective. It means you're getting to the truth. You know, that's where the power is. Neutral is an attitude. And it's not ego-based. It's actually being away from ego. It's being in the present moment to observe yourself. That's neutral. You know, I will tell you, when my life really changed is when I practiced neutrality, when I really practiced being neutral. And now it's my MO. It is my absolute MO is to get neutral all the time. Like I like to feel, even if I feel pain, it doesn't feel good, but I know that pain is something I suppressed. I know it's something that I triggered. It might have been something from the past that I'm afraid to go back there. But when it comes up, I have to deal with it. If I don't deal with it, then it's going to start to own me. And then it could create some sabotaging behaviors going forward.
So Raj, if someone's listening to this and they're thinking, okay, I'm gaining an understanding of what it means to have subjective control, and that's something that I need to work on, or I have not previously mastered this, what are the first steps that someone takes to start mastering subjective control?
Well, first of all, we've got to understand how important it is. We got to put a priority on it, that I want you to give yourself a command that you're going to dictate what you put in your mind. I want you to be in control of that. You dictate it, not what somebody else says, not what your results are telling you. Then you've got to develop the attitude of perseverance. Perseverance because it becomes an act of your will against common sense and logic. We want to understand that. Perseverance listen, my senses are telling me nothing's changing, but I keep going. I do one extra thing. I do my call 5 minutes longer. I go another 30 days, even though I thought I would have it by now. That is how you're going to change this. But here's the big part. You're not a victim to your five senses. You have that will and reasoning faculty that we talked about. So you get to I want you to hear my words. You get to accept or reject any idea that you have. That's why we're not a victim to our five senses. Now, if we're not thinking and we're letting the outside think for us, we're not in subjective control. And then what's going to happen? You're just letting it accept it with your imagination, another higher faculty, and it goes steeps deep down into your subjective. And then guess what? You believe what the result tells you. Your identity is based on the result. See, you've got to value yourself. You've got to value what you're capable of. If one person can do it, anybody can do it. I say this over and over again because I believe it with every cell in my body. If you have a want, that want came from the deeper side of you. It's meant to be fulfilled. Now, how do you fulfill it? You've got to develop yourself. You've got to grow. And you've got to come with a selfless heart. Coming from a selfless heart, to me, is what defines greatness. Greatness is about bringing yourself up and getting people behind you and lifting them up. It's not about, greatness is not about ego. It's not about you. It's about we. And when we understand that, because none of us are going to achieve our goals without the assistance of other people. Those are people that are going to be on your team, customers you can help inspire and help them change their results. But we have to start understanding we need people. That's where greatness comes from, and that's where leadership comes from.
This is so good. And honestly, I hope if you're not driving, you've got a pen and a piece of paper out and you're taking notes, or you'll go back and re-listen. Arash, I love the way you brought up imagination there, because imagination is one of those amazing superpowers that we have that we can use either to our benefit or to our demise, right? Especially when it comes to subjective control. And maybe we should do an entire episode on imagination and all the higher faculties. But I just love the way that you broke that down. I'd love to get into an action step for everybody.
Well, the action step here is really prioritizing subjective control. What I would do if I was everybody is I would purchase the book, Power of Awareness with Awakened Imagination. And the author's name is Neville. And the chapter in it, you can get it as a free PDF because it was written so long ago. If you just type in subjective control, and I would read it. The chapter is about 2 pages, maybe 3 pages. It's not very long, but it's very powerful. And I would read it for 30 days, but I would practice it and get really good at building your ability to dictate what comes in inside of you. And this happens, which you guys should be pros at this by now, because I've told you, accepting and rejecting is going to be one of your best friends. It's going to be your ally. And I would practice it. But I wouldn't just read subjective control. How I would study it is I would read it 5 times a day. I would literally go deep into it so you keep it on the forefront of your mind. And don't just listen to this once. Listen to this podcast recording over and over and over again. Because if you're sitting there right now and you do not love your results, or if you like your results, but you're still not in love at the highest level, you've got to learn subjective control. It is gonna make things so effortless for you. But practice, because here's the thing. Knowledge isn't power. It's the application of the knowledge that creates the result. But we've got to get in real harmony with repetition. It's very logical. Why should I read something 5 times a day? Why should I say something every 3 hours? That's called learning. And that's how you're going to change. It's the repetition of putting a priority on dictating what goes inside of you and doing it from a neutral perspective. It's going to be, I'm telling you, it will change your results literally overnight. Not exactly overnight, but in 6 months, 3 months, you're going to say, oh my God, it feels so good that I'm not letting anything disturb me. I'm in control. I'm not reacting. I'm dictating what goes on. And I'm feeling. That's a big one, feeling. See, feeling is a key, and most people are not feeling. They're suppressing. I don't want you to suppress. That doesn't mean all the feelings are great. Some of them may be things that is causing the scarcity in your heart that you got to dig back up. I want you to feel. I want you to feel the pain. I want you to feel the joy. I want you, any residual scarcity, we've got to get it out of you because it's going to block the flow of the good you desire to you.
Arash, we talk a lot about freedom at Voss Coaching Co. and how the pursuit of freedom is such a worthy pursuit. And I think that the freedom of your peace of mind, freedom of not letting the outside control you, is just as important as freedom when it comes to finances or your time. Do you agree?
Yeah, for me, no, I don't just agree. I 1000% agree. To me, freedom financially does not happen until you have freedom emotionally. You have to have peace of mind before you're going to create it in your results. You have to build that faith muscle and know that you know that you know. You don't know how many people, Mikey, will tell me, well, you're not in my industry. I don't need to be in your industry. See, your industry, your business, your job is a reflection of you. You're bringing you to the table. So it doesn't matter what it's doing. Go look at your relationships. How are your relationships? You're putting the same deposits in relationships as you would be towards your business. Everything works the same. How we do one thing is the same behavioral pattern that we do everything. So this is what we've got to lock into and understand. It's always about you, and you're infinite, and you've got to understand that part of you. Once you understand that, you're going to be playing with a competitive advantage because most people do not.
This was so good. I think this might be my favorite podcast episode we've done to date. And I could say that about several episodes, but this one was so good and can transform your life. So go ahead and share this with your friends and family. Give us a rating and a review, and we'll see you back next week on Tuesday for another episode of the 7 Figure Standard podcast.
Hello, YouTube. I have got a dynamic lesson for you. Now, this is probably one of the most important lessons that I ever learned that really transformed my life. And I hope I caught your attention, because I'm going to give you, by the end of this video, I'm going to give you the most crucial action steps on how to implement this video. So if you're just breezing, you're not going to get the importance of this. You want to stay till the very end of this video. Now, if you've been waiting for the right moment to transform your life, that moment is right now. But I'm going to tell you the truth of all truths. It's going to be dependent on how you see yourself. And if you're following me and watching this, you know how much in my teachings I talk about you. I want you right now to make up your mind that you are going to create exactly what you want. And everything that anyone has ever accomplished, you can accomplish. And it's done the same way. It's done by law. What does that mean? You have to understand you, and as you grow, so is your income. What if I told you right now, I was sharing with a group I was mentoring this morning, and I said, every one of you already knows how to double their income. And I had people nodding their head. Then I said, well, why aren't you doing it? Every one of you watching this right now, without anything, knows you can double your income. But until you create a great understanding about you and how you operate, nothing's going to change. But when you work on you, and I'm talking about the real you, I'm not talking about those limitations, I'm not talking about the old stories, I'm not talking about your past setbacks, I'm talking about the essence of who you are. Now, what is the essence of who you are? The essence of who you are is perfection. And when you get more and more aware that the essence of who I am is pure perfection, there's nothing I can't accomplish that I truly want, then that's when your life is going to become magical, and that's when you're going to let the magic out. But I always share this at my World Class Wealth seminar. I'll say, I'm going to simplify this for you regarding you. That your results right now is exactly how you see yourself. And if you increase your confidence by 10x, you're going to increase your results by 10x. Now, I want you to think about that. If you had 10 times more confidence, what would you be doing? If you had 10 times more confidence, think about the ideas you would be implementing. Think about how you would have, the type of courage you would have. Confidence is an inside job. I can't give it to you.
I could teach you how to build it, but I can't give it to you. You have to do the deep internal work to build it. Now, today, this moment, as you're listening to me speak, is the pivotal moment. The point of being all in, and if you're not all in, you're not going to win. I'm going to be very honest with you and very frank. Do you know anybody who is half in who is winning greatly? I don't. When you watch somebody all in, you respect it. They're like, they have guts. Well, you have guts too. But the point of all in is shifting from avoiding what you don't want to fully committing and pursuing what you absolutely do want. Now let's dissect that last statement. It's avoiding what you don't want. See, people are hiding. They don't want to look at their insecurities. And your insecurities are your greatest gifts. But until we start working on our insecurities and turn them into great strengths, it's impossible to achieve what we want. So I want you right now, just for however long I teach this lesson, I don't even know how long I'm going to teach it for. But I will tell you, just be all in with me. Put all your focus on my voice. And I want you to think about you this whole time. Anything that's an aha, I want you to put it in your notes. Now, freedom demands personal transformation. I'm doing an event in 2 weeks. 2 weeks from when I'm recording this. And it's called Transform Live. I'm going to teach every single person in that room how to transform effortlessly and easily. That doesn't mean they don't have to do the work. It's not a magic pill I give people, but I'm going to give them the exact mindset, the exact processes of what to do and how to do it. Now, if you haven't bought your ticket, you need to be in that room. Go to my website and get into Transform Live. You'll be glad you did. Now, let's look. If we're going to understand us, let's look at these 4 truths we have to understand. We have to have a reason to understand us. We have to have a sincere desire for interchanging quantum leaps. Your soul hates being boxed in. And your soul is desiring a massive quantum leap. Right now, you're on my YouTube channel because you know you can do better. You may be like I was, where you are sick and tired of being sick and tired. And you are dissatisfied in such a healthy way because dissatisfaction is such a creative state. And to understand you have to be brutally honest with yourself. You never beat yourself up, but you want to look at some of the ways you're not showing up that is keeping you from living a life of freedom. Once you understand you're going to discover the workable principles. What are the workable principles? I'm going to show you in this lesson. And you're going to automatically act with an attitude of persistence, where you keep going no matter what. You keep pivoting forward, pivoting forward, pivoting forward. And this is essential to create a quantum leap for yourself. Now, let's talk about you. Your spiritual DNA is absolutely perfect. It requires no modification. There's nothing you don't have inside of you that somebody else has. But we have to become aware of our genius. You are all-knowing. You have access to all the knowledge in the world. That just takes effort. That just takes effort. I'm going to find the answers to what is holding me back. You are all-powerful. You have access to all the power in the world. I use this story a lot. You'll hear stories of a 100-pound woman picking up a car because her child's under the car. Well, she doesn't think, she just acts right away, and she takes all of life's energy and pulls that car up. How can a 100-pound woman lift up that car? Because we have access to all the power in the world. It is ever present, it's with you all the time, but our job is to become aware of it. Now, if you're not aware of it, I can tell you by your results, you're probably not making things happen, so you're not aware of what I'm talking about. Now, you may intellectually know you're infinite. You may be like me. When I was first working with my mentor, he said the number one thing you have to accept, Arash, is that you're infinite. And I remember telling him, I said, Bob, do you wake up every day saying you're infinite? He says, no, but I put it in my consciousness, I put it in my awareness that I had to become more and more of my infinite potential. See, there's no end where you could take yourself when you start doing hard things in a great way, when you start overcoming the bad habit of being the old you. Your future is going to depend on your personal growth, on how much you put effort into really changing. Now, a lot of people want to double, triple, quadruple their results without changing. They want to keep the same habits. They want to keep the same environment. That's not how it works. In order for us to grow, we have to change. Now, when I tell you, if one person can create great wealth, so can you. And you want to accept that idea. But it's not good enough just to know we're infinite. How you're going to implement your infiniteness is you have to have the courage to bet on yourself. There's no one better to bet on than you. I remember 2 years ago, I'm in Portofino, Italy on vacation. And I'm sitting out on the balcony while my wife was getting ready. And this thought came over to me, and it just filled my consciousness. And it said, what was the number one thing that you did that really made the difference? And it was so immediate, the answer, and the answer surprised me, to be honest with you. I thought the answer was going to be you implemented these ideas, you hired a mentor. But before any of that happened, it was so clear to me the minute my life changed, even though the results didn't change, is when I had the courage to bet on myself. I walked away from a guaranteed 6-figure income, and I turned everything down 3 weeks before my wedding, and I said, I am going all in on this philosophy, and I'm going to spend a year to see if it really works. But when I bet on myself, what I did, which I wasn't aware of then, is I put everything in motion. Now, are you betting on yourself? I want you to honestly ask that question. Every day, part of my philosophy, my automatic operating system is, I bet on me more than I bet on anything else. It was funny, the other day, I got this quote by Beyonce. She said, I'm not a big gambler, but I bet on myself every day. I said, God, that is so good. People are creating success not by accident. It happens, like I said, the same way for every individual, whether they're doing it consciously or unconsciously. When you understand that you're infinite, that your spiritual DNA is perfect, and you become more and more aware of that, it's going to be so simple to keep betting on yourself. Betting on yourself, I want to make like you do brushing your teeth. You don't even think about it, you just do it. That's how I want you to create the connection to betting on yourself. Now, I said earlier, I want you to make up your mind right now that you're going to create exactly what you want. Well, when you make up your mind, you're getting in harmony with the spiritual essence of who you are. That is pure perfection. You're not wondering, I wonder if I can do it. No, you boldly go into the unknown. And when you want success as badly as you want to breathe, because your want has to be so great, your want has to be so strong. And when you choose your want over circumstances or conditions, you're going to start making circumstances instead of reacting to circumstances. And boy, are you going to understand you much better and set yourself up for win after win after win. And I'm not just talking about little wins. I'm talking about creating breakthrough after breakthrough is going to be a part of your identity. I want you to take a good look at your present results right now. Just take an honest look at the area of your life that you want to focus on. But every area of our lives tells us how we see ourselves in that area. So right now, if you're not earning the income you want, you are not living in a prosperity consciousness, you're struggling to get by, that's how you understand you regarding prosperity. And then you could do it with health. You could do it with confidence. You could do it with your relationship. Our present results never lie. They always tell us what is going on inside of us. And I want you to remember this, because the people who are really winning big, they're winning big automatically. And the people who are really losing big, they're losing big automatically. Why? Because our results are a direct reflection of our subconscious programming. Now, I ask this a lot. I'll ask people, I'll say, what creates results? And they'll say the actions. And then some people will say the actions and the thinking, but they don't have the combination. And I want to work backwards with you so you really have a clear understanding of this. Our results are a manifestation of our actions are a manifestation of our programming, and our programming is a manifestation of our thinking. Well, what does that have to do with you? If I want to dramatically increase my results, then I have to think in a certain way. What is that certain way? I only accept ideas of abundance. I only accept ideas that are in harmony with my results that I want to create. That will create the new programming. The programming dictates what type of actions we take, and the results happen by default. But take an honest look at your present results right now. That will be the truest measure of how you see you on a subconscious level. I want you to make a decision today, and I mean a directive to yourself. I am done hiding, I am done suppressing my emotions, and I am done making up excuses. I am stopping protecting myself from who I want to be. Forget about if this is in your mind. I get this a lot. Well, I'm afraid of what success will be like, or I have fear of failure. Forget about all that. None of that matters. The more success you create, the more you transform yourself, the more you're tapping into the highest part of your personality. But guess what? Every time you protect yourself, all you're doing is tapping into the lowest side of your personality, the physical side. Creation is always created twice, first in your mind, then in your physical reality. But what if I told you the number one sabotager for people is they do not understand who they are. If you understood who you were, you would never be thinking in lack and limitation. Well, the manifestation of not understanding yourself is people consistently always protecting themselves from who they want to be. Do you ever ask yourself, why do I procrastinate? Protection. Why do I not risk? Protection. But what if I told you you're risking more by not risking? Because that is a truth. I want you to make part of your automatic operating system, your philosophy, that I never hold back. I may fail, but failure is such an illusion. Anybody who's winning big, they never look at it as a setback as failure. I want you to have a great relationship with failure, but when you don't hold back and when you commit, say, I'm going all in, you're letting your spirit out and you're in the spirit of what you want. Now, if we went back to our results again, our results will tell us what we're emotionally involved in. I want you to be emotionally involved in understanding how great you are. You have an amazing story. Everybody has an amazing story. But what most people think of, my story's not that good. I beg to differ. You have overcome a lot of hardships. You've had a lot of great wins, but you don't understand you. So you minimize your wins. I want you to honor your wins. But when you stop holding back, you're on your way to success. See, we have a deep inner world inside of us that if we tap into, that's the part of you that wants to 10x your confidence, 10x who you are. And this inner world will give you access to everything you want to achieve in your life. But we've got to let that person out, so we've got to do all the internal work that is going to reshape your subconscious programming. But in order to do that, you have to understand who you are. You know, I always brag about my mentor, Bob Proctor. I loved him so much. And nobody's had a greater impact in my life personally than Bob did. But he used to always tell me, he said, Arash, you have to have a clear image of your mind. And what I'm going to teach you is what he taught me and what his mentor taught him. Leela Vanderwall is the one who taught him this, but Bob taught it to me, and I've taught it to thousands and thousands of people. You have a conscious mind, you have a subconscious mind, and you have a body. Now, but our conscious mind is our thinking mind. It's our educated mind. It's where your intellect resides. But this is what I want you to see you. You're a spiritual being living in a physical body, and you've been gifted with an intellect. How you're using your intellect is how your results are created. So let's look at our results again, and that's how you're using your intellect. Now, how does my intellect operate? Well, number one, I can choose any idea that I want. I could choose any idea. So look at the ideas that you're accepting. That'll tell you what you're choosing. You can accept or reject any idea in your life. The number one part of me understanding me was understanding that I am going to only accept thoughts that are in harmony with my future life, how I want to live. And I am going to reject anything that is in harmony with what I don't want. When we become so good at accepting and rejecting ideas, your life is going to take on a different form. I want you to think about, while you're watching me right now, how are you feeling? That'll tell you exactly how you've been thinking. Our feeling is on a subconscious level, and our subconscious mind is our emotional mind. But our thoughts, our feelings, and actions is another word for attitude. So let's take a look at this. In our conscious mind, we want to see what we want. That's going to allow us to feel how we want to feel. And then the feeling creates the action creates the results. That's called attitude. But until we understand, our job in our consciousness is to think about what we want by being emotionally involved with what we want, and we've radically accepted that idea like we already have it. It's going to impregnate the subconscious mind. The subconscious mind is going to dictate what vibration you're in that causes the action that's going to cause your results. Now, your conscious mind, you can originate any idea. That's why I want you to originate an idea that is so worthy of you. Don't originate small ideas. Absolutely refuse to let anything on the outside control you. You're going to be controlling your destiny because you're in control of what you think about. See, once you take care of you, everything else will take care of itself. But when you look at the power of your subconscious mind must accept. So most people are unconsciously sabotaging themselves because they're living at the lowest part of their personality, the physical part. They're constantly letting the outside control them. But you watching this today, now you're aware, I'm going to be in control of me. When we're in control of our thoughts, we're in control of our emotions, we're in control of our results. Your subconscious mind cannot reject, it must accept, and it accepts with our imagination. Any idea, whether you accept it consciously or unconsciously, goes straight to your subconscious mind. And it's going to be reflected in your reality. But the beautiful part is your subconscious mind has no idea the difference between what's real or what's imagined. Your brain has no idea the difference between what's real and what's imagined. So we want to fill our consciousness by being emotionally involved with what we want. Now, we've got to understand the most important question that drives us every day if you're going to create a massive transformation. It's, what do I really want more than anything else in the world? And I want you to understand how important the want is. Your want comes from the essence of who you are. And that want is for you to grow. It's not for you to get. Now, I want you to get more than you could ever imagine. But the getting is the effect. It's not the cause. The cause is in growing. So ask yourself, what do I really want? And do I have a clear image of that? Because that image has to be clear. If it is not clear, you're giving your subconscious mind double binding messages. And your subconscious is always going to express the dominant of two ideas. Now, how do we get the want inside of us to that inner world that I was talking about, that genius inside of us? We have to radically accept an idea. How do you radically accept an idea? You say, this is what I'm doing no matter what. This is how I'm living. It feels so great that I have turned my annual income into my monthly income. I have 10x my income, and you just accept it. Radically accepting an idea goes right to the subconscious mind. And you will be aware that you radically accepted an idea because you never worry about the how, and you never worry about circumstances. When you've radically accepted an idea, you are obsessed about getting better. You're obsessed about beating your personal best from the day before. You're obsessed about transforming your identity. You're obsessed about elevating your standards because your standards is what you're automatically accepting. Now, but here's the magic. Our want is absolutely essential. It comes from the essence of who we are. We radically accept the idea. We get it in the spirit, so we're emotionally involved with what we want. And the repetition of getting emotionally involved with what we want now turns our want into a magnificent obsession. When it's a magnificent obsession, it's always on our mind. So everything we do is coming from that want. But if we have a weak want, there is no magnificent obsession. And most people have weak wants. They don't spend the time understanding them and how they work and how they're wired to be able to change it, because we can only attract what we're wired for. Make your want a magnificent obsession, so I know what I want. I understand that my spiritual DNA is perfect, that if one person can do a thing, I can do it. I turn that want by radically accepting an idea every day that it is done. It turns into a magnificent obsession, and then you activate your goal. But I want to remind you how important your want is. Your want creates abundance. But when I said I want you to tap into the spiritual essence of who you are, we are aware now that we're understanding ourselves. We're probably 20 minutes into this presentation, but I want you to understand anything you want is meant to be fulfilled. The only time it's not fulfilled is because you didn't accept the idea. You never radically accepted it. The want always starts in our subconscious mind. It's channeled to our conscious mind. Our job is to accept the idea. Now, I've accepted the idea, now I'm giving it life. But I want you to re-accept it every single day, because our job is to turn the want into a desire. The want becomes a desire when we are emotionally involved and we are in the spirit of what we want. We start seeing ourselves how we would live. We start feeling how we would feel. And then you, with repetition, you might have to do this 1,000 times. You might have to do it 10 times. It's just going to depend on how you are programmed. But once we keep getting in the spirit of the repetition of seeing ourselves with what we want over and over again, the want turns into a desire. The desire is the releasing energy that causes us to act. It's our high octane fuel that alters the vibration, and the vibration dictates what we attract. But I've had great desires. I know you've had great desires before. Why haven't you achieved them? If desire is the end game, here's the missing ingredient. You have to have the expectation with the desire. You can have a desire, but if you don't back it with expectation, you are not igniting the law of attraction in your life. So the expectation with the desire puts you on a completely different frequency, and it's a done deal. But when I had great desires and I didn't have expectation, over time my desire weakened. I want you to expect the good you desire. It is already done, because that's how you're going to create the life you want. So we've got to get really, really excellent at understanding who we are. And that's the whole purpose of this. As you understand you are writing your destiny. Now, most people are unconsciously writing the destiny they don't want because they don't understand them. What if I gave you one of my favorite questions? What if I can be disciplined? What if I was consistent? What if I put the right effort and the right attitude every day? What could happen to my life? What if I rewrote my story in the present tense every day of seeing myself the way I want to see myself? What would that do? Well, I could tell you right away what it'll do. As you install the understanding of who you are, you act on the right ideas, you do it now, you activate that other person that's dying to come out of you that can do 10 times more. You're activating your future self in your life. You're going to create the most amazing economy. You're never going to have a need for money. You're going to start understanding that money's a game, and it's all based on your mindset, and you're going to be in control of your life. That's exactly what's going to happen when you watch this lesson over and over again. Breakthroughs don't happen by waiting. You have to act now. You have to take action today. You do not wait. And when you take action today, by starting to create a better relationship with yourself, everything's going to change. Now, I told you I wanted to give you the exact keys to understanding you better, and I'm going to give them to you right now. Number one, I want you to know exactly what you want. And from this point on, I want you to give yourself a directive that I am accepting only ideas from my want. And I'm rejecting any idea that is not coming from the want. That's step two. Step three, I'm going to spend time auto-suggesting my goal throughout the day. I recommend you put an alarm on your phone every 3 hours. When that alarm comes off, you auto-suggest your goal. I am so happy and grateful now that I am earning $100,000 or more every month, and I love it. And you get emotionally involved every time you're doing it. And then you close your eyes, and I want you to see yourself in your consciousness having what you want, already achieving that. I want you to hear somebody close to you congratulate you. I want you to see yourself at a celebratory dinner tasting the meal. I want you to give yourself a reward for what you accomplish. So when you discipline your senses, now you're getting to the real you. And I want you to keep tapping in and keep telling yourself, my spiritual DNA is perfect. I have infinite inside of me. And I want you to do this every day and write out your new story. I am so happy and grateful now that I am now earning $100,000 or more every month, and I love it. My confidence is at an absolute high. I keep getting better and better every day. Every time the idea is hot in my mind, I take action right away. I do it now. I am so comfortable in my own skin, and I keep breaking my own personal records. You keep writing that. Our story is changing now. Your story becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy. Your prophecy creates your identity creates your results. I'm telling you, personal transformation is how you create freedom. There is a big difference between knowledge and experience. When you're experiencing something, you've done it. Studying this and not doing it, you're not going to create any results. Now, when I created Voss Coaching Co., the one thing I knew this works because I've done it. And I've done it over and over again. And I tell all of my clients in our programs that if you do what I tell you, I guarantee you're going to dramatically transform your life, and they do. Why? Because I have the experience. You want to leverage my experience. And I want you to watch this video over and over again. But I don't just want you to watch it. I want you to do the action steps I gave you. I gave you the process on how to get to know you better. But if you start doing this for 90 days, you'll do it for 90 years. I promise you, until we understand us, the results don't happen. And I want you to contact me. Let me know how you're doing. If you want high-level coaching, get into one of my coaching programs. Because like I said, I've done it, and I want to show you how to do it. I hope you enjoyed today's lesson. That's how you're going to change your life. It's not about anybody else. We're the only problem we're ever going to have. We're the only solution. Take extreme ownership. Take this lesson very seriously and start getting to know you better.
My name is Dream Al Sabah, and I'm from Kuwait. I've always wanted to be an entrepreneur, and I was one before I joined here. And I wanted to expand my business and have more real estate and grow, but I didn't know where to start from. And that's when I met Arash and I started my journey. And now I own multiple businesses, and I'm very happy where I am, and I know I'm only going to go further on. I've been studying since 2017, and it's never gonna stop. The main thing I've learned that nothing is impossible if you make an irrevocable committed decision to do so. And I've also learned that you're always gonna keep stretching yourself. So if you achieve one goal, that's not the end of it, then there's another one coming. There's always more to come. I'm more confident now in myself and in my capabilities from all that Arash has been teaching me over the years. I know I'm going to more places after this. The first goal I achieved with Arash was buying my dream home. I was like, I didn't even know how I would even achieve that. It was far away from reach, but he really pushed me and I achieved that. And I thought that, I got my home, that's over, I'm fine now. But he stretched me to more. And I've reached other real estate goals on the way and financial ones. So I've been on this road with him now for a couple of months, and that's why I'm here now to go back home and take this work into Arabic. My first business at the age of 21 was owning a hair salon and spa. And I stayed in that business for like 10 years without growth. And then I started stretching myself once I got to work with Arash. So I was just a salon owner. And I knew I wanted to express myself more and be more and have more, but I just didn't know how to do that. And that's when, he gave me all that help. So then I own two real estate businesses now in Kuwait. And I'm doing other things in that area. And I'm gonna be starting my coaching business soon in Arabic. I could do well with just the businesses I have, but I feel I want to elevate other people with me and teach them that nothing is impossible if they put their mind to it. And to take it into Arabic for the people in my area, I think would be an add-on. Yeah, so working with Voss Coaching Co. inspired me to become a coach. And I know that it's gonna help me implement this in the best way possible.
There's only 8 hours to go until our live Q&A call. Right now in the chat, let us know your biggest takeaway so far from our 24-hour Stream-A-Thon. We're so happy you're joining us, and make sure you're jotting down those questions because we'll be live for our Q&A in 8 hours.
All right, who's ready for day 2? Yeah. All right, let's set a strong intention today that all of you are gonna have a massive breakthrough. Now, let's set another intention that you're gonna leave your doubts in this room, you're gonna leave fear of failure in this room, you're gonna leave how hard it's gonna be in this room, and you're gonna just get into the spirit of what you want. And let's leave those old stories here too. By the time you leave, I want them to stay in here. And let's set that intention that the next 8 hours is gonna be the best 8 hours of your year, that you're working on you. That means you get out of your comfort zone, we're not worried about what anybody else thinks of us, and you don't hold back at all. So what I want to do first is open you guys up a little bit from yesterday. And I put a few slides together that I want you to really think about. And this is really, I just put it together this morning based on what I experienced in here yesterday. So our goal is for you to earn a lot more money. If you're earning a lot more money, you're helping a lot more people. So, but to earn more money, you can't play small. You can't have a poor attitude, and you can't let your bank account dictate who you are. You never make a decision based on your bank account. And so that is making decisions based on circumstances. And we don't make decisions based on the past. We make it based on who we want to be. And you're never going to enjoy more freedom if you don't have a high income. So we always have to be thinking of how we can earn more money. Now, some people in here have a bad relationship with money. So it's going to hit their program if that's the case. But that's your deal. Every high impactful performer is thinking every day about how to earn more money because that's how they help people. And so that's how you're going to create the freedom. and then you're going to live the way you want to be. I believe we're on this planet to experience how we want to live. Now, a lot of people are living other people's stories. A lot of people are saying, I went to this church or this belief or that belief, and this is as far as I can go. We've got to let go of that. It's how you want to live. It's not how I want to live. I'm living how I want to live. I want you to live how you want to live. When I was in the corporate world and I lost my job, I said, I am never going to be in the corporate world again. I made this decision that I was never going back. And that firm decision changed my life. And I dealt with a lot of pain. I dealt with where's the next paycheck going to go, which I didn't have a paycheck, so where was the next money going to come from? But I held firm because I knew I was going to be put back into a box. And I wasn't willing to go in that box. And that's why entrepreneurship comes down to two things. It comes down to upgrading your beliefs and upgrading your skill set. Now, what became clear to me yesterday, you guys are not even aware of what your beliefs are. That became abundantly clear to me. So, if you're not aware of what your beliefs are, you don't know yourself. And I was talking to a table last night before everybody left, and I was talking to a few people, and I said, everything changed for me when I got to know myself. And somebody was telling me, I think it was Cordula, she was telling me about accepting and rejecting, and she goes, how often do you do it? I said, I do it every day, but not a long time because it doesn't come up anymore. I am programmed now to only think from my future self. I'm always teaching, think from your future self. Practice the power of 5. But very few people do it effectively. When you do it, it's a game changer. You will never drift if you practice the power of 5. As you study you're going to be able to know, okay, I'm on a low vibration. That means I'm thinking like crap. Or I'm really in the flow. Like, I want you to know when you're holding back. I want you to use that as a trigger. I've got to shift that right away. How do I shift it? Take action. Take one action step that'll shift it. And when it becomes your awareness, you're never going to worry about what Stephanie is thinking of me. Like, it's never going to happen. So when we're talking about upgrading the beliefs and skill set, I want you right now to ask yourself and write down, what is the one belief I must upgrade? What is that one belief? Write it down. Don't just look at me. You got to do the work. Write it down. You got it in your memory. Your memory is very inaccurate. When you have it, you can come back to it. And then I want you to write down, what is the one part of the skill set that I have to upgrade to achieve my big goal? There's one skill for all of you. It could be leadership. It could be leverage. What is that one skill set? Now, entrepreneurship is going to be as hard or as easy as you make it. Now, people now go on Instagram, they see people posting all their fake lives. That's not entrepreneurship. Entrepreneurship is practicing the 10,000-hour rule for decades. And then you redo the next 10,000 hours. Like, if you look at the people who are really winning big, they are practicing that. And you'll watch people who say, no, I'm already doing it. They are so wrong. Every great entrepreneur never thinks of themselves as a great entrepreneur. They think of themselves as a beginner. Every great leader knows they're a great leader because every day they're a beginner. Every single day they're a beginner. So if you're telling yourself right now, I'm great at this, understand you're holding yourself back. Because we have another level of excellence we can get to, but in order to get there, we want to see ourselves as a beginner. I was asking Jeppe and Casper yesterday, do you still have the same hunger you did when you first started your business? And they said, it's getting better, but we never want to lose it. We want to be so hungry and humble to continue getting better. That's what's going to take you guys to the next level. And what are those 10,000 hours that you're going to practice? That's going to be whatever you wrote on the skill set that you have to develop. And that's what you want to look at. What is that I'm going to really practice? What is the most important 10,000 hour? For you, it's selling. Like, I want you to get so damn good at it. How would you rate yourself as a sales professional on a scale of 1 to 10?
3.
3?
Yeah.
I think you're better than a 3,
Okay.
but you're not much better. I would give you a 5.
Okay.
Your results tell me, but do you know that if I'm telling you a 5 and you guys are earning a 7-figure income, you're comfortable financially, imagine where you're going to be when you're not letting the prospect's paradigm control yours, right? That's the only reason I say you're a 5. Because you're leaving a lot on the table. And then you're not helping people as much as you can help them. They come to you to be helped. Now, they're not going to buy from you unless you give them a reason to buy. So that's why I say it's a 5. And that's where I would improve. So the 100,000 hour rule is about being intentional. And I did this event in Dallas, I told you guys yesterday. The first thing I told them is if you want your life to change today, get so damn intentional about everything you're doing. Like, I have a purpose behind everything I do. It doesn't matter what I'm doing, there's a purpose behind it. Most people have no purpose. Like, when you came in here this morning, you're gonna know, did you have an intention before you walked in this room? Or did you just walk in and say, oh, I hope it's a great day. I want it to be a great day. Or did you know? Intentional is about knowing. Like, this is what I'm doing no matter what. Intention is frequency of thought. If I have a weak intention or no intention, I'm down here. There's no way, and the outside world is gonna reshape itself towards your intention. So we wanna get so clear that from this moment, I want you to see yourself as the standard of what you do. I don't care what your present results tell you, that was based on the past. It does not matter. It only matters what you do from this day on. What we did yesterday is done. So ask yourself and become as intentional and make it an obsession that I'm going to be so intentional with what I'm doing. So intentional. Like, Karen, for your manual, it's done in your mind. It hasn't been done in your mind, so it's been hard. There's no intention there. And when you make it so intentional, everything is going to start coming in. Then we look at this. Now, you guys saw yesterday how many double binding messages were in this room. Would we agree? Every single person had a double binding message up there with me. There wasn't one person who did not. So we want to get rid of it, but we got to understand this. Every second, like right now, there's a thought coming in your mind. You're either accepting it or rejecting it. Now, I want every thought that you accept is going to be accepted from your goal already achieved. From your goal. And when that power flows, that's your goal. Everything is driven by the goal first in the conscious mind. And we have to get that goal in the subconscious mind, so we have to train ourselves to feel how we would feel on a subconscious level had we already achieved it. It is already done. The outcome is done before you start. Now think about that. How many of you is the outcome done before you start, or are you wishing and hoping? And be honest with yourself, because you're going to know where your program is. You're going to know exactly where it is. Now, when you get it in your subconscious mind, it's done. It is a done deal. But if we are not making definite decisions of controlling our thinking, we're never going to get that in the subconscious mind. And what happens is the old conditioning takes over. Yesterday, your guys' old conditioning took over. You saw it, right? The old conditioning takes over, and then what happens? Worry, doubt, and fear come inside of you. So you're infecting yourself with worry, doubt, and fear. I mean, we had a number of people said, I'm fear of failure yesterday. Why? Because they didn't start the process right by rejecting it. So everything from the minute you walk out of this room is coming from your future self. And you want to get to know yourself. What are my weaknesses? Outsource them.
outsource your weaknesses. I want you only working on your strengths. I don't want you, like I was telling Reem this morning, I said, I can really help you, but I think we've got to have a much better plan of you doing what you love and outsourcing what you don't want to do. Same thing for Kim. We've got to outsource and get her set up to win. She's great at the thing she's great at. That's what I want her focusing on. I don't want her focusing on what she doesn't want to do. I don't want Rick focusing on what he doesn't want to do. Now, when we infect fear, it is in our central nervous system, and every negative thought comes to us 18 times faster than a positive thought. Understand that. So when you have fear, it gets inside of you. Like, it gets inside of you like nothing ever. And you make it so real, right? When we have a fear, it's like, oh my God, it's so real. I'm not going to get this deal. Why are they not calling me back? So what we have to do is stop and understand ourselves. Understand the creation process. Understand nature tells us how simple everything is. So when I hear it's going to be hard, Jeppe said that yesterday, it's going to be hard, right? And I told him the easiest way is always the right way. That's what I've discovered. So when we get out of our analytical mind and we just come from our instinct, everything becomes effortless. Everything becomes effortless. But you've got to understand what triggers your fear, the old stories. What triggers your fear, the old conditioning. So you've got to look at that fear and say, is it real? Say, no, it's not real. It's ridiculous. Like, you guys could see other people's fears, and I asked you yesterday, you said it's ridiculous. But the person doesn't know it because they're not in control. That's why we have to control our self-talk. That's why we have to control our thinking. And the more you control your self-talk, week by week, it's going to become less and less that you're going to have to overcome the old you. It's just you're going to fuse with that new you. Now, doubt is your biggest enemy. I don't know if I can do it. What if it doesn't work? What if I do these 8 events and 2 people show up, right? What if I can't keep a 25% close rate? We're going to get you to 50%. We don't want to keep you at 25. I want you to keep getting better. I want it to get better and better and better and better. And what we have to do is really get and understand, if you're going to doubt anything, like Price Pritchett says in U Squared, doubt your doubts. If you're going to doubt anything, I don't doubt anything anymore. Now, I used to. I'd be lying to you if tell you I didn't before. I did. Now I don't, because I don't care if I fail. I don't know anybody who wins that doesn't wake up early. You need to get your sleep. I think you're working too much right now.
Yeah, I think also. And I have a lot of night events.
Okay, I
don't
understand
want to do that much often anymore. I let other people do it as well. But it's still a little bit a habit inside of me, I think.
Okay, so what if I told you your hidden commitment right now is waking up too late, going to sleep too late, okay, and waking up too late? That's your hidden commitment. And it's going to keep you from your goal. If I said it was going to keep you from your goal, would you change it?
Oh, yes.
Yeah. You know, the hidden commitments are a real bitch. They really are. Every one of us has it. We have to identify what our hidden commitment is. We all, like, this isn't going to go away. This is part of your story that you think you could bring to your future, but you can't. And we have to identify, and it's so closely related to your old story that is not in harmony with the new story. You know, I understand when you have your events because of the business you're in. I don't have any issue with that. But consistently doing that is not going to set you up to win. And I think that's your hidden commitment. You know.
All right, I think.
So let's work on a better plan. What time do you wake up?
I wake up like 7:30.
Yeah, that's a little late. Couldn't imagine. 7:30, man.
It's early for me.
I know, I understand that. I understand because you're going to sleep a lot later. I get it, okay? But I will tell you that's your hidden commitment that we want to let go of. Now remember, what are you going to let go of over the next 30 days? What are you going to let go of that no longer serves you?
Would be getting up late.
Yeah, for you it would be. Bob, what are you going to let go of for the next 30 days?
Reading all the news that I read.
Okay. Mary,
checking it.
Go ahead, sorry.
Checking the market 100 times a day.
Yeah, how's that working for you?
It's just a waste of time.
Yeah, waste of time.
Totally. And emotional time.
You know, everything we're paying the price. Like when we're on social media, we're paying the price. We're paying the price for everything we do, either positively or negatively. So, okay, let's look at you for a sec, Bob. Your goal, and you've had your best year, okay? And that's because of all the work you've done, and I want to congratulate you for that. It's fabulous, okay? But let's look. You've already achieved all your desires. Would that person be looking at the market 100 times a day?
Absolutely not.
So you know what we're telling? You're using it as a distraction, but it's a trust issue. You think you have a little FOMO with the market. You have this fear of missing out, right?
Yeah.
I promise you, you don't need to look at it 100 times a day. Pick a number that you're going to look at it, and you watch what'll happen with the results. You're not going to miss anything, okay? So, you know, what we have to identify seriously is what is your hidden commitment. Like Mary, you work with me on hidden commitment at the event, okay? What did you identify was your hidden commitment?
It still is outside coming in, especially connected with the results of the election.
Okay. What I want you to do is decide right now, this very moment, that you have already created exactly what you wanted. And I don't want anything to have any power over you. You know what it is? It's not just a hidden commitment, it's an excuse.
Yeah.
Right?
It is.
It's an excuse. So I promise you, the hidden commitment is something in your life that you think you could bring with you into your future and still achieve your goals, but you can't. So we have to identify what they are. We have to identify what they are.
I was just thinking about that. I'm not sure, but I was just kind of jotting some notes about it. Maybe that I still complicate things. Like I think it has to be harder. When you said turn your annual into a monthly, I 100% believe I can do that. But I did not radically accept I can do that for 2025 because my thought went to, oh my gosh, the systems and the processes. And so I think maybe my hidden commitment is that it can't be simple. You know, a belief that it has to be hard.
Well,
I'm not sure. What do you think?
Well, yeah, I would agree with that. I mean, when I first heard the concept of turn your annual income into your monthly income, I was blown away by the idea because I was really struggling at the time, right? I was struggling quite a bit. I couldn't stop thinking about it. And what ended up happening a few weeks later, I realized, well, a few years later, I realized, but what happened the next few weeks, I just couldn't stop thinking about it. So I fell in love with the idea. The how doesn't matter. See, the how is us getting in the way. So maybe your hidden commitment is a little, like, if we made it more clear, it's that you're getting in the way too much. Your job is to decide exactly what you want. So if I were to say, let's create your annual income and your monthly income next year, I'd say, this is what we're doing. We're going to set that as an ironclad, firm, all-in commitment. This is what we're doing. I don't care how it's going to happen. And then you get emotionally involved with that idea. That's what I did. I got emotionally involved with the idea. And then I bulletproofed my self-talk, so I didn't spend any time on accepting any ideas of lack and limitation. And you said something that's like nails on a chalkboard for me, which you didn't say anything wrong, but I just don't believe it. It's not part of my philosophy. I think change is easy. A lot of people think change is hard. You know why they think it's hard? Because they've been told that their whole life. And change is not hard. Change is just about going all in and falling in love on the idea you want to change. Now, I've turned my annual income into my monthly income several times. So now for me, it's not a big concept. Like, I know I've already experienced it. If I can do it, you could do it.
Well, I've done it. I mean, that's what I've done in the last few years. I guess, can I go granular with this for a moment?
Sure.
You know, in my coaching group, you know, I'm doing the sort of next level with the business coaching, and they're having me do this budget forecast and figure out, like, when am I going to need to hire the next new people? And it's all very Excel sheet, right? And what are your goals? And okay, what are the steps? And let's have tangible. And I'm really torn between the benefit of that from like having systems in place versus thinking big, right? And so I just, like, for example, the goal that I've had the last few months, they were saying that if we had consistently hit that, which we hit for 1 month, that I didn't even have the systems in place to sustain it. Now, I can believe that I would have like just drawn them to me, but I guess that's a crossroads for me that I'm a little bit not sure how to handle right now, is how do I give them these numbers and create this plan with them while being committed to something that maybe on paper is, we don't know the how, right? So, or should I not be doing that? Is that not a good, like,
I wouldn't be doing that.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be doing it. Bless you. What I would be doing is focusing only on how you can, because they're working with a completely different mindset than you're working with. You're working with an accurate mindset. They're working with a limited mindset. You know, so it's very different, you know, with what your understanding is to their understanding. Now, can you get benefits from them? Yes, but you can't get emotionally involved in what they're telling you. You don't let anybody ever put a cap on your income. And you're emotionally letting them put a cap on your income. I would never put a cap on any of your incomes. It's very simple. We decide exactly what we want. We get emotionally involved. We take massive action. We create it. That's the process. The challenge is we're getting too much feedback because everything is a distraction. Why do you think we chase? We chase because we're coming from the physical side. We're not coming from the higher side of our personality. You know, and we're constantly focusing on not having it, so we're building more of not having it into our life. Now, you can take their feedback, but you don't have to accept it. When they say you don't have the system, you didn't have the systems, I don't buy that for I almost dropped an F-bomb. I don't buy that for a second, okay? I don't buy it for a second. The systems are important, for sure they are. But you would have found the systems when you put yourself on the hook. And I don't want you to I don't want you to let anybody ever get in between what you want. Okay? I think it's a bad idea. We've got to understand this. 98% of the population is going to the negative side of their personality And they're going from their perception. They're going from their awareness. I want you coming from your future self's awareness. And I promise you, when you make the way shows up, and the how will take care of itself. The how will take care of itself. And like, I have big goals. And like, I attract everybody to me that we outsource one way or the other, because like I said, we're a broadcasting station, right? So I put out the request, and all of a sudden it's going to come back as long as I'm not attached to it, as long as I let go. You know, and that's what I want you to do. I would say, if we can focus for you on deciding exactly what you want, non-negotiable, forget about, oh, I did it once. If you do it once, you could do it again. And then you're going to constantly, I want you to get so, like, I know you work at this very diligently. I'm not saying you don't, okay? I don't want you to misunderstand. I want you to work more intentionally from your future, not from the how. I want all of you to work intentionally from the future. Now, as you do that, do you know what's going to happen? Your happiness is going to raise through the roof. You know, we were doing I had a meeting this morning because we're doing a book launch in March. And the people who are doing the book launch, they said, what is the best benefit your clients get? And I said, their happiness. Their happiness goes through the roof. And, you know, I think they expected a different answer from me, but I know that's what happened for me too. When you're emotionally free, there's nothing better. There's nothing better than that. So, where we got a discipline for you is you never alter your philosophy and go to somebody else's philosophy that does not match. So we got to be pretty stringent on that and build that into first a philosophy, then a standard. Okay?
Yeah, I guess because I have this exercise I have to do with them, do I just then do like something to like appease the like
no, you just have to be neutral.
Mm-hmm.
You don't have to emotionalize it.
Right, but I'm saying in terms of the numbers,
give them the numbers.
What's that?
Give them the numbers. Say these are the numbers, but you get back and thinking the way you should be thinking.
Okay.
Okay. You had a question?
Well, maybe when it's my turn, because I want to get a little bit deep in what we are talking to. So if it's now okay, or
yeah, right now it's fine.
Okay, great. So thank you, Arash. So thinking about what you were saying about don't hold back on your thinking, I just I'm going to be a little bit deeper on this. I got 3 frustrations need to eliminate. So I got like outside control my thinking. It's getting lower since the last course I took with you. Really, really lower.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm also the self-talk, holding back. I just would like to talk about that. When I do my meditation or do some tappings in the morning to bring the future to the present,
mm-hmm.
then I get this. I'll try to emotionally involve and rationalize everything. Why is happening this and why is that? So I'm getting in.
You're getting in the way.
Waste of time.
Yeah.
Yeah. So searching the why and everything, that starts to get me a little bit less. It's less now the fear, like something in my mind wants to protect me, like when you want to throw you from a roof, you know,
mm-hmm.
you might say and it's like, what the hell is, and it's lower now. It's lower. It's getting lower. I do some meditation today in the morning, and I imagine everything, some things I want from in these months, and I felt very positive. One of the things I achieved for years I just got invited to Miami to a 400 people conference I'm going to do next year. So that makes me happy because that's not by accident. It's my mind starting to change. But yeah, I'm trying to rationalize everything. And
Okay, so I want you to get out of your head and get into your heart. Your heart is where you create from, not your head. Okay? And this is what I'll tell you. When fear comes in, because it's going to come, this is what I'd like you to do. I'd like you to talk to it. I'd like you to say, thank you for showing yourself, but this is where I'm going. And the fear is going to go away. Don't be afraid to talk to the fear. Say, I'm grateful for you trying to protect me, but no, I'm going to do this. And it's going to dissipate, okay? Instead of suppressing the fear and ignoring it, that's what most people do. It's a big error. Like if I have a fear coming up, I'm like, I'm so grateful for you showing yourself. However, I'm going to do this. It goes away like this. It literally goes away. Now, where we got to work on training you is to get more emotionally involved. Now, I'm going to show you how to build a magnificent obsession right now. Now, your want starts in your subconscious mind. And your want then gives a signal from your subconscious mind to your conscious mind. This is what I want. I want to turn my annual income into my monthly income. Our job now is to accept this idea. Whatever your want is, your job is to radically accept the idea. How do you accept it? You accept it with your imagination. Now it's in the wanting state. Now, I don't want it to stay in the wanting state. I want to turn it into the knowing state, which is a desire. Now, most people, they'll hold their want for an hour, a day, and give up. Now, that used to be me, so I could speak on it with great experience when I was losing. I would give up, I'd let the results control me. That was a losing effort. But when I changed, I never went back to that losing formula. What I want you to do is now turn your want over back to your subconscious. How do you do it? I'll give you some tools right now. You want to auto-suggest it. What does that mean? That's a suggestion from yourself to yourself, but you do it with emotion. Remember, your subconscious mind is your emotional mind. Anything that does not have emotion, your gatekeeper says to the subconscious, do you want this idea? And it says, no, give it back to the conscious mind. So how do you do it? You say, I am so happy and grateful now that I have turned my annual income into my monthly income and I absolutely love it. And you do it over and over and over again with repetition. The more you repeat it, it turns into a desire, the knowing state. Once it's a desire, it alters your vibration and it dictates what you attract. And all the conditions, circumstances, and environment changes. Now, what's another way we could get our want and turn it over to our subconscious mind? Through mental rehearsal. You get in a very relaxed state. And if you've never followed my mental rehearsal, it's on my YouTube. And Mike, I think we could give him a link to that, okay? And you practice it minimum 3 times a day. You get very relaxed. And then before you start visualizing your want, what I want you to do is have a clear intent. I clearly intend to turn my annual income into my monthly income. That gives your mind direction, and then you build this picture. The combination of auto-suggestion with mental rehearsal is going to inundate your subconscious conditioning, and you're going to see your results change. But you're going to know when it's a desire because you're never worried about the how. All of a sudden, your thinking is different. The people you attract in your life is different. The decisions you're willing to make are much different. Now, that is the creation process. We have to turn our want back over to the subconscious mind. It starts in the subconscious, and our job is to accept it and turn it back over. Then we have to practice installing the new belief. And in the beginning, you have to deconstruct the old you. You got to stop making choices from that person. Then in the middle, it gets very messy. You're sometimes coming from the old you, sometimes the new you. And you keep repeating it until your dominant thinking is from the new you. And that's how your results are going to change. Now, everything you want is on its own frequency. Our job is to become one with it. That's why I said, how do we become one with it? We get in the spirit of what we want. All day long, we're thinking of our magnificent obsession. We're taking actions we've never taken. We're taking actions out of our comfort zone. And every day, you're stacking win after win after win of feeding your future self. And that's how you're going to start becoming one with it. But remember, the greatest sabotage of creating what you want is coming from a place of neediness. I need this. I need this. You have to come from radical acceptance. I already have this. You're going to be rewarded greatly when you do. Focusing all your thinking on what is, great sabotager. Letting your present results control you. And focusing on the undesirable situation. What if down? What if this happened? I want you to think of what if up. I want you to think, I've already experienced this. Think about the dinner you're going to have with the closest people in your life, celebrating this massive breakthrough that you're going to achieve over the next 90 days and beyond. Now, our questions shape our identity. Our identity creates our results, but our questions shape our behaviors. So we've got to ask really empowering questions. The first one is always the first rule of success. You have to know what you want. What do you really want more than anything else? The second question is, what experiences would I like to have? The reason I love this question is you start falling in love with the possibilities. You're turning the impossible into certainty. And then you say, what changes would I like to make? Because in order to achieve something far greater, we have to change. But we have to have a game plan for change. Like, this is what I think I'm brilliant at when I work with clients. I get to identify what they want and the changes they have to make, and I give them a game plan of exactly how to implement those changes. Most people set a goal without putting a game plan of what they have to change. And they're going to create failure after failure by doing that in disappointment. And then you have to ask yourself, why are your goals so important to you? The person's why always wins. If your why not is stronger than your goal, your why not is going to win. That's what you have experienced with starting and stopping. I mean, that's what I experienced. And that's why starting and stopping happens. Why are your goals important to you? I want you to have such a big why. Remember, the why always wins. And then this is the most important question. What kind of person do I need to become to achieve all that I want? Excellence is your birthright. Greatness is inside of you. I can't give you greatness. You already emanate it. We've just got to open our heart to connect to it. Most people are failing because they have a closed heart, not because they're not capable. They're not even going after what they really want. They're just going after based on what the masses are doing. Now, when people attempt to transform their income, the biggest mistake is they prioritize income first. What did I tell you? I said, now you know what your want is. Your give has to be much greater than the want. So now we focus on how can I increase my value, which will be the result of increased income. Income, all it is an effect of the good we're putting out. So how can you increase your value? You could increase it through leveraging my mindset. You could increase it through identifying the right processes. You can increase it by looking at the skill sets and the beliefs that you want to install over the next 90 days. Do you realize just one skill set and one belief will create a massive transformation? Stop focusing on income and focus on value. Now, the beautiful part is when you 10x your value obsession, this is absolutely essential to create increased income. Value is always the worth you create for others. This is provided by your ideas, products, beliefs, skill sets, and services you provide. See, when you make yourself so congruent with your goal, now you put all your energy on where can I get better? How can I serve more people? How can I get better at my craft? And that's what's going to create your income by default. Do you ever wonder why people who thrive during the most uncertain times, it's because they focus on value. When you focus on value, you bring absolute certainty to your income. With certainty in your income creation process, you will be immune to whatever's going on in the outside world. I want you to know what you want. Now, you think, feel, and act from that want. You do your daily disciplines. You create the right processes. And then now you focus on where can I add value? How can I get better at my craft? Now, in order to do this and turn your want into reality and to be willing to create the value that's going to create a massive life of freedom, you have to understand your paradigms are controlling your life right now. Your mindset is how you see the world. And there's two things you have to know to create great wealth. You have to know where you are and where you're going. Now, I will tell you this is why mentorship is so important, this one slide. I want you to think about this. You know what you want. You know where you are. That's easy. All you have to do is open your eyes. And you know where you're going. But it's so simple and so obvious. Why are so many people stuck? It's right here, because instead of seeing their magnificent obsession, instead of interrogating their action step, am I taking actions from my future self? All they do is stay where they are. That's all they see. Why? Because the paradigm keeps them stuck. Your paradigm wants to keep you comfortable. But there is no such thing as freedom and comfort. You have to be courageous and bust through your comfort zone. Now, why I said mentorship is so important, this just one slide, because the mentor always is creating processes from your goal. The goal always determines the process. The mentor's always seeing you where you want to be and holding the image of it until you're there, and they're guiding you. That's what I do. I guide you on exactly what to do from the goal, not where you are. See, this is what is essential to create a massive shift. But how do you change a paradigm? Repetition. Repetition is the mother of all learning. We have to fall in love with repetition, but repetition, your old you fights you so strong against it. Why would I listen to this again? Why would I read the same chapter in a book over and over again? Why would I keep doing the same actions? See, it's the repetition over and over and over again that creates mastery. Your program is not hard to change, but it takes deliberate practice, it takes awareness, and it takes falling in love with your want. Your paradigms literally put a blinder on how you see the world. I want you to look at every single person on this call. Every one of you is seeing the world much different. Every one of you is listening to me much different. Now, the paradigm has to change if you're going to change the result. This is a black and white deal. And we have to understand this. It's not a matter of how hard you work or how many hours you put in. If the program does not change, ultimately the results will remain the same from one year to the next. See, it's not about working 15 hours. It's about working smarter, not harder. It's about changing your awareness. And when you change your program, you're going to see your outside world reshape itself. But when programs stay in control and you don't build the discipline to accept and reject, you don't build the right processes, nothing changes. Nothing will change until you do that. Now, let me show you this, because this is the number one reason people don't change their results. Now, this is you. You have a positive side of your personality and a negative side of your personality. You have a power that flows in and through you within a second. And you have a choice on which one are you taking, a positive or negative side. Now, let's say for the last 6 months, you've had a financial goal and you haven't achieved it. You said, I really want to increase my income from $100,000 a year to $500,000. And you say, Arash, I've been watching you. I have not made the change yet. And it's not because I don't have a goal. This is the reason. Are you sending out a double binding message? Are you changing your processes? If your processes are the same that's creating the same results, then you have got to change them. If I keep doing what I did yesterday, today, I'm not going to get better. And my job is to be in harmony with my goal. And now how do I do that? Number one, if you're sending out a double binding message, you're accepting the outside, a negative result, and you're in harmony with a poverty consciousness. Now, what is the negative side of our personality? Ignorance. What does ignorance create? It creates worry, doubt, and fear. So what happens, if you're sending out a double binding message, you're not thinking, feeling, and acting from your goal, you are emanating worry, doubt, and fear in your subconscious level, which then puts a disempowering idea in your body. And guess what you're going to get? You're literally infecting yourself with what you don't want. Even for the people who think, I've been studying this. It's not about what you study, it's about what you implement. The implementation, our job, is to think, feel, and act from our goal. This is what has to happen for you to create a massive breakthrough. But the person who's creating a double binding messages and catches it, they said, I can tell I have no juice. My energy is really low. I'm in a double binding message. They can change it. They say, you know what? I am choosing back in. Every day is day one. I'm a beginner. And I'm going to operate with the right processes. Like Arash just told me 2 massive processes that'll change my belief with auto-suggestion and mental rehearsal. You make a decision. You say, now I am going to emanate. I'm going to think, feel, and act. My magnificent obsession is coming from that $500,000 goal. And everything I do, I'm thinking from that person. Now, through the repetition of doing it over and over and over again, now you're altering your vibration. Instead of infecting yourself with what you don't want, you are empowering yourself with what you do want. You're so free. You let go so completely, and that's how you're going to attract the results. Now, I will tell you, to be aware of a double binding message, all you have to do is follow your energy. All you have to do is understand if you're in your comfort zone, you're in a double binding message. What did I say earlier? We're dealing with the infinite. We can always get better. But in order to achieve a quantum leap, you have to think, feel, and act from a much greater level of deliberateness, a much higher intent. But when you do what I'm suggesting, you're going to automatically build an enormous picture of yourself. And we will never outperform our identity. That's our picture of ourselves. That's the most important picture that we have. Now, I want you to build a new model of your future self. Now, I teach future self all the time, and a lot of people don't do the deep work to really allow themselves to make the connection with their future self. Now, why do I say your future self? Because your future is shaping your identity this present moment. So if you're coming from your past self or your present self, you are just doing the same thing over and over again. Now, commitment comes from your future self. And your future self, what you're doing right now, is what you're going to create in the future. But the present is meaningless unless you're connected to the future. And we have to understand it is the future that dictates what decisions you make in the present. So right now, if you're always saying, I'm going to do this one day, that's what you're going to get. You're going to keep getting the same thing. Or if you say, listen, I am all in. I am going to create a massive jump. And I hope that's every single one of you when you're listening to me. But when you do that, now all of a sudden, every decision you make is going to automatically start coming from your future self. But how do you make that connection? You journal every morning for 15 minutes and you write a letter to your future self for 30 days because why do you write a letter? It's creating a deeper connection. Imagine if whoever you're closest with, from day one when you met them, you didn't have as close of a connection as day 30, then 6 months, then a year. We have to make that deep connection with our future self. Our future self, when you make it, write it out. I'm so happy and grateful now that we are creating massive success together. My life changed when I stopped letting the outside control me and I connected to you. You know, I want you to see yourself high-fiving, hugging your future self. When you're writing that letter, I want you to talk about the characteristics that you built from your future self. And you do it every day for 15 minutes. Your connection is going to be so much deeper from day 1 to day 7 to day 28, and then to day 30. And you're going to start seeing every decision you make, every action you take is automatically going to come from your future self. Now, most people, they don't understand that their future self is totally a different person than they are today. They think they're the same. They think what I'm doing right now, it's just my cards. This is what I'm going to always have. It's totally untrue. Your future self, when you start tapping into it and coming from it, your whole world is about to change. Your future self is a lot more courageous. It's a lot wiser. It's a lot stronger identity. You want to start really taking what I'm telling you seriously. Now, your future drives your present action. Your future drives your present thoughts. Now, I only have an hour, hour and 15, hour and a half with you. When I work with my clients, we go through future self-work literally weeks. That's how important it is until they can master it. Now, in order for you to become what you want, you must overcome the old you. Every time you're tapping into the old you, you're going to create the same results. And the side effect is a lot of discomfort. If you're feeling fear, that's a great sign. I want you to know, do the thing you fear, everything will change. Everything will completely change. You know, I was telling a group today I was coaching, I saw something on my feed from the Bible. It says, in the Bible, there's 365 different times the word fear comes up. And in every one of those passages, it says, you have nothing to fear. Don't fear anything. Act on your fear. And, you know, the Bible will teach this philosophy so well. But we've got to embrace fear and do the thing we fear. But when we do this and we're coming from our future self, guess what? Your confidence increases. Now, I want to talk about confidence because I want everybody to look at their results. Your results right now is a reflection of your confidence. I want you to imagine in the next 90 days, you 10x your confidence. Your results will 10x by default. See, we've got to start understanding confidence. Confidence doesn't mean you're not scared. I hope you are scared. Being scared is a really good thing. You know, whenever I hear somebody say they're scared, I'm like, oh, you're in for a big jump right now. You're in the process of a quantum leap. When I hear the people who say, no, I'm not scared, I know they're not going after what they're capable of. But if all you did was increase your confidence, your results will change literally overnight. But what is confidence? Confidence is about definiteness, even with your lack of when you lack certainty. It's, I don't know how it's going to happen. I am willing to fail, but I'm going to keep pivoting forward. But confidence is about letting go. Confidence is not about overthinking. Overthinking, now we're letting our manual mind, and we use 2 to 4% of our power instead of using the genius inside of us, which is our subconscious mind, that creates 96 to 98%. So right now, if you're not letting go, understand you're using a very limited amount of your potential. What else is confidence? Confidence is about those defining choices you make from your future self. Nothing is going to define us more than the choices we make. Confidence is about deliberate practice, practicing our new skill set. Going to a mentor and saying, listen, I am all in. I've never done it before, but I want you to show me exactly what to do. And that's why the people who work with me in our company, they create confidence literally every 30 days. There's a dramatic shift in confidence. But what creates the greatest level of confidence is behaving out of your comfort zone. You literally behave your way into a new identity. It is much easier behaving your way into a new identity than it is thinking your way into a new identity. Confidence is going to the unknown. I've never done it before. I have never experienced this before, but I'm going all in. That's what faith is. Faith is going to determine your confidence. Faith is seeing what you want, believing in the impossible. What's the impossible? Your subconscious mind. And going and doing things you've never done before. And you're going to experience what the masses call impossible, that you're going to call quantum leap after quantum leap after quantum leap. But when you have confidence, you've accepted the idea radically before you even started. You've won well before you've started. And that's what's going to create a massive breakthrough for you. Now, I want to finish this with goals because we can't do this without goals. But I don't want you to just have any goals. I want you to have world-class goals. When you're going after a goal that's 1x or 2x, there's no inspiration, there's no juice. You just go back to your past self and your present self and you say, I'm just going to work a lot harder. And you keep procrastinating. The riches you receive will be an exact proportion of the definiteness of your vision. I know what I want, the fixity of your purpose. You turn the want into a goal, the steadiness of your faith. I see only what I want, and I already am experiencing it in my mind, and the depth of your gratitude. Gratitude is the vibration of abundance. Now, with goals, we're all in. We put all our chips in. We are all in every day. Now, you may have a day, you miss a day, you say, I'm never missing 2 days. But you see yourself, you're in the spirit of what you want. You are not spending any time on a poverty consciousness. Now, it is impossible to exceed the standards you have for yourself. To achieve a goal is all about standards. Whatever you say yes to is what your minimum standard is. Your standard sets your baseline to what you attract. Your standard sets the direction of what you're seeing in the world. And the standard you hold of yourself is your most important core value. But remember, with goals, no one does anything without a why. Now, you guys are all here for a reason, or else you wouldn't even be joining us. You have a why. I know you want transformation, and I know you're going to create transformation. I can't wait to hear your success stories. But now, we've got to turn your goal into a love story. When you're in love with anything, it's always on your mind. That's the magnificent obsession I was talking about. I want your goal to be a love story. That's why we do the repetition of affirming to ourselves and mentally rehearsing what we want. When you turn your goal into a love story, you're going to, instead of asking the most disempowering question, how am I going to do it? You ask, what do I want? What do I have to become? Who can I leverage? Who can I learn from? Who do I have to be? Now, the what and the who are the most empowering questions regarding the goal achievement process. But I want you to make your goal so big, you believe it's impossible. It is easier to achieve quantum leap goals than incremental goals. Why? Because quantum leap goals give us juice. But the minute you start falling in love with your quantum leap, now your mind starts seeing it. You're starting to make the impossible possible. And all you have to do is start playing with the ideas and start doing the math. Like, I will teach you how to make the impossible into the ridiculous where you're certain of it. But 2xing your goal is just about hard work. Is that what you want? Do you want something that gives you no juice, that does not transform you? See, 2xing your goal provides too many paths from your current results. All your thinking is based on your past thinking. Now, 10xing your goals, there's only a limited number of strategies that'll work. That's why you want to be around big thinkers. You want to get mentored by the right people who've already shown the results because they've performed it. See, surround yourself with the right mastermind. Get proximity with the right people that are going the direction you want to go. Now, when you make a goal impossible, you stop working from your present knowledge and assumptions. What does that mean? You stop working based on the past you and based on the present you. You're going to be open to new ideas and paths to getting to your big goal. See, you've been at a time in your life where you're like, oh, this is the idea. You just have this aha. That's because you went to your future self. Now, I want to teach you how to always come from your future self. But the goal achievement process comes down to 3 main rules. Number 1, I have to fuse with it. I become one with it. I'm thinking, feeling, and acting from it. I pick one identity-based behavior, one belief that is I'm going to work on for 90 days. And then the next 90 days, I'm going to pick another belief and skill set. And all you have to do is 4 identity-based behaviors a year, massive quantum leaps. and then you're process driven. You're implementing the right processes, and you're taking 3 to 6 goal achieving activities. These are not busy work. These are really moving the needle. These are the most important ideas every day. And that's going to achieve your goals effortlessly. But none of this happens without action. I want you to understand action is your best friend. And I want you to have inspired action with swagger. That's that confidence. I know that I know that I know. I'm willing to fail in order to succeed. I'll give you a rule that I have discovered and implemented over the last 17 years. You have to be willing to fail at your future self, then succeed at your current self. When you do this, you change the game for yourself. And action is the fundamental key to all success. It's not just about information, it's about transformation. And it's about using the knowledge and unleashing the talent. You're never going to learn more than the doing. Emerson says, do the thing will give you power. He doesn't say, read the thing will give you power. When you get into the doing, you're going to learn so much about what you're going to course correct, where you're going to get better. And that's where your results change. But this is key. If we don't develop the ability to take action, nothing changes. We have to understand the time to act is when the idea is burning inside of you and the emotion is strong. Like today's a great day for you to act. What is that one idea you can act on today? I want you to act on that right away. Like if you're sitting there and you want to massively quantum leap, I want you to call us and we will help you. But that's an idea. Do it now as a brain tattoo. I was sharing this story earlier this week. 17 years ago was when I got mentored. And when I got mentored, I was losing badly, as I've said earlier. There was one thing that I changed that changed my life immediately, literally within weeks. I started doing everything right away when I used to procrastinate. Well, my mentor said, you have to do it now as a brain tattoo. He said, I learned that from W. Clement Stone. So from that moment on, I committed. I said, I'm just going to surrender to his mentorship, and anything he tells me to do, I'm going to do. So he told me to do everything now, and that's what I did. And I'll tell you, if you do it now, within a second, you're going to change your life. It will change your life.
Hello, this is Arash Vossoughi with Voss Coaching Co. I have got a very important lesson today that I wanted to share with everybody. It's a lesson that really had a significant impact on my life. Anybody who's ever heard me train or been trained by me, heard me speak, I speak about one idea changing my life. It first started with attitude. That was one of the biggest ideas. And then before that, another one was finding the right mentor. Somebody who could really get me moving and follow the right direction. That was another idea. Well, throughout my transformation from being $150,000 in debt, starting over a few weeks before my wedding, to creating millions. And really, along the way, there were so many big ideas, but this idea has really made such a deep impact, not just for my life, but for a lot of my clients that I've taught them this, which is not just standard, personal standard. Our personal standard is our DNA to success. Now, I want you to think about you right now, and I want you to think about your results. I want you to think about your income. Now, you have that on the screen of your mind. That's your standard right now. I want you to think about your business, or if you're in a job, that's your standard. I want you to think about your health. That's your standard. I want you to think about your associations. What do you talk about? That's your standard. See, standard impacts everything in our life. And I want to take a deep dive with you and really show you how just changing your personal standard will change everything in your life. Everybody has a personal standard, but a lot of people don't get to it unless they're pissed off enough or get offended enough by somebody to use it.
that's not the healthiest way. We want to use it at any time. I really want to make this part of your huge power, because it's a huge power we have access to. Now, most people have their personal standard. They use it when they're in a crisis, when they're in adversity. And adversity, as we know, is temporary. But I want you to use it and become a conscious competent. A conscious competent is when you know how to access it at any moment. So what is personal standard? That is where you draw a line in the sand and you say, I'm not accepting anything under my standard. My standard is here. I'm not accepting anything here. It's either where my standard is or higher. I really want you to keep increasing it every day. Keep raising that standard 1% every day, and it's going to have a significant impact on your life. I remember before I even understood what personal standard was, my wife and I bought a couch. And we bought it from the store Z Gallery. It was a great couch. It looked like a great couch. They came in and delivered it. The delivery people left, and I told my wife, I go, this is an ugly couch. I just do not like it. It did not fit our family room the way it was. Well, we called the store, and they said, once they drop it off, you have to keep it. And my wife's like, we'll just deal with it. And I'll never forget it. That's when I discovered consciously standard, because I said, every time we're gonna walk by, we're gonna know we don't like it. And that's not gonna make us feel good. And she said, well, let's just sell it. I said, forget about selling it. Let's just give it away. Let's give it to somebody who would fall in love with this, who would love this couch. It's brand new. And we gave it away, but at that moment, I anchored that feeling of what my standard was and what our standard was. And it wasn't from a point of arrogance. It was a point of I didn't want to keep seeing it over and over again. And I do that for vacations. I do it for the homes we buy or that we bought that we're in now. I do it for this office. I wanted to really match my standard of how I wanted to live. And you want to start thinking of how do you want to live? And this takes over another part of this, which is personal philosophy. Do you know your personal philosophy? Do you know your standard? Eventually, I want you to make sure your standard matches your personal philosophy. As you develop your personal philosophy of how do I really want to live, your thinking is going to match that. Now, to be rewarded in an elite level, there's a price you have to pay, and that price is going to be outside your comfort zone. And that's how the standard keeps growing and raising and raising. You know, at the end of the years, I always tell my clients, I said, there's two things that I want you to focus on. Just two. I want you to raise your standard every day for the month of December, and I want you to create one empowering belief. Now, those two things are so simple. Oh, there's only two things for me to do? Well, just remember, less is more. But if you raise your standard for the next 30 days, every day by just 1%, and create one identity-based empowering behavior, you're gonna transform your life. So how do we build our standard? We have to be intentional. We have to be very intentional about it and put a lot of attention that I'm building a bigger idea of myself. And it's not from a point of arrogance. I wanna make sure you're clear about this. I've had people ask me, well, is that an arrogant thing to do? No, it's an empowering movement. When you're raising your standard and you're doing it for you, you're not doing it for anybody else. And what ends up happening as you raise your standard, your income will raise. As you raise your standard, your environment will raise. As you raise your standard, the types of things are gonna match that standard. And the types of ideas that you're gonna build in your consciousness are gonna come match your standard. And how do you do it? You build that bigger idea, and remember this, the world rewards the conditioned person. What is the conditioned person? The conditioned person is the person who works on raising their standard every day. And I want you to think about an event that really had such a deep impact on your life, that you, in such a positive way, that you said, you know what, I'm so sick and tired of being sick and tired. This is what I'm doing from this point on. Well, what you were doing, before you could even move, you raised your standard. You made a decision. You said, I'm operating from a significant standard, and then you were rewarded. And that's exactly what happened. Now, how do you do it? You have to have extreme ownership. And you have to have discipline. If you don't discipline your thinking, the outside world is going to discipline it, I promise you. I am personally, and you are personally responsible for absolutely everything happening in your life. People will say, oh, come on, you don't know what's happening to me. That person did this or this situation happened. It's never the person or the situation. It's how did we think about that? That goes into our standard. Standard is how you think. And when you step out and really go into this uncomfortable zone, where you step out of your comfort zone, guess what you're doing? You're raising that standard. I want you to understand standard is part of your image. Our image is the foundation of success. Our image is the foundation of what a paradigm is, and a paradigm is the primary cause of our results. And if you're sitting there thinking, you know, I've done it in certain occasions, I want you to do it every day. I want you never to let anybody rob your standard. Now, a lot of people say, well, I have a standard towards this, I have a standard towards that, I have a standard towards my business, but I don't really care about other stuff. I promise you, at some level, you care. You get to choose your standard. I'm not here to choose it for you, but I will tell you, study the most successful people, and I guarantee you're going to find their standard. If you watch a football team or a baseball team, they say, our standard of our team is this. This is our standard. Or if you look at Voss Coaching Co., my standard for my coaches is through the roof. I want them to be the most well-conditioned coaches so they can help all of our clients. I keep improving my standard so I can teach better. I always think there's a better way that I can help people, and that's standard. My standard is a husband. My standard is a father. My standard is a brother. We have a standard towards everything. And as you develop it, you are changing your identity. And our identity is the foundation. It's an inside job. Play with this idea, implement this idea, change this. Watch how many people are going to gravitate towards you. Because what you're doing is you're changing your confidence. And what happens is you're really operating the essence of who you are. Your soul wants you to do more. There's so much more. There's another person inside of you that knows how to do 25 times more effective than where we are right now, where I am. And how do we do it? We let that person out. How do we let it out? We raise our standard every day. Challenge for you. 2 things. Next 30 days, number 1, raise your standard by 1% every day. Number 2, pick one empowering belief. What is that belief? That could be, I'm going to sell every day. I am developing discipline. I am leaving somebody better off every single day. They will bring me nothing in return. Watch what will happen. Raise your standard. Our standard is our DNA to success. You have so much potential inside of you. Allow it to come out. Your personal standard is a game changer. Thank you. Hello, this is Arash Vossoughi. I want you to think about your results right now. And I'm going to pause for a second. I want you to think, what came in your mind? Did your health results come in? Did your wealth? Did it go right to your income? I want you to think what came in your mind. Now, these results, we have all earned. And if I would have heard this years ago, I'm telling you this, if I would have heard this 15 years ago, it would have been a punch in the stomach to me. And all the results we earn, if we don't like them, we get to change them. I want you to hear that word, get to change them. So what is the opposite of that result? Now, do you love it? Then you keep doing what you're doing. If you don't, I want you to think about what is it that you really want? What do you really want? And I want you to commit the next 3 to 12 months only focusing on that. See, a lot of people come to me, they say, Arash, I want your help to get me what I want. And I said, well, what do you want? And they start naming off a bunch of things. I said, that's where you're making the error. Focus on one thing. What is the one thing you want more than anything else? And I want you to write it down. And I want you to think about it all day long. Earl Nightingale used to say it the best. He said, we become what we think about most of the time. Now, what are you thinking about most of the time? See, our job is to create the mental equivalent of what we want. Now, what does that mean? That means we create the mental image of that person, and then we act as that person, we behave of that person through action. See, a lot of people are doing the study, they're listening to the videos, they're reading the books, but they're not acting. They're not acting. And until you act, it's delusion. Now, let's look at what wealth is. Wealth is ideas. Wealth is a reflection of our thinking. Well, most people go to prosperity. They think wealth is money. No, freedom is you. Wealth is you. Wealth is invisible. Let me give you some real key components of wealth. Number one is your image of yourself. That is wealth. It's invisible. See, this is something that everybody will shake their head. Everything free is the most valuable things in our lives. For me, my family. I didn't pay for them, but they're free and they mean the most. See, what we've got to do is unleash the things that we have access to at any moment. And I call them the Power Five. That's our decision, our standard, discipline, our image, and our attitude. Those are the Power Five. That's what creates wealth. You may be saying that, no, I do that. But do you do it? Do you do it? Have you built your attitude with some swagger, where you don't know how to do something, but you have this confidence in you? See, I want you to go after your dreams with some edge. See, attitude is our competitive edge. That's one of the invisibles. Attitude is a reflection of our thinking, which creates our feeling. Our feeling is just conscious awareness of vibration, and our vibration dictates not just what we attract, but how we act. And that's how our results change. And then let's look at our standard. What type of standard are you operating with? Do you have your core values already? Do you have your top 5 core values that you could go to at any moment? See, that is going to define your standard. Who am I? And when we're talking about wealth, and I always talk about this because it's our ability to serve. See, most people are sitting there right now and they don't understand the law of compensation. The law of compensation states that we get paid in direct proportion to the service we render, the need for it, and our ability to do it. Now let's look at it a different view. I want you to look at what your income is. And this is where people have got to really come in and look at their service. Your income is in direct proportion to the service you're rendering. Well, you may say, well, how do I improve my service? Well, we want to ask ourselves. I was just working with a corporate client of mine in San Francisco, and I told them this. I said, who do you serve? And they had great answers, but the one answer is very simple, and it's people you serve. So we've got to prioritize people. Well, how do we serve people better? Well, we've got to understand us, because people are just a mirror of me, or a mirror of you. So how well do you know you? See, you've got to know yourself really well so you understand the amount of potential you have access to, because as you get to know you better, you're going to serve better. See, this isn't very hard, and 80%, maybe 90%, maybe 95% of people who are frustrated, it's because they don't know how to serve. See, and I don't judge it. I was taught how to serve. My mentor really showed me how to serve, really how to listen. He used to say, Arash, you've got to listen with your emotions, not your ears. Well, I started putting all my attention and treating the person that I was with as the most important person. See, before, I wasn't aware of that. And once you gain awareness, you never lose it. So think about you. How are you serving? How are you listening? And how well do you know you? See, our spiritual DNA is absolutely perfect. Now that's a big idea, so if you're rejecting it right now, I promise you, you're missing out. You want to accept it. See, we have access to all the knowledge in the world. What does that mean? That means we have access to everything that all the great leaders before us came, all the great information that they have access to, so do we. And we have access to all the knowledge that is yet to even come into our life. See, we've got to understand this. We are energy. And 99.99% of everything is energy. We're spiritual beings having a physical experience, and we're gifted with an intellect. Well, if you look at my office, you look at all these books behind here, you look at this jacket, I created it through my intellect. And what we've got to understand, our intellect dictates our emotional state. Well, when somebody's angry, who do you think's in control of that? Who created that? Your intellect. That was from you. Your thinking. When you're happy, who created it? You did. See, we've got to understand our intellect is dictating our life. And we are gifted with 6 higher faculties. We want to start understanding them and using them. That's our will, our perception, our memory, our intuition, our imagination, and our reasoning faculty. Our reasoning is our ability to think. Our imagination takes us wherever we want it to go. You want to start understanding you better. Our job to create a great life, and I mean a significant life, is to become more aware of the perfection inside of us. At our core, at my core, at your core, there's perfection. We want to become more aware of that perfection. It is emanating in every cell of your being. Every cell of your being is absolute perfection. Now think about, how do you treat your day? Do you see it as a piece of art, like that you are molding the clay? Are you deciding every day, today is day 1. I am recommitting today with my whole being, and I'm expanding myself. I have a rule for myself. Every opportunity that comes, whether it's an idea, whether somebody gives me an idea, or whether it's a thought pattern within myself, is it expanding me or is it contracting me? Now we want to understand this. And as you do that, you're going to see your results change. But become aware. You have access to all the knowledge in the world. You have access to all the power in the world. What does that mean? That shows your desire. You have access to so much energy. When somebody's operating without energy, they go, oh, I wish I had that energy. They're saying, I have no desire. See, you have access to it. You have to think. Use that intellect. Build wealth. Create a life of freedom. The only difference between somebody who is winning significantly and somebody who is losing significantly, the winner is a problem solver. Our ability to solve problems in a calm, confident manner is the key. I'm telling you this right now. You could do this. You could create a massive quantum leap. But ask yourself, am I focused on that one thing? Or am I all over the board? Am I all over the board? Am I focused on 100 things? Your conscious mind can only focus on one idea at a time. Focus on the idea you really want. What do you really want? My mentor used to tell me that all the time. He used to say, what do you really want? And he said, focus on one thing, one idea, and it would be a big idea. I call it this world-class idea, where you go to that world-class energy and bring it to you. See, I want you to win so badly. It is so much more fun to win than to lose. Now, you're going to have to be willing to lose to win. Expand yourself, stretch yourself, step out of your comfort zone, and for God's sakes, take action. You've got to act on the idea. If you're not acting on the idea, it's delusion. People will be like, oh, I've got a lot of faith. I said, well, tell me what you've been doing. Oh, I haven't done anything. That stops it. There's no such thing as faith without action. What is wealth? Ideas. Wealth is invisible. What are your invisibles? That's your higher faculties that I went over, those 6 higher faculties. That's your power of 5. Start mastering them. Watch this video over and over and over again. Get emotionally involved. Operate your day with some swagger. Go with some intensity. Go really with focus. Lock in on one idea. Lock in on one idea, you're going to be rewarded so greatly. And serve at the highest level. Get to know you. Start planting in your programming how you want your program to look. Thank you so much.
Hi everybody, my name is Monica Demarin and I'm the Director of Coaching here at Voss Coaching Co. I am so thrilled that you're joining us for our live Stream-A-Thon for the best lessons from Arash. I'm here to answer any questions you have. I would love to know your biggest takeaways that you are experiencing while you're listening to these lessons. We are here to make sure you finish 2024 really strong and make 2025 the best year yet.
I want to welcome you all to another episode of what do you want. Now today, I have my good friend, Monica DeMarin, and I've been really looking forward to this for a long time. Monica and I live in different countries, and I've been wanting this for a few months. So it's great to have you, Monica.
It's so great to be here.
I want to give you guys a bit of an introduction to Monica. Some of you, I'm sure, know who she is. Monica and I met, I always say it feels like 20 years ago. So I actually don't exactly know when we met.
And I always correct you. It was 8 years ago, this past September.
8 years ago. Monica's become such a close friend of mine, and we've worked together now for 8 years. But Mon, I would love for you to tell everyone your story first of all, and then I want to dig deeper into different parts of your story so we can help other people through your story.
Sure, absolutely. So, Arash, when I think about how far I've come, the first thing that comes to me, my whole life, I grew up in an Italian family household, and my mom was my hero. I wanted to be a wife and a mom, and I could not wait for that. That was my big goal. I wanted to feel that love. And so for so many years, that was my main focus, and that happened. And I had 2 sons. I was pregnant with my last son. And I got to a point where I started to feel like I wanted more. And, you know, I was searching for what does that look like. I was studying this, but I wasn't taking the action part. I was definitely in action. Everything on the outside looked great, but on the inside, I felt my soul saying, okay, get going. There's more for you to do. I did not know how to connect to that. And I was pregnant with my last son, and I went in for an appointment, and it was about 6 weeks before he was due, and next thing I knew, I was having an emergency C-section. And it was pretty frantic in the room. I knew it was could potentially not end up well. And I could hear the doctors saying, well, we have to save either the mom or the child. And at that moment, it was the most frightening moment of my life, but it was the most liberating, because in that moment, I really woke up. I made this decision in that. Looking back now, I can tell what I did. I made this decision saying, if I come out here and my baby's safe, both of us, I'm going to become who I'm meant to become. And that moment was my moment where I turned things around. And from there, I found you. I found this material. And the moment I heard your voice, I knew you were my mentor. I was believing in something that I didn't know what it was at that moment, but what you were saying was the absolute truth. So I knew I needed to connect to you somehow. And that became part of me rebuilding. I started this rebuilding phase. And I love your quote. You say it often. It's from, actually can't remember who it's from at the top of my mind now, but you say, it's hard at the beginning, messy in the middle, and amazing in the end. I think it's Robin Sharma. Yeah. Okay. And it's true. You know, starting that rebuilding phase was really, really hard because I didn't have direction until I actually found you. So I flew out to Arizona, and, you know, my husband was coming to meet you, and I wrote a letter on the plane. And I put my whole heart in this letter, my vision, my commitment to you and myself, more importantly, my desire, who as a woman, who I wanted to become. And I didn't know how it was going to go, but I knew that was my opportunity. And I couldn't let fear hold me back anymore, because for so many years, since I was 16, I had a really traumatic emotional impact. I was sexually abused at 16. So that instantly, as you can imagine, changed my identity in that moment. So from 16 to 36, when I was so for 20 years, I was shrinking and hiding. I couldn't really unleash who I actually wanted to become. I didn't even know who I was, to be honest. And I hand-delivered this letter to you, and I didn't know how it was going to go, but I think you felt my desire, you felt that energy transfer, and you brought me on your team, and it's been so much fun.
You know what's so interesting? I remember the letter like it was yesterday. But before that letter, I was really stuck. And I remember I called Bob Proctor, and I said, I've got to have an honest conversation with you. I'm bored. I'm stuck. I'm not inspired. And he goes, I've been there. He goes, I understand that. And he goes, your results don't show, but he goes, hell, that's the paradigm. And I remember this conversation so vividly. And he said, you don't have a goal? I said, I do. And I gave him my income goal. He says, no, you have the house, you have the family, you have the money, you don't have a goal. He said, I want you to write out a vision. So I wrote out a vision that was like significant vision, way bigger than me at the time. And I remember sending it to him. He goes, this is the best vision I've ever seen. And he goes, can I send it to the company? And I said, sure, if you want. And then I met you days later, literally days later. And you gave me your vision and I showed you mine. And I said, that's how powerful vision is. We didn't know each other. We knew of each other, but we didn't know each other. So I remember it so vividly. That's why, I was telling a friend of mine, Jeff, today. I said, you want to have your want control your vibration. Because that's the idea you fall in love with. That's what you did. Yeah. And then you attracted me. And then I had a vision that you fell in harmony with. So both of our visions fell in harmony with each other. Now, if you would have told me in 2015 that we would have created what we've created together, we've become great friends, our families are close, I would have never believed it. Not because it wasn't possible to have that type of interconnectedness, but that's what happens when you get out of your comfort zone, because I remember you were afraid to tell me.
Yeah.
And I have so much admiration, but I want to go back into your story a bit. You said something that I caught. You said, if me and my son make it out of here, and your son's a firecracker, so thank God he's in the world. Yes. But if we make it out of here, then I'm going to go, and I'm using my words, fulfill my potential. But you had an emotional impact. I mean, you could have lost your son. You could have died. And the emotional impact normally does not happen in a positive way. 9 out of 10 times, it's a jolt to our system negatively. Now, if you go back there, how did you stay committed to that emotional impact to follow through? Because it's easy to say it in the moment. Like Mikey always says, never commit when you're feeling good, and I love that saying. But how did, taking yourself back, somebody might be watching this and saying, I don't believe in myself right now. I'm sick and tired of being sick and tired, but I know there's more. How did you do it for yourself?
Yeah. Well, there's 3 words that I have fallen in love with, and it's taken me through my journey. I have many words, but courage, inspire, and passion. Inspiration, this is part of going back to my mom. She inspired me throughout my whole life, and I wanted to be an inspiration to others. So I knew I had to stay committed to what I gave myself that word that day. And I think being around you, Arash, you helped me build belief. I could not build belief by myself alone. You were able to pull that out of me, which I couldn't do on my own. So getting in your environment, getting with your mentorship and asking you questions, I look back now, I developed a curiosity mindset, which means I was so curious about how you created your processes. How did you make everything look easy and effortless? What did you do when things were hard? I was curious about that, and that sparked inspiration. I was inspired to learn, which led me to passion. So I was always looking forward. I was always looking on the horizon. What he has created, or other women or men, whoever has created, I can also create. So I started to change my belief by writing out who I wanted to become. Who is she? I wrote down $1 million woman way back then, had no idea. At that time, I was earning $24,000 a year. But my script, my identity, who I wrote down, she was $1 million earner. She was confident, she was comfortable in her own skin, and she was making a tremendous amount of impact. And each day, I took one step forward into that. So part of this was really having that burning desire that we talk about, like just being so fueled by that. I mean, it was not easy. You know, there was many tears. I was controlled by the results a lot of the time, but above all else, I got to a point where I wanted it more than I feared it.
You know, you said something that a lot of people stay stuck in. I always say, if you ask somebody why they're stuck, or why most people are stuck, because they want more, but they see themselves where they are. They're enslaved by where they are. Yeah. But at the time, let's paint a picture. You were a hairdresser. You were earning, I think, $25,000 a year.
24.
And you still sought out the mentorship. So your purpose was so much greater than your results that you still continued on. Yeah. See, that's what I did too. Like, if my story was, I didn't have any money, but I had a big desire. So I can connect with you with the desire, but I think the key is you were congruent with your desire. A lot of people are congruent with their program of their past. What made you say yes to you? Before you even met me, you said yes to you way before you met me. What was it that made you say yes to you?
Yeah, I always felt like there was something bigger, honestly. And it wasn't until that emotional impact that really woke me up. I thought, we don't have all this time. Like, time is our most precious resource. What am I doing here? Every day is a gift, right? So I looked at it each day. I am not living into that potential. I'm actually losing out on one step forward, you know? So in my mind back then, I'm like, I have to take these risks. I was not brought up as a risk taker. I was playing it safe, you know, save your money, don't spend it. So I was doing very illogical things that was going against my beliefs, but I was determined to break our cultural expectations where I grew up too. And I wanted to be that inspiration, like that why, Arash, that why, being an inspiration to not just my immediate family and create financial independence for myself, because that was another culture barrier. The men went to work. I wanted to do that for me. So I was taking risks. I came out to see you, which was an opportunity that I didn't want to miss. So when you think about it, how many people are letting opportunities slip because of fear? You never know when that shifting day is going to occur. Like, if I didn't come and hand deliver that, I might still be where I'm at, searching for someone to help me.
There's a good chance you would have been, unless you continued, then it might have happened, but you knew that you had to take that chance. You had to take that risk. And if you didn't, you would have risked more, because look what you've created. Now you've created 7 figures. You're doing what you love. You're getting better and better every day. But a lot of people are going to see you and say, well, she's a success, but they don't know what it took to create the success. So you brought up, I had to build toughness. And there are many days that you said you cried, right? I remember very vividly when I met you, I said, she's got the desire, I've got to build the toughness. I've got to build the foundation for her. And I remember the first event you came to, you kept coming to me and I kept telling you to go do it yourself. And I remember my wife said to me, you're being so mean to Monica. You got to help her. And I said, you need to stay out of this. I know what I'm doing. And you ended up having an amazing event. And that's when you started getting confidence. So talk about the toughness you created. If you can go from where you were, you had the desire, you didn't have the foundation built, you didn't have the mindset built, you didn't have the habits built yet, but you had a dream. You had a dream that was bigger than you. What were some of the foundational pieces of your mental toughness that you built?
Yeah. Well, definitely it was working on my self-image. Through that was becoming fearless. That was one of my words, was anytime I felt fear, I was going to run through it. I wasn't going to run away from it or shrink to it. We talked about many times, you know, you never spoke to me as a hairdresser. You always spoke to me and coached me at who I wanted to become. So with that, we just recently spoke about this, you were raising my standard without me even knowing. You were getting me to do things that were uncomfortable. So when I look back at that event, you know, if I knew that your wife Veronica said that, I would have felt really comfortable. I was like, oh, that's great. But that's exactly what would have kept me stuck. That would have felt comfortable. So I'd been like, oh, that feels great. But no, that's exactly what was keeping me stuck. So having you coach me to where I want to be is the most greatest gift. Not only that, you taught me how to love myself deeply. And you were doing it so I could do it on my own, through one behavior at a time, through one habit on a time. You wouldn't pack on all these things at once. You simplified everything so I could stay committed. I could stay consistent. I could see these little changes. And in the moment, for a long time, I didn't see changes, but what I felt was consistency. I'm like, I'm actually doing things. I'm following through with my word that I'm giving myself. So I'm gaining confidence through this little doing. So one of the best things you always taught and you teach our clients is you never know when you're in a quantum leap. You can always tell when you're out of one. So during that, you don't question. You just, if you do your daily disciplines, if you do your commitment to your habits, you will create that quantum leap. And that's what I did. And I was going into this unknown. So developing this courage was part of this identity and this habit. You're going to have to go into the unknown over and over again. You told me that. And I'm like, I'm really uncomfortable with that. We're like, well, you got to get comfortable with being uncomfortable because that's where the magic happens, Monica. That's what I kept doing over and over again.
Yeah, I mean, courage is the doorway to change. And you'll always see how someone's changing. And that's how I knew you were changing, by their language was changing. If I spent 24 hours a day with you, just for a day, I'd know where your language was taking you by default. See, a lot of people are not changing their identity because they're not changing their language. If you listen to them, they're speaking based on where they are.
Yes.
We've got to speak into our future self, and that's what you were doing. And when you said, I was failing, you were failing quite a bit.
Yeah.
But you know how I knew you were going to win? You never stopped studying. Like, you never lost your desire, even though there were reasons for you to get down on yourself. So you were constantly upgrading your processes. And there's a term that I talk about that's essential for success, and it's delayed gratification.
Yeah.
If you keep measuring your processes over and over again, and that's what I saw you do. But for me, like, if I look back at me and I look back at you, we have something similar that was essential to change, and I think that's probably similar for anybody, was identity. So if you were to give somebody advice 2 to 3 things that they could do that would be very easy, that shifted your identity, if you look back, that would shift theirs, what would that be?
Attitude. Number one, respecting yourself so much and your goal because it aids in your growth. Like, respecting your attitude towards yourself is probably the most important thing that someone can do, is change your attitude towards themselves. You definitely helped me change my attitude towards me. That's the starting point, is how do I want to see myself? What type of attitude is that? And then I wrote affirmations, not based on, just I'm so happy and confident, based on solutions. Like, why? And attach your why behind it. Attach your because around it. I'm funny with the word affirmations because a lot of people think that they can just say affirmations and then they're going to get it, right? So you have to do the follow through. Just because you write something down doesn't mean you're going to get it, right? It's the follow through. So I would recommend someone, number one, change your attitude towards themselves. Okay, have a great opinion of yourself no matter what. Change your perspective around everything. Have everything work in your favor. You take all your mind power and you only focus on how you can make something happen. That's a certain attitude. And then the other part is those affirmations, those power statements. Not just write a couple words, make it really powerful. You taught me to use powerful emotional words. The subconscious mind loves the language of emotions. Like, I'm very passionate when it comes to this because it's changed my life. Those would probably be the 2 things. I don't want to give it a whole list, but those are very powerful tools that someone can take with them for lifelong.
There's a great quote in The Magic of Thinking Big by David Schwartz. He said, we're either speaking castles into existence or we're speaking into our grave. And I love that because I think what you used to tell me, I don't know, my vocabulary is not like yours. You used to always tell me that. I go, forget about that. I said, as you keep studying, your vocabulary is going to get better because words are very important to me. But your language changes your attitude. We want to speak our language as our future self. You know, I was telling you before we started, for me, my future self is my hero. It's not like when I grew up, it was always a sports person or but now it's very different because I'm always chasing that future self, and that's what I saw you doing. Whether you knew it or not, you were chasing that future self because you kept thinking, feeling, and acting. And I remember you told me, I want to be your number one. Yeah. Well, you became my number one, but look at the language. You walked into that new image. If I could tell anybody how to change their identity, like simple, change your language of how you would speak already at your goal, and I would tell them to take action. There's not enough action you could take, you know, and that's what I watched you do. Now you're a powerhouse, and you're getting better and better. Where do you want to go from here?
Oh, leadership. I want to be able to help many, many people create what I've created. I want to do what you did for me, for many people. That's all my focus is on. It's so gratifying for me to already see the impact, but there's nowhere, I'm nowhere close where I want to be.
Well, leadership's interesting because leadership is a language that we were just talking about, but the best leader cares the most. They're great communicators, and they don't care what other people think of them. And that's the gap between somebody who has a title and somebody who's actually leading. And when you don't worry about what they think, you raise their standard. When you're worrying about what they think, your job is to develop them. And you're growing into a great leader right now. Like every day you're getting better and better and better and better. And you know, leadership now is your want. So if you feel that in your consciousness, if you feel just like when I told you, I remember years ago, I said, you can, you know, my mentor taught me this. I taught it to you. You have to feel in your consciousness that you could turn your annual income into your monthly income. You've got to burn that idea in your mind, and that's what you've done. You've turned it into your weekly income if we go back to from where you were to where you are now. You know, it's very inspiring for me. I always coach people from where they want to be. You said I coached you from that because I don't know any other way. Like you didn't come to me to be a hairdresser. I wouldn't have done a very good job at that. But you came to me to learn and master your craft, and you practice it. Give them your daily routine.
Oh, I love my routine. So I wake up at 5 a.m. I remember a time when you told me, earn your coffee, Monica, before you do anything. Before you get your coffee, I want you to do your morning routine. And I resisted this. I was not happy with you because I love my coffee. And you always taught me whatever you resist, you actually have to do because that's where you're going to grow. That's breakthrough. You're developing some more grit and strength. So I said, fine. So now it's changed because that was several years ago. So I wake up at 5 a.m., I grab my coffee, and right away I go into my auto-suggestion and I go in front of the mirror. I'm doing auto-suggestion 2 different ways. I'm writing it down and in front of the mirror. From there, within 15 minutes from there, I go right on and I do a heart movement. So I'll probably jog for 20 minutes and then I do mobility. So 45 minutes. From there, working out and moving my body changes my energy. But my commitment is flooding my mind right away when I wake up with my auto-suggestion. I want to have that first thing. It carries into my workout. From there, I'm studying a book. After that, I'm studying a book. I'm probably writing out my power statements, and then it changes with gratitude in through there. So from my study of my book, or if I'm watching one of the lessons that you've done, I write out how I want to carry that throughout the day into my team, into my coaching calls. So I'm learning and then I'm applying right away because that's how I can get it more ingrained. That's another lesson you taught me. As soon as you learn something, Monica, go and teach it to someone else. So I keep my morning routine really simple but very, very powerful. I'm very deliberate and I'm intentional through it with my thinking. and who I want to be throughout the whole day.
What is your attitude with your processes?
Oh, it's great. Like my attitude is I'm dominating with whatever I do. Like you say, it's everything you touch turns to gold. My word is dominate. I'm a beast. I'm going to dominate it. So I have these power words. I have this certain attitude. Like this is my my commitment to me and my future self. So I don't want to let myself down. I did that for too many years. So that's a certain attitude that I'm not wasting that time. Like I'm spending that time anyways. I might as well be great.
Yeah.
There's so many nuggets that I'm pulling out from my journey with you because they've all made such a big impact.
The thing about it is, I don't even think you're close to where you're going. Like as far as you've gone, like if I would have told you 8 years ago you'd be here, would you have believed it?
No, I just told my husband that. Literally when we landed here, I said, if you would have told me that 10 years ago, 15 years ago, I would have been like, you're crazy, you know? So, you know, it's true. And I want to ask you something about when I was going after an income goal, it was like, you know, $1 million. I made the number so big. And I love how you tell people it's just a number.
Yeah.
It relaxes. What does it actually do when...
I mean, you want to be in a relaxed state, number one, but the number is just a number.
Yeah.
The million is about service. It's about building your habits, about building your behaviors, who you're growing into. Our wants, I remember when it was so big to you and I said, it's just a number. And you could feel the tension release. Yeah. So like with every one of my goals, I just think it's a goal. Like I prioritize goals, but the goal's never bigger than me. Right. So when we look at your next goal, it's just a goal. Yeah. Now you put the right processes in, and then you're going to win by default. What happens for people, they say, I want $1 million, or I want X, whatever their want is. And they never master it long enough. And then they say, well, I didn't get it. Well, you didn't do the 10,000 hours. You didn't do 50,000 hours if that was necessary. It's never 50,000. And it doesn't have to be 10. It depends on how quickly you accept an idea. So for me, if you really look at what we did together and what we continue to do together, all I ever do is change your perception. Yeah. That's all I do. See, our perception, we look at the world completely different. So if you reframe is one of my favorite words with attitude, because whatever we're perceiving, we're either empowering our central nervous system or we're infecting it. And so let's say I had a bad experience. I want to reframe it as a good experience because my body only knows how I reframe it by what I accept. So all we did is reframed $1 million differently. It went in to turn into an empowering, oh, it's not a big deal, and we got to work. You know, you do the work works. So that's what everybody wants to do. We've got to really work on our perception, and we've got to master reframing. Reframing bulletproofs ourselves and bulletproofs our foundation to what we're going to get, and we're going to get it a lot quicker. You know, that's what it was for me. That's still what it is.
I made leadership, that word, even bigger. I did the same thing, and then that's where you pointed that out. So I had to reframe and pivot my perception to a completely different image of that. So, you know, yeah.
You know, I remember I had a conversation with Bob Proctor, and he said to me, he congratulated me on something I achieved, and he made it so damn simple. And he said, you had to watch your language with him because he was the most aware person I'd ever met. And I was like, oh shit, he caught me. You know, because he would always jump on me with it. And he said, well, why don't you accept it? And I said, I guess I don't know. And he said, this isn't rocket science. He says, all you have to do is accept an idea, get emotionally involved. You're going to alter your vibration. You're going to dictate what you attract. From that moment on, I just accepted everything I wanted. And that's what we're talking about with reframing. You can change your past. Somebody could have trauma in their past, and they can go back and look at what they learned from that trauma, and they reframe that whole circumstance inside of themselves. And now they're looking at their past of something they learned.
So we can learn from the experiences, and even in trauma, and you'll know when you don't have trauma anymore because you're never thinking from that trauma. So we work through that together. But but everyone's had trauma.
Everybody.
I don't know
Everybody
anyone
has had it.
I don't know anyone who hasn't had something of trauma.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Everyone's story is just a little bit different, and no matter what your story is, you can recreate it. And that's the beautiful thing about, knowing what, I think a lot of people know what they want, but they don't believe it. And they're unclear of who they actually are. That was actually one of the things I knew, many years ago, I wanted to be a mom and a wife. And then when I started to do this, I knew I wanted more. I didn't know what it looked like. I just knew that there was something bigger inside of me. So, and I knew I was like inspirationally dissatisfied. I was like so dissatisfied with keep getting the same. I'm like, how do I actually go through this? Which is why I was opened up to you. And I just thought, this is my answer right here, right now. And part of understanding being detached from the past, like who you're becoming is what you taught me is way more important than who you have been. But I feel so free now, like really free that, that's the most freeing part in this journey. It's not about the things, it's actually who you become. So there's also allowing this greater power within you help guide you through this life. So that is someone that I have as a best friend that is within me, which is awareness, and you taught me that.
So if you were to give somebody watching this one piece of advice that you learned from 8 years ago till now, I mean, you see what can happen in a few years. I mean, we say 8 years, but you changed within 12 months, you were a completely different person. So it doesn't have to take long, but it takes commitment, and your all-in has to be from your future self. What advice would you give them?
Take the risk. Be courageous and be bold, because you get one shot here. What do you got to lose?
Yeah, that's all you have. You can't screw around. This is all we know. Well, this is great. I want to thank you. I love all of our conversations. You might not like them as much as me when I stretch you, but for me, I love them because I know you're getting better every time. But your story is fabulous. I mean, you should be damn proud of yourself. Like, I'm very proud of you, of who you've become. You're one of the strongest people I know, and you're helping people all over the world. And I want to congratulate you and keep getting better.
Thank you so much, Arash.
Thank you. And I encourage you to continue growing, continue stretching, and you don't have to implement all the ideas at once. See, you want to think about which was the best thing for me. And sometimes we could do too much. Sometimes, I was talking to a few people and I was listening to their morning routine. It's way too long, way too long. And you're just checking a box there. It's not going to have the impact. The most important thing to remember is less is more. And it's not about doing a million things. Like, one of my favorite quotes is from Bruce Lee. He said, I never worried about my opponent who practiced 1,000 moves. It was my opponent who practiced one move 1,000 times. Now, to do one move 1,000 times is very contradictory to our paradigm. Our paradigm doesn't want to do it. And think about, I was talking to I was talking to Clinton, and Clinton said, before I came here, I wasn't going to come here because I was in such worry, doubt, and fear. And he said, thank God I came, And I said, worry, doubt, and fear is a real thing. And when you let it turn into a feeling, you're screwed because you didn't catch it. See, I always talk about, there was a slide I used to play almost on a weekly basis to our Millionaire Mastermind group. And it was called the opportunity gap. Every moment in the day, we have an opportunity. And when you don't catch that opportunity to reject that right away, that fear, that worry, then it's turning into a feeling. And it's too late.
And the reason I say it's too late, you might not even catch that you didn't catch it for several hours. But anybody who's around you, they're like, oh, they're having a hard time. You know, so we want to understand of coming from the paradigm of the paradigm you really want for yourself. That's the paradigm, not your current paradigm. Your current paradigm is getting you your current results. If you want your current results, keep doing it. I want better results. Now, I don't know what that paradigm is. I haven't created it yet. I don't know what it is, but you keep stepping into it. You keep stepping into it and stepping into it and stepping into it. That's why creating your mental equivalent is absolutely critical. You know, it is so, it's the difference for you of actually doing the work. See, a lot of people will come in and they think they're in an environment like this in a room and they think that's it. That's it. That's not it. That's the start. The disciplines, the stretching, the learning. See, that's why I was telling you, like when I was talking about selling yesterday, I think all of you have to master selling. You know, to me, selling is the only way you're going to be able to impact people. You can't impact them until you sell them into something, whatever your idea, product, or service is. And you have to really lock into that and understand that. You know, like Mike, I think that's a huge opportunity for you. Like, I think we've got to put a lot of attention on selling, because you say, oh, I could sell people who are laydowns, but the others I don't do. Well, that's not selling, okay? That's writing an order. They're already ready. I want you to be able to sell, because think about how many people you're missing. And your mission is strong when you're up here. You can hear your passion. So we want to put a lot of attention there. You know, and the more attention we put on it, the further it's going to go. You know, this lesson, I will tell you, is going to really take it home for you. Because consistency and accountability is the difference between average and top performers. Now, I want you to ask yourself this. How consistent am I with my disciplines? How consistent am I with my thinking? Like, am I thinking based on appearances, or am I thinking based on what I really want? And this is what I want you to look at. So, hey, Mike, will you give me all the things we gave them so I can go over it with them too? All right. See, that's what we want to understand. And then what type of attention are you placing on your desires? Subjective attention or objective attention? Subjective is you are in harmony with that desire. You're thinking, feeling, and acting like that person. Objective attention is letting the outside dictate what you're thinking. Now, most of my life until I made changes, I was living objectively. I was living all from the outside world. When things were going good, thanks. When things were going good, I felt good. When things were not going good, I was in worry, doubt, and fear. And I was frustrated. And I was angry about it. And I'd make excuses and I'd rationalize. I was telling Heidi this morning. I said, anytime you're rationalizing, your paradigm is controlling you. That's the trigger. Well, this is because of this is happening. You know, we had an illness in our family, so I took 6 months off, okay? Like, you know, you want to get to a point, like, I remember 2 years ago, my mom passed away 2 years ago. And during that time, I knew I had a responsibility to continue leading a team and doing what I did. And I compartmentalized it. But I had trained myself to this point to develop a certain mindset where you're at your best and you're focused in the present moment on what you're focused on. You know, it was very difficult to do, but it was essential because I had a lot of people leaning on me. And we were doing an event, and Bob said, forget about the event. And I said, no. I said, I'm at the hospital, and I went in, they made me this room, And I was doing sales calls in this room at the time when my mom was asleep or this and that. Well, I had people on my team helping me, but I knew there was nothing else that I could do at that moment. So it's like, I have trained myself, there's no excuses. And that's how we have to train ourselves. You may say, oh God, if you want to create a world-class life, there's going to be times that are harder. There's going to be times that things happen. You know, there's going to be times that you have a lot of adversity that's a lot harder adversity. But you still have to raise from inside. It's all inside. That's why the best part of you is subjective. That's the best part of you. And that's why, like Karen, I was thinking of you this morning, and I'm thinking, imagination is going to be critical for you. Because right now you're using it against you too often. See, when our emotions are greater than the highest side of ourselves, we're in trouble because our emotional state is dictated by our intellect. So we're using the higher faculties against ourselves. And we create our environment. Nobody else does. Like, I can't create Geneva's environment. I can be a conduit to help her, but I can't create it for her. She can't create it for me. I have to do that. She has to do that. That's why we want to look at is our imagination working for us or against us? Okay? Working for us or against us? Melissa, we got to do that video for your husband. We'll make sure we do it today. We'll do it first thing. And accountability is a success insurance policy. It is a success insurance policy. Who is on your dream team that is helping you be accountable? And if you don't know that, then you have to find that. Too many people are out in a corner by themselves thinking they're going to do it by themselves. You know, the funny thing is, you have to do it alone, but not by yourself. Like, you have to do the work. Like, Anthony has to think for himself. You know, Jan has to do the activities. But he doesn't have to do it alone. He can surround himself with mastermind partners, with mentors that will expand him greatly. And you get to know yourself. And when you know yourself, you know, some people are shy. Some people they don't like to speak in groups, right? And they like more one-on-one. So you know yourself. So we want to surround ourselves with the right accountability. Now, don't start your day until you finished it. See, the first thing we have to do in the morning is we've got to understand and fall in love with our magnificent future. That's the first thing you think about. Oh, I am so grateful for today. You breathe that air out. And you're like, I get to do this today. I'm going to create the most amazing day of my life. Today is our most amazing day. That's all we know. So when we're focused on worry, doubt, and fear, we are way back here. Way back here. See, I was telling Heidi Colombo yesterday, I said, the biggest challenge for people is to learn how to let go. See, when we're not letting go, all our energy is back here in the past. It's all back here. When we let go, all our energy is forward. And I look at problems a little different. You know, Clinton was telling me, like, one of his companies dissolved, and he said it really started playing games with him. And I said, see, if I would have talked to him when it was happening, I'd say, this is the best thing that ever happened to you. You know, because it is the best thing. It wouldn't be happening. It's not happening for any other reason than happening for you. So your morning process is very important. And you want to I give you guys ideas. If you go to our website, I have a lot of ideas for morning processes. And I change mine up a little bit every 90 days. It's like a workout. You don't want to get used to it. And so your morning process, the things that have to be in there is
your autosuggestion of your goal, non-negotiable. Writing out your goals, non-negotiable. Listening to your vision, non-negotiable. Listening to your vision is going to keep your magnificent future in front of you. And then your I am statements. You know, those are 4 things that will not take a lot of time. They'll take a lot of practice, a lot of discipline. Like if you just did those 4 things, you're going to be set up for your morning, okay? And then you want to get so obsessed with your daily goal. You say, this is what I'm going to do. I am going to be the best version of myself today. What is your daily goal? Fall in love with your daily goal. And then every 3 hours, you keep repeating it. You keep imagining and auto-suggesting every 3 hours. That's what's rewiring what you want. And then the evening process is very simple. This is what we call accountability. It's, did I act like the person who would have achieved my goal today? Did I have the discipline in my thinking? I'm not interested in your activities. See, the discipline is not your activities. It's in your thinking which creates the activities. You'll do the activities if you've disciplined your thinking. So, did I think all day long like the person I wanted to become? Did I feel like that person all day long? Did I live that standard of that person all day long? And did I have the attitude of that person? And here's the deal. Whatever that answer is, I don't expect you to go 5 for 5. And there's going to be days you go 5 for 5. There may be days you go 0 for 5. You just may have just had a bad day. You have 365 days in a year, you're going to have some bad ones, okay? You just let them go. And what you want to do is, if I ever am like, okay, I did not operate with a great attitude today. The next day, that is my number one thing I'm focusing on in my morning routine. I am focusing on doing it with a certain attitude and then operating my day with a certain attitude. See, your thoughts are real and they're things. And if you're thinking in reverse consistently, you're going to start seeing what's going to show up in your environment consistently. So you want to lock in on that evening process. It takes 5 minutes. It takes less than 5 minutes. It takes like 2 minutes. And then right before bed, your last 5 minutes, you see yourself already as the person you want to become. Anybody can do this. And you say, whatever it is your I am prosperous, I am wealthy, it feels so great that I achieved my goal. Whatever those last thoughts are, that's what your subconscious is going to go work on, okay? So that's all you have to do. Now, we talked in goals. I recommend, but this isn't really your evening process, but sometime, maybe it's the last 10 minutes that you're finishing your workday, you write out your 3 to 6 goal achieving activities in the present tense for the next day. Okay? Now, plan your weeks on Sunday in the present tense. Most people are not doing that. We got a message, I think it was yesterday or the day before, for somebody in our Quantum Leap coaching program. They said, this idea of planning my weeks on Sunday changed everything for me. And he said he had tried, I don't know, I can't remember what he got. He got some exorbitant amount that he was working on for a long time, but it didn't happen until this. But this is what I'm telling you, it's the little disciplines, because these are easy to do. And they're easy not to do. So if this Sunday, plan your week on Friday like it was the best week of your career. That's how you do it. And you do it, bless you. You do it Monday, Tuesday. This is what I did on Monday. This is what I did on Tuesday. This is what I did on Wednesday. You know, by Friday, watch what'll start showing up. You plan it already, okay? Now, the more disciplines you have, this is where confidence comes. Confidence comes not from studying, but from doing. Well, when we talk about doing, that's discipline. It's the more confident you'll be. The results always come, look at this word, practicing. practicing your processes consistently over time. So we're doing them over and over and over again. And what's going to happen, you're going to start saying, your mind will come in when you're not thinking, say, am I doing it right? Forget, there is no right. Just keep doing it. Keep doing it over and over again. And that's how you're going to get there. Now, this has to be the start of every day. Today is your masterpiece. Make today, like look at that word masterpiece. It's such a great word. Like make today, like we get to make it however we want today. And today is your masterpiece. And make it your masterpiece today. Go do things today that you would have never done. Like if you're just talking to the same people, go talk to somebody else. Start getting to know more people. You don't know, like Heidi up here may never have talked to Peter back there, and they may have a business opportunity together. They don't even know. You have no idea. So you get to know people. That's what you want to do. See, if you want to create a world-class life, you have to change what you believe is possible. This is why you don't come from your present paradigm. What is possible? What do you think, Melinda, is possible for you?
Anything.
Anything? Okay. So now let's look at if anything is possible, let's look at how much you're stretching on a regular basis. And then say, do I believe anything is possible on an emotional level? Intellectually, we could believe something. That's not important. We've got to get it emotionally. And you know how we can check with accountability? We say, hold on a second. I believe anything is possible, which I do too. But am I showing myself that I believe anything is possible? You see the difference? And that's for anybody. Am I showing? I remember, I don't know, this is probably 10 years ago now. I had built, my credit was so bad because I was in such a bad place before. But I was earning a lot of money at this point. But we were going, my wife was pregnant with our second child, my daughter. And we outgrew our house. And I couldn't get approved for anything, okay? And I told my realtor, I go, don't worry, we're going to find the perfect place. I go, this is what I want you to do. The only thing I want you to look at are for sale by owner homes with my criteria. And he goes, we're not going to find it. I said, forget about we're not going to find it. Just do what I'm telling you. And literally, within 3 days, we got the house. And the owner was so great. He ended up being a big, he was one of the first startups in Amazon. And so he took our loan and I'd pay him. And we had this deal where I'm like, in 6 months, so I agreed to pay big chunks of money, like $50,000 here, $25,000 here. And he's like, you don't even need to do that. We'll do it on a monthly basis because he got to know us. See, I don't believe when you put your mind to it, you are going to find when you put all your energy to it. That's what I was telling you this morning. You don't need the money until you make a decision. And that's why I never let the realtors make decisions for me. I never let them negotiate for me. Because I'm the one who cares about the deal more than they do. You know? So all things are possible. If somebody's sitting here right now and saying, I want a house or I want a car, they can get it. It has no bearing, but they have to put all their energy forward on what they want. Okay? Now, it's one world-class goal after the next. I don't need you guys to have 10 world-class goals right now. I just need you to have one goal that, like, no shit, no kidding, this is all your energy is on. All your energy is on that goal. And it's got to be something you really want. It can't be something that's a wish or a hope. It can't be something that doesn't motivate you. It's got to motivate you enough to build the disciplines. If it doesn't motivate you enough, you're not going to build the disciplines. And this is where we want to go. See, like that room last night, that was a great room. You guys were relaxed. You guys will never forget it. And it's going, the thing about it is, the reason, like, we don't have to do that. I want to do that for people. Because I know what it's doing to your image. I know going dressed up nice and relaxed and going and have the talks. You guys had your wine and
some of the biggest steaks I've ever seen in my life. I mean, these steaks, Mike, if you would have seen these steaks, it would have been in harmony with your mission. But I'm telling you, these things were like this. Anyway, those are impacting your image. See, everything I'm doing, I want it to impact my image. So think about when you're making decisions, say, is this taking me to the person I want to be or taking me away? There's never an in-between. There's never, oh, it's right in the middle. There's no such thing. We're either growing or we're dying, okay? So the type of goals you set are very important. Now, the one who is most consistent always wins. And be the most consistent. And when you are, everything will change. Now this, I told you this on day one. This one sentence changed my life. It really changed my life, that any idea that is held in the mind, that is emphasized, that is feared or revered, will begin at once to clothe itself. Now think about that. Any idea. That can be a bad idea. It could be worried out in fear. Bless you. It could be insecurity that really is not allowing you to go take that action. Okay? And any idea, so I'd be very careful what idea you're focusing on. See, everything I do is based on what's on this card, for me. Like, we gave you a card, make it your best friend. Keep it everywhere. And I have cards, I have them all around my house. I have one on my counter in my bathroom, I have them in my office, and I tend to lose these all the time. So I have them around, right? So, but this was a game changer for me. But this will get you to understand this. Can't really see it again today, but it will get you to understand that any idea held in the mind. So you keep repeating this over and over and over again, it's held in the mind. Remember what we said the other day, reasoning is what gets you to freedom. But it's your will that holds that vibration. The reason is our ability to think. What am I thinking when I'm reading the goal card? See, a lot of people, like I used to tell Bob, I said, this was the best thing I ever did. We were in New York at Carnegie Hall, and he was going to speak. And right before he was going up, I thought it was going to be a big deal for him because of his obsession with Napoleon Hill. And I said, so is this a big deal? And he goes, no. And he goes, it's really not. And he said, I said, what do you think was the biggest thing that you implemented for yourself? And he said, auto-suggestion. I said, me too. See, I know anything I auto-suggest consistently, it's a done deal. Like, I have that belief. I have someone in our Millionaire Mastermind program, she sent me a message this week. Her name's Joan. And she had such a big connection to this, but she did it differently. Hers was listening to recordings, but it's the same thing. She listened to recordings, and I used to tell her, I'm like, Joan, all you're doing is rewriting the program. So we have to rewrite that program. And if you don't know what you want completely yet, you say, I'm so happy and grateful now that I'm doing what I love and loving what I'm doing, and I'm living a world-class life. Well, guess what's going to happen? You keep saying that, I'm telling you, it's coming in. It's coming in. But understand, we've got to let go of the old identity consistently. When we're holding on to that old identity, that's where the fear comes from. That's where it was like, oh my gosh, that's all I know. And you have to let that go. And when you do it, you're aligning your suggestions on a conscious and on a subconscious level. And Heidi, that's what I was telling you this morning. You've got some strong paradigms right now. Okay? We want to be aware of them. When we're aware of them, we can change them. If we're not aware of them, we can't change them. And guess what? So do I. And so does Geneva. Everybody does. The paradigms are strong, but we want to create a relationship with it. Like over the years, I've learned, like, don't give the paradigm attention. So I don't give it attention. I'm aware of it, but I don't say, oh God, that's because of my paradigm. And I never give it attention. Because the more attention I give it, the more power it's having. So either you are letting the paradigm beat you, or your mindset is going to be stronger than your emotions. That's up to you. Well, how do you do it? You do it with the consistency of thinking in a certain way. And that's how you're going to get the results.
See, this is where you've got repetition, you have to fall in love with. You have to fall in love with it. This is the foundation. And repetition is the mother of learning. That's what repetition is. And you could go in any walk of life and you could see repetition working. You could see it working in any walk of life. Like yesterday, Mikey's husband was showing me her son's swing. And I'm like, you could see the repetition because he wasn't even thinking about it. You could just see it. And I'm like, I grew up playing baseball at a very high level, so I understood. You know, but you could see him, he's turning his hip. Like, in the beginning, there's no way he was doing that. There's no way. It was all mechanical. Well, I want you to use the repetition, so now your identity picks it up, so it would be harder not to do than to do it. See, and we have to assume you already are what you want to be. See, I gave you guys some of my favorite quotes, okay, from a book called The Power of Awareness. And there's 5 of them. And how I recommend you study this is read them every day. But don't read them once. Read them 5 times a day. Don't put any book you have right now you're reading, put it down. See, a lot of people are reading, but they're not implementing. It's about the implementation. And the way I would read this, like, let's say I go to the second paragraph. It says, man attracts what he is. So I would be thinking to myself, how I would study this is I would think of my goal first. Okay, man attracts what he is. So I attract what I am. So do I like what I'm attracting? And then I'd say, okay, I like it. We're going in the right direction. Or no, I don't like it. I'm going to change. Okay? I'd be like, what part of what I don't like that I'm doing? And then I'd identify that. That's just in 3 words. This is how I would study it. The art of life is to sustain the feeling of the wish fulfilled and let things come to you. So right away, that's a reminder. Imagine you read that 100 times. That's a reminder I don't have to force anything. It's happening in perfect timing. Observe your inner talking and remember your aim. So I think, is my self-talk in harmony with my goal? And it says, does your inner talking match what you would say audibly had you achieved your goal? Like, am I reaffirming what I want or what I don't want throughout the day? Not just when I'm doing the auto-suggestion, not when I'm having my best days, but on my worst days, am I still holding that self-talk? Well, the individual's inner speech and actions attract the conditions of his life. Okay, so are my actions aligned with what I want to go? Like, that's 1 paragraph. See, you want to start studying these because they're going to take you to a much different level of depth. And you don't even need to do all 5. You could pick one of them and say, I'm going to do one of these paragraphs 5 times a day, but I'm going to become it. I'm going to become every word of it. And when you are, you know what's going to happen? You're not going to go back. When you are, you're not going to go back. But if you keep reaffirming what you don't want, you are going to go through some problems. You're going to be weakening your image. So use this. We already went over the declaration statement, but these 2 will be huge for you. But I'm asking you, and I'm encouraging you, to put everything else down you're reading and read these and be it. The key is being it. That's what we're talking about here. You must assume you are already what you want to be. Do you know what assumption is? It's a fact. That's what assumption is. It's a fact. I already am that. I already am that. I already am earning $1 million or more every month. I already am that. I'm not going to that. That's where people are. They are not fused with what they want. They're fused with what they don't want. They're separate from what they want. That's why when we did goals, I said you have to decide right now that you're going to become one with what you want, not one with what you don't want. Okay? Yeah.
taught me how to be prepared, preparation. He's like, don't worry, Mon, I'll prepare you, you'll be fine, you know, I'll just guide you. Well, I'm being literally thrown into this, but this is like the hottest topic. I think it's the sexiest topic is sales because it's not what I thought it was when I was thinking about sales. In fact, I didn't even know what a sales process was. I had no idea what that word meant. I was very green, and I think in a lot of ways it served me well, not knowing coming in, not having to reinvent anything. I literally surrendered to Arash, his direction. I know I'm a great student of this. Like yesterday, he was saying you got it, or first day, was yesterday? Yeah. It was just yesterday? Well, day one, he was saying you got to be a great number 3, great student, then you become a 2, and then you become a great number 1. So I made a decision earlier on that I was very passionate about this. And the reason why when I heard Arash teach it, he made it seem so easy and effortless. And I thought, the moment I heard him speak, I have to learn from this man. He is my mentor. I know on some faith level, it was something magical was about to happen. And one of my core values, we were talking about core values yesterday, is passion. I bring passion into everything I do. I think it's really important. I like to keep the passion alive, so I'm always working on my presentation. I'm mastering it. I'm never there because there's always gaps. The biggest question I think all of you guys can ask yourself when you go through a sales presentation, if you win or lose, especially if you lose, ask yourself, would you have sold Arash? And that's one of the questions I ask myself. Okay, would Arash have bought from me? Would I have sold him? And it's something that keeps me to the fire, to keep me hungry for more. Or you can say, would you have sold Monica? Because to get through me now, I've developed this understanding on sales too. So, but sales, you know, I'm very passionate about my family, about my kids, about fitness, but here, what we do here at Voss for sure, but the sales process has stole a piece of my heart because, let me tell you why, it has helped me help thousands of our clients. If I did not follow this process that you just went through, which is very powerful, I would not have been able to help out thousands of our clients change their lives. I would not have been able to do that. And not only has it helped me help thousands of our clients, but it's helped me help our sales team and teach them how to study it properly, which I think that's what I'm going to teach you today is how I studied it, so you can go back home and learn how I developed the skills by how I studied it. And it also has helped me gain confidence, belief in myself. It's helped me develop a language, how to communicate with people. Like there's depth to the sales process. And I thoroughly love it because it is a system that works 100% of the time. When you follow that process, you will win. And this is something that has been proven over and over and over again. And I tell everybody, I was telling you, Karen, you know, this is so important because it teaches you how to sell you on you every day. Like every day you have to sell yourself. And that's the first point before you even sell anybody else. And so when I first started, I don't know, I'm very similar to Mikey's background. She didn't come from marketing. I did not come from sales. I was a hairstylist for 18 years, and I was booked solid. 6 months in advance, waiting list. If you canceled, you no way you can get in. But my retail was horrible. My boss would always be like pulling me into the back room and pointing out my numbers, and it was always horrible, horrible. But my calendar was fully booked. So on some degree, with the awareness that I have now, I can look back and I know that I had my own sales process. There's 2 things that I was following: the impression of increase and leaving everyone better off than I found them. I made every single person feel like they were my only client. I made them feel that important. I knew about them, their families. I gave them an experience for them to feel. So I was a master hairstylist, but not like others who had much more experience than me, but I was solidly booked. Well, looking back now, I know why. I was really good at selling me to them. And that's what you want to get good at. They're going to be buying you. They're going to be buying your confidence. They're going to be buying an experience. They want to come to the pros. They want to know that who they're on the phone with will change their life. I changed lots of people's lives, not by doing their hair, but how I made them feel. They could not wait to come back. So it's the same with this, with whatever industry you're in. When you learn the sales process, your results will really start to change. And I got to a point, I left hairstyling, my soul was saying, go, 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 go. I fell in love with this material and I wanted to sell it. And I was selling it for someone else for about 3 months. And I had to get out of that environment. I outgrew it very, very quickly. And I knew I was really stuck when I seeked out Arash and I flew to Arizona. He invited me alongside with my husband. I knew something was gonna happen and I had my letter, my vision. I was terrified. Like, you wanna talk about the terror barrier? I was terrified. I'm like, who am I to do this? But I had a lot of courage. I had a lot of desire, and I knew I was stuck and I knew something bigger and better was on the horizon. And he said yesterday, he said, it takes a lot of courage to think the opposite of doubts. And it's true. It takes a lot of courage to do that because I had to constantly pivot my thinking in that moment. And I remember handing him the letter and he brought me on and we were in the boardroom. Chris Stiller there. I don't know if you remember this. We were there and we had to play one of your sales recording. And Arash was grading it in front of everybody. And this is me brand new going, oh, this is real. Like this, like, oh my God. Like Arash was picking it apart. So I had to make a decision in there, and I kept my calm face inside. I was shaking. But I said, I got to figure this out. And my motto with Arash was, I'm going to fall, I'm going to dust myself up, and I'm going to get back up. And that's where I went to work. He said one thing to me. He said, Monica, he said, what you do in private, you're going to get paid in public. Are you willing to practice this over 10,000 times? And I did. I said, yes, I have to. I have no other option. I can't go back to hairstyling. I can't go back to whatever else I was doing, but I knew that this is what I wanted to do. So most sales professionals, I think their faulty is not following a process. That's lacking their mastery in this. They're not following it, or they get ahead of it and they start reinventing the wheel. I stuck to this process I still do, but I didn't shift away from it to get really creative until after 3 years. So I really put in the time, the effort on mastering it where it became effortless, it became easy, and it became just an automatic way of talking to people. So even on coaching calls, Karen, when we were talking about this, I said, this is going to become your new way of just talking and transferring ideas to other people. Like, it's very simple when it becomes an automatic habit. So I did the first step of transcribing every single call. And Arash says, I want you to study this until you get sick and tired of my voice. And I'm like studying this after 3 years. I'm like, I'm not tired of this yet. He's like, keep going, right? So I kept listening and transcribing, and I had pages and pages. I have a picture of 2015 of my wall, and I printed it out. I would study it in front of a mirror. I would study in front of that wall. I would give out presentations to myself. I would walk around. I would be up at 2 o'clock in the morning just studying and keep going over this over and over and over again. I wanted to go to that next level. I made a decision that I wanted to be right next to Arash, number 2, because if you're number 2, you're basically number 1, because like he said, there's no one going to outperform him. So that was my target. I came in with this big, massive idea, and I broke it down to working at it every single day. And I would get on calls, and I would mess up. Like, some of those calls were really, really bad, but I kept picking up the phone and kept going back and kept looking at what needed to be done and where I was getting stuck. And I would call Arash and I said, what would you do here? I listened to this recording. And the cool thing about listening to, whether you listen to yourself to pick up what you need to course correct, or you listen to one of your mentors who's giving you your recordings, you're gonna pick up something in your back pocket that you can use 6 months in advance. Like, even through what we're learning here, or if you're in any of our programs, you're going to learn something that you can pull out and help people with their paradigms. And you don't know when that time is going to be, but that's the power of repetition. That's the power of committing to self-mastery. And when I went to our first event, this is before getting on Arash's team, I walked in the back room, there was Bob, and there was Arash on screen. He was on a t-shirt and his baseball cap backwards. And I looked at this guy, I said, this is my mentor. And I think at that point, I don't think he really knew who I was, maybe knew of my name, I'm not sure. But I just knew that I was gonna learn from him. And they told us not to record in that session because they were gonna give us out the recording. Well, I wanted to back myself up, so I recorded it on my phone, just on the, and that's the call that I studied over and over and over again. And it helped me out tremendously at that point, and then getting the calls from Arash. I would put in hours, like hours and hours, and now I've done thousands of presentations. But it really takes the practice of doing the repetition. Like, who's willing to do that over 10,000 times and still keep going even when you've hit a mastery level? And I think most sales professionals, they need I know they need a process. They need to follow something. It's going to give them confidence. It's going to give their call order, structure. But you're going to get to a point in your call where it becomes really effortless and flow. So you don't want to be able to, on your calls, thinking about, what do I have to say next? I'm going to be stuck. Oh, what do I do next? Because then your presentation won't be in flow. So that's why you want to go home and start figuring out your presentation. What is it going to be? What does it sound like? Write it out. Transcribe it. Practice it on yourself in the mirror or with someone who's willing to listen. And when you do that, you're going to figure out things that are your gaps that you need to work on. You got to be honest with yourself. And you have a lot of help here too. You know, anyone that needs help with that, you just have to ask, you know, this is where I'm being stuck on my presentation, and we can help you out with that. I'm very, very transparent with that with anyone I work with. But that's my journey. That's how I studied. I studied it over and over again, multiple times. I have a journal of objections too, where I would be stuck. And I would write out, okay, this is my common objection. I would pick Arash's mind. What would he say? And then I would study that. So it's going to come up. You ever face the same objections over and over again? People come up with the same ones? Yeah? Well, it's because you haven't learned how to overcome that properly. There's a lesson in there for you to learn. And once you have that, you have different tools you can pull out, then you'll be able to help those people out. So the sales process is not just a process, it's something that has really transformed my life, my confidence, my belief, helping all of you guys out. But I want you to first, number one, change your belief around what sales is. If you had a sales experience that probably maybe gives you a bad feeling around sales, then I would attack that first. Figure that what that is, you know, your belief around it, so you can alter and shift it and understand that selling is serving. Selling is helping. Okay? Yes. So, does anyone have any questions? Mm-hmm.
So in the practice, because Kay and I work together, we've been practicing back and forth with each other, and like, there's a lot of objections, right? So when we're practicing, you know, we're kind of client, consultant, and going back and forth. Did you have someone that you were practicing giving you different specific objections, or are you guys, because we're just kind of free flowing. You know, the consultant is the one trying to stay on point, and then the other person is the potential client.
Yeah.
How did you guys go through that? Because I feel like we're getting into kind of we're running out of ideas as to who the client is, right? When we practice back and forth. So just repetition of the same, or keep trying to come up with different objections?
Yeah, come up with different objections or simulate you know, different scenarios, but more importantly is how are you going to fire back? Like, why don't you start practicing being 4 steps ahead of that objection during your simulations? If they're the common objections, which is time, money, you know, or spousal, those are probably the 3 most common ones. Well, let's see how you can get 4 steps ahead of that. It's going to come up. So as Kay is coming through her wants, she may tell you, you know, where she's stuck. Well, you can pick up the prospect's paradigms. You can pick up the objections that are probably going to come up. Now that's probably your next level of growth in your sales presentation, is to be 4 steps ahead of that. So you can overcome objections before they even come up. Like if someone says, oh, I haven't taken vacation in like 4 years because, you know, my income, this and that, right? Well, you know that you can jump ahead of that and say, well, what's going to change? If you don't change today, nothing's going to change. It's the whole reason why we have to get you to understand how money works, how to circulate it properly. Because if not, nothing's going to change. Like, you just overcome them from stopping from investing, because nothing's going to change if they don't change, right? So you can kind of, that's probably your next phase of growth, is getting 4 steps ahead. Mm-hmm.
Is it true that you got scolded by Bob Proctor because you did hair in front of him?
Oh yeah, is that what you want me to say? Yeah. yeah. So we were at in Toronto, and old habits die hard. So as a hairstylist for 18 years, we went into the hair salon. We were there picking up Sandy, and she's trying to curl her hair, and she's having a hard time. And it was just like, it was itching. You know how Arash says if we don't make a sale, we kind of get that itch? True. Well, I was like, God, I got to help her out. Like, she's struggling. So I just automatically went up to her, and I grabbed the flat iron, and I showed her how to curl it. And Bob's like, ooh, you could still have the hairdresser in you. And that was my wake-up call, going, ooh, I have to work on my image. So I really eliminated it. And you know, family was interesting with my transition in my career, because it's like, oh, just do my hair, you know, we're family, just do my hair. I had to say no. I had to really say no, because it was still lingering. Every time I did it, it was still lingering, and I'm not willing to do that. Like, when you commit to your self-image, you have to commit with your whole heart. I had to burn those bridges. I had to say goodbye to that old me. And how many times did you say, you're not that hairdresser anymore, stop thinking like that? Lots. And you know, there's a lot of times that I would go to him because I just didn't feel confident with certain calls. Like, for example, men, powerful men. It was very difficult for me to be ahead of that and be in the power position, in the control position. So it was just driving me crazy, and I kept just ignoring it. I'm like, I am losing hundreds of thousands of dollars every year just on these one calls. I'm like, I got to get stronger in this. And I went to work on that. And, you know, I had to purify my heart. Like he talked yesterday, I had to purify my heart on quite a few times in my journey here. But it's the best thing, you know, not just how I help out everyone, but who I have become. I'm very proud of that, because now I can help out and lead. I came in with that, I'm gonna inspire a lot of people who come from no sales experience, no sales background. I'm gonna inspire people. I'm gonna be that role model where I can show them what's possible when you fully surrender and you have desire and you have passion. You just really wanna help other people out. It is the love of my life. Yeah. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So when you come up against a block or a paradigm, like you said, powerful men, so how do you purify your heart? I mean, I get it with hairdressing, you just say no.
Yeah.
When you have a personality type that maybe, I don't know, suppresses you or something,
Mm-hmm.
what do you?
Yeah, so I call it slaying the dragon now. So Arash and I went to work on slaying my dragon. I had this big triggers that happened from my past, and I gotta like really slay this part and get it rid of it. And it felt like a dragon. It was very, very, very strong. And it was literally 2 steps. He said, Monica, I want you to change your attitude towards yourself and change your attitude towards it, meaning the situation. And I went to work, and no joke, Sharon, within 3 months, I fully abandoned the habits, the behaviors, the triggers. Like, I'm so far from that person. They don't come up at all anymore, at all. And that's more freeing. Like, that mental freedom is so freeing. You know, that's the price of freedom, is to go do that work. No, I literally just shifted the attitude towards myself. I had to write that down. Okay, what's the attitude towards myself, towards the situation? How do I really feel towards myself, towards it? And then change my attitude towards the situation. So towards myself and towards that situation. I had to shift that perspective. I came in feeling really sorry for myself because I was stuck. I played the victim role really well. I felt really sorry for myself earlier on. And I had to purify a lot of things along the way. And the cool thing about the sales process, what I found, might get emotional, it actually healed me. It really healed me. Like, I'm very passionate about it because it healed a lot of me, because I remember Bob saying the best way you can help yourself, solving your problem is by helping solve other people's problems. I can't tell you how many challenges or adversity I was facing or triggers or past beliefs would come up, and I'd get on a call and all of a sudden the weight would be lifted off my shoulders. Like, geez, you know, like it just felt good and freeing to help someone else. And I was able to, as I'm coaching them and helping them, I'm healing myself because I'm literally coaching myself at the same time as I'm coaching someone else. So that's how I did it. I mean, there's a lot of auto-suggestion there, like a lot. Like, I'm so happy and grateful now that I'm making one or more every day. Like, the daily goal is very important to me. I auto-suggested that so many times, and there was lots of months that I saw no results. I kept falling, kept getting back up. And then all of a sudden, you keep putting in the effort, putting in the work, and all of a sudden a new paradigm is formed, and you're making 1 sale a day, every single day, and then it turns to 2 sales every day, and then 5 sales every day. So, you know, the daily goal is just as important, like Arash said, as the yearly goal and the 3-month goal, like breaking it down. It gives your mind direction, it gives your mind focus, it gives your mind, you know, it's urgency as well. Yeah. Which ones do you get?
I need to think about it, or I'll talk about that a little bit, or money one, or spouse.
Yeah. Well, what's there to think about? You just told me you want to earn $100,000 a month, and you don't know how to do it yourself. What's there to think about? Like, if you get off the phone with me, you're not hurting my feelings at all. I'm going to continue to help people, but you came on the phone looking for help. If you don't change 3 months from now, you're still going to be stuck. Like, don't you think it's time you said enough is enough and really go after this? Because if not now, when? You know, like, but you can't just have one for, like, everything is so unique in its own way. But this is where I came up with some common objections that I could start the flow of that, Jenna, and then I could add on that relates to that person as well.
Maybe I just I'm pretty sure I want to do it, but I just need to crunch the numbers. I feel like it's like the spousal objection, like 80% of the time that's not really what.
No, well, okay, well, you know what, we can break this up into payments. Like, what can you put down on it? I asked them that right away, like, what can you put down on it? Right? They should know. Or if someone says, oh, I don't have my wallet on me, I don't know who drives without their wallet or who doesn't have their wallet, and they're like, no. Like, and I said to people, listen, I don't care if you're lying to me, but lying to yourself, you're doing a lot of damage. Right? You know, you just got to be direct with them, you know, and your tone is going to be really important. Some people have gotten really upset at me and, you know, maybe pissed off, sure, fine, but then they came back calling me going, thank you for that. I needed that wake-up call, you know, and that's really special too. And some don't, you know, they just are in their own head, and that's okay. I know in my heart, though, I do it with the right intentions. I work in harmony with the laws, so I know I did it in the right way. And there's times that I went learning early on, I was willing to fail. I had to, like Arash would stretch me, like go to that next level. And I'd be like, and then I would do it. And I was like, oh, that wasn't so bad. Like, we make it bigger in our heads sometimes than it has to be. People are hungry for that direction. They're hungry to learn, and they want that direct, because most people are just saying, oh yeah, you can do this, like the cheerleader part, but they need that directness as well, definitely.
And why do you guys do phone rather than Zoom?
Just that's how we always have. I think Zoom is much easier. You can read. I think although on the phone you're developing skills that you can't on Zoom, like your listening skills. The amount that you learn just in listening without seeing them is very, very special, very special. So we were in Chicago with Arash, and no, it was in Toronto actually, and there was a big riot downtown Toronto. There was all these horns, and it was like massive, massive, massive noise. And Arash was just walking the streets. I'm like, I can't hear. He's like, I'm fine. He's like, you should be able to be in a concert or in this type of noise and still be able to have your thoughts. And that was years of developing his skills on listening and being in tune with himself. But doing it over the phone, you're going to develop more skills because you can't read their facial expressions. You can't, you know, you have to listen to their hesitations. You have to listen to when they kind of like grasp a little bit, and you can pick up, oh, what was that? You know, I just felt the energy shift. What's going on there? You can actually ask them, but you should be ahead of that, understanding what's actually going on. What you're doing is just getting them aware that they just shifted. Something just happened, and you're the pro, you picked that up. That's why. Some of my team was like, they just want to do it on Zoom. And I challenge them all the time. No, we do it over the phone. Develop those skills because you're going to go more in depth on understanding people and the psychology around it as well. Yeah.
How do you record, like if you wanted to listen to your own call to pick up on what you did well, what you need to work on?
Yeah. What do we use?
There's different recording softwares for Skype, for I think you have a Skype number, even for WhatsApp. If you use WhatsApp a lot, there's recorders out there. Some of them are pretty expensive.
I know people have a hard time with that. I don't know. Do you use anything, Memo, for that?
I mean, there's a softwares too, but sometimes when I'm on a computer, I just do recording on the phone.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah. But if you're on the phone, that's, yeah. Mm-hmm.
So I've always heard Bob say, only change one paradigm at a time. Two goals max, but as a salesperson, I'm constantly on the go, always running sales appointments and whatnot. I feel like when I focus on one area, it excels, but I let the other two fall. And then when I pick the other one, then this one kind of drops. For example, when I'm constantly on the go, I'll do pretty good. I always see you posting on Instagram and I think it's awesome, always working out and, all this stuff. And I work out consistently, but when I'm running a bunch of appointments, sometimes I have cheat meals and then I start yo-yoing and I gain an extra 5 pounds or whatever it is. So, would you suggest, is it possible to really, I always hear Arash, say play the end game. I want to make time where if I feel not overwhelmed, but if I'm just running appointment after appointment after appointment and I'm on the go and I'll catch myself grabbing a protein burger from In-N-Out or I don't know. How do you balance all that?
You got to set boundaries. And I love hard work. I have really strong work ethic. I don't mind working long hours, but I also have to serve me. Because if I take care of me, then I can serve my clients better. So don't think that you have to do more. You just get it more effective at what you're doing. I created my whole entire career, my whole entire income around the schedule of my kids. I drop them off to school, I pick them up, and then I work out. Those are the 3 major things every single day that I commit to me and what's important to me because I want to be there. But when I started, the first 3 years, I was all in on this completely. And I really developed that grit really well for that, but it gave me the freedom. So you have to put in that time as well. But if you can start now, Vladimir, really carving out those boundaries for yourself and be really effective, I bet you have a lot of busy work too, and you're not very effective. That's how you can get better. You got to look at those gaps. So you can tighten up your calendar and get yourself better as well.
So I'm doing right now.
Yeah, we've had that conversation a few times, right? So, yeah.
Sometimes you have prospects that don't sign with you, but you really want to help them. You think about them, you want to help them. So what would you suggest to do in this case?
Yeah, well, you can't want it more for them than they want it, okay? As long as you know that you've done everything. I'm very detached. If someone says yes and then they say no after, or they say they're wishy-washy and they're like, I'll think about it, I'm very detached. I really, really am. That's coming from abundance and prosperity. There's a lot of people we can help, but you can't want it more from them. I remember Bob saying one thing to me, a person convinced against their will is still of the same. If you're constantly having to convince them, then it's gonna be a lot of headache, for sure. So, but if you want it more for them, then you have to go back and give, you have to be better at giving value, so you don't come off feeling that call, oh, they should have done it. You should never feel that way. I know I give them everything on that call, absolutely everything. That's what they deserve. They just carved out 30 minutes of their time for me. Well, I better show up with my best. And whatever happened in my personal life, if I've got something going on, we lost our fathers last year, and I still continued showing up for our events, recording, and our sales calls. It healed me, part of that. But I knew I gave it my all. I showed up as a pro. Nobody knew what I was going through. So you have to get better at the value you're adding, but don't have anything clouding your mind going into it. That's probably the two parts to that answer there. Because you're probably too attached to it, and then you're bringing other stuff on where you're not giving the proper value full out.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yes.
Yeah.
If people have to think about it or ask their boss about money, right? Do you follow
Sorry, my ears are plugged. I can't hear you.
If people say, I'm going to think about it,
Yeah.
or they have to ask their boss for money, if you do corporate, do you follow up? How much do you push on follow up for booking a new meeting, or do you let them?
I intuitively feel that out. If they say, oh, I have to think about it, I just got to talk, like there's sometimes they actually do have to talk to their spouse.
Sure.
Like, yes, absolutely. And I feel that out. And there's other times I say, okay, you know what? Is that really the truth, or is that just what your paradigm is saying? And then after the call, I would say, okay, you know what? I don't go the next day. I said, okay, you know what? Let's talk in about an hour, 2 hours from now.
Oh, I see.
Oh yeah, no, quick. Okay. Yeah. Like everything is quick and urgent. So if they say I have to talk to my boss or I have to talk to my spouse, I'll say, okay, you know what? Let's talk this evening at 6 o'clock.
Oh, that's cool.
And then they'll be like, oh, well, I won't see them until tomorrow, you know, or whatever. Then I kind of feel that out. But I won't let them go more than 24 hours.
Okay.
Yeah.
If they want to go more than 24 hours, what do you say? They're like, oh, I've got this and this and this, how about a week from now?
Well, I'll coach them on urgency, number one. Like I will pounce on urgency, on do it now is our motto, and I coach them deeply on that. There's a lot of importance on, you know, doing it in the moment, because if not, you're transferring, I don't believe I can do this, I don't trust myself, but I let them go. Like then you're gonna get into convincing. I had someone say, okay, I'll think about it, I'll call you back in about a month. I'm like, a month? Like I literally responded that way. I'm like, you might as well wait a year, like a month. I said, you know what we can teach you in 1 month? It'll shock you. Your results will change just like that in a month. You know, so, you know, and then I coached them why they chose a month. You know. Yeah.
So Chris's point, if they don't respond to that, you don't say, well, do you say, okay, I'll call you in a week, or you just totally?
Oh no, I won't call them back in a week. No. Like I let them come back.
Yeah.
Definitely. Yeah, I'm not going to go chase that. Absolutely not. No. I think that's part of yours though. Like you come off wanting to be really friends with them, you know, and yes, be friendly, but you have to be the pro at the same time. That's the gap for your sales.
Like not wanting to feel like I'm pressuring.
No, you don't put a pressure. You put a standard on your calls. There's a big difference. You don't pressure them. You give them the value. You put a standard on what you're going to give them where they're hungry. Like there's no option. Like one of the things is I don't give them an option to say no. Like that's my standard. Right?
Monica, just going back to the slaying the dragon thing, one thing that I'll never forget is I asked you to come on a call to help me one time.
Yeah.
And it was a very arrogant, know-it-all man.
Oh, yeah.
And you came on the call and you said to him, you know, I don't hear a confident man, I hear a scared little boy.
Yeah.
And you sold him. And you sold him, and that's when I was like, wow, she is a beast.
Oh, you didn't just slay that dragon, you like cremated it.
But I was honest, you know, and I could not do that when I first started. No, there's no way. But this is where intuition, this is where our higher faculties that we're developing, there's so much depth to the sales process, not just the steps. Like you have to fall in love with it. There's so much more to it. So like I sold this guy saying, no, you're a scared little boy. Well, that was risky, but I'm willing to take those risks to help them, you know. But like I said, some people would not want to, they would hang up on me, right? But over time and over practice, over failure after failure, you know, you learn what works and what doesn't work with what type of personality. So, yes. All right, awesome. Great. Well, this is a great day too. We're going to be out for dinner tonight, so we'll go back now and get ready. You're going to close it off? Okay, perfect.
Like I'm telling you, that is the deal, okay? But think about this. How would your life look if you had an unwavering, relentless level of self-discipline? And then what could you achieve? It's limitless what you could achieve. I can't even begin to tell you what you could achieve. Okay, but here's the part I want you to look at. Discipline is a constant human awareness of the need for action. Like we know we need to act, like we know that. But it's a conscious act when we get an idea and we implement it into action. That's discipline. So you say, I'm going to do X, but you act on it. You don't just say it, you act on it. Like, I'm going to live my standard today. You're consciously raising the bar, okay? Now, if our awareness and implementation occur at the same time, that's when we master discipline. So let me give it to you a different way. If time passes between you say you're going to do something and you don't do it, that's procrastination, not discipline. And that's what I want you to understand. Now, let me go into a different one on attitude, okay? Because this is the one that is going to be a little fun for me. Okay, so I want you to look at this. You have an attitude towards everything. Now, I want you to ask yourself, what is my attitude towards money? So I'm going to give you a couple questions. How does it feel when you lose money? Do you dwell on it or you let it go right away? And then how does it feel when I receive money? Do I push it away or do I say, no, you keep it? Or do I open my heart to it? I want you to look at all of these and score yourself on a scale of 1 to 10, okay? Honest answers. So like right now, I literally want you to do this. And there's a reason. I want you to think about your attitude towards money. Scale it 1 to 10. Then I want you to look at your attitude towards yourself. 1 to 10. What is my attitude towards myself? Am I kind to myself? Do I love myself? Do I shame myself? Let's look at what it is. Then we say, what is my attitude for selling myself, selling my idea, product, or service, which is your restaurant, but right now we're just talking ideas, okay? Selling myself on what type of ideas every day that I can implement, okay? Then we look at 1 to 10. What type of actions am I taking? Am I taking actions like the person I want to become, or am I taking actions because that's what I've always done? Am I operating with a certain level of swagger when I'm taking action? Because I want you to have some swagger to you. You know, and it's not something we speak about. It's something we transfer with our energy, with confidence, with the essence of who we are, okay? It's not me telling you I have swagger. It's like people want to be around you. You're contagious. Your energy is contagious, okay? That's an attitude. Then we look at our attitude on health. What is my attitude towards health? Do I give it attention? Do I care? 1 to 10. And then we look at our attitude towards accepting ideas. Do I accept them right away or do I waffle? Do I say I got to think about it, I got to sleep on it? Or do I trust myself so explicitly that I know what every idea, like for me, every idea, whether it's a thought or anything, is does it expand me or contract me? It's never about the money. It's never about the outside reward. It's about does it expand me? You know, when we come from expansion, we're coming from wholeness. And the man or woman who needs nothing is going to receive so much abundance, okay? And then the last one is what is my attitude towards discipline? Now, here's where the fun comes, okay? Now, I want you to look at your results towards money. And then I want you to look at the number you gave it. Are they accurate? Because the results always tell the truth. And then we look at our results towards action. And then look at your number. Did you over or under score yourself? See, when we start looking at these, we're going to get a huge awareness of really where our opportunity is to solve our own problems within ourselves. My life changed so dramatically when I changed my attitude. Like I thought I had a good attitude. Like I was always optimistic. But boy, was I going the wrong way in scarcity and shaming. You know, I had to work on that. I had to do the inside work. I had to go to the interior. You know, but what happens to a lot of people, they'll tell me, oh, I've got a great attitude towards this. Then I'll do this exercise. I've actually never done this until this week. This just came in my awareness, but I think it's such a great accountability exercise. so we could see it, so we could start working on them. And I don't want you to work on all of them at once. If you just start with the one that's most pressing to you, for me, it's always yourself. So if we put this in front of us, we're going to understand that, okay? See, everything is about our creation. And you can always know how your creation's going by looking at your results, just from an observer. So consciousness is how we think and feel. So you can always take a good tally in terms of what you're doing. You know, I talk about this all the time in this group. You have to have a significant image to succeed. To really create an extraordinary life, you have to have a significant image. I didn't make the rules, just that's part of the deal. And, you know, I really cannot relate to people who shrink, because that's not who you are. That isn't how you came into this world, and we are not meant to shrink. When people are shrinking, they're not feeling, and they are so embedded with fear. And this is something we have to understand that's coming from the ego. It's coming from an emotional impact that is part of their identity now. And we've got to shift that. If I'm talking to anybody right now and you have a pattern of shrinking, I want you to let me help you with that. Because nothing sabotages you more than that. And anybody that's in my close circle, anybody I mentor closely, I really harp on that, because that is one of the top, if not the top, sabotagers. Because you're walking into the world every day saying, I'm not good enough. And you're doing all this studying, you're doing all the work, but you're not congruent with the work. See, if you understand the work, it is impossible for you not to create what you want if you work the ideas. But we have to work them coming from the state of being uncomfortable, from the state of getting emotionally involved with being uncomfortable, and from being integral with our word. So I promise you, I remember a time I was really super insecure. You know, I had just met Bob and he said, you can have whatever you want. Now, I didn't believe it. I really didn't believe it. You know, but he believed it. So unconsciously, I didn't even know I was doing it at the time. I believed in his belief. So if he told me to do something, I did it within a millisecond. Because he said, here's the deal. You have to do exactly what I tell you to do. And he used to tell me he fired clients. I didn't want to get fired by him, you know. So I had that going on too. So I had all this stuff going on. And, you know, when I chose into me is when my life changed. So every time, and listen, I am not beating you up about, like, if somebody's sitting there and that's what they do, understand that's the dominating image that you're holding in your mind. And you've got to stop running from that. We want to create the image. We get to originate any idea we want. And I've shared with you all during this course, the most important image we have is the picture we have of ourselves. So we want to start observing our behaviors. So take a look at this, okay? Our results are a reflection of our behaviors. Our behaviors are a reflection of our activities. Our activities are a reflection of our paradigm, the dominating image going in the subconscious mind. Now, let me paint a picture for you. You know, 14, 15, probably even longer now, I'd been studying this. And I mean, I had really thought I was studying. Now, I didn't know how to study then, but in my opinion, I was studying it, okay? And for 3 years, no results. And I can look back, you know, I had somebody who was strong enough to tell me the truth. And I appreciated the truth because everything's just feedback until we put it's good or bad. I didn't look at it good or bad. I just looked at it feedback. And Bob said to me, you don't know this, you know about it. All of a sudden, that one line, like a veil opened up. Like I saw the world differently from that one line. And
I was doing a training, I don't know, last week, and I said that one line had the most profound impact on my life. It had the absolute most profound impact on my life. And I realized what I was doing. Number one, my word didn't mean anything. Number two, I came from a state of not having it. No matter how much reading, no matter how much I was doing, I was coming from a state of not having it. And once I picked that up, everything turned in my favor. So everything turned. And I remember I was working with a client this morning. He said, what was it that you did that was the flip? And I said, there was a lot of what was it, but really, I got to a point that I was so dissatisfied, and I said, F it. And those two words, F it, changed my world. Because it gave myself the permission to go after what I want to myself. That's what I look back at, And we have to get to a point where we look at ourselves through who we really are. And when I say your spiritual DNA is absolutely perfect, we've got to understand that. That is a very big concept. It was so big that I rejected it in the beginning. But when I started creating that connection with myself, because this is you versus you, it's not me versus you or you versus your competition, it's you versus you. Well, when you come in and start understanding that, there's a virus code on top of that spiritual DNA, which is our paradigm. And what we have to do is we've got to eliminate the virus, because nothing will change until the paradigm changes. But when you start stepping into your power by saying, I am not doing this anymore, I am not shrinking anymore, I am truly operating with who I really am, not who I pretend to be. You're going to open yourself up to your God-given potential. And I will tell you this, and I want you to really burn this in your mind. There is no limit to what you can go do. I don't know what you can do. I don't know how far I could take this. But nobody can put a limit on me unless I let them. So what I'm asking you, and I'm encouraging you, for my shrinkers out there, that I want you to look at that in its eye and say, no more. I do not accept this. My spiritual DNA is absolutely perfect. And I am going to step into my power. I'm going to create my own economy. I'm going to create the life that I really want. And I do anything that comes in that is getting me back to what is comfortable, I'm getting out of it. And as you do that, you're going to break through and you're going to change right in that moment, you're going to change your image. You could change your image in an instant. You could change it over a long period of time. But in that moment, that's where it comes from. In that moment, I want you guys to rise up. Don't keep stepping down. Don't let the results give you your identity. Don't let somebody else who told you something and you took it personally. One of the keys that we have to develop as part of our identity is we don't take anything personally. We want to forgive ourselves quickly, learn from our past, but spend our time creating an amazing future from the present moment. Now, I told you this earlier, money is a consciousness and it must be earned. It is earned by the type of actions you take, by the type of thinking you have, by your ability to master your craft and constantly add more value to the marketplace. But in order to do this, you have to have a goal that really fuels you, that there's a big why, that your reasons are driving you, and we want to make this goal a magnificent obsession. A magnificent obsession is a love story where it's always on your mind. Now, your goals have to be a love story. It can't be a wish or a hope. I told you earlier, the universe responds to definiteness, committed decisions. But your goals are why you get up in the morning. Goals are so good for our soul. And you want to have a goal that really stretches you and inspires you. But let's look at this. You got into the coaching industry because you wanted to help people. That started in your subjective mind. And you had a want. Don't give in to your want. Don't let the outside circumstances
tell you, well, let me try something else because I'm not doing it. Are you not doing it, or are you not committing to do what is essential to build a coaching business? Now, your want starts in your subjective side of your personality, and it is channeled to your conscious side. In your conscious mind, our job is to accept it. The biggest mistake people make, they say, oh, I've never done it. It's been 6 months. No, don't give in and forget about your purpose of why you got started. Our job is to accept the want. Look, I'm only getting 2 clients. My goal is 10. It's been 6 months. I'm not doing it. Say, no, I'm not accepting that. My job is to stop sending double binding messages, be willing to pay the price. And my job is to accept the want. I am creating 10 or more clients every month, or I'm creating 50 clients or more every month, whatever your goal is. And we've got to turn it back over to the subjective side of our personality. Well, how do we turn it over? It's the repetition of speaking it into existence with auto-suggestion. It's the repetition of getting in the spirit of our goal, of seeing what we want. And the repetition over and over and over again is going to turn into a desire. But the beautiful part is once it's a desire, it's not just a desire in your subconscious mind. It's a desire in universal subconscious, and the whole universe conspires to make your goal a done deal. But when it's a desire, it alters your vibration and it dictates what you attract. All the conditions, all the circumstances, everything in the outside world shapes itself to your desire. Right now, if you're not getting what you want, it's right here. You haven't turned it into a desire. We have to turn it into a desire. Now, the results will change. The results happen by exact and specific law. But understand, world-class performance is about a lot of sprints. It's about consistency. And that's how you're going to create an increase in your business. But right now, I want to ask you, you've been through several lessons of our world-class coach program. Are you making your hours epic? I want you to ask yourself, am I on fire for my 5 great hours a day that I've taught you? Are you focusing on your 30, 60, 90-minute sprints? Now, the reason I'm asking you this, because this is going to give you a real story of why you're winning or why you are stagnant. Are you focusing on the power of 5? Are you making every decision from your future self, from your goal? Are you practicing every discipline? Are you holding a standard of excellence at your goal? Are you operating with a positive mental attitude? And are you building your identity based on the person you want to be? Now, it will tell you a huge answer. Are you really working your 3 to 6 goal achieving activities? It's the quality of the work, not the quantity. It is so effortless if you follow the process that I've outlined. I know it because I've done it for 17 years. And if you will follow this to the letter and just focus on this slide, you're going to really make it happen for your clients and for yourself. Now, create 5 great hours a day. If you haven't done it, I want you to not beat yourself up. I want you to give yourself grace. I want you to recommit. And I want you to remember why you started the coaching business and only look forward from this day on. Now, when we talk about money, I think this is such a great quote by Wallace Wattles. He says, the riches you receive will be in exact proportion to the definiteness of your vision. What he's saying there is the law of compensation. You get exactly what you put out. If you have little value, you're going to get the results that match that. The fixity of your purpose. This is how locked in you're doing the repetition of building the belief of your goal on a subconscious level. The steadiness of your faith. What is faith? It's entering in the spirit of seeing what you want. It's understanding you have an incredible mind that can bring you anything you want if you work in harmony with the laws of your mind and the depth of your gratitude. See, I think this is another great quote around money by Earl Nightingale. He says, most people think they want more money than they really do, but they settle for a lot less than they could really earn. Is that you? Are you making excuses? Or do you have a big money goal because you understand money is just a report card to the service you render? You see, the law of compensation is always working when we're talking about income. Now, when we're talking about money, we have to also ask ourselves, what is my attitude towards money, because money is an attitude. All you have to do is look at your results. It'll tell you what your attitude is on money. Now, what is your relationship with money? Do you have a good relationship? I always use the analogy, if money was going out on a date with me and money's across the table, and I said, my belief is, and I communicate this, it's the root of all evil. Bad people are the only ones who have money. Well, money's never going to go out on a second date. See, money has to be attracted by the person we become. Just like you have a relationship with a close friend, with a spouse, if you treat your spouse poorly, they're not going to stay. Or your friend poorly, they're not going to stay. Well, it's the same thing with money. So we want to create a great relationship with money and understand money is not the cause, it's the effect. So we want to take care of the cause. What is the cause? Our service. What is the cause? Transforming ourselves. What is the cause? Our belief system. What is the cause? The ability to master our craft with deliberate practice. Do you feel that you deserve it? Now, I want you to ask that. I want you to think of your money goal right now. If I say, do you deserve it? Now, intellectually, you may say yes right away. Now, I say, emotionally, do you deserve it? And then if you hesitate, you know you haven't created that belief yet. Build your worthiness that you deserve it. Your spiritual DNA is absolutely perfect. You have infinite potential. In order to release that infinite potential, you have to bet on yourself. And I'm telling you, you absolutely deserve it. Now, this is a big one. Are my actions and behaviors congruent with the state of abundance I want? Just observe your actions. Observe your behaviors. It'll tell you a story of why you're getting what you want or why you're getting what you don't want. Your beliefs about money have to be congruent with your financial goal. You have to think, feel, and act like the person you want to become. You can't just auto-suggest it. You can't just visualize it, then the rest of the day be sending out double-binding messages with your actions. Our beliefs about money have to be congruent with our financial goal. Now, the power of 5, it will prevent you from drifting. Are you practicing this? I'm encouraging you this very strongly to make the power of 5 your best friend. From this point on, I want every decision to come from your future self. I want every discipline to build the disciplines you're building at the goal of what you want. I want your standard, bring everything up to your standard. You never settle for mediocrity. And our self-image is crucial. You will never outperform it. So we have to think, feel, and act from the person we want to become. In every attitude, we look at the solution. We look for the good. We constantly are building our attitude of ourselves because our attitude is the most important idea that we can implement on a deep subjective level. It is our automatic operating system. Remember this. A lot of people want what the 1% want, but they don't have the courage to go discipline themselves to do it. I want you to understand it takes great courage to earn a lot of money, but the reward is how many lives you're going to change. I want you to imagine right now that you took yourself on a much deeper level. You said, I'm going to really stretch myself to my new level of identity, my new level of confidence. And I want you to imagine all the success stories that you've created from your clients. How would that make you feel? Would that be worth betting on yourself? Would that be worth choosing getting out of your comfort zone and building the courage? And I think you know the answer. It definitely will. I want you to stop defaulting to your past self, defaulting to your present, and I want you to really tap into your future self. Your future self is much wiser, much stronger, much more effective than who we all are right now. Now, your income always reflects your identity. So look at your income, it'll tell you your identity. Don't resist it. Say, okay, I'm going to work on my identity. I'm going to influence myself by thinking, feeling, and acting like the person I want to become. Now, the biggest mistake people make, they don't understand money. Money is the greatest illusion. People are making decisions based on money. You never make a decision based on money. You make a decision based on your desire, based on your goal, based on your magnificent obsession. When people don't understand money, they're always chasing it. Chasing money is the worst energy we can be in. What we want to do is understand we attract money by the person we become. The more confident we become, the more we stretch ourselves out of our comfort zone. And that's where you're going to attract a significant state of abundance. But what if abundance was your natural state? It can be. It's become my natural state. Now, it didn't happen by accident. I deliberately spent years constantly upgrading myself. And that's what you have to do. But attention is the key to life. All you have to understand, whatever your attention's on, is what you're demonstrating in your life. So we want to embrace the results. We want to understand them because they're telling us a story. See, we can always shift the results by altering it and being flexible of where I want to upgrade my life. But how we do it is with consistency. The man or woman that's most consistent always wins. Consistency is power. And it's not about practicing your processes, practicing your craft once in a while. It's what you do every day is what makes the difference. And all you have to ask yourself right now is, do my behaviors scream the success I desire? And if the answer is yes, great. I will tell you what's the new level of excellence that you can add to your behaviors. And if the answer is no, the worst thing you could do is beat yourself up. What I want you to do is pick one behavior that's going to alter your identity and alter your business more than anything else. Maybe that behavior is that I am practicing my sales presentation so I can communicate effectively the problem I solve. Maybe that one behavior is I'm going to consistently post videos on social media every day for the next 6 months. Whatever the behavior is, understand once you practice it, the results are going to start happening. But money is a great servant and a horrible master. Money is here for you. It's here to work for you. But if you don't have a great relationship with it, you're going to be a slave to money. Now, if you look at the world right now, 97% of the population is a slave to money. They're blaming money for the way they're living. See, we want to change this where money is a servant, and the more money you have, it gives you greater freedom of choice that you get to do what you want, when you want, however you want, as often as you want, with whomever you want. But in order to create great wealth, we got to remove scarcity from our heart. We want to open your mind and heart towards your goal. Remove any scarcity. Earlier, I said your spiritual DNA is absolutely perfect, but on top of your spiritual DNA are your virus codes. That's that paradigm that is infecting you with what you don't want. So we've got to work on that by getting control of our mind, by disciplining and accepting and rejecting ideas from our future self. Right now, if you're blaming, that's a form of scarcity. If there's something you need to forgive, maybe that's yourself, that's a form of scarcity. Start journaling and getting rid of every scarcity that is dominating your heart. Being in the energy of your goal is where you're aligned to it. We always attract what we're in harmony with. When you are in the energy of your goal, that's what you're going to bring to you. And if you want more money, circulate it. Every time you're spending money, just know it's coming back 10 times. But if you're holding on to it tight, if you're trying to hoard it, understand you're working out of the law of circulation. Everything has to be circulated. If my blood stopped flowing in my body, there would be no circulation. I would not be here very long. There's a law of life and its circulation. Circulate good thoughts, circulate abundance, circulate giving, circulate compliments. And that's how you're going to start bringing abundance in your life.
Hello, this is Arash Vossoughi. As we are heading in to the close of 2022, I wanted to share some powerful ideas that'll really propel you to close the year out strong and really propel you for anything you do going forward, especially going into 2023. Now, today's lesson is one of my favorite topics and one that has had one of the greatest impacts in my life, and that is on self-image. Self-image psychology has really been a topic that has been spoken about for around the last 30, 50 years. And I remember when I got involved in being mentored, my mentor shared with me, you are not going to go very far unless you have a significant image. And I can't give you that image. I could teach you how to create one, but I can't give it to you. And he gave me this book, and he said, I want you to study this book for the next year. And the name of the book is Psycho-Cybernetics by Maxwell Maltz. When I read it, I literally divulged that book. Within 48 hours, I finished it. And I shared it with my mentor how much I loved it. He said, you didn't read it properly. He said, I don't want you to gather information. I want you to apply the lessons at each chapter. Well, I started understanding the importance of self-image from that conversation. And I could look at the last 14 years of my life when I was really struggling. I was in a lot of debt. I was overweight. I didn't have a purpose. I didn't know what I wanted to do. And I was what I would call a drifter. I didn't have any clue what self-image was. And I remember I would always shrink from it. If I had a poor image, I would think that that was a negative thing. Well, that idea really changed over the last 14 years. Now, self-image, first of all, is the most important picture we have of ourselves. Right now, I want everybody to take an observation of their results. I want you to look at your income, look what's in your bank account, look at your health, look at the amount of debt you have, look at your relationships, look at yourself as a great follower. Are you a great leader, or were you a great follower first? Look at what your attitude is going into the year. The most important picture we have is the picture of ourselves. And I want you to burn this idea in your mind. Our self-image, we can never outperform, but we can change it. So I want you to think about what you want. What do you really want right now? Well, whatever that is, your image has to match that. If your image is out of harmony with your want, it is impossible for you to create it. And I'll give you another powerful idea, that whatever you want, you can absolutely accomplish it. But your job, my job for my want, is to get in harmony and match my image with that want. Well, you may say, well, how do you do that? That's what I'm going to show you today. First off, you have to make a definite decision. Nothing changes until you make a significant decision, and what I like to call an irrevocable, committed decision that you're going to do whatever it takes, not what's convenient. When we do what's convenient, it's a wish or a hope. It's something you're interested in. When you do whatever it takes, it's no excuses. I am accepting extreme ownership for my life, for what got me here. And from this point on, what I do is going to take me to where I want to go. And the truth is, what you do right now, what I do right now, is going to dictate what my future results are by my image. And my image is impacted by how I think about myself, how I act on ideas, how I observe my behaviors. Do I change them? Do I expand myself? Have I created a significant standard for myself? These are all things that are going to change your image. But it starts right now with, am I going to change my image one day or make every day day one? You decide. I want to really plant that in your mind. How many of us, I know I used to do it, where I would say, I'm going to start X on Monday. I'm going to start really getting disciplined on Monday. And today's Wednesday. And we want to make every day day one. You make every day day one and make every day your masterpiece. That's how you're going to create a significant image of yourself. Now, if we're going to create image, we have to understand this is about you. My image is about me. The most important person in our lives are ourselves, because I am the only problem I'm ever going to have, and I'm the only solution. Well, when I started understanding that, that changed my life. When my mentor taught me that, he said, you're the only problem, the only solution you're ever going to have. Have you ever had one of those moments where it just hits you in the stomach? Well, that was one of them. Well, when he told me that, he says, you can't blame your spouse. You can't blame your friends. You can't blame your employer. The only person who's going to take you from where you are to where you want to go is you.
Now, you could have the greatest mentors, but if you don't do what they tell you, well, you're not taking responsibility. You see, once again, it is about you. And let's go to the start of this. What did we say? Our self-image is the most important picture we have of ourselves. Our self is you. I want you to create a significant attitude about yourself. I want you to really understand that you have all the power inside you to create anything you want. Now, in order to do this, and in order to understand image and change our image, I want you to understand that big things are ahead for you. Everything that has happened to this point has prepared you for something far greater. I know some of you are going to reject that right away. Well, Arash, you don't know my story. You don't know what's happened this year. This has been a really tough year, or this has been the same story year after year. Trust me, there is another person inside you that's dying to come out. It is tapping on your conscious mind saying, come on, there's more for us to do. Your soul wants you to express yourself. And everything that has prepared you for where you are right now has been essential to where you're going. So even when you've made the biggest mistakes, you didn't take any actions, you didn't follow through with your word, those were all part of what's taking you now. And what did we say? Every day is day one. So we want to give ourselves grace, not excuses. I want to say that again. Too many people are constantly knocking themselves down because they are so hard on themselves. I'm not wanting you to give yourself excuses, but I want to give you grace. See, when we give ourselves grace, we say, listen, I know I fell. I take ownership of that. However, I'm not going to beat myself up. I'm going to change that right now. I'm going to change that idea. I'm going to call that person that I offended, and I'm going to take ownership. See, when we give ourselves grace, we increase our image. Now, I don't want you to give yourself excuse after excuse, because all you're doing is lying to yourself. But give yourself grace. That is going to really help you propel yourself. Now, all I ask you to do, I've got a challenge for you. The rest of the year, I want you to focus on being 1% kinder to yourself. Expand yourself 1% more. Increase your standard by 1%. Draw a line in the sand and say, I'm only accepting these ideas, these relationships that are above my standard. If you just focus on being 1% better, you are going to finish the year with such momentum. And momentum is a beautiful thing because it's something you earn by what you're doing, by how you're thinking, by what you're implementing or not implementing. You know, I have clients come to me and they'll tell me, I have clients on both ends. They'll say, you know what, Arash? I created the biggest quantum leap because I changed my image. And I have other clients say, you know, I've been working at this self-development and personal development and nothing has changed. And I said, well, how are you feeling? They said, well, I'm not feeling good. And I said, well, how long have you been doing this? They say, for 3 years. I said, you're not doing it. You're not implementing the ideas. You're gathering information. And I said, I want you to really think. If you were really thinking from your results already expressed, would you be acting like this? They said, no. Well, are you rejecting ideas that are out of harmony with the person you want to be? Well, no, I'm just letting the results control me. Then I say, well, you are not operating in harmony with the essence of what we teach and what I teach. See, just because you invest in a mentorship is not going to give you the results guaranteed unless you do the work. Well, what is the work? We have to build our image. Well, how do we build our image? We have to think. We have a reasoning faculty in our mind that gives us our ability to think. So if I'm letting the outside or somebody else take over my mind and my attitude is based on what they tell me, then I'm not thinking. Well, if I'm not thinking, I'm not changing my idea about myself. So in order to do this, we have to think. And we have to think and say a hard no to anything that is not in harmony with what we want. Now, I will give you an exercise right now that if you do it for the next 30 days, it'll change your life. It'll absolutely change your world. And that is write out your self-image in the present tense, the person you intend to become. And don't just write it. I want you to really mean it. This is what I want. I am so happy and grateful now that every day in every way I'm getting better and better, wealthier and wealthier, healthier and healthier. I am improving my sales by X amount and I love it. My confidence is an absolute high. Every day my confidence is getting better and better. I act on ideas within a millisecond and I love it. I am happy, I am healthy, and I am wealthy, and it is done. That's an example of one. But we don't just write it. Then I want you to read it every day. And I want you to close your eyes and see yourself with what you wrote. See yourself already there. And as you do that, you're going to take yourself from where you are to where you want to go. Now, I don't want you to just see it now. I want you to record it on your phone. And I want you to put that new program into your subconscious mind. You listen to what you just saw. You listen to what you just wrote for 10 minutes a day. If you do that, in the next 30 to 90 days, your image is going to change. You're going to see things that you attract that are going to blow you away from where you were to where you are now. Now, if we're going to change our image, we have to understand this fact that your spiritual DNA is absolutely perfect. It requires no modification, no improvement, and you have access to all the power in the world. Now, you want to really get that. I remember when I was taught that by my mentor, he said, Arash, your spiritual DNA is absolutely perfect. And he said, what do you think about that? I said, I've actually never thought about it. And he said, you know, when my mentor first taught me that, I rejected the idea like this. I said, yeah, I mean, it's a big idea. He said, but I don't want you to reject it. He said, you're made in the image of your creator. And your spiritual DNA is perfect. We've got to understand that when we're working on altering our life and changing our image. Our spiritual DNA is perfect. That means we don't need anything, we don't lack anything inside of us. We've got to become aware of what we have inside of us. And as we become aware of that, you're operating from the higher side of your personality, which is your spiritual side. The essence of who we are is pure perfection. Well, whenever I'm working with a client, the first thing I work with them on is self-image. And I tell them, your spiritual DNA is absolutely perfect. Now, I do it because my mentor taught me that, and it changed my world. Once I accepted that idea, right away, I was working with a much powerful picture of myself. And that's what I want you to do. And I want you to understand you have access to all the power in the world. Think about this. How is it when you're thinking of a friend, they call you or they send you a text message? We have access to everything. We're all one. And if one person can create a significant self-image, so can you. I want you to really get that in your mind. If one person can do it, so can you. I know that's what I did. And our image is the foundation of everything we do. Right now, if you ask me to go fix something, you give me a screwdriver in my hand, not a great image. Not a great image with that. But you tell me, hey, can you help this company improve their sales? That would be a no problem. I could do it in no time. With my eyes closed, I can show what a company's gap is. I can show what a person's gap is in their image, no problem. I have a very high image towards that. There's things that you have a much greater image than I do. But it's where do you want to strengthen your image? I know when I started my journey, all I wanted to do was create freedom. But I didn't have the image of what that was. I didn't know how do I get that image? And that's why I invested in mentorship to learn it. Well, that's where I discovered that everything is about understanding. Well, how do you get understanding? Through study and mentorship. You know, it goes back to how I started this. You know, my mentor gave me a book, Psycho-Cybernetics by Maxwell Maltz, and I devoured it. And I've read that book at least 25 times. You know, but I really started studying it, and then I realized anything that I wanted, I had to match my image. And I can tell you story after story along my journey where even though I improved my life considerably, I still had problems with my image in different areas. And I remember there was a time, my wife and I were going to look at this house, and we had plenty of money to afford the house at this time. And I remember walking in, and there was this huge gate. And I walk in the gates, and I remember my thinking, who do you think you are?
And I remember I said, oh crap, it's still there. Still needing to be approved by other people. What are they going to think? And right away, I rewrote that image the same way I shared with you a few minutes ago. And then a year later, I bought a different house that was much nicer, and I didn't have that anymore. See, what we want to do is we want to run towards our insecurities. And not just run, we want to sprint towards them. Your insecurities are not the problem. Your relationship and attitude towards them is the problem. And attitude is a whole different lesson that I will put on here and teach you in a future time, because our attitude is everything. But just remember, your image impacts everything in your life. Impacts your relationships, impacts your relationship with yourself, impacts how you attack your goals, impacts how you allow your dream to fulfill itself in your life. It impacts how much money you earn. It impacts the type of ideas you're going after. Are you going after what you really want or what you're settling for? And just remember, today's self-image creates future results. Now, this is just a short lesson on image. I could talk about image forever. I mean, I'm doing training courses on how to create a significant image and how to create a 7-figure self-image. Just remember, do the exercise, get 1% better to finish out the year, rewrite your image in the present tense how you really want it to be, and be very specific, and then record it, and then read every line, close your eyes and see yourself. See the invisible, see what you want. Believe the incredible. What is the incredible? Your spiritual DNA is absolutely perfect. It needs no modification. You have access to all the power in the world. And then you're going to receive what the masses call incredible or miracles that we call right here standard. And you're going to do it over and over and over again. And just remember, the repetition of getting emotionally involved with what you want, see yourself of how your image is going to create a massive quantum leap in your self-image. Thank you. I love this quote. He says, Azim says, if people are not laughing at your goals are too small. And I love that. You know, I set goals that are so big that even if it takes 3 years, it's worth it to me. Even if it takes 10 years, it's worth it to me because it's building me. But the minute you set a goal, it's already done in your mind. That's the difference why what's not done in your mind. Because guess what? When we make a commitment, you know what happens? We're not guaranteed success. But when we make a commitment, now mix it with courage. This is what I'm doing. I'm going to work at this until I figure it out. Now we're guaranteed success. We're guaranteed it. So if you all want to get to your goal achievement, the goal you have in your mind right now, at a much quicker rate, you have to take letting go at a much more serious priority in your life. Now, this is going to demand a daily irrevocable committed decision. A daily irrevocable committed decision. I always use Kobe Bryant in this quite a bit. You know, like, he was the best in the world at this time at his craft. He would finish a game at 10, 11 at night, and he'd be in the gym at 3 in the morning. That's somebody that was constantly obsessed with that daily transformation. But what he was really understanding at the deepest level was deliberate practice. He was going to work on making his weaknesses his strengths. So if I'm attached, that would be one of the deliberate practices that I would work on for me. Okay, so you all have everybody does, you know, and every 90 days you're going to have another one, another 90 days, another one, another 90 days, another one. You all have sabotaging behaviors. We want to identify it, and then all we do is drill it with deliberate practice, and then you're going to turn that in your favor. You're going to turn it in your favor. To make the commitment requires courage. Now, we want to get really
good at always upping our courage muscle, always upping it, upping it, upping it. It doesn't take great courage to let the outside control us. That's easy. That's us just reacting. But it does take great courage to say, even though I'm not seeing any results, this is what I'm doing. This is what I'm doing. I remember a couple weeks ago, this might help you all. I texted Mikey. I said, this was probably the best week we've ever had at Voss. And if you looked at our results, it wasn't. Like if you looked at our revenue, it wasn't our highest revenue. But what we created that week, I knew was better than anything we created. I knew it. And Mike, you remember when I sent you that? And yeah, I do. Honestly, we were dealing with so much adversity that week, but what we created is going to benefit us for years down the line. So this is where you have to understand what you are putting your energy on. You don't know what's going on the back end. But I want you to stop being attached and stop coming from a fearful heart, because what is it going to do? All it's going to do is delay your process. Remember what I said, the greatest form of discipline is delayed gratification, seeing things 4 steps ahead, even what you're doing right now. That is an aware person. Now, to create abundance, you have to be bold. You've got to be strong. That's what creates abundance. But right now, everything that I'm saying to you, every one of you is hearing me differently. Every single one of you is internalizing it differently. Why? Because you all have different mindsets. Your mindset is how you see the world. So what bothers somebody won't bother me. Now, what bothers somebody I could resonate with, because it used to bother me because I had lower level of thinking. And you're going to see, as you really take your personal transformation as an obsession, and you guys are doing that, so it's not like you're not doing that, but I want to do it where we're neutral so we can get to the cause. That's what's going to allow you to propel forward. Now let's look at this. The process of a quantum leap is about elimination. So remind yourself, everything that drains my energy, I quit at. Relationships that don't work, I minimize or let go of. Everything that others do better than me that I don't want to focus on, I leverage. This is a quantum leap. This right here is a quantum leap. Now, if there are things that you could leverage, then I don't recommend you work on them. Go leverage somebody else to do that. Go leverage somebody else to do it. Now, if it's something that's really important to your craft that you get great at, then I recommend you install deliberate practice towards that. Now, going for a quantum leap means you must eliminate existing clients, roles, behavior, and obsolete mindsets. So if we look at this one at a time, let's say, what are the type of qualities of a client that I want to eliminate that are just an energy suck from me? I'm just making a commitment that I'm not working with those type of clients anymore. What type of roles am I currently working that I want to eliminate that doesn't make me tap into my greatest self? What are the behaviors and outdated mindsets? Like, what are those? I want to identify what these are clearly so I can go work on them. See, if you look at the behaviors and obsolete mindsets, you're going to see the cause and get clear, so you're working on the cause, not the symptoms right here. And then you're like, if we identify your fear and we say, is it real? You're going to be like, no, this is ridiculous. But it becomes real because we start worried about a future that doesn't even exist, that we're giving power to. So we got to be very careful about that. Now, remember this. Quantum leaps happen 90 days at a time, but it's going to demand you to be hyper-focused and hyper-intentional. If we're not hyper-focused and hyper-intentional, we're going to be attached. We are going to be attached. And then we're daily focused on our personal transformation because that's a currency we want to invest in. And then we are so good at deliberate practice. Every 90 days, we pick one thing. You don't pick 10 things. You pick one thing. And then you're always increasing your value. See, once your goal becomes a mission, you become unstoppable. See, when it's not a mission, then it's not a belief, it's not the knowingness, then we're going to allow ourselves to let the outside control us. So it's got to be a mission that I don't care when it happens, I don't care how it happens, all I know is it's happening and you're going to speed up the process. That's detachment. So now you're not giving power to it, you're claiming the power back. And you attack what you need to work on. You don't lie to yourself. You don't say everything's perfect when it's not. You say, this is where I want to really get better at. I want to get better at controlling myself. I want to get better at controlling my emotional state. I want to create more emotional discipline. Now, I will show you a process I call the winning process, that if you just do this every day, you're going to win. You're not going to be attached. Number one, it starts with an authentic want. I want this more than anything else because it just fuels me. Then from the authentic want, it goes to an irrevocable committed decision. You say, this is what I'm doing no matter what. This is what I'm doing no matter what. And every time you start letting the outside, you say, nope, I don't really care. There's always an answer to every problem. And then you go from irrevocable commitment to courage. You say, I am building my courage. I am doing things out of my comfort zone. And do you know it takes great courage not to let the outside control you? It takes a significant amount of courage not to allow that to happen. To trust in your genius. Then what happens? The courage, what does the courage create? It creates confidence. Your results are just a reflection of your confidence. Now, a confident person doesn't know all the answers, but they know they can figure it out. And then the confidence creates discipline. The discipline is your actions. Your discipline is what's going to create the type of actions you take, and the actions create your results. This is a winning process. I'm great, Mikey. How are you?
I am doing great as well. You know, to kick us off, I thought I would ask you a question. We're talking about breakthroughs. What do you think the main challenges that people come up against when they're trying to break through for themselves?
You know, to me, just looking back on my experience, it always boils down to a few things. First of all, most people don't know how to think. They're not thinking, they're just reacting. Number two, they're focusing on the wrong things. I think all of you know what you should be doing, but you're not doing it. Like, what if I said all of you already know right now how to double your income? I really believe that. Now, you have to do it in a certain way. And then, you know, the biggest thing is people are unwilling to commit. They're unwilling to truly commit. And unless we commit, nothing happens. I was telling Mikey this morning, I study Viktor Frankl's work pretty closely. And he has a great quote. He says, decisions, not conditions, determine what a man is. We're making decisions every day. And it's determining our character, the type of decisions we're making. But what happens is if you have a lot of distractions right now, because everything is a distraction from our goal, just about everything, unless you're really thinking. And what happens is you are going to constantly have something get in the way. I'm going to do it next. I'm going to do it when this happens, right? So those are the biggest challenges. And, you know, my life changed
significantly, I've shared it on so many occasions, is when I went all in and got the right mentorship. Like, that's when my life changed. I had been studying this. I didn't know what the hell I was studying, honestly. Like, if I'm being honest, like, I was just gathering more and more information. But when I got specialized direction, my life changed. There was something my mentor used to teach me, and he learned it from Earl Nightingale. Earl told Bob, and Bob told me, there's a big difference between knowledge and experience. He said, knowledge has no benefit unless you do a thing. Experience is when you've done it. See, when I teach in our programs, I don't wonder if it works. I know it works. So I can communicate effectively to my clients because they know that I know it works. You know the truth when the truth is in front of you because it resonates with the essence of who we are. Now, a lot of people are going out, they're reading books, I hope this works, I hope that works, but they're not committing to transformation. And until we transform, personal freedom is impossible. When we transform, that's when your life is going to become magical. Every single one of you is going to create an emotional breakthrough in this hour or so. Let's create an intention before we do this. Intention is frequency of thought, and you just accept that idea right away.
So I've made the decision to be in that room with you and your team. What's the intention and attitude that I can prepare myself with now to step into that room and to really transform?
Well, I want you to open your heart, and I want you to build an image of what is going to transpire in your life from being in that room. But I want you to show up full out. I want you to let go of your past assumptions. And I want you to understand that you are going to create a massive transformation. Like, I'm not doing this event just to do it. I have a lot of things I can do. But, you brought up one of my favorite words, attitude. Because our attitudes are the thoughts you think in your conscious mind. So I want you to come in with a powerful thought. I am absolutely transforming like I've never done before. I am not holding back. Okay? Now, that thought you impress in your subconscious mind for the next 2 weeks. You impress it, and it's going to cause you to feel a certain way. It's going to cause you to feel certainty. And those feelings cause the way you're going to act on an unconscious level. That's attitude. And so that's what I want you to fill your mind with.
I'm coming to Transform in Phoenix, and my question is, what suggestions do you have for me working around the edges of my full-time job for the next 14 months?
Okay, so what I'd like you to do is every morning, I'd like you to write exactly what you want to do after your full-time job's over, okay? Mm-hmm. Our story is so important, so I want you to start right now. You have 14 months. I want you right now to build an enormous image of yourself, an enormous image. And I don't want you to get distracted by other people who are not going the direction you're going. Mm-hmm. Now, there's going to be dream stealers like you were saying, okay? But you got to be damn proud of yourself from kicking them to the curb. A lot of people would have just kept it. They would have just kept the comfort zone, right? So that tells me your identity is changing. But I want you to think, after I'm done with my corporate career, what do I want to do? Don't wait till you're done. That's where people make mistakes. Right. And I want you to think is this next phase of my life, what do I want to spend my time doing? Mm-hmm. Okay. And it may sound so out of the blue right now, but the more you write it, the more committed you will become on a subconscious level. Writing is so powerful. A lot of people don't do it. They say, no, I know, but do they know? So I want us to build your confidence right now. And you may say, Arash, I have a certain level of confidence. You do.
but you also have a paradigm that you've been in the corporate world for so many years. So now we want to develop an even greater level of mindset for you. And that's what I would recommend for you.
Great.
I mean, you've only been with me since June, and look at what's transformed. I did this event in London in June, I believe. It was the end of June. And she said, Arash, I've been studying so many people, but I've never created a breakthrough without burnout. And I said, well, you've never worked with me. Because I think my work is really different because I really focus on the foundation first, which is our philosophy. And she's created 2 quantum leaps within 5-6 months and no burnout. I said, isn't that interesting? See, the ideas we accept are either serving us or keep our old story alive. So your new story is going to be completely different than your old one. And I want you to embrace that, because your new story is going to be better than your old story. It's going to be more inspiring. You're going to have a lot of juice. I call it juice. You have a lot of fire inside, like you could see your face, like you have great energy. If you keep doing the deep internal work, I promise you, we're writing our destiny anyway, but you're going to create an amazing future for yourself.
Awesome. Thanks so much, Arash.
All right. Looking forward to meeting you.
What could I do to sort of be that effective communicator or work with?
You've got to get in control of your emotions. First, I think you're working too hard at this right now. That's intuitively what I think. And it doesn't matter if you work from 4 to 6 if you're committing to the suffering while you're doing it. So when you're communicating to yourself, you've got to get really good at accepting and rejecting ideas. I want you to give yourself a directive that I'm not accepting another negative or limiting thought about myself. I'm going to cancel it right away. And so it starts with our thoughts. Our thoughts create our program. Our program creates our actions, and our actions create our results. Now, if you look at your income, because you brought up income, prosperity is impossible when we think lack. So just like I was telling Bill, we have to build an enormous image of ourselves and have it completely detached to what we've done in the past or present. We've got to completely never even think from that space. We only think from the space of what we want. Now, a lot of people don't prioritize their wants. Wants is where it starts. All of you have a want. And we've got to put more priority, but wanting is not about getting. A lot of people think it's about getting. I want you guys to receive so much good. I want you to have more money than you know what to do with. But wanting is about growing, and our want comes from the essence of who we are. So you telling me, I want a bigger, better life for myself, that's because your soul is saying, all right, Alice, it's time to transform ourselves for real. I'm not just going to study this information, I'm going to become it. But I want you to make up your mind right now that you're going to create exactly what you want. We've got to accept that idea. And then anytime the old program comes in, because it's going to come in, you say, no, I do not accept that. And if you keep master stacking this, that's what I call it, master stacking. So the first master stack that we want to do for you, Alice, is get your thinking aligned with the person you want to become. And then once we get that master stacked, then we'll master stack another idea and another idea. So now you're creating all these ideas as a part of your identity, and then your results happen by default. First thing, it's much easier to create a new model than it is to change an old model. So what it sounds to me like, you're trying to change an old model, and I recommend you create a new model because it's much easier to walk into the new model than try to change an old model. So look at this a bit different. I want you to put your goal in your mind right now. Okay, do you have it? Okay, right there. Okay, right there is a big one. See, it doesn't matter how ambitious you are. It matters how you're programmed. And if you don't have a clear and definite picture of your goal, then you're giving your subconscious mind a double binding message. But the subconscious will always deliver to us the dominant of two messages. So right now, you've got to get clear on your goal and have a clear image of what that goal is. Until you do that, this work will not work. I promise you. So there's a lot of ambitious people who struggle. There's a lot of people who have master's degrees, PhD degrees, who are earning very little money. They are very ambitious, but it doesn't matter about the ambitiousness. It matters about our programs. All of us, if we all look at our results, they're all an exact reflection of our programming. So if we want better results, we've got to upgrade our programming. That's how it works. So I want you to make this as a wake-up call for you today. That says, you know what? I'm spending those 2 hours, but I'm still not clear on my goal. So I'm going to get very clear on my goal. And I want you to write out exactly how you want to live. And then I want you to record it on your phone. Listen to it 20 minutes a day, 10 minutes in the morning, 10 minutes in the evening. You have to get that so locked in on a subconscious level. And if you do that, you're gonna start thinking in a certain way. So that's what we have to do. You're a great example of what I used to do. But you don't want to follow that example of me, because I was losing. I promise you. Like, I can relate to it. I can totally relate to it. One day my mentor said, you don't know this, you know about it. I was like, oh my God, he's so right. And he said, it's time to take off the training wheels and start doing it. And it was like a punch in the stomach that opened my heart and opened my eyes. It was like in that moment, I saw me differently. And it didn't happen in that moment, but you get these emotional impacts that like will really get you to wake up. And that's what I want this to be, okay? See, a lot of people will do affirmations, but then the rest of the day, they're behaving completely opposite of that affirmations, and they say affirmation doesn't work. It's not that it doesn't work, we're not working the ideas. So for the ideas to work, we have to work the ideas. You know, if you understand the research on neuroscience, it takes 66 days to change a behavior. So this 21 days, I know it was polarized, but to make it part of your identity, I've done it immediately to make things part of my identity. I've done it in 60 days, okay? But on average, the neuroscience tells us it takes 66 days to rewire a new belief. So you'll know when it's there because it'd be harder not to do than to do.
The most I have earned is $75,000. Can I still make that in a month? And what is the process? How do I reverse engineer this?
Well, of course you can make it in a month. The most I had ever earned is $110,000 in a year. And now I earn millions. It would be harder for me now not to earn $1 million than it would be to earn $1 million. But you have to have massive transformation. You can't be the same person you are and expect to turn your annual income into your monthly income. You have to change your programming, you have to upgrade your strategies, and you have to go all in with yourself. I say this all the time. Nothing is going to happen until you make a decision. But that decision has to be backed up with courage. So if one person can turn $75,000 a year into $75,000 a month, so can you. Like, I've turned my annual income into my monthly income several times over. I remember I was working with a client, and he was a construction worker. And he asked me the same question. He said, Arash, do you think I could do this? And I said, of course you could do it. It depends on if you're willing to do it. Are you willing to do it? And he said, I'm going to do exactly what you tell me to do. So he hired me. He hired me to coach him. And then I get a message, I've not only turned my annual income to my monthly income, he said, I turned it into my weekly income. See, everything is about us, but the challenge is people don't know who they are. They don't understand who they are. So they're trying to change. I hate the word try, but that's what they're doing. They're trying, because we're either changing or we're not changing, but without knowing who we are. We're spiritual beings living in a physical body. How we are using our intellect that we were gifted with is creating our results. And so we have to understand that we're infinite. If you were infinite, you would never, if you knew who you were, you would never question whether you could do something. Why are people not courageous? Because they are more driven by their past than they are by how they want to live. See, you've got to activate your I don't give an F muscle. This is what I'm doing no matter what. I don't care what it looks like. I don't care how long it takes. But if I start taking care of me every day and start respecting myself enough to get in control of my thinking, get in control of my feelings, and get in control of my actions, I'm going to create the results. It is, I promise you, success is so simple. But if I brought success down to two key characteristics, it's attitude and effort. Attitude and effort. If I just boiled it down into the most simplistic way, it all comes down to attitude and effort.
Arash, just based on how you started this call and then the first couple of questions, you mentioned that people want to change, but they're not. So my question would be why, and I want you to also talk about courage. How you can't change without courage, without taking a risk, without making a big jump.
Well, you know, I go back to last week because I emphasized this, and I did it on purpose. Like, if you guys go back and watch it, how many times did I talk about radically accepting an idea? I did it on purpose. Your life is not going to change until you radically accept much higher ideas. Everything is energy. The minute we accept a higher idea, we go to a higher frequency, and we attract based on frequency. Now, everything is about your awareness. Like, all your results are where your current level of awareness is. And so you're seeing the world from your awareness. And we have an amazing inner world that we have access to, that we can achieve anything we want once we start tapping into that inner world. So what happens, Mike, is people are living based on, I'm going to do a little bit better. I'm going to do a little bit better. And you have to go all in with yourself, but you want to understand your future self is not a little bit better. It is so much better. It is so much wiser than who we are. It is so much more courageous than who we are. And most people don't do hard things until they're forced to do hard things. And we've got to do hard better. There's no secret. Like, I don't look at anything hard or easy. It's just whatever it is, I got to do it. You know, so once we simplify our processes, we're going to create a completely different life. But too many people are operating with a very skewed image of who they are. And so, like, if we look at these questions neutrally, like, let's just, and it's not just your questions, these are questions I get all the time. What I hear is people still holding back. You can't hold back. You know, when I see somebody like Bill, he's like, somebody introduced me to you. That person's not exactly my kind of person, but he got me to you, and I've flourished since then, and I'm investing my time, only meeting me since June, coming to transform. I'm like, this guy is really getting it. That's what I think. You know, that's what I think. I remember there was somebody who introduced me to my mentor, and he was not a very good person. We found that out. But my mentor and I used to say he gave us the biggest blessing because you and I would have never connected, you know? So there's always, we were talking, I think it was Jill, with attitude. So we can find the good or the bad in everything, right? Like, you guys can listen to me and say, this dude knows nothing, okay? You can find what I'm doing wrong, or you could find what I'm doing right. So we want to get in the habit of looking for the good in everything. As you look for the good in everything, your whole world is going to change. And people say, oh, if I just look for the good, I'm telling you, it is going to get you to tap into that inner world of where that other person who has that want is wanting to be expressed. Your wants are not by accident. You guys are not on this call today and last week with us by accident. There's another side of you that's saying, come on, I want this so badly. But now you've got to get the proper direction on how to do it. Until you get the direction, nothing's going to change. The direction, and you follow that direction to the letter. Now, what I've discovered in coaching, and I've been doing this every day for 17 years. I always say I'm such a great example to this because I was a great follower before I became a great leader. Like I was a great student. And I remember one day I called my mentor and I said, we were talking about coaching and we were talking about this client who wasn't doing what they should have been doing. I said, Bob, the reason my life changed so much is because I used to only do what was comfortable for me that you told me. But when I committed you said you have to do exactly what I tell you to do. Once I committed, I surrendered to your process even when it was uncomfortable. That's called coaching. See, we don't follow the direction. And if we don't follow the direction, you're not going to get the results. But when you follow the direction, you're going to get massive results. I have a client who was on our event last week who I've been working with closely for a couple years, Joe Kingcar. Joe follows direction. And Joe is creating an amazing life for himself. Joe has overcome so much of the old him. And he keeps coming back. That was like me. And I have several clients like that. Joe was just on my mind because I saw him in the event last week. But we've got to start getting real with ourselves. And you've got to stop tapping into the old you. What doesn't grow you, you've got to say no to. And that's really where the courage is going to come. We've got to start just focusing on the simple things. I'm going to do the right things. I'm going to commit with my whole being. Every cell of my being is going to commit. And I'm going to let go. But in order to have what you want, you have to own your identity. Remember last week I said I want you to see yourself as the best in the world? That's owning your identity. That is owning who you are. Everything is based on your want. The want turns into the definite goal, and you are going to be that identity. From this moment on, you can't say, I'm building my identity. I want you to accept that identity. That's who you are. That's why we already see ourselves from the person 24 months in the future in this present moment. But that's what's going to activate your alternate identity, the real you. Not the fake you, not the you that needs to be a people pleaser. That's the you that has that I don't give an F muscle. I don't care what anybody else is doing. I'm running my own race and I'm going to be authentic and real. But too many people are working from their ego, so they never unleash their alternate identity. Most of you only unleash your alternate identity when you get pissed off enough. Have you noticed that? When you get pissed off enough, then you're like, I don't care what anybody thinks. This is what I'm doing. I want you to think about your goal. And think about how many times, and I want you to be neutral with this, okay? Think about how many times you're coming from your alternate identity, how many times you're coming from the present results, how many times you're coming from pleasing people. Like if you put that in a percentage for yourself, I want that percentage to be 100% alternate identity. That's what I want. because we cannot outperform our identity. So we assume that identity that it's already here. Now, we have to turn our goal into a love story, because if it's not a love story, we're not going to have any reason to discipline ourselves. And if we don't discipline ourselves, we're not going to take the actions. We're going to be too much involved in doing the wrong things. But remember, your why is your best friend. Your why is like this armor that will not allow the bullshit to come in. Don't forget about feeding your why. I don't want to do this. Nope. I remember why I started. I want that house. I want financial freedom. I want to build a business to prove it to myself. Never forget about your why. When we forget about our why, we become very mechanical. We become very attached. Okay, so we always want the why to drive us. Now, in order to create massive, massive results, we must first master the art of discipline. Nothing happens without discipline. You're not going to build your standards without discipline. You're not going to build your attitudes without discipline. You're not going to build your confidence without discipline. You're not going to operate the right actions without discipline. And once you build the disciplines, you're going to see that it takes consistent discipline to master your goals. Now, this is probably the easiest definition of discipline I can give you. There's two of them. To me, discipline is just accepting and rejecting ideas from your goal. That's the easiest one. But if you want to go deeper in it, discipline is a constant human awareness that I know I should be doing something, the need for action, and a conscious act that I'm following through with that. Discipline is giving yourself a command and doing it. The minute you have that awareness, you do it. If our awareness and implementation occur at the same time, we master discipline. But if we say, I know I should do this and I'm not doing it, then the outside world disciplined you. Your mind is disciplining you. You want to discipline your mind, not let your mind discipline you. Now, let's look at this. Discipline, some people have a bad relationship with it. I used to. And it's not that I had a bad relationship with it, really. I had a bad relationship with the accurate disciplines. But discipline is not living a life of restriction. It's about living a life of freedom. Discipline is the prequel to freedom. Discipline creates freedom. And it creates harmony. It creates emotional freedom.
Hello and welcome to Voss Coaching Co.'s 24-hour Stream-A-Thon, featuring the very best of what Voss Coaching Co. has taught this year in 2024. My name is Chris Demarin, and I'm the slide designer and IT live event support specialist. I'm here to assist you in any way I can, so message me in the chat. Let me know where you're joining us from, or if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Now, every discipline affects every other discipline. So if you think I missed a day, it's not a big deal. Watch how much it turns into 2 days, 3 days, 4 days. I always tell people who want to release weight. They go, oh, I lost track for a week. I said, the week isn't what happened. You missed, instead of just missing 1 day of following your plan, it turned into 3. Then it turns into 14. It doesn't turn in because you had one bad meal. It turns in to we can't miss 2 days of our commitments in a row. Now, discipline is delayed gratification, where I don't see the results. I don't see the results. Boom, the results there, because I'd never lost enthusiasm. I never lost enthusiasm. I always think of Monica. Monica was at my house years ago. I hope she doesn't mind me sharing the story, because I'm going to share it anyway. But Monica's at my house, and at the beginning of her career, and I mean, this woman was losing. Like, I gotta be, like, she was losing. But the thing that I was most impressed, that's how I knew she was gonna be a star. She would be in my office till like 9 o'clock at night, practicing. I never saw her lose enthusiasm. And I remember she was about to leave, and I said, you are gonna win big. And I knew it because she didn't understand it, but she understood the bigger picture. I keep studying. I keep practicing my presentation. I keep studying my mindset. But the woman never lost enthusiasm, and she had every right to if she was driven by the results. She understood delayed gratification. It's one of the hardest concepts for me to install in somebody because they're so results focused. They're so obsessed with their results, but the results are based on what we do every day, based on the actions, the processes, the disciplines we have. Now, it takes discipline to conquering that limiting voice in your mind. It takes discipline to be honest with yourself, and it takes discipline to create new habits. So all you have to do is look at your habits. You're going to see where they were created. They were created by your thinking. What creates our thinking? Our discipline. So we have to understand, why does somebody sprint out of their comfort zone? And why do other people just constantly procrastinate? If you wonder that, why does somebody have a big idea that they will commit to and other people will be like, I don't want to tell anybody. I don't want to tell anybody. It's all about quieting that voice. So the greatest value of discipline is it's building your self-worth and self-esteem. And there's not one person walking this planet who cannot increase their self-worth and self-esteem. Self-esteem and self-worth is a journey. It's not a destination. It is a journey of getting better. So nobody is just there. But I want you to think about the last time you really pushed yourself out of your comfort zone. How did you feel? I know every time I push myself out of my comfort zone, I feel damn good about myself. Right? Why? Because it's a release of dopamine. It's like when you work out. Do you feel better before you worked out or after you worked out? It's a release of dopamine. But when you start being more and more proud of yourself, you're building self-respect. That's the power of discipline. Now, let me give it to you the other way. Think about a time where you had an opportunity, but you decided to shrink. Think about how you felt in that moment. That's the power of discipline too. That's the power of discipline. You let something else, an old story, discipline you. So there is no action without discipline. Discipline is what creates action. It is the key to action. Now, why am I inundating you with discipline today? Because for you to let go, it's going to demand discipline. And then it's going to become automatic. I want you to write on a piece of paper honestly for yourself. 1 to 10, where am I with discipline? Then I want you to write another 1 to 10. Am I disciplined in my comfort zone, or am I disciplined even when I'm out of my comfort zone? 1 to 10. Because you can create the disciplines in your comfort zone, but remember, your goal is going to demand you to constantly disrupt comfort. So I want you to be just as disciplined to have the awareness and then act on it, even if it's out of your comfort zone. Or what if I said, especially if it's out of your comfort zone? So let me go back here, but understand this is what happens when you stop disciplining your thinking. It impacts everything. It's going to impact the type of actions you take. Now you're going to take actions mechanically. You're not going to take actions being in the spirit and letting go. It's your actions going to impact your results. So the lack of discipline is impacting your results, and your results are going to impact your philosophy and identity. So it's impacting the key foundations, the key roots to creating a massive quantum leap. So how do you avoid procrastination? You do it now. You've got to do it now right away. You have to do it, because when you do it now you're activating your cognitive map. And then your brain starts working for you rather than against you. Your brain only knows what you give it. So we have our personal Google system with our reticular activation system, that whatever we're thinking about with emotion is what we're going to see in our life. That's why you could see, let's say you were looking for a car you really liked, and then you started seeing it everywhere. You just started noticing that car everywhere. Or if you were a woman or even a man and your wife got pregnant, you're going to start seeing babies everywhere. That's the reticular activation system. You see what we put our attention on, and that's why we become what we think about. See, we want to start understanding and getting our brain to work for us. But action is going to change the game. The most important thing that any of us do today is going to be the actions we take. That is the most important things that any of us are going to do. Now, your actions always tell you how badly you want it. And I want you to observe the type of actions you took. Did you take actions from your future self? You'll know if you took them from your future self because you disrupted comfort and you were emotionally involved in it. You were in the spirit of it. Or did you take actions from routine, from your old habits? That will tell you if you're doing the right things or the wrong things. That's a good course correction. So your actions will always tell you if you're fused with your goal, and it also tell you if your why is big enough. Or it will also tell you if you're in harmony with your why. But a great question I like to ask myself a lot is, and I ask this every night, what actions did I not take today due to discomfort? What actions did I not take due to discomfort? The reason I ask myself this question is it's telling me a story if I didn't do it. Now, fortunate for me, I've been uncomfortable for 17 years. And that was the thing. Doing it now changed my life more than anything else. Because even before I developed a great attitude, I started doing it now. And when your back's up against the wall, it forces you to do it now, which was a blessing for me. But I like asking this question because it will tell me, am I playing big? Am I playing small? Am I playing from my future self? Am I playing from conformity? I always tell myself, if I'm not emotionally involved in my day, I might as well take the day off. Maybe it's time to recharge my energy. Because that's not going to do anybody any good if I'm not emotionally involved. So you're training yourself the right way, but action is the fundamental key to all success. But it does not happen without discipline. So next time you're about to screw around and give yourself a negotiation with your processes, stop honoring your commitments, understand there is no action. And without action, there is no results. Let's look at results. What are results? Results are a manifestation of our actions. Let's work backwards. Results are a manifestation of our actions. Our actions are a manifestation of our programming. Now you keep all of them aligned, and then you're in praxis, which is you're aligning your beliefs and behaviors, and that's when you're going to create the results. It's not just about knowing about this. It's not about how much talent you have. Everyone has talent. It's about the choices you make, and that's discipline. That's how you're going to unleash the talent. I will tell you, focus and distraction is costing you millions. Lack of extreme ownership is costing you millions. It's literally costing you millions. But once you get it, you never lose it. That's the beautiful part. Once you have it, you never lose it. If you're mechanical, take a break. If you're mechanical, you take a break right away because you're not going to win being mechanical. Stop giving yourself excuses. I don't like the word lazy. I don't think people are lazy. I think they're unaware. I think there's a big difference. I think they're unaware and they don't have a strong enough want that makes them do the disciplines. So I don't think they're in love with a future. We have to fall in love with our future. Like, you've got to spend time in building your future self. You've got to create a story. You know, look at this. I said to you, your goals have to be a love story. So does your future self. Like, it's a love story with that future self. Your future self already knows how to do things that you have no idea how to do right now. We have to have a goal that we love. A lot of people will say, I want to earn $100,000 a month, $200,000, $300,000 a month. And I say, why? But there's nothing there. I said, that's not a good goal for you. It's got to be a goal. Like, Ann, a money goal would not be a good goal for you. Like, that's why I redirected our coaching. For you, I would never do that. That's never going to be an obsession for you. So we work on what is your obsession. Heidi, too. It's funny you guys are sitting next to each other. It's the exact same with Heidi. I don't work on Heidi at all about money. I don't work with you on money. I find out what is your obsession, fulfillment. And yours is authentic fulfillment. Both of yours are. So that's your obsession. So we've got to identify, what do I really want that I'm in love with? What is that idea I'm in love with? You know, but it has to be a magnificent obsession. And an obsession is only bad when it's an unhealthy obsession. When we talk about a magnificent obsession, I am so in love with this idea. I am so in love with it. And we make your future your magnificent obsession. So the present right now is meaningless unless it's connected to the future. If it's connected to the past, you just lost. You just lost. You bring the future in the present right now. Right now. And it is the future that dictates the decisions you make in the present. That's why I said all the decisions from this point forward has to come from your future self. Would my future self say yes to this? Then I say yes. Would my future self say no to this? Then I say no. You've got to honor that, even when it feels uncomfortable. And it's going to feel uncomfortable. It is going to feel uncomfortable until you start creating that relationship with your future self. But you've got to understand, your future always drives your present. You'll watch somebody who has no energy, and they're just kind of getting through the day. They're more or less existing because they're not in love with their future. They're not excited about it. They're not inspired about it. Everything is day to day, and they don't have any connection. You know, but then you find that person, like, you know, they're a star. Like, I don't even need to know their results. Their attitude is so infectious. It's so infectious. And you'll know what they're creating. And I know where all of you are going because you're even in this room. I said, it's not my decision to come. If you want to come, get in here. I said, you're not going to get worse by being in here. You're going to get a lot better. You know, see, we've got to stop rationalizing and start asking, would my future self be in this room? Would my future self put myself in this environment? The answer is yes. Then you have to do that, you know. But goals are the vision of the future. They are the vision of the future. That's what your goals are. And we've got to fall in love. Like, I want this idea burned in you in this first session. I want you to be so in love with your future because it is your life masterpiece. And then your next future is going to be your next masterpiece. Like, you're no different than Picasso, than Mozart. You're an artist. You are an artist. This is your canvas called life. And you are painting your picture. What is that picture? That's why scripting is so powerful. When we script, we're speaking it into existence. We are giving it life. And the more life you give it, the repetition of building that vision and installing it inside of you is going to create the actual reality of it. But we've got to create a vision that is worthy of you. Don't have fears of the future. There's nothing to fear. See, if you're coming from fear, you're coming from a fearful heart, you're going to attract a lot of bad stuff in your life. You know, so we cannot come from fear. And if you're fearful of the future, you're going to be shrinking all the time. You're going to be playing not to lose. You're going to be playing not to lose all the time. I was telling you guys that story of that speaker. That's exactly what he did. He played not to lose. You know, you never play not to lose. You show up, you build it in your mind. It's like the field of dreams. You build it, they will come. And that's just how it happens. But the price is easy if you make an irrevocable, non-negotiable, committed decision and you bet on yourself. Making a decision is always, do I want it? Is this going to
allow me to grow to the best version of myself. Like, to me, it was an easy decision, but I wanted you to make it. You know, because if I make them for you, it doesn't have the same power. I want to ask you the right questions that are going to trigger the answers. But the paradigm is always coming, because the paradigm is only there when you're not thinking. When we're rationalizing, we're not thinking. So that's where it comes in, and it tries to keep you safe. But it's not keeping you safe. It's robbing you of your future. So that's what we want to understand. See, without a goal, you're living in a prison. Without a goal, you are living in a prison. And anybody knows this. Anybody knows this who's thinking. When I have a goal, I am so fired up. When I don't have a goal, I'm dragging. It's like I've got this huge weight off my back. You know, I was walking with my son a couple weeks ago. I shared this story to my group coaching people, but I thought it was so brilliant of him. And we were walking, he goes, oh, my friend, I can't remember the kid's name, but he says, my friend is always afraid. Like, he practices, my son's really good at gymnastics, so he does high competitions in it. And he said, but my friend is afraid to do it. And I said, why do you think? He goes, he doesn't have a goal. He goes, I couldn't imagine not living without a goal. And I was like, that's good. Yeah, I was like, you know, it is so important. Like, anybody who's around me, like not in a work environment, in a social environment, like knows how I talk about goals. And I could feel their energy, and I'll say, you don't have a goal. You just don't have a goal. You know what's funny? My mentor used to tell me that. And it's like, I think he installed it in me so much that it became it, you know? Because he'd always talk to me and be like, oh, they don't have a goal. I said, no, they have it. He goes, they have something written, it's not a goal. Like, he would tell me, he says, all I have to do is watch how somebody behaves. They'll tell me the goal, somebody who has a real goal, something they're committed to, they do whatever it takes. I mean, they're constantly asking better questions. You'll see their image change right away. Like, you'll see it in their face. It changes right away. But it's essential to maintain our vision, stick to your purpose, and maintain your faith and gratitude. It is essential. See, we've got to understand this. Your vision, this is how it works. Your vision creates your philosophy. Your philosophy is your way of thinking. Your philosophy creates your standard. Standard is what creates abundance. Standard creates empowering beliefs. Standard creates your story. Your story creates your identity. Identity creates your result. They all feed off each other, but it starts with vision. You can't go and build a great philosophy without a vision that you want more. The law of our being is for perpetual increase. When somebody tells me, no, I'm fine with what I have, they are stuck. They don't know they're stuck, but they are stuck. Our job is to constantly get better. It's not to just stay here. And anybody who does it, I let them do it if that's what they want, because I can't rob them. It's not my job to make decisions for people. But they are stuck, and then they're going to feel it. They will feel it. See, you're walking up that mountain. That mountain is you versus you. It's not you versus me. It's not me versus you. It's you versus you. But we've got to really watch our stories. The story. When somebody has a bad attitude, you know what they're doing, Joe? They're accepting the wrong story. They're accepting a victim story. Victim. I'm a victim. And I'm going to be a victim until somebody listens to me. And here's the truth. Nobody cares. That is the truth. Nobody cares because they've got their own stuff going around. Nobody cares. But we want to build a philosophy. This is where it changes. Like, all of you have a philosophy, and it's unconscious. Like, I always share, when I talk about philosophy, I was in the corporate world, and this is where I discovered philosophy. My company sold, but they told me they weren't going to sell. I met with the president. That's the only person I reported to, and I said, I hear you guys are selling. He goes, you would be the first to know. You're my vice president of sales. We would never do it without telling you. I walk in the next day, they sold. And I'm walking to the car, and I'm pissed. And I'm like, they lied to me. And then I had this voice, they're not your problem, you're your problem. Go do what you want to do. And in that instant, like I always think I was doing the walk of shame, because I was so in victimhood. And in that instant, I'm walking to my car, I open the door, and I say, I'm not taking the new offer. And we got the new offer, and I was in no position not to take the new offer. I was in so much debt. I come home that very same day, foreclosure sticker on my garage. And it was this big orange sticker so the whole neighborhood could know. And it was so embarrassing. But that's the day my life changed. The day I said yes to my future self and said no to comfort is when my life changed. But my philosophy changed. So I started studying people's philosophies that I admired. It's their way of thinking, how they show up, how they walk. I started studying it. And then the ones that I liked, I'd embody it. Well, your philosophy is your way of thinking. Like, I'll give you examples of philosophy. Whatever I touch turns to gold. Standard always wins. These are parts of my philosophy. Money's easy to earn. Just help more people. So I can always figure it out. That's a big one for me. I can always figure it out. So we have these philosophies, but we want to upgrade our philosophy. Because your philosophy is giving you reasons to practice your disciplines. Philosophy is your underlying belief system. It's deciding, how do I want to live? That's what philosophy is. So you want to spend time, and even if you came here 6 months ago, or even if you came here, what month are we? When did we? January. What philosophy can I upgrade? What philosophy is outdated now? Your philosophy is forever changing. Like, I don't have the same philosophies that I had. I have some of the same. Another philosophy is always play the and game of my life. It's not or, it's this and this. A lot of people say I have to do this or this. It's and. You play the and game in your life. So decision-making became part of my philosophy. Like, I'm great at making decisions. I'll give you an example of this. My wife and I were I played golf, and my family met me afterwards. I'm a huge AC/DC fan. And I was so excited they're going on concert. They're not coming to the US. So we're sitting there, and I start looking at places. They're in Spain. I said, get online, let's buy the tickets. And she goes, what are you talking about? And I said, we're going to London. But she said, well, let's get the ticket. I said, no, buy the ticket first. It'll put us on the hook. So we bought the tickets, and then the next day we got the flights. I don't even think we have hotels yet. But that's how I make decisions. I do it right away. But it's always because I want to do it. If you want it, you do it. And if you don't have the money, you still make the decision, and you put all your energy on how you can. How can I do it? How can I do it? I'm really excited. Wembley Stadium, sorry about Spain. It changed. We're going to London. Cool. But you want to start looking at this, because if you see any big winner, they have great philosophies. Great philosophy. Think of somebody you admire, and then look at their philosophy. That's what you admire about them. That philosophy is what creates your beingness. It's your way of thinking. It's automatic thinking. They're not hesitating. They're very comfortable with who they are. There's a reason they're comfortable with who they are, because they have a really strong foundation, and that's the philosophy. The philosophy creates your standard. The standard creates your story. The story creates your identity, and the identity creates your results. So you have to look at this. Take this really seriously about philosophy. It is building your belief system. And what did we say? We have to upgrade beliefs, upgrade skills. Your philosophy is what builds your disciplines. And your disciplines is what makes your standards so strong. So a new life philosophy requires you to think outside the box. When you're building a new philosophy, you're not comfortable with it. It's not your normal way. Your program is going to fight you with that new philosophy. That makes no sense. I just came here in January. Why would I come back in March? But then she upgraded her thinking, and she's here. See, your philosophy is ever moving. Every year it's going to change. Really, it could be a lot quicker than every year. Every year it's changing.
And as you become more aware, deliberate, and intentional, that's where the big changes happen. Hello, this is Arash Vossoughi with Voss Coaching Co. I wanted to first off congratulate you for investing the time and resources in really making your life so much better. This program is very dear to my heart. You know, I have been studying personal development well over 17 years now. And I was personally mentored by the dean, in my opinion, of personal development, and Bob Proctor. And I really remember the day everything changed for me was the day that I found the right direction. You know, Bob used to tell me, he said, Arash, the only thing you're missing is direction. I said, well, I don't have discipline. My results are really not good. I'm losing in a big way. He said, but that's going to change as long as you do what I tell you to do. And I got into a program similar to this and had the proper direction, and that's when everything changed. So getting in the standard is going to be, you're going to look back, if you work the ideas, and when you work the ideas, because the ideas only work if you work the ideas, you put them into action, you're going to look at this as not just one of the best decisions, it's going to be a game-turning springboard to where you're going to go. So getting into the standard, we first got to understand that there are big things coming your way. Everything that has happened in your life, in my life, in everybody's life has been absolutely essential to prepare you from what you're going to do. That means all your failures, all your adversities, all your wins, all your losses, all the disappointments, everything has prepared you for something far greater. And I want you to lock in that idea. You don't have to believe me, just don't not believe me. Just stay neutral with it. When we're neutral, we're not one way or the other, we're right in the middle. When I start talking, as this program continues, about the art of neutrality and how important that is, that's where you get to the truth. Now, every day, I want you to think about it as one day I'm going to change my life or day one. You decide. And I want you to decide from this moment on, right here, at setting the standard, that you're going to make an irrevocable, committed decision that from this point on, you're not going to let anything in the past, anything outside of you, dictate your attitude. This is the key to winning. You have to make a decision from this point on that you're not going to let anything outside of you control your thinking. Now, this is always going to be about you. This is not about me. My life is about me. This is about you. And when I say you, I want you to look at this slide, how big it is. Because that's you. You are big. You are not small. I watch too many people allowing themselves to shrink based on the past. The past was based on not understanding. And when we gain understanding, understanding is the springboard to freedom. And you gain understanding through mentorship. You gain it through thinking. You gain it through studying. But we first want to understand that everything in your life has prepared you for what is going to springboard you going forward, but it's about you. Take extreme ownership. The biggest excuses people make are they're blaming somebody else. They're blaming the outside. They're procrastinating. When we take extreme ownership from our life, for our life, that's when our life really takes off. Now, I want you to lock into this because to understand you, you have to understand how you actually operates. Now, this stick figure drawing is something that was taught to me by my mentor. It was taught to him by his mentors all the way down the line. This drawing came from Dr. Thurman Fleet many years ago. He was a chiropractor in San Antonio, Texas. But I want you to watch this closely. Now, you have a conscious mind. This is literally a picture of you. You have a conscious mind, you have a subconscious mind, and you have a body. Now, your conscious mind is your thinking mind. It is your educated mind. Your conscious mind is your intellect. Your intellect, once activated, really creates a massive jump for you. Now, your subconscious mind is your emotional mind. So, just like I'm speaking English to you, if I was speaking another language, let's say Taiwanese, and you didn't speak a different language, you wouldn't understand what I'm saying. So we want to start understanding the language of the subconscious. Now, your subconscious mind is your power source. It creates 96 to 98% of your perceptions, behaviors, and in the end, your results. Your conscious mind creates 2 to 4%. But we have to understand we can't get to the subconscious without the conscious mind. In both your conscious and subconscious mind is in every cell of your body. Now, your conscious mind, I want you to hear my words, you get to choose any idea you want. What are you choosing? Most people are not choosing, they're just reacting. And they're not thinking, so they don't activate their intellect, which we're going to get into in later lessons. Now, your conscious mind, you can accept or reject any idea. I want you to highlight this. I want you to really lock into this. This is how you create mastery over your thinking. And I'm going to tell you right now, right away, let's get this out in the open. There's 2 things we have to understand to create great wealth in our life. And that's in all areas. Number 1, if we're going to create monetary wealth, we have to understand that our rewards are in direct proportion to the contribution we give. So it's to the service. And the second one is we have to be in control of our mind. Most people are letting their mind discipline them where they're just reacting. But when we accept and reject ideas, what we're doing is we're consciously communicating to our subconscious what we're allowing. Because here the subconscious can only accept. It must accept every idea. It is impersonal. It doesn't know if you're kidding, if you had a bad day. It only accepts. That's why we go back to accepting and rejecting ideas. I want you from this point on to give yourself a command, and that's what discipline is, giving ourselves a command, and you only accept what you want, and anything that is not in harmony with how you want to live, what your goal is, I want you to give it a hard no. I do not accept that. Now, I'm putting this right away for you right from the beginning, because as you study this stick figure and start understanding it, it is going to be a game changer. I wish I would have been so aware of the power of this. I must have studied this thousands of times. But now I understand it completely. And once I started understanding it years ago, my results skyrocketed. Because now I understood how I worked, how I actually operated. Now, your conscious mind originates any idea you give it. You get to give it whatever idea. You could create an amazing image of how you want your life to look like. And that happens in the conscious mind. And we're going to talk a lot about building pictures. Now, your subconscious cannot reject. That's why we master accepting ideas. And here's a key point. When you are not rejecting ideas, you are actually accepting it. Most people are accepting ideas they don't want all day long. I want you, from this point on, to master accepting and rejecting. Accepting and rejecting. If that's the only thing that you get out of setting the standard, you're going to change your life. And then your subconscious cannot determine the difference between what is real and what's imagined. That means I can paint any picture and my subconscious thinks it's true. It doesn't know if it's not in my physical reality right now. Now we're going to go deep into this, but that's an introduction to you. Now, your spiritual DNA is absolutely perfect. It requires no modification or improvement. It is all-knowing. What does that mean, all-knowing? That is, you have access to all the knowledge in the world. There's nothing outside of you that you need to get. We have to understand to develop the inside of us because we have been gifted with all the power that we have access to in the whole world. It is all powerful. There's the power right there. It is ever present. That means it's everywhere. When you're on vacation, it doesn't just leave. You could be in another country watching this. You can be in Europe, and it is there with you. And it is the real you. See, most people reject this idea right away. You know, your spiritual DNA is absolutely perfect. Now, that's a big idea. I want you to accept it right away. I told you right away, to set the standard, we have to understand that it's about you. Now, are you what and who you pretend to be? Are you wearing masks? Are you really showing up at your best version of yourself every day? Are you letting doubt hold you back? You're going to know which mask you're wearing. And we're going to work on getting you to have such a great relationship with you. Now, we have one life that we know. And it's about how I want to live. How do you really want to live? I want you to ask that question. How do I really want to live? It's about contribution. How do I want to contribute? Imagine every day that you are leaving everybody better off than you found them. That's a great way to live. It's about how we spend our days. How do you want to spend your days? Do you want to be in love with the ideas from the minute you wake up? Do you want to really be in love with the work you get to do? And it's all dependent on how we see ourselves. We've got to build the picture of ourselves. That's our image. How do you see yourself right now? Listen, good, bad, or indifferent, it's going to change. As we work on these ideas, your whole perception of you is going to change. Now, you can absolutely create your own economy. And I want you to fall in love with this idea. You've got to understand, if I can create my own economy, so can you. You know, back in 2008, possibly 2009, I'm sitting in a seminar. I'm struggling fiercely. I mean, I was $150,000 in debt. I had a foreclosure sticker on my garage, but there was something inside of me dying to come out. And I go to a seminar by my eventual mentor, Bob Proctor, and he's looking. I'm sitting in the front row, and he just looks straight at my table, and he said, I want you to accept this idea. You can fall in love with this idea. You can absolutely create your own economy. I almost jumped out of my seat. I literally fell in love. I said, oh, that would be great. Now, did I believe it? Well, he believed it, so I believed it was possible. But I want you to understand that you can absolutely create your own economy. But you're not going to do it with a weak standard. We got to set the standard. We want to bring our income up to the standard of living of how we want to live. Start playing with this idea. It's going to go deeper and deeper inside of you, but you can absolutely create your own economy. Now, to create your own economy, to set the standard, to really build yourself and live the way you want to live, you've got to bet on yourself. No one is going to bet on you like you will. Bet on yourself from this moment on. Tell yourself, I am going to go and I'm going to do exactly what Arash is telling me. And I want you to do it to the letter, because I'm going to give you a formula that, if followed, you definitely will win. And I want you to bet on yourself because you deserve it. Don't keep waiting for somebody to tap you on the shoulder. To win in life, you have to have courage. You have to have mental toughness. And as you bet on yourself, guess what you're going to do? You're going to fall in love with the future. You're going to fall in love with not just a future, the best future that you're going to design. I want you to get in love with that word design. Design your wealth. Design your health. Design your future. Design your happiness. It doesn't happen to you. You have to go in and start thinking. We have to really think. We think based on, how do I want to live? We think not based on appearances. That's not thinking, that's reacting. If you're letting the outside control you, you're not going to create by design. I want you to really fall in love with your future. Now, transforming your ability to create the most amazing future starts right now. What did we say? We have to make an irrevocable, committed decision that it's either going to be one day or day one, you decide. And here's the truth. You're going to spend the time anyway. You might as well be great. Right now is your opportunity to seize that moment. Now let's look at this. Goals are your vision of the future. What vision do you have right now? Do you have a vision that you're in love with? And I want you to ask yourself that. Fall in love with your future. Design your life masterpiece. Make it your own Mozart. Make it that you have your canvas and you can write out exactly how you want to live. And then when you write it out, you start walking into that commitment. Commitments are easy to make, they're hard to live through. But when you have a big why, and we're going to get into that in the goal achievement process, but when you have a big why, what's going to happen, your why is always going to be greater than the adversity. Your why is going to be greater than your why not. And I want you to fall in love with it. I don't want you to tiptoe towards your future. Most people have fears of the future. They're saying, oh, what if this happens or what if that happens? Will this really work? Don't go in. You've got to come in with a full heart and you want to sprint towards your future. You are creating your future in the present. You know, you start studying this, you could really start thinking, oh, I already know this. I've already heard it, right? I've already heard it. But you're gonna go to deeper and deeper layers. Trust me. I've been doing this for 20 years. Really seriously for 17 years. And what is coming to me now is so different of what came to me before. And you know, anybody who was at my Transform seminar saw that. It was completely different teaching that I gave. You know, and I will tell you why, because I work on it every day. That's what I want you guys to do. All you have to do is take care of you. But I want us to do a 30-day sprint. It's really 29 days, because yesterday was 30 days till the end of the year. And I want you to pick, what is your sprint going to look like for the next 29 days? What do you want your outcome to be for the next 29 days? But I don't want you to do 1,000 things. Like I was talking to Bob yesterday, we had a coaching call and he started listing off too many things. So I stopped him and we focused on 3 things. And I'll tell you exactly what I did with him. I took those 3 things and made it into a declaration statement that I'm having him write out every day and listen to. Because I want all his focus on the most important 3 things that he wants accomplished. And that's where I want you guys to do. Why do I want you guys to do this? Is because to me, December to January 1st is the most important 30 days. Now, I know what you're thinking. Well, Christmas, you know, I go spend time with my family. I understand that. I want you to enjoy your family. I want you to enjoy the break. But I don't want you to stop thinking. Because you're going to create momentum going into the new year. It's going to impact your first quarter, what we do in December. Everybody right now, for the majority of the people, are putting their foot on the brake, where I want you to put your foot on the gas. Now, I said something earlier that I don't want you to reject the simplicity of it. I want you to decide today that you're going to create in the best next 4 months of your life. But it's gonna demand you to show up different. And we have to understand your why. Why do you want to do it? Why do you want to do it? Now, when you understand that and understand focus is an investment, the number one focus I want you guys to install in yourself is focus on you. Focus on you. Now, focus is an investment, and I promise you, you're not going to get the rewards of it immediately, but boy, are you going to get the rewards. You're going to get the rewards big time. But a lot of people don't understand it's an investment, but it is the biggest investment. You know, how you're going to change your results is by becoming better. And that's how you're going to change them. But the power of a 30-day focus, you keep intensifying it day after day after day through repetition, and then you're going to hit the bullseye. You're going to hit the bullseye. But the want is going to get stronger in those 30 days. The want is going to get so much stronger, which is going to give you so much more power. It's going to give you so much more power. And that's why I want you to finish out this year with a bang. Now, the pivotal moment, let me get back to that. The pivotal moment is you guys have to be all in. Like, you have to decide, I'm going to be all in. And it's really the pivotal moment of our life. Like, I look back when my life changed. I didn't get lucky. My life changed because I decided to make it change. And that's why I like looking at it as day one. I have a lot of clients who are overcoming addiction. They've gone through different programs. They say, you teach it just like AA does, because of, I think everything is day one. And I don't know the program because I've never been through it, but I will tell you, I look at everything as day one. Like, all in is today. I don't want you to look at tomorrow until tomorrow, then tomorrow's all in. Robert, do you know why you don't know the mental equivalent of your goal?
Thinking too much about yesterday.
Yeah, you're mentally distracted. Okay, I'm going to give you 3 words that really changed my life. And I think they're so important in the creative process. It's trust, it's relax, and it's expect. Those 3 words. Now, if we don't trust, what's going to happen is when our intuition is speaking to us, we're not going to hear it. But if we're not relaxed, we're going to be forcing. We're always forcing. And if we don't expect, nothing's going to happen. So these 3 words are 3 really big words that will transform you. So you want to look at, where am I on the trust scale? How am I relaxed? Now, Robert, you just told me you weren't because you were worried about yesterday. So if we're worried about yesterday, we're going to keep recreating yesterday all over again. Okay? So I want you to let it go. We got to be so good. I've told you this many times. We've got to get so good at letting go. And, you could say you expect it, right? Let's look at your goals. You could say, Arash, I expect it. And I said, really? If you expected it, then why are we in worry, doubt, and fear? That's not expectation. That's expecting what we don't want. Can we agree on that? So, people say, I really want this bad. But deep down, they don't believe it's possible. You know why they don't believe it's possible? Because they've never accepted the idea. They're trying to lie to themselves. They're constantly lying to themselves. Expectation has to be a daily practice. Just like I'm so big into meditation. Meditation's the easiest way to reprogram yourself. The easiest way to reprogram yourself. But meditation is not enough. Because if we don't embody it in every cell of our being, it's not inside of us. We have to embody it when our eyes are open, not just when our eyes are closed. Like, what would it feel like? I want you to put your goal in your mind, okay? What would it feel like if you were financially abundant at the level you want to be financially abundant? What would it feel like?
Feel incredible. Free, amazing, exciting.
See, I want bigger than that. I want bigger. You know why I want bigger?
Why?
It's too vague. Like, if we have something in every cell of our being, things that you guys know that you know that you know that you know, like you just know it, right? It's like creates this clear image in your mind right away. Like, that's how you feel financially abundant. So I want it to be specified. I want it to be such a clear story of how you would talk. God, it feels so great. I wake up, I can do whatever I want. How would you feel? You say, I just am so relaxed. So you embody it. That's what it means in embodying every cell of our body. How would I speak? How would I think? That's what it means to get it in every cell of our being. Do you see the difference?
Yeah.
There's nothing you said that was inaccurate, by the way. But I want it to be so you allow things to come to you, not for you to chase results. Do you know why we're chasing results when we chase results?
Because we don't have them.
No, we don't have anything right now. I mean, if you look at it, it's because we're not relaxed. We're worried about a future instead of bringing the future to the present and experience it in this present moment.
Well, can I say something?
Sure.
I've really been wanting a new construction project. It's been 2 years. And I've been chasing, and it's not here. So how do I just act as if? I mean, it's been frustrating to not have that result.
Okay, let's look at that.
Okay.
It's been frustrating, low frequency.
Yeah.
I'm chasing, so I'm coming from lack and limitation. So what am I going to create?
I've been trying to be relaxed and expecting, and but I guess I'm missing the mark.
I don't think you are relaxed. I don't think you are expecting. I think you're needing it. So this is what I want you to do. Watch the magic in this, okay? This is going to seem so simple. I promise you this. Do you know how you surrender from the outcome?
How?
Okay, so what you do, like this construction, this is how I would do it. I'd say it feels so great that I got the most amazing construction project and it feels great. It's either going to be this one or something better. What you're saying is, I'd like to have it, but if I don't, I'm okay. So now you're releasing it. We have to be detached from the outcome. Like if you go back and listen to this call, you'll see what I mean by chasing, okay? So for you, those 3 words would make magic in your life. Trust, relax, and expect. Trust that it's coming. Relax and take inspired action. How do we take inspired action? We can't do it without relaxing, or else we're not going to go with the natural flow of the universe when the universe is giving us what the next step is and the next step. If we're not relaxed, it's not going to come to us. Now, you attract exactly what you expect. So even how you described it for 2 years, right?
Yeah.
It's going to be another 22 years that way.
Okay.
I want you to relax and I want you to demand it this is what I'm deciding. I am going to attract to me construction projects. And I would say, if you want them, let's play with a bigger idea. Let's get one every quarter if you could take care of that. If you could handle that.
We can handle 6 a year. Easy.
I want you to say, I'd love for this to happen.
Okay.
If it's on harmony for my highest good. Because the universe always will know what's in your best, but you've got to let it be drawn to you. The universe will not draw anything to us until we're out of the way. So we want to stop being so physical. What the hell's going on? You're driving with sunglasses and now you're in what's going on here?
I just wasn't prepared for this.
Yeah, I'm just joking with you.
I know.
This is a big concept that I'm talking about, Stephanie. But you could decide and say, I'm going to start creating effortless success. And I'm going to get out of the way. So every time, if you guys are in any form of lack, you're going to draw so much lack to you. You're not just drawing a little bit. You're going to draw a lot of lack to you. And money is the easiest thing to attract. Like, money's so easy. But in order for it to be easy, okay, let me reframe that. Money will be the easiest thing to attract for you once you get your thinking under control. Do you know, like, when you're in a poverty consciousness, all you're thinking about is problems. All you're thinking about, where is it? Why hasn't it happened? Right? So every time that happens, you're inviting it into your life. So here's the point of all in that I would like your standard to be for the next 29 days, Stephanie. I would like your standard to be, I'm going to do my work, I'm going to do my processes, and I'm going to get the hell out of the way. Now, one day you and I are going to talk and you're going to say, I finally connected to that. You know, surrender is a very hard concept to teach because it's an emotional connection. You've been surrendered before. You know what it feels like, right? It's much lighter energy. It's because we're relaxed. So that's what I want you to do. And if you do that, you're going to see those projects coming to you.
I was going to just tell you, I just got 15 years of sobriety on Sunday.
Oh, great.
December.
Congratulations.
Thank you. So I know all about surrender.
Okay, so look at that, okay? There's nothing in your business life that is going to be harder than what you overcame. Right?
Yeah.
So you want to kind of remember, if you could do that in that area, you could do it in this area. Okay? But here's the thing that I want you to do. No holding back. The world needs you to be your most abundant self. Like, so let me ask you a question. Do you know anybody who's winning big, who holds back?
No.
I don't either. If you said yes, I'd say, let me meet them, because that'd be the first person I know. You know? So I don't want you to hold back in your thinking. I don't want you to hold back in your expectation. I don't want you to hold back on your standard. See, this is what limits us right here. This is what starts the poverty consciousness. We're holding back. And so understand that your goals demand you to show your most abundant self every day. That's what the goals demand. Now, that means we have to start building a bigger idea today. Not tomorrow, today. Like, you know what your bad patterns are. All of you know what your bad patterns are. I don't need to say it, okay? If your ego's not in the way, you'll really connect to it. And then all you have to do is install the exact opposite. But all of you have one bad pattern that drives you nuts, right? One bad pattern that drives you nuts. But we want to start attacking it. And I want you more than anything to build a bigger idea for your business. You have to build a bigger idea of yourself. And that means you have to understand your thoughts create your feelings create your actions create your results. So if I'm holding back and I'm not building a big idea, or if I'm just willing to win at my current self, I'm not willing to disrupt comfort, I'm not able to build that big idea. You know, so we want to build a big idea and start understanding who is the best version of Rodrigo. Not who Rodrigo is today. We want to write out the best version of ourselves. And then we hold ourselves to that standard every day. I'm going to think, feel, and act like that person. I'm going to take risks like that person. Because you guys know this. If you're not taking risks, nothing's happening. You know, and when you do that and understand what we're going to go through in the next 6 months, I'm telling you, every single one of you is going to create 2 quantum leaps in the next 6 months. I guarantee it. I guarantee it. But your job is to watch these calls again. Your job is to implement what I'm giving you. But if you do that, your first half of the year is going to blow you away. It's going to blow you away. Now, we have to come from the understanding that you're infinite. See, I want you to look at me. If you look in the mirror, this is how much of you that you see. This much. The essence of you is so unbelievable, we can't even understand it. But the physical side of you is what's screwing you. Letting the results bother you. You're not understanding this when you're doing that. You're not in control of you. And it's about understanding who you are and embodying the best version of yourself that already has everything you desire. Now look at that statement. Imagine every day we woke up and we already accepted the idea that we already have everything we desire. Don't you think you'd be a bit more relaxed? Chasing is screwing you. We don't chase. We create success by the person we become. And when I'm talking about embodying, it's kind of like what I said earlier. It's about your language. Like, everything starts with your language. And I don't mean your language when you're speaking to me or speaking to your customers or speaking to your spouse or speaking to your friends. I mean what you're speaking to yourself. Now, would you guys agree with me? And you guys can disagree. It's okay. Would you guys agree with me that it would do you a lot of good if we had a massive attitude shift in the next 30 days? That all we did was praise everything? That's the law of increase. The law of increase is activated by praising everything. That means the shit too. That means, God, I had a bad attitude. I'm so grateful that I had a bad attitude because I caught it. You're going to activate more increase in your life. That's how the law of increase works. But I would like us to make a hard standard for the next 6 months that I am going to do my very best to not allow the outside to control me. And if it controls me, I'm going to shift it. I want you to make that a priority. That would be a great habit to install. Now, let's look at this right now. Everything is a frequency, and I want you to take an honest look at your present results this year. First 11 months. Now, there's going to be a lot of good. There may have been a plateau. There may have been some dips, right? But if I said to you, did you create the first 11 months the best results of 2024? What would you say? And whatever that answer is your answer. Okay, you don't need to say it out loud right now. But that's all based on how much emotional discipline you practice this year. No more, no less. That's all it is. Because if you went up, down, middle, down, those periods of where you weren't in emotional control, but I want you to identify, what is the trigger? Where did I tap out? Now, I don't need you to be perfect, but I need your processes to be super consistent. I need your thinking to continually upgrade. And that's how you're going to blow yourself away. You're going to literally transform yourself. Nothing is going to shape you more than your self-talk. Nothing is shaping you more than your self-talk. So right now, is your self-talk in harmony with your goal? That'd be the first thing, Robert, I would do. Right away. You know, when we're talking about the mental equivalent of your goal, I would get your self-talk there. Number one. If your self-talk's there, your thinking is going to be there. And then the type of actions you're going to take are going to start changing. But inspired action is going to come by you letting go. That's when you're going to attract the right things, the right people. But I want you to ask yourself, for the next 30 days, what habit no longer works for me? What habit no longer works for me? And then what is the one that I'm going to focus on for the next 30 days? And look, you can't just write it down and be like, I'm going to do it. Like, you've got to put controlled attention on it. You've got to really hold yourself accountable to that for this to happen. But I want you to identify right now, what are the 3 frustrations that I'm going to eliminate? Like, for you, chasing would be one. Okay? That creates a great deal of frustration for you. I remember, I've shared this on so many different platforms. I remember I was creating really good results, but I was still chasing. It was the most miserable I had ever been. It was the most miserable I'd ever been. Even though I was doing better, emotionally, I was just always frustrated, right? And that's when I really worked on my attitude. And when we're chasing, it's because we're letting the outside control us. I want you to find out, what are your 3 frustrations? Is it worry, doubt, and fear? Is it letting the outside control you? Is it that you're not looking at things properly from the right perspective? But I want you, for the next, I say 30, it's 29 days. For the next 29 days, what are you going to let go of? That's kind of like, I can relate to it because that's how I started. It was like, it wasn't aim, fire, shoot. It was shoot, fire, aim. Aim was the last one, but as you become more aware, you're going to put better planning in. But there is no plan that you have that's going to guarantee your success. And when you make a commitment, you're walking into the unknown, but we're not guaranteed for success. Then we keep activating the courage, and the courage activates it. And that's what's going to happen. So I want you to observe the resistance, because I told you yesterday, 1A and 1B, present results and resistance. I think the resistance is holding people back more than present results. Now, all of you have a business, and I want you to think of how you see your team. I want you to think of how you see your team. Because the best form of leadership is not to see them as they are, but to see them as they can be. That's the best form. Wendell's a good example on our team. Like, he went through our coaching program, had a massive change, and he came to me and he said, I want to work with you. And I said, talk to Monica. And I was neutral about it, and then he didn't do the work. So I called him and I said, you're not going to make it on my team because you're not the standard. And then I pissed him off by saying that. And then it motivated him. And out of anybody on my team, he has the least amount of experience. He's doing something completely different, and now he's killing it. And I'm so proud of him because he was willing to fail. And it is a completely different environment coming in my team and our team and how we do things to his old life in a small town. But that's why you can never judge anybody. You can't judge heart. And when somebody has heart, that's who you work with. But I think you guys should leave this room saying, I'm done with resistance. I'm done holding back. And I say I want this. Then I have this rule. I was telling some people I was talking to outside. If you're not willing to change, then don't complain about it. Like, if you really want what you want, then do whatever it takes, because that's what it's going to take. There's nobody who's created great success who hasn't failed miserably along the way. Nobody. And I've never done what you do, but I know it. That's why I can help so many people who are in real estate, because I know the behaviors. I am not doing women's hormonal therapy and what China does, right? But I know how to help her because it's the same thing. I just look at the goal. You guys tell me the goal, and I can find out the process through asking the right questions. So that's what we have to start doing, but I want you to start learning from it, and I want you to sprint towards it. This is what I have to do. Okay, I'm going to do it. And then you knock it out one at a time. One at a time. You don't say, well, I'm going to commit a year from now. It's right now is where you make the change. And when you let the resistance win, you just tapped into your weaker self. So we want to shift that. Now, I want to share this with you, and because this became quite evident to me yesterday, so I put a few things together for you all. Is, when we look at our goal, like I said it the best, because I think it's the most critical part, is we have to be willing to fail at our future self than succeed at our present self. But what that's going to demand is explosive thinking. What is explosive thinking? It's thinking with a purpose. It's thinking with confidence. That's what explosive thinking is. It's constantly thinking from the end, not to the end. So when you are aware that the present results are controlling you, that's when you shift. That's when you shift. And that's what we want to start looking at. So I was talking out there. I said, Arash, I get emotionally triggered here, so that would be the opposite of explosive thinking. That would be just reacting. So we've got to get our emotional state super calm. Oh, thanks. Super calm. And when you are getting triggered by the emotion is when you need to take a 5-minute break. Don't keep getting more involved in that. Don't keep focusing on the problem, or else you're going to create more of the problem. Because what's going to happen is you're going to start pushing, not pulling. And when you push, what are you doing? You're using your mechanical mind. You're using 2 to 4% of your power. So you're leaving 96 to 98% of your power shut down, and then you're wondering why you're not achieving the goals. You're wondering why. So you have to look at that. Now, work is about what it's doing for us rather than what it's doing to us. We want to go do what we love. I told you this yesterday. If you're not doing what you love and loving what you're doing, you're not going to be excellent. No matter how much you want extra income, the income comes from doing what you love. So what is your relationship? For you, it'd be, what is my relationship to prospecting? Now, I don't think you have a bad relationship with it.
No, I don't either.
I think you do. You have to change your relationship with prospecting. You have to change it until you love it. Until you love it. Because guess what? If I don't love prospecting, I'm not going to do it. But if that's going to get me to 1 billion on my books, that's my goal, that's what I have to do. And I'm telling you, you're going to have to do things you don't want to do. That's called discipline. But most people are prisoners. They don't love what they do. They don't think about creating great work. They do just enough to get their needs fulfilled. They do just enough. I'm going to do just enough to get by. They want more, but they say, no, I'm not good enough. Instead of training themselves to become the best version of themselves, they accept that idea. They accept it. See, every time we shrink to one of our resistance, we lost that moment. Doesn't mean you can't win the next moment. Doesn't mean you can't learn from it. But your greatest resistance is what you have to do right away. It's not procrastinating. And that's for you, Raz. For you,
The only 3 words I want you to think about all day long is do it now. Do it now. Do it now. And first thing I'm going to tell you in 2 weeks when I message you, I'm going to say, how are you doing with it? You know, because guess what? When you leave here, the old program's going to come back. So you have to be super hyper intentional on what you guys are all going to commit to with leaving. Now, I told you this. Go ahead. Well, people are looking at their goals wrong. They're looking at it's one action that's going to get their goal. And it's not. It could be 700. It could be 1,500. You know, but when you look at a big forest tree, you don't chop it down with one swing. You do it over and over again. And that's what happens. But deliberate practice is something you all have to make a part of your identity if you want to win. If you want to win. You want to practice your presentation until you're so good at it. You're going to change your confidence in the same moment. Every time you practice it, you're getting better and better and better. And that's going to change. So I want you guys to all write down, what is my one skill that I am going to install deliberate practice between now and the end of the year? And that means you're going to do it every day, 5 days a week. 5 days a week. And if you do that and understand, it's going to be easy for you to go back to what your strengths are, but you can't succumb to it. Your strengths are already your identity. Now, if you start understanding this 10,000 hour rule, what do you do after you're great at something? You get better and better and better. The most excellent people keep getting better. I always use Kobe Bryant as an example. He would be done with a game at 11 o'clock at night, but he'd be at the gym at 3 in the morning. He was the best in the world at his craft. Wasn't good enough. He understood this. What's after the 10,000 hour rule? What's after it? And not just in basketball, in everything he did. He understood it. He is a great example of this. But every elite performer is. I remember one of the first times I went to speak on stage. I was with my mentor, and he said, let's practice your presentation in my suite. And so I went in his suite, and I said, what time did you get up this morning? He said, 3:30. I said, what are you doing? He said, I'm practicing what I'm going to do today. I said, how many times have you done it? He said, I'm still not good enough. And he would practice it over and over again, over and over again, over and over again. You know, and that is what we have to do. See, the amateurs practice until they get it right. The pros practice until they can't get it wrong, and then they practice it even more. And that's what you have to look at. You know, that's the law of compensation, your ability to do it. It is your ability to do it. See, and we can't get distracted. We can't get distracted to say, oh, I've achieved this goal. That doesn't change your focus on getting better at what you do. People are chasing money. They have it backwards. Money is an effect. It's not the cause. Your beliefs are the cause. The skill set is the cause. You focusing on service is the cause. Now, this leads right into nobody's going to earn a lot of money until they decided to do. Until they decided to do so, they're not going to earn a lot of money. No one's going to have deliberate practice if they don't have a big goal. And some of your goals may be perfect for you guys. I'm not here to set your goals. I may encourage you to do it bigger, but you never get attached to the goal. You already think of the outcome like it's already done. Like it's already done. You know, that's what you do. But we have to start understanding how important these next few slides are to your business. The 80-20 principle says that if we doubled our time on the top 20% of activities, we could work a 2-day work week and achieve 60% more. But if I ask you guys that, do you know what those are? See, we have to know that as a business owner. We have to know that.
Or else all we're doing is reacting, and we're leaving a lot of opportunities on the table. We're leaving a lot of opportunities on the table. Now, leverage is what's going to create your freedom. There is no freedom without leverage. Like, there is none without leverage. Whenever I'm at our world-class wealth event, I always tell people, my whole life is leverage. I've gotten to a point, but it started with one thing. I think it started with hiring a cleaning lady first, when we didn't have the money. But I knew the importance of it. And it just started adding and adding and adding. Kieran asked me last night, he goes, "What time's your flight?" I said, "I have no idea, because we're going to New York tomorrow." I said, "I have no idea." Like, I have no idea. I don't book any of my flights. Everybody manages me, is the truth. Like Mikey does, Veronica does, Nicole does. I think my kids do too. But I just focus on what I want to focus on. And that's why you have to understand, when you leverage the 80%, so your 80% that you want to eliminate doesn't mean you don't need it in your business. It means you give it to somebody else to do. You give it to somebody else, and you let that be their big idea. That's going to be something they're going to feel special about. And that's going to allow you to work on your 20%. Now, if you don't leverage the 80% or you don't eliminate it, if it's unnecessary in your business, you eliminate it. But if you don't leverage or eliminate it, guess what? How are you going to work on your top 20%? How are you going to even think about your top 20%? I want you all to think about this. How often, before you came in this room, were you working on your business? I want you to really think about it. How many hours in a day are you working on your business instead of in it? Most people, zero. Most entrepreneurs, zero. Why do you think they have cash flow problems? Because if we're not constantly working with bigger ideas and keep transforming our identity of our business, nothing's going to change. So if you don't have leverage, you're never going to create great wealth. If you don't have leverage, you're never going to create great wealth. All of you have opportunities. I told you one of the first things I would do is hire an executive assistant. First thing, that's leverage. I would get somebody to be really good at selling. I'd get somebody really good. And I want you to eliminate that I'm just going to do it harder. I'm going to do it harder. That's never going to create a 10x jump. That's going to create 1x, maybe 1.5 to 2. But it's going to take a lot of time. And then you're going to lose your passion for what you do. Now, leverage the areas of your business that no longer fuel your soul. There's some areas. If you look at your leadership, there's some things you don't like to do and you don't want to do, but you're doing them, right? Yes. See, that's what we want to eliminate. Maybe we give it to another leader on your team or give it to somebody else. That's what you want to think about. And this allows you to focus on what you love doing in your business. See, I am a terrible manager, but I'm a great leader. I'm a terrible manager. I would be doing a disservice if I was managing people. But I love inspiring. I love holding the image. I love training them. They're two different things, managing and leading. And so once you start understanding that, then you have somebody else manage it, in whatever department that is. But you have to get to know yourself. We want to always think about how you can grow your business. How can I grow my business? Like Roz, for you, it's getting the right people on your team. It's creating the right structure. It's getting clear on your pricing. That's how you're going to do it. And then focus working on your business every day. Put it in your calendar that this hour is going to be working on my business. Just an hour. Start with an hour. And then as you leverage yourself more, you're going to spend more time working on your business. Working on it. Mike, how long do you think we work on a week on our business?
5 to 10 hours.
5 to 10 hours, at least. I'm not looking at present results. I'm looking at processes more than I am results. Because I know if the processes are
upgraded, the results are going to be upgraded. I'm aware of the results, so I don't have to look at them. You know, Mikey will tell me, we've done this so far, this revenue, but I'm more interested in like thinking like, what can we do to upgrade? So when you're always thinking about upgrade, not what is, now you're working on your business. Most business owners are just reacting to the results. They're just reacting. And they say, I don't like the results. Well, you're putting all the attention on it. How can you create new results? Now, whatever grows you, say yes to. And then whatever contracts you, say no to. Like if it's going to grow you, say yes to it. If it's not going to grow your business, say no to it. Don't just do it because you're comfortable. We have to all understand this. It's going to sound so simple, but it's so profound if you understand this. What got you to here is not going to get you up to here. So that's what we have to keep transforming ourselves. That's why we don't drink our Kool-Aid. That's why we want to keep looking at what do I really want? Where do I want my business to grow to? Now, I want you to burn this slide in your mind, because to grow your business, you have to upgrade your value. I want you to identify, when we get in mastermind groups, I'm going to have you guys do this today. But I want you to identify areas you can upgrade your skill set. What is that one skill set you can upgrade? And then set clear, defined skill set goals. These are the goals that I'm going to work on with my skill set. And you always invest in mentorship because that is going to constantly upgrade you. That's going to constantly upgrade you. And you're going to start adopting it when you understand it. But then practice your craft more than you are performing it. Like I want you to be so good at the law of compensation, your ability to do it. Everyday practice in private where nobody sees you, where nobody is seeing you. Like practice how you would prospect to people, Kevin. Whereas practice how you're going to communicate to the parents. Like practice it. Jenna, practice your leadership. Don't just do it, practice it. So by the time you do it, it's going to be really locked in. And then leverage other elite performers' mindsets and strategies. There's people in this room that you guys are going to connect to that I encourage you to keep in touch with. You know, leverage what they've done. Now, own your identity. Whatever your goal is, that is your identity. From this point on, from this very point. Now, Jeremy, I think of you. Yesterday you told me I want to do 1 billion, yet your identity up there didn't tell me that.
That was my biggest takeaway, was I have to, my identity has to revolve around it.
I think the biggest takeaway for me with you love making it hard. That was my biggest takeaway. Like, you love suffering, right?
I would concur.
Yeah, like you love suffering. You're more committed to suffering than you are committed to achieving your goals. We just got to simplify it in your mind. If it's simple, I just do this, this, and this, then there is no suffering. You know? So your definition yesterday of assigning a level of difficulty before you start.
That's the suffering?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. You're not accepting ideas. So you're saying, well, let me make sure, I don't know, like you were very resistant up there yesterday. You were very resistant to ideas. So in my opinion, you were very uncoachable yesterday. So you want to look at that not as a bad thing, as an awareness. When I would work with my mentor, and I think I'm a great example of this, and I always brag about this because in my opinion, I had such a tremendous mentor, but I was a great student. I mean, he would have me do things that would blow you away uncomfortable. Blow you away uncomfortable. I just did it right away. But most people are coachable up to their comfort zone. But the real people are coachable regardless of their comfort zone. The real transformers. And that's what I want you to think about. You know, like, let's upgrade your level of coachability and then come from my identity, not yours. Like, you think I'd tell you to do something if I didn't believe in you? So you just have to believe in my belief.
You know, I think of Jenna was plateauing in the middle of the year. And I told her, you're about to create a quantum leap. She goes, what did you see? And she didn't believe me. And a couple months later, she created a quantum leap. She had her best month ever. And I saw it because she was doing the work. You know, and I saw what was slowing it down because she was attached. I did believe you. You did believe me? Yeah. Yeah. But she asked me really good questions, though. She asked me a really good question, and she said, what are you seeing that I'm not seeing? I said, it's more what am I feeling? Like her emotional state switch. That's when I know a quantum leap is coming for myself or any client. I look at their emotional state, but the clients look at their results. I don't look at the results. The results are based on the past. The future results are based on their current emotional state. So that's what I'm most interested in. That's where, like I could see Anne yesterday, the lights started turning on. They turned on, her belief changed yesterday. Like her knowingness. See, we have to go beyond belief to knowingness. Knowing is past belief. When you know, you have the faith where it's non-negotiable. It's not a fake non-negotiable. You just know that you know that you know. And that's what happened for her yesterday. But own your goal right now. This is my identity. I have already achieved this goal. And when you do that, that's going to change. But it's going to demand you to tap into that alternate identity. Tap into that best version of yourself. And when you do it, your identity will never waver. It's just what it is. Welcome to lesson 1, the goal achievement process. This is such a vital lesson. And I want you to remember, goal achievement is an absolute art. Goal setting is an intellectual exercise. Goal achievement happens by exact law. You're literally manipulating energy to go from a lower energy to a much higher energy. Now, there's a few key components that I want you to remember going into this lesson. Number 1, set world-class goals. These are goals that are really worthy of you. Not small goals, because it takes just as much effort to create big goals as it does small goals. That's number 1. Number 2, I want you to make this a love story. Make it an obsession. Remember why you started with setting this goal. And remember, the goal always determines the process. And you're going to love this lesson. This is a game-changing lesson for you that's going to catapult you going through all the other 11 lessons after. Welcome to lesson 2. Personal responsibility. This is where you transform your power. I want you to really lock this idea in. You are responsible for everything in your life. You're responsible for the big wins, the losses, and when you take that, you take ownership. And momentum is something we earn. When we create personal responsibility, we change the game in our favor. We start playing the infinite game where we play life on our terms. And the best weapon for focus is personal responsibility. The more you understand yourself, the more effortless your life is going to become. We're already into lesson 3, recoding your mental programming. This is a game changer. I want you to look at all your results right now. They're all a reflection of how you're wired. And I'm going to show you in this lesson how to change your programming. And I want you to remember this. You can never get results beyond your level of thinking. You're going to learn how quickly to build discipline through accepting and rejecting ideas. And you're going to learn in this lesson, God, I'm so excited for you because this lesson is going to change the game for you. But you're going to really learn how to come from the goal in everything in your life. And now you're going to also know that any goal, once you accept it, it's a done deal. Enjoy. Welcome to lesson 4, your world-class identity. Think about this. We can never outperform our identity. This is the foundation of the previous lesson of your programming. It's the foundation of success. But you're going to learn who your future self is, how to build a connection to your future self, and you're going to also, once you start implementing these ideas, you're never going to play small again. And I'm going to show you how to take belief to a whole new level, which is knowingness. Knowing is beyond belief. Enjoy this lesson. and you're going to want to repeat it over and over and over again because this is the foundation of the life you're about to build. Lesson 5, take disciplined actions. Discipline we want in everything you do, but especially into action because action is the foundation of success. Your actions will always tell you how badly you truly want it. It's really the authentic part of you. Without being action, these ideas are not going to work. I don't want you just to gather information. I want you to get into the doing because when you do a thing, that's when you grow the most. And when you create action into a disciplined activity, you're going to really understand one of the key components of success, which is delayed gratification. It's seeing the bigger picture. It's doing the action, not seeing the result, boom, big result. A person must act as well as think. And I want you to remember these 3 words, do it now. Do it now, do it now. Lesson 6, world-class processes. This lesson, out of any other lesson, is going to create your results by default. I want you to get obsessed with designing your life by your processes. Every time you're accountable by doing the processes, you're leveling up your life and you're upgrading yourself. The right processes practiced over time are what's going to create a world-class life and world-class results. And remember from lesson 1, your goal always determines the processes. If I could give you one piece of advice from doing this work diligently, daily for the last 17 years, processes change the game. It took me from gathering information to creating massive quantum leap after quantum leap. Lesson 7, decision making. Decisions are making or breaking everybody's life. I want you to really lock in on what you want for a second. And I want you to make a decision, and a committed decision, that this is how you're going to live no matter what. Commitment demands courage. And courage is going to build up your confidence, and it's building the new version of yourself. Decision making is a key. You are going to love this lesson. Lesson 8, upgrading your standard. Standard always wins. Your standard is your DNA to success. If you look at what you're saying yes to, that'll tell you what your standard is. Standard connects to happiness. Standard is what is going to up-level your life. The higher your standards, the more everything is going to come up to your standards. I want you to really create a standard of excellence for yourself. I want you to bring all your desires up to the new level of personal standard that you desire in your life. Lesson 9, all-in commitment. This is what separates the average from the extraordinary. An all-in commitment means you want success as badly as you want to breathe, whatever that success is for you. An all-in commitment is not 90% in. If you're 90% in, you're 100% out. Remember, you have to pay the price. That price is commitment. That price is going to be the previous lessons, transforming your identity, taking action and making it a disciplined activity, and understanding how important your processes are. All-in commitment changes the game. You will be an outlier. Lesson 10, positive mental attitude. If I could tell you over the last 17 years of studying this, that one part of this philosophy impacted me greater than anything else, it is this lesson on attitude. Attitude is a self-fulfilling prophecy. Attitude is why you do things or don't do it. I want you to look for the good in everything. I want you to build your attitude up. And as you do that, you're never going to let any circumstances control you. And that's where you're going to create massive results. Lesson 11, money mastery. You can absolutely create your own economy, but I want you to create a spiritual economy where you have so much fulfillment, where your give is so much greater than your want. Money is just about conquering ourselves. Money is an effect that causes our belief system. And we just got over the previous lesson on attitude. Money is an attitude. I want you to observe the type of money you have in your life right now. That's just your attitude towards it. I'm going to get you and teach you how to change your relationship with money, create a great relationship with it, and focus on serving. Success to me is not about me. It's about adding value to others. That's money mastery. We are at the final lesson. Unleashing your greatness. Now, I can't give you greatness. Greatness is already inside of you. I want to bring out the greatness. Greatness is about little wins compounded over time. Greatness is about failing forward. It's about pivoting forward. And greatness is the essence of who you are. Let that other person out of you that knows it could do 10 times better. You are absolutely perfect just as you are. Unleash your greatness. Because when you say those two words, and you may phrase it a little less raw than me, but if you say those two words, it activates your spirit. It activates the real you. The real you didn't come into this world saying, let me play it safe. Well, that's how we came into this world. All of a sudden, we get programmed from everybody else that having a want is bad. Having a want is excellent. Now, our job is to be in integrity with that want. Our job is to be dissatisfied. See, the moment we're satisfied is the moment we're not growing. And so I'd rather you guys fail forward than not at all. Like every event I do, I always pick at myself. I'm always like, oh, I could have done this better. I could have done that better. It's not because I'm beating myself up. It's because I want to that's how I get better. And that's what I want all of you to do in your different businesses. Like I always say, for me, my goal for Voss is to be the #1 personal development company in the world. Why would it not be? Why would I say I want to be the 42nd? Right? Like, why would any of us say that we're not the best in the world at what we do? Why are we spending the time then? Now, if I said that to 10,000 people right now, they'd be like, oh, I don't want this, I don't want... That's fine, you know? Like, I was at an event that you guys showed up to in London, and some lady came up to me, and she said, you know, I'm afraid to work with you because you'll hold me accountable. I said, let me give you the solution. Don't work with me then, because I will hold you accountable. Like, what I was really saying is you're not my type of people. There's nothing wrong with that. But as long as we know that, now we're coming from abundance, not scarcity. Now we're saying, hey, I value myself, you value yourself, that I'm going to go do these events. I may have 2 people that show up. I mean, I always have this fear. I don't like doing free events because you never know who's going to show up, personally. So I'm always like one of the first in the room. Like in London, we had like 100 people. And I was the first in the room. You know what I thought? What if nobody shows up? And that's why I don't like doing free events, because at least the paid events, you have a commitment, you have committed people. But you have to put yourself on the hook. My first event I ever did was at a public library. I either had 2 or 3 people. I think it was 3 people that showed up, and one of them was my wife. So really 2 people. And I remember I did that event. I had no experience. I did that event. I was so fired up afterwards, you know? But like, that's just what you have to do. I told these guys this morning, all of us have to be a legend on our own mind before we're going to be a legend out in the world. We have to see ourselves already that. How you guys are going to make a significant difference in the marketplace and in your lives and have a windfall of money coming your way is when you're more committed to your personal development than you are your bank account, than you are what other people think, than what you are the accolades. Because at the end of the day, the accolades are nice, but they last like 2 minutes, you know? And then you forget about the accolades. I'm more interested in you living a certain way. That's what I'm interested in. Like, you could live a great life for yourself, Jeppe. Let's say you said, for me to live the way I wanted to live was $5 million on my terms. I'm earning $5 million a year on my term. That is much better than you earning $20 million hating what you do. Would you agree?
Yes.
Yeah, but there's a lot of people who are earning $20 million, hate what they do because they put a higher value on money than they do on their life. It's very common. It's very common. So that's why we work on all the foundations and all the models so you live without settling. What if I told you journaling is the best way to connect with your other self?
Yeah, I believe it.
I've taken journaling very seriously for the last year.
I think more serious than I've ever taken it. And it has transformed me. And what I've realized is my journaling is never coming from my fake self. And so I'll just put that into the journaling and, why it's so effective. The law of 100. If you want to get great at anything, you practice something 100 times.
100 times.
So let me give you an example of this. Let's say you did gratitude for 100 days in a row. Like disciplined gratitude. Not like, oh, I'm grateful for my hair if you're not. Okay? But like deep things that you're grateful for 100 days. Watch how much in 100 days your results will change. Like watch the synchronicities. And not doing them consistently inconsistent. And not doing them with the intention, I have to do gratitude. Then let's say you auto-suggested for 100 days. And we measured this. Let's say we actually did a measurement of every day you journal where your belief around your goal from day 18, day 62, day 90. You're going to see the law of 100 working. Okay? And the more if I'm doing a new skill, I have to do it at least 100 times. And every time it gets better and better and better and better. Let's say in your marketing, you're writing new copy every day, every day, every day, every day. It's going to get much better at day 100, right? So that's where the law of 100 is, but it's 100 consecutive days. And so that means it's 7 days a week, whatever you're doing. Because if you let's say you do a 5 days, you take the weekend off. You have to start at day 1. The law of 100 is based on every day doing something. And once you do it, you'll never stop practicing the law of 100. I always say it takes great courage to create great things in our life. Most people will never do that for themselves. Most people will not stay in nice hotels. Most people will not get themselves the purses, the shoes that they want, right? Mm-hmm. So you always know the self-esteem of somebody based on how they value themselves. But a lot of people will focus on the obstacles, which is going to create doubt. The doubt will be, can they do it? See, the top 0.1%, I'm not even talking about 1%. The top 0.1% has doubts too. But they don't let the doubts control them. They hear the doubt and they go, nope, I got to take action. So the more you let go and remind yourself why you started and not assign a level of difficulty to it, that's how you're going to propel forward. That's why we never make a decision one way or the other regarding money. It doesn't matter how much it costs. It matters what it will do. See, what if we all thought and understand that all we are is a garden? That's all we are. Whatever we plant, the more it grows. So if you plant it with great emotion, whether you're planting seeds of poison or seeds of abundance, it's growing the more emotionally involved you get. All of us are just gardens. That's all we are. What we're planting, we're getting. So when we start embracing the results and start looking at it from that viewpoint is how we're going to propel. Make sense?
Hello, everyone, and welcome to Plan Your Best Year Ever 2025. I'm Mikey Stiller, the CEO and co-founder of Voss Coaching Co., and I'm so happy to be the first one to welcome you to this 90-minute workshop. And just a disclaimer, we might go up to 120 minutes. So if you have something right after this, try to push it back now so that you can join us for the whole 90 to 120 minutes because we have an exceptional workshop planned for you today. I'm watching the chat and I love all of the comments coming in. I love to see where you're joining us from. So if you haven't already, let us know where you're joining us from. And if you're like me, it is hard to believe that 2024 is coming to a close. And yes, we are going to finish strong, but let's go ahead and start planning your best year ever in 2025. I mentioned on my Instagram stories that a goal is just a goal unless you have a plan and a process to achieve it. And that is where Arash's magic is. He is the absolute master at breaking down and creating breakthroughs through processes and specific plans. So if you want to know exactly what to do to accomplish all of your biggest goals in 2025, then you're in the right place. And I'm so happy you are here. Go ahead and grab a pen and a piece of paper. Set aside all of your distractions for the next 2 hours and really invest this time in yourself, knowing that this investment is going to pay dividends over next year. And without further ado, I'm going to go ahead and bring on the man of the hour, your coach and my dear friend, Arash Vossoughi. Arash, how are you?
I'm great, Mikey. How are you?
I am great. You know, this is one of my favorite events that we do, and I'm so excited to get into everything you're going to be teaching us today.
Yeah, I'm excited about it too. I was kind of listening closely to what you were saying. And right in my mind, it was so clear that success comes down to a few simple choices. It comes down to your habits, your processes, your attitudes, and your standards. You get those all locked in, and you're going to see a massive transformation from one year to the next. And most people are trapped in their circumstance, and they want something better. They know what they want, but immediately they're trapped in their circumstance. And we want to shift that today. I want to break everybody through because right now, at this very moment, you are not on here by accident. And I want you to know right at this moment, you have the power to change your life. And I want you to create 2025. I'm still in 2024. And 2025 is your best year ever. But you've got to decide that it's going to be your best year ever. Most people never decide. And I want everybody, like Mike, I'm talking to you, but I'm talking to everybody. And like, look at 2024's results. Were they much different than 2025? I see 2023. Yeah, I'm getting all the numbers screwed up.
Yeah.
Anyhow, were they much different than 2023? And if they weren't, there's a story being told. And we want to change that story today.
You just said something that I want everybody to really zero in on. You said you have to decide it's going to be your best year ever. And a lot of people don't decide. You know, January 1st comes along and they might hope for big things. They might want big things, but that's much different than deciding it's going to be the best. Will you talk about the distinction there?
Most people never decide. They think they have, but decision is not enough. You have to follow it with massive action, but you're not forcing the action. You're taking inspired action as you train your mind properly. So I remember when I was first getting into this, when I really was struggling, and my mentor, Bob Proctor, said to me, you need to start taking this more serious. He said, time goes by like this. And he was right. I kept thinking it was somewhere in the future, but the future is right now. And when I decided that I was going to dramatically change my life, everything changed. It didn't change overnight, but it almost seemed overnight because I started accepting a different idea of myself. I started accepting different possibilities. And that's what I want everyone to do. Most people are planning 2025, maybe the end of December. You've got to start planning it now because right now you have 3 more weeks that you're letting the universe start working on your 2025 plan, your 2025 ideas, the type of people that are going to be absolutely essential for you to achieve your goals in 2025.
Arash, you just said something so good. I want to bring up this one point, and then I'm going to let you bring up your slides and get into the lesson. You said you decided and then you accepted the idea. One of the things you talk about with our peak performers clients is radically accepting an idea. And I just want you to talk about that really quick as we get into the lesson today.
Well, accepting an idea is no more than an assumption. Assumption means a fact. And when we accept an idea, that's what we live from. We have to deny our 5 senses. You right now, your results, my results, are exactly
what we accepted in 2024. So we've got to accept a bigger idea in 2025 if we're going to make 2025 our best year ever. And I am committed to showing every single one of you how to make 2025 your best year ever. I'm going to show you a process that I do year in and year out, and it is what has transformed my life every day, every day. And if you do that, I promise you, it's going to transform your life.
All right, let's get after it.
All right, awesome. Let me just share my slides. Now, this is a planning session. So this is going to be active. I'm going to stop and I'm going to ask you to answer these questions. I'm going to ask you to plan 2025 in the next 60, 90, 120 minutes, however long that I can get my message across that is going to help you. Now, when you see your best year, do you believe it's possible? I want you to ask yourself that question. What image is coming in your mind? That'll tell you how your consciousness is currently conditioned. Now, you are an absolutely amazing story. But are you aware that you're an amazing story? I want you to accept this idea. Nothing is going to impact you more than your language. And I'm not just talking about what you speak audibly. I'm talking about what your inner conversations are. Your language influences your identity. It influences your actions. It influences what type of goals you go after. And at the end of the day, it influences your life. But I want you to understand you are an absolute amazing story. The research tells us for us to be on this planet, it was 1 in a 4 trillion chance. So think about those odds. And then now think about what you want in 2025. If you beat those odds, what else can you beat? Now, everything that has happened in your life has prepared you for so much greater for yourself. I said it earlier, the very cause that most people are trapped in is they're trapped into their circumstances. The world you're experiencing right now is no more than the ideas you've accepted. No more. So if we're going to change our life, we're going to change our thinking. We're going to change our consciousness. And we're going to change our programming. Now, until you do that, you're going to keep attracting the same thing. But everything that has happened in your life is absolutely essential to prepare you for what you're about to do. That means all your failures, all your successes, all your setbacks, all those times this year that you really went out of your comfort zone. Now, the only true competitor in your life is you. This is a game of you versus you. It's not you versus me. It's not you versus somebody in your environment. It's you versus you. When you beat your potential every day from the day before, you are going to live the infinite game. The infinite game is where you play life by your own rules. I want to congratulate you. We're 23 hours through the Stream-A-Thon, but we still got 60 minutes left. I am on fire today. I'm so happy to have you on the Stream-A-Thon, but don't miss out on this last hour. It is going to be powerful. And don't forget, we have a Q&A with me, strategizing ideas with you on how to make the best year of your life coming up. 2025 is not just going to be a great year. It's going to be the very best year of your life. Don't miss the Q&A. Now, what we have to do is we have to make an irrevocable committed decision. I was telling Mikey this when we were starting. Most people truly never decide. Now, let me ask you this. This year, did you start and stop? Did you have a hard time with discipline? Are you constantly not willing to bet on yourself? Then you never made an irrevocable committed decision. I have a great client, Jill. Jill's wonderful. And I tell her I'm on her about decision making all the time because that is a hidden commitment. If we're not deciding to be who we want to be, and live that way right now, make decisions from that, then we're going to keep sabotaging ourselves. We have to decide who we're going to be. We have to decide with conviction what we're going to create. That's called accepting of an idea. Now, the point of life is to live the way you really want to live. Now, I want you to look at 2024, and I want you to answer this question. Am I living the way I truly want to live? Now, don't get emotional about it. This isn't to knock you down. I want you just to answer it. And if that answer is no, I want you to make a decision right now. In 2025, I'm going to live the way I want to live. By July, I'm going to live completely differently. I'm going to be so emotionally free. I'm not going to be attached to anything. I'm not going to force anything. Now, when you live the way you really want to live, watch the ripple effect you create in the world. The world demands us to be bold. The world wants you and needs you to be your most abundant self. But when we're playing it safe, when we're not deciding, when we don't create the right standards, processes, habits, and attitudes, we're just creating based on default. We're not living, we're just existing. I don't want you to exist. I want you to live. I lived many years of my life just existing. And my life didn't change until I decided it was going to change. And that demanded me to develop a completely different version of myself. I had to really go within and change my consciousness. Your results are not out there in the future. They're right in your heart. Once you change inside, the outside changes. Every success, every failure, every circumstance is just a direct reflection of what you've expected to be true for you. So I want you to look at this year. This year, the results are just telling you what you've expected to be true. Now, let's imagine we play a bigger game. We build a bigger idea. We develop bigger courage. Imagine what is going to be true December of 2025. Now, success always comes down to a few simple choices. Everything is a choice. What do you think decision is? It's a choice. We have to decide exactly what you want. I want you to ask yourself, what do I want more than anything else in 2025? What do I really want more than anything else? And then I want you to determine the price you have to pay. What is the price? The price is going to be what environment are you in? Because you are going to attract based on your environment. What discipline must I create in 2025? None of this works without discipline. What attitudes am I going to develop? These are the prices you have to pay. How am I going to disrupt comfort? You know, comfort's an interesting thing. Most people don't understand this. When we have resistance in our heart, when we're uncomfortable, that is your subconscious mind telling you to go to the new state. It is giving you a directive like, hey, this is what you want. You've got to do what I'm telling you. Feel this discomfort and do it. But most people don't listen to themselves. They don't listen to their intuition. And they say, I'm just going to play it safe. I've never done it before. Just because you've never done it doesn't mean you can't do it. And then you've got to ask yourself, am I willing to pay the price? Am I willing to pay the price? I want you for a moment. I wish I could see you guys. I can't see you, but I wish I could. But I want you just in this moment to close your eyes, just for a moment. And I want you to think about something you desire, something you truly desire. Now, I just want you to follow my words. Are you feeling the lack of it, or are you feeling the natural fulfillment of it? You can open your eyes. Most people are creating backwards. They're creating from lack and limitation. When we close our eyes, it'll tell us the exact programming we have inside of us. So we don't want to feel the lack of it. We want to feel your goal for 2025, the one goal you want more than anything else, I want you to feel it as natural as you feel brushing your teeth. I want you to feel so comfortable with that idea. Now, in order to do this, you have to have the courage to bet on yourself. But your inner talk is so crucial. This morning I was at the gym and I ended up hitting a personal record. And my trainer goes, this last set, what do you want to do? And I said, let's go after our record. And I said to him, I'll tell you right now, he goes, you're going to be tired. I said, forget about tired. I said, there's nobody better to bet on than me. And I said, I'm going to bet on me. I'm not going to bet on you. I didn't accept his idea. Now, how many ideas are you accepting? Like, betting on yourself is an all-day crucial action that we're doing. It's not a one day. It's not once in a while. It's not once a year. We have to bet on ourselves all day long, because until you bet on yourself, you're not going to unleash your potential. Now, I want you to ask this question. In 2025, how am I going to bet on myself? And I want you to write the answer down. In 2025, how am I going to bet on myself? Mike, is there any way I can see everybody?
Let me see what I can do. Give me a few.
I want you to write this out in the present tense. I have made a decision, an irrevocable decision, that I'm going to bet on myself greater than I've ever bet on myself. But it starts with today. I'm going to bet on myself today. As soon as discomfort shows up, I act on it. That's betting on yourself. Betting on yourself is accepting a bigger idea. Right now, you may want financial independence in 2025. Well, that's going to demand you to have a complete transformation in your consciousness. You may want to get in the best shape of your life. That's going to have you to discipline yourself. You're going to have to change your identity. Are you willing to do that? But you just do it one day at a time. Now, greatness you already have. I will tell you this. I say this all the time. Greatness is not outside of you, it's inside of you, but until you can unleash it, you have to bet on yourself. But the best definition I've ever heard on greatness is defined as selfless exceptionalism. Greatness is about knowing what you want to achieve, and you've already achieved it in your mind. Every part of your inner talk and what you speak into existence out loud is already coming from the goal achieved. And then you've got to want it badly enough. If your want is not through the roof, if you don't want it as badly as you want to breathe, I promise you, you're going to give in to the circumstances. Your want has to create the power, and the repetition of your want is what creates your power. And then you have to ask yourself, do I have the mental toughness to handle adversity along the way? Now, this is an interesting one. How do you create mental toughness? Overcoming obstacles. But you never give in to the old state of what you used to be. No matter what adversity, you always come from your goal achieved. And then, do your words and actions reflect the heart that inspire peak performance in others and make those around you better? I want you to understand this. You influence the world by your vibration. When you walk in a room, you don't have to say a word and you're influencing it. But I want you to influence it from the highest side of your personality, not from the physical side, from the confidence, from the person that bet on themselves, that the person has already achieved their deepest desires. And we've got to live. If you're in pain and fear right now, you are coming from your circumstances. We've got to release pain and fear. We've got to release it. You don't need it anymore. Stop playing it safe. It will not make you feel good. But greatness is not measured by what a person accomplishes, but by the opposition they overcome to reaching their goals. Now, adversity, you may be going through it right now. In 2024, you may have dealt with a great deal of adversity. You know, I have a client who's going through an absolute adversity right now. But you know what I told her? I said, you got this. You've got this. Because you don't have to accept the adversity. You have to accept what you want. And that's when the game is going to change. Now, any picture, this is the law, any picture firmly held in the mind in any form, that's what you want or what you don't want, will come forth. Now, let's look at 2024. That'll tell us the deepest picture you have on a subconscious level. So, this is called the law of perpetual transmutation of energy. Any idea I hold in my imagination persistently over and over and over again is going to come into form. Now, most people are using their mind against them. They're using it backwards. I want you to spend 20 minutes a day emotionally involved in the picture you really want to achieve. Once you have it in your mind and persist with conviction in that picture, over and over again, it's going to show up in your reality. That's the law. But the greatest universal law is when we intelligently cooperate with it, it will make us absolute makers of the conditions and situations in our life. What is that law? Energy is. Our job is to match the mental equivalent in 2025 of what we want. So we're in a planning session, so you may not exactly have put pen to paper and wrote out your plan, but when you do, I want you to write the characteristics, the top 5 characteristics of the person who would have achieved your goal. And then we start installing those characteristics as you, one at a time. Now, the law of vibration starts in your mind. The law of vibration starts in my mind. And your attitude gets projected out into the universe. Your emotional state gets projected out. And that's why whatever we're emotionally involved with is what we attract. So are you emotionally involved with what you want, or are you emotionally involved with what you don't want? Watch your energy. Your energy will tell you. If you're right now sitting here and you're in expectation, you're in joy, you're in happiness, you're in fulfillment, you're in harmony with your goal. If you are in anxiety, if you're in fear, if you're in worry, you are going away from your goal. So you're using the law of vibration against you. Now, your mind is the most powerful tool that you have. And I want you to understand this. In this very moment, you are using the most powerful force in the universe, in this very moment. But are you using it backwards? Are you using it with absence of what you want? Are you thinking it can happen for them and not me? Are you speaking lack and limitation? Are you playing it safe? Are you emotionally involved with what you want? Or are you emotionally involved with what you don't want? Are you talking to yourself that I'm not good enough? Can this really happen? Your mind will take you to wherever you want to go. So we have to really bulletproof our mind. Understanding the law of your mind is essential if you want to create a life of freedom. And I want freedom for every one of you. And right now, if you think you can't do it, boy, are you wrong. That is accepting the wrong idea. You can absolutely do it. You can absolutely do it. But it's all in awareness. There's an amazing inner world that exists within us. That's where your goals are achieved. They're not achieved out on the playing field. Once you change your programming, the next action shows itself. And the understanding of such a world enables us to do and achieve anything we desire within the laws of the universe. I watch people all the time that I work with, that I mentor closely. And in the beginning, they're trying to make it happen. They're trying to force it. We've got to allow it to happen. We've got to master our mind. And then it's not that you don't take action, you have to take massive action. I said that earlier. But you take the right action with the right programming creates effortless success. But when I was talking about the price you have to pay, the price you have to pay is being aware of what you're thinking. being aware of your energy. That's when you get conscious of your subconscious. That's when the game changes. So awareness is everything. Once you have awareness, you never lose it. Think about this. When we learned how to ride a bike when we were young, when we become adults, isn't it interesting we still know how to ride a bike? We may have not done it for 15, 20 years, but when you have awareness, you never lose it. Money is an awareness. Joy is an awareness. So where is my awareness? Just look at your results. It'll tell you. It'll tell you. When you get in harmony with the spiritual essence of who you are, that's when magic happens. If you were there right now looking in the mirror, I taught a group this last week. I said, I want you to look in the mirror. What do you see? What you see is your physical body. You're a spiritual being living in a physical body. You're not a physical body. And when you understand what you see in the mirror is literally this much of who you are, then you're going to wake up to the truth. You're going to wake up to possibilities. But your spiritual DNA is absolutely perfect. You are infinite. There's no limit to where you could take yourself. Now, why am I doing this? You might be watching this and say, why are you doing this to start planning 2025? Because until you understand you, you're going to keep creating the same thing because all you are is on a treadmill. You're doing the same thoughts, same feelings, same actions, same results. But we've got to understand how your mind works. Now, I want you to look at this. The key state in 2025 that you have to make a standard is that I live from my wish already fulfilled. I live from my goal already achieved. Now, I want you to live there right now while I'm explaining this. Now, you have a conscious mind. It's your thinking mind. It's your educated mind. It's where your intellect resides. Now, I'm going to tell you this right now. When we look at our results in 2024, this will tell us how we're using our intellect. Our results tell us exactly how we used our intellect in 2024. Now, you have a subconscious mind. This is your silent partner. This is the part of you that I want you to get very conscious of. When you create that conscious connection where you're conscious of the subconscious, that's when you're going to transform your life. But it only speaks emotion. Whatever you're emotionally involved in, it brings it forth in your reality. Now, your conscious mind, you could choose. So going to 2025, what thoughts would I choose differently about myself than 2024? And I want you to write those down. You can choose anything. Why people limit themselves is because they don't understand how their mind works. Why people don't make decisions? Because they have a very poor perception of themselves. Nothing happens without a decision. I want you to open up your mind. I want you to open up to a much bigger idea of yourself. But every day, choices define us more than anything else. The decisions you're making today are defining what you're going to create in your future. But what choices am I committed to changing? What choices am I committed to transforming into 2025? And then I want you to accept those choices right now. You start making them today. You don't make them way out in the future. That's what most people are doing. So it's going to happen way out in the future. No, it happens today. And then accepting and rejecting idea. This is the law of assumption. What you accept becomes your reality. What you're speaking where nobody hears you speaking, your subconscious does, and it's bringing it to you. Accepting and rejecting is the most important vital quality that we have to bulletproof. And I want you to make a decision with me today that in 2025, and 2025 is starting right now. It's not starting on the calendar year. Time is an illusion. Time is only with us. So I want you to only accept ideas that are in harmony with your goal. I want you to reject anything that is not in harmony with your goal. And if I told you this was the number one most important thing that you can do to retrain your mind to live the way you want to live your life in freedom, this is it. Now, when you accept and reject, Now you're training your mind from your future self. And that's what we want to do. Now you can originate any ideas. When we get in the origination stage in a few minutes, I want you to originate what you really want, not what you think you can achieve. I don't want it to be 1%, 5% better than 2024. I want it to be what you really want. You are the creator of your destiny. You are writing it into existence when you're writing out your vision. Originate ideas that you really want and forget about the how. The how is not up to you. Now, I watch people every year, and you may be one of them, but today you're going to change that, where they set their 2025 goals 1%, 5%, 3% greater than 2024. All they're doing is working with a small idea. I want you to work with a bigger idea of yourself. If one person can create great wealth, so can you. If one person can create great health, so can you. If one person can create great love in their life, so can you. Now, your subconscious mind must accept. So if you are not accepting or rejecting, you're automatically accepting, and your subconscious mind is going to bring that forth. Now, your subconscious does not know the difference between what's real or what's imagined. Now, why is this important? When I tell you, when I said close your eyes, are you feeling the lack of it, or are you feeling the natural fulfillment of your goal? That's critical. It is absolutely critical. It's not good enough just to know what you want. You have to live from that and build a mental picture of what you would be experiencing. And your experiencing is not out in the future. It is right now. It is right now. So I want you to really lock in and ask yourself, do I understand my mind? You may want to go back and watch me going over this over and over again until you make it a practice. Now, our intellectual mind and our subconscious mind have to be in harmony. If they're not in harmony, you are not going to create what you want. It's the intellect, how I think, that it allows us to tap in the spiritual side and change our physical results. So how I think, how I accept and reject ideas, how I'm living from my goal already achieved, that's how you tap in to where you want to go. I want you to get in the habit of really practicing visualizing 20 minutes a day. Why? Because you're tapping into the fourth dimensional world. Everything is created twice, first in your mind, then in your reality. The fourth dimensional world is the world of possibility. This is the world of your imagination. That's where it starts. Where do you think your results came from? How you used your imagination. That's where it started. You tapped into it, you just tapped into it unconsciously. Now, I want us to focus right now, and I want you to write this out. If it was impossible to fail, and I'm willing to commit to this goal, what is my number one goal for 2024? And I want you to write it out in a clear, concise statement in the present tense. For somebody, it could be, I'm so happy and grateful that I've turned my annual income into my monthly income. I've created a life of financial freedom, and I love it. For somebody else, it could be, I'm so happy and grateful that I'm in the best physical shape of my life. And so what is it for you? Is it that you're building a thriving business? Write it out. And I want you to write that out. All right, now, this is the trick. I want you to accept this deeply, that it is impossible for this not to happen. Now, the secret lies in not working to your goal, but in accepting that you already have it. when you say it's going to be somewhere out in the future, you're telling your subconscious mind that the goal is outside of you. So it shuts off. It is not working with you. And now it's working against you. So you've got to accept it and live this way from this point forward. Now, I want you to assume that it is impossible not to happen. This is so critical. That's why I keep repeating it 10 different ways right now. Make a decision. It's done before you start. How would you feel if you want wealth? Let's say somebody's goal is wealth. It's not good enough just to want it. I want you to declare it. I'm so happy and grateful for the abundance in my life. Money flows to me easily and continuously, and I am continuously surrounded by prosperity. But it's in the feeling. These are not mere affirmation. This is a fact that knowing this is true. I want you to lock into that. Now, I told you one of the key characteristics is habits. And if you're going to create what I want for you, which is a 10x jump in 2025, I want you to write out right now and get rid of your hidden commitments. What habits no longer work with the life I want to create? I'm going to give you a couple minutes on this. What habits no longer work with the life I want to create? All right, now I want you to write out what are the four habits a year, one a quarter is going to change your life. In 2025, what are the 4 habits that I'm committed to install that my goal demands? Remember I said we have to match the mental equivalent? I want you to look at your goal, that number 1 goal for the year. What are the 4 habits, one a quarter, that I'm committed to installing in 2025, excuse me. All right, let's understand this. You never attract what you want, you attract what you are. Now, what does that mean? What I am is the consistent ideas that I accept. Now, are you starting to understand the importance of accepting and rejecting ideas? If you want a different life, you've got to accept a much different ideas for yourself. Until you change your thinking, you're not going to change your life. You can't have the same thinking, the same habits that you did in 2024 to create massive transformation in 2025. Now, expectation is your biggest contributor to success. I want you to put one of your habits is I expect only the good that I desire. I'm always expecting what I want to show up in my life. Now, most people are working with the opposite. They're expecting worst case scenarios. What if it doesn't happen? I want you to only expect what you want. Expectation with your desire ignites the law of attraction. Now, in order to do this in 2025, we have to have sincere desire for interchange and quantum leaps. Do you really desire it? Are you at that point where you're inspirationally dissatisfied, where you're sick and tired of being sick and tired? Are you working with workable principles? This is where processes come in. Processes create your results by default. You have to get brutally honest with yourself. You never put yourself down. You give yourself grace, but not excuses. And you are persistent with living from the end, living from the goal already achieved. You're persistent in your actions. You're persistent in the right strategies. Now, it's all going to come down to, what do I really want? Everything starts in the wanting. But we don't want to keep it in the wanting. We want to turn it into the knowing. But what you really want, you accept right now. You accept. Every idea is going to come from that acceptance, not from your old state. Most people are going in between states. They say, I want to turn my business and double my income. Then literally a few minutes later, they start coming from circumstances. You can't keep going, starting and stopping in states. You've got to live naturally at the state of what you want. How do we do that? We radically accept that idea. When I say radically accept, you have a conviction of what you want, and you're never worried about the how. Every time you're worried about the how, you're letting circumstances dictate how you think. Every time you're letting the circumstances control you, you're allowing the outside. You're living outside in, and you're never going to create what you want. If you're wondering, am I going the right direction? Your energy will tell you. You don't need to look at the results. It's easy to look at results. I'm not against you looking at results, but you never allow the results to control you. And right now in 2024, if that's what you've done, if you've been starting and stopping, if you've been coming from lack, abundance, you're going to constantly be creating a roller coaster up and down, and it's going to create a lot of frustration. But we've got to make your number one goal an obsession. An obsession is a natural state. It's always on your mind. Like my goal, I don't have to be reminding myself of my goal. It's a natural state. I'm always thinking about it. When something's natural, it just happens effortlessly. When we're forcing, we're pushing away. But we have to make your future a magnificent obsession. That's why for most people, affirmations don't work. For me, they work, but why for most people they don't work? You cannot affirm externally what you don't believe internally. That's why we have to accept it, and everything comes from your goal. Now, when you make the goal big enough and you come from turning the impossible to possible, you stop working from your past self. You stop working from your old life. Now we're not alienating ourselves and going from our old self and going to the state of where our new self is. This is where you're going to be open to inspired action. Inspired action is when you're relaxed, when you're trusting, when you've already accepted the idea, And you're going to get the ideas and paths to getting you to your big goal. But in order to do this in 2025, I want you to put all your chips on the table. I want you to go all in with yourself. Your results in 2024 will tell you how all in you've been. All of us can have a greater level of all in, but that doesn't mean we're forcing it. It's an emotional conviction, like this is what I'm doing no matter what. I am turning my annual income into my monthly income. But I want you to set a goal. Remember when I was talking about the mind, I said we can originate any idea. I want you to set a goal that is so big that you can't achieve it until you grow into that person. What do I mean by that? Any goal that I set, I know it demands greater focus. I know it demands that I have to upgrade my confidence and courage. Because if I had the confidence and courage already, I would have already achieved it. It doesn't mean you have to chase it. You just do it day by day. You keep upping your confidence 1% by the actions you take. Now, your goal must dominate all your waking hours. You want to know what's dominated your waking hours in 2024? Look at your results. It'll tell you. It will tell you. There's nothing more accurate than results. Results are a compass of what's going on inside of us. It's not happening by accident. It happens by exact law. The law works whether you're working backwards or you're working in harmony with it. Now, let's look at what you want to create. I only want to focus right now on the first quarter. I want you to write out exactly what you're going to create in the first quarter of 2025. And I want this in the present tense. I want you to write it out exactly what you're going to create. But when I say what you're going to create, that means what you're committed to creating in the first quarter. This isn't a wish or a hope. I want you to write exactly what you're going to create in the first quarter of 2025. Now, I want you only focused on the first quarter. If I can get you to create a quantum leap in the first quarter, guess what's going to happen? You're going to have momentum in the second quarter. But I want your standard to be, I create a quantum leap every quarter. I believe a quantum leap is created every 90 days. That's my standard. And if I can do it, you can do it. So I want you to really write out into existence what you're going to create. Why? Because you're opening your mind to new assumptions. You're opening your mind to a new life. But we've got to persist in it, and you cannot, going into 2025, you cannot commit to your circumstances. Your circumstances were created by your past self. What you do right now is what's going to create your future results. So let's take the best way to plan 2025, okay? I want you to take full responsibility for the good, the bad, the indifferent of 2024 and live with no regrets. So I want you to write out, I'm going to give you one question at a time. Start by looking at what were the biggest quantum leaps you've created in your life. Just write them down. We want to start measuring the good. What were the biggest quantum leaps I've ever had in my life? We start measuring from the good, so we measure from wholeness. All right, question 2. What were the biggest lessons you learned in 2024? What were the biggest lessons you learned in 2024? Number 3, what was your standard in 2024? Not what you set it to be, but how did you live it? Your standard is something you live. What did you tolerate? Are you still needing to be liked? Remember, if you're needing to be liked, you're a prisoner to the outside. What was your standard in 2024? What did you tolerate? All right, let's go to number 4. What was the biggest adversity you overcame this year? What was that one adversity that you are so proud of that you overcame? Number 5, what were your greatest gifts of 2024? Number 6, what was the greatest thing that you did out of your comfort zone in 2024? Questions always cause us to think, but they measure the truth. You can never lie on these. And number 7, what were the most amazing things you accomplished in 2024? Number 8, what were your excuses in 2024? What were those consistent excuses that you really kept negotiating with yourself? This is going to tell you your hidden commitments. This is going to tell you your greatest programming that we want to change. What were you most proud of this year? What were you most proud of? And the last one, what was your greatest accomplishment of 2024?
Questions are so healthy. Your true power always lies in reviewing these questions because questions uncover so many great truths. And you do it from a neutral perspective because you measure from the good. And it only focuses on you. Focus is an investment. Too many people are sabotaging themselves because they're constantly focused on too many things and they're always distracted. I want you to focus on the important few, not the trivial many. Now, we want to build a kick-ass vision in 2025. I want you to build a vision that you're coming from my confidence that you can do it. You don't have to believe it, but I believe that you can do it. Come from my belief. And I want you to write out a vision, and I'm going to have you do this on your own because a vision takes time. But I want you to put classical music on, put Beethoven on when you're doing it. And I want you to write it out exactly all areas of your life, how you're going to live in 2025. But I want you to do it in the present tense. The reason I want you to put classical music because it neutralizes your mind. This is a magical process. But I want you to, before you write the vision, I want you to come from the biggest assumption of yourself. The only thing you have to change is the perception of you. Change you, you're going to change your entire world. There is nothing small about you, so I don't want your vision to be small. I want you to think big. Now, do you know how to build a vision of what you want? Do you know how to build a picture? I'm going to show you this. Write this out before you write your vision. Put it on a Post-it note in front of you. I want you to write out exactly how you're going to live in 2025. And I want you to assume that it is already done. You are commanding that state of being. I want you to write your physical health. I want you to write about your spirituality, that I'm so connected to the spiritual essence of who I am. What type of vacations are you experiencing? Are they 5-star vacations or are you cutting corners? Where do you want your career to be? Do you want your business to be thriving? If you're not in business, do you want to get promoted at your job? Do you want to upgrade your personal relationships? How am I going to create a better relationship with myself? What do you want to earn? How much are you going to commit to personal growth? If I could tell you anything, you have to work harder on yourself than you have to work on anything else. You take care of you, everything else is going to take care of themselves. And what type of fun are you going to have? You want to enjoy life. You want to be loose. What type of hobbies? Are you going to pick up a new hobby? Well, when you put this on a Post-it note and write an amazing script of your life, and then I want you to record this, and I want you to listen to it 10 minutes a day. Why? Because you're going to create a new programming inside, and then once you do the repetition with conviction over and over and over again, guess what's going to happen? Your outside's going to match your inside. You're going to literally change the way change happens by law from the inside out. But remember, goals are your vision of the future. Fall in love with your future. Design your life masterpiece. Make a decision with me today that 2025 is going to be your life masterpiece. Now, most people, if you walk out of the world right now, most people are fearful of the future. I want you to be sprinting to the future. You're going to create the most amazing future. If you're fearful of the future, you're always going to be shrinking. You're always going to lose out on one opportunity after another. The universe is all energy, so it responds to committed decisions. If you are not committed, I promise you, you're not going to get a lot of guidance. The price is easy once you make a committed decision. I want you to believe in you. I want you to believe in your potential. I want you to believe in my belief that if I could do this from where I was 17 years ago, so can you. Now, in order to do this, everything I want you to come from is your future self, not your current self. Your future self is so much wiser than you are right now. It's so much more mentally tough. It's so much more aware. It's so much more effortless than you are right now. Everything you do, I want you to come from your future self.
How would my future self act? And I want you to act. How would my future self feel? And I want you to feel like that. What type of goals would my future self have? And I want you to set those goals. Now, this is going to demand you to think different. Like right now, if you want financial freedom and you're not financially free, you're going to have a massive transformation in your consciousness. You're going to have to get the right processes and get the right direction from people who really know what they're doing. And it's going to demand you to think differently. Now, going for a quantum leap in 2025 means you must eliminate, if you have a business, the existing clients that do not work, that are an energy suck. You must eliminate roles that you're playing in your life. What is it? Am I still coming from my old story? Am I still coming from my old story? Got to eliminate that. You have to eliminate behaviors that no longer work for you, which we did in the habit stage where I said, what habits no longer work for you? Playing it safe no longer works. I'm going to tell you that right now. Not having great masterminds don't work. Not having a great mentor does not work. I'm going to tell you that right now. And you have to eliminate old mindsets that you've outgrown. You've got to get comfortable in the new mindset. Now, becoming the best version of yourself is going to require you to, on a daily basis, 1% better to continually edit your belief and upgrade your image. You will never outperform your standards and image. I'm going to tell you that right now. And if you want to know where your standards or image are, look at your present results in 2024. They're telling you a story. Are you listening? Are you listening to that? Look at your goal. It demands a new story. Upgrade you. How do we do that? We build a bigger idea with ourselves. How do we build a bigger idea? We have to get so good with our I am statements. I am are the two most important words you can say. I watch people use I am so recklessly. I am stuck. I'm not good enough. Guess what? Your subconscious takes it and says, I'm going to go make sure you're not good enough. I'm going to keep you stuck. So that's how you're going to build a bigger idea. Write out your I am statements every day. Get in that mental rehearsal where you're visualizing 20 minutes a day, watching yourself speak the way you would speak in 2025. Watch yourself behave with much upgraded habits in 2025. Watch yourself experiencing what you'd experience. What would it feel like right now if you were financially abundant? I want you to feel like that. It's not good enough just to talk about it. You've got to match the feeling. The emotional state is critical. That's how you build a bigger idea of yourself. I want you to look at this slide. This slide is somebody tapping into the spiritual essence of who they are. And you notice all the light is inside at their heart. It's not outside of them. So many people are living so unconsciously from the outside. We've got to live inside out. This is how you're going to change your world. It's not out there that you have to change. You have to change here, right in your heart. Now, we want to write out what is your new story going to be in 2025. I'm so happy and grateful now that I have absolutely amazing habits. Every day, I only come from my future self. I come from the goal achieved. I create effortless success. I've turned my annual income into my monthly income because money is a habit. I have the most amazing, prosperous mental attitude, and I've absolutely transformed my perception of me. I only see me as I really am, which is big. I have unleashed greatness in my life. Now, that would be an example. What I just said would be writing out your new paradigm. And if you like that, take mine. Take what I just said. Now, in order to do this, we have to understand how we change our paradigm. Our results are a manifestation of our actions. Our actions are a manifestation of our programming. Our programming is a manifestation of our thinking. Until you change your thinking, your life is not going to change. So pay very close attention to this. Now, you have a conscious mind, a subconscious, and a body. Your conscious mind creates 2 to 4% of your results. Your subconscious creates 96 to 98%. But I can't get to the subconscious without the conscious mind. So they all have to work in harmony. Now, you have senses. See, hear, smell, taste, and touch. Your senses are meant for you to enjoy life, not to achieve goals. Right now, you may be thinking your senses define what's real in your reality. All they're telling you is what you've consciously accepted. It's telling you how you've used your conscious mind. Now, your senses are so sensitive. They're connected like antennas to your conscious mind. And we've got to really get such great awareness of accepting and rejecting ideas from our future self. Now, how am I going to alter my vibration? You do it by coming from the goal achieved. You do it from thinking, feeling, and acting, not just when you do your morning routine. And if you don't have a morning routine, good luck. You have to have a great morning routine. And I recommend you follow ours. It's transformed thousands and thousands of people's lives. But until I change my vibration and stay on the state of what I want, I'm going to keep going in and out of states, and it's going to create a lot of frustration. So how do I stay and tap into that spiritual side and create my new consciousness of a life of freedom? I have to tap into my higher faculties. I have to use them. That's your memory, your perception, your will, your imagination, your intuition, and your reasoning. Now, most people have no idea what these are. They know what the word means, but they don't know how much they're impacting you. These are what are creating your paradigm. And they're all on your conscious mind. And your memory, I want you to bulletproof it so you only look at your successes. You keep looking at your successes. The greatest gift we have in life is attention. Whatever we focus on expands or grows. Your reasoning is your ability to accept and reject ideas. You're not accepting and rejecting with anything but your reasoning. So this is how you create discipline, by accepting and rejecting from your goal already achieved. Your perception is how you see the world. Perception is so closely rooted in mindset. Mindset is just how you see the world. Like right now, everyone's listening to me. Some people are more serious than others. Some people are like, I'm going to buy into this and I'm going to do exactly what he tells me to do. Others are like, just going to think about it. If you think about it, there's no results. Then you have your will. Your will is your ability to hold your number one goal on the screen of your mind without any distraction. Your intuition, the universe is always talking to you. The universe is not out there. It's an extension of your consciousness. So when you are getting an intuitive guide, trust it. And your imagination is the most miraculous tool. When you use it for you, you're going to create immense results in record time. So if you're not getting your results, I promise you, you're using your imagination against you. But what we have to do is focus on what